Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. A sharp pain coursed through her wrist, causing Annan to collapse onto the ground. That moment, she realized that her two most trusted friends had mercilessly severed her hands. The jade bracelet on her wrist fell heavily to the ground, yet it remained unscathed. Wenbin picked up the bracelet as if it were treasure, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Nan, since you refuse to be my woman, you must be eliminated. The woman beside him wrapped her arm around him, sneering, "Cousin, she brought this upon herself. She deserves to die. If I had known her father was so heartless, refusing even to give her a morsel of bread, we would have acted sooner and spared ourselves this hunger." Annan lay on the ground, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at them, these two companions who had fought alongside her through the trials of a world ravaged by disaster. "What are you staring at?" Qian Inger released her hold on Wenbin and approached Annan menacingly, wielding a bone knife. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I wished to mar that pretty face of yours." With that, the knife fell. Annan, losing copious amounts of blood, had long since lost the ability to resist, feeling her life ebb away amidst the excruciating pain. In her final moments, she heard Qian Inger's sweet voice. "Brother, today we feast on meat." In that instant, Annan was overcome with regret. How foolish she had been, failing to see the true nature of these two wolves in sheep's clothing. After 4 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, she was ultimately betrayed by those she considered friends. What a bitter end. If given a second chance, she would not spare them. Another cry echoed as Annan jolted awake, sitting up in bed. Surveying her surroundings, she was astonished by the familiar sights before her. This was her home before the apocalypse. Hadn't she been killed by Wenbin and his sister? How had she returned here? The temperature around her was pleasantly warm. For the past 4 years, since the calamity struck, Annan had not experienced such comfort. In disbelief, she picked up her phone. July 8th, 2039, wasn't this 3 days before the world ended? What was happening? She had clearly perished in 2043. On July 11th, 2039, a catastrophic rainstorm swept across the globe. In just a few days, cities were submerged and countless lives were lost. Initially, people thought it was merely a flood, unaware it was the prologue to the apocalypse. Torrential rains, floods, extreme heat, acid rain, dense fog, earthquakes, and severe cold. Relentless extreme weather turned the world into a hellish landscape. For 4 long years, she had fought to survive. Until her death, the disasters had not ceased. Was this a rebirth? A return to 3 days before the apocalypse? Annan was overwhelmed with joy, then suddenly glanced down at the jade bracelet on her wrist. Had it not been for this bracelet, she might not have survived the first year of the apocalypse. She bit her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the bracelet. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped her, and within her consciousness appeared a space of approximately 800 square feet. On one side lies an expanse of desolation, while on the other stands a modest bungalow of approximately 60 square meters. Annan exhaled deeply, relieved that the space had been reborn alongside her. In her previous life, during a natural disaster, she had been injured and bled while being robbed by a neighbor, inadvertently unlocking this space. Anything she touched could be stored within it. The small house in the space was equipped with water, electricity, and gas, providing a refuge during emergencies, albeit for only 1 hour each day. Exceeding this limit would result in her expulsion from the space. Outside the bungalow, living beings were unable to enter this part of the space, which could only be used to store objects through her consciousness. Time stood still in this section, preserving any food stored within it. In her former life, whenever danger loomed, she would retreat with Wenbin and Qian Inger into the little house, enabling them to survive for 4 years amidst the apocalypse. This space was indeed a miraculous boon for survival. Unfortunately, by the time she unlocked it, the apocalypse had already been well underway. Not only was she devoid of supplies, but nearly everyone else had also exhausted their resources, leaving little food to stockpile. She had to scavenge for supplies with Wenbin and Qian Inger, storing their find in the space to evade others' plundering, just to scrape by. Qian Inger was her university classmate, and by sheer coincidence, they ended up living in the same neighborhood and building. Wenbin, her cousin, pursued Annan relentlessly after getting to know her through Qian Inger, despite her clear rejections. When disaster struck, the three of them, being acquaintances and neighbors, naturally banded together for survival. Gradually, Annan began to regard them as comrades in arms. Little did she know that they were merely drawn to her affluent background, intent on exploiting her to obtain survival supplies from her father. However, her father, and Xingye, was no loving and caring father, but rather a heartless man. In her senior year of college, her mother passed away suddenly from heart disease, and after inheriting his wife's vast fortune and company, her father revealed his true colors. He not only brought home another woman, but also had a love child of similar age to Annan. This revelation caused her grief-stricken grandmother to succumb to her sorrow. Even Annan herself was cast aside, severing all ties and being expelled from their hillside villa. Fortunately, her mother had purchased an apartment in Fonglin, Yijing, providing her with a place to stay. Yet, just as she was engulfed in sorrow over her family's downfall, catastrophe struck. When the apocalypse arrived, her father's villa, located on elevated ground, allowed him to stockpile supplies early on, enabling him to fare relatively well amidst the chaos. Thus, after enduring countless hardships and running out of provisions, Annan, along with the siblings, made their way to the hillside villa, seeking her father's aid. To her dismay, and Xingye remained as callous as ever, hoarding his new wife and daughter's food, refusing to spare even a morsel for her, showing no concern for her survival. As Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger recognized her diminished value, they revealed their true intentions, attempting to forcibly seize the space within her bracelet, even ultimately reducing her to mere fragments. Little did they know, the moment the bracelet was stained with blood and claimed, it became irrevocably bound to her and Nan. Even if they were to seize her bracelet, they could never access her realm. In this lifetime, she was determined to witness how long they could survive without her sanctuary. Annan thought bitterly. Though her desire for immediate vengeance against the two was strong, it was of greater importance to gather survival supplies at present. A natural disaster was looming just 3 days away, and there was much to prepare. As for that brother and sister duo, she would let them struggle in the impending apocalypse. It was far more entertaining than simply eliminating them. And then there was her despicable father. In her previous life, she had perished tragically, with no further debt of gratitude owed. Annan's heart was icy. In this rebirth, she would not divulge the news of the impending apocalypse to him. Let us see if he can sustain his family with the meager resources of that villa for a lifetime. In this life, she would focus solely on herself, cherishing this second chance, and live with grace and freedom in the face of the apocalypse. Annan opened her phone to check her bank balance. A perfect sum of 1 million. Fortunately, when Xingye had driven her out, he did not confiscate all her pocket money. In her previous life, this money had transformed into meaningless digits and worthless paper amid the apocalypse. In this life, she would convert it all into supplies, maximizing their value. Chapter 2. Stockpiling supplies. Time was of the essence. Annan quickly jotted down a list of essentials on her phone's memo and hurried out. In the community, elderly residents strolled in small groups, engaging in cheerful banter. Young couples walked hand in hand beneath the leafy shade, their faces radiating happiness. And Annan couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since she had witnessed such a harmonious and beautiful scene. Regrettably, in just a few days, such idyllic images would vanish, and Annan quickened her pace and arrived at a nearby car rental agency, where she rented a light cargo vehicle and set off for the largest agricultural wholesale market in Linbei City. She first headed to the grain and oil section to stock up on staple foods in the face of disaster. Even if one possesses nothing else, as long as they have sufficient rice and water, survival is ensured. She purchased 500 bags of rice at 50 pounds each, 300 bags of various flours, 1,000 pounds each of potatoes and sweet potatoes, 500 pounds of corn, and 500 pounds of assorted beans, as well as 500 pounds of oats, buckwheat, and other grains. These staples would sustain a family of 3 for 70 years. Though Annan was alone, she opted to acquire a bit more. The surplus could be exchanged for other urgently needed supplies. In the apocalypse, food is currency in the later stages of flooding. Even a bag of moldy rice could be traded for a night with a young girl. Fruits and vegetables could not be exchanged, as the preservation in her space would raise suspicion if fresh produce were to be retrieved years into the apocalypse. With the cautionary tale of her siblings, Yinger, and others. She vowed that the secret of her space must remain concealed from all. After stockpiling staples, she proceeded to purchase oil. She acquired 500 barrels, each holding 5 liters, consisting of soybean oil, peanut oil, corn oil, sunflower oil, sesame oil, and olive oil. Next, she moved to the adjacent spice section. She bought 600 pounds of salt and a total of 300 pounds of various sugars, including brown and white sugar, soy sauce, and cooking wine, each amounting to 600 liters, alongside a variety of vinegars such as aged vinegar, rice vinegar, and white vinegar, totaling 600 liters. Additionally, there are various condiments, including chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, chili powder, pepper, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and fennel, collectively weighing 300 gene. Moreover, an assortment of semi-finished seasonings such as hot pot base, barbecue mix, meat marination mix, and sauerkraut fish ingredients, among others. All these items were transported using her light truck to a secluded area in the outskirts, avoiding surveillance to secure them in her hidden space. After several trips back and forth, she finally completed the task. Just as she was about to continue stocking up on meats and vegetables, her stomach growled audibly. Annan suddenly remembered that in her haste to gather supplies, she had spent the whole morning without a meal. Having experienced the pangs of hunger during the apocalypse, she decisively halted her shopping spree to tend to her hunger. She ventured to a nearby snack street, not far from the wholesale market, and was momentarily dazzled by the myriad of choices: fried chicken shops, milk tea stands, barbecue joints, Sichuan restaurants, crab pots, handmade noodles. This was not merely a dining establishment, it was a dream she had longed for during her 4 years in the apocalypse. Annan selected a restaurant with the most diverse menu and stepped inside. She ordered 8 dishes and a soup: Peking duck, Sichuan mapo tofu, Northeast crispy pork, Westlake vinegar fish, dompa pork, garlic baby bok choy, spicy chicken dry fried, green beans, and lotus root and yam soup. The waitress, responsible for taking orders, looked utterly astonished. "Miss, are you really ordering this much food for yourself?" Annan remained composed. "I'm expecting friends who haven't arrived yet. Please serve the dishes." The food arrived promptly, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, seasoned perfectly, and served in generous portions. Half an hour later, Annan, feeling satisfied with her full belly, laid down her chopsticks. Heaven knows how much she had longed for such delectable cuisine during those years of the apocalypse. Not to mention the flavorful dishes, even a bite of expired bread had become a precious commodity, fiercely contested by many. For a long time, she had subsisted on dirt. Not merely a jest about being so poor I eat dirt circulating online, but a grim reality of consuming the earth itself. Swallowing it dry, she often found it difficult to relieve herself, causing considerable discomfort, and many had even perished from struggle. Yet, abstaining from food would lead to a swifter demise. Annan understood better than anyone the value of sustenance, and she waved over the previous waitress. "My friends won't be coming, please pack my meal." Carrying the takeout boxes back to her vehicle, she discreetly stored them in her hidden space while no one was watching. Though she yearned to stock up on more snacks, the farmer's market closed early, so she hastily returned to purchase vegetables, planning to return later that evening. Upon arriving at the wholesale market, Annan headed straight for the meat and egg section. She ordered 8,000 chicken eggs, 4,000 duck eggs, 4,000 goose eggs, and 3,000 quail eggs. For pork, she requested 500 gene, with 300 gene each of beef and lamb, and 500 each of chickens and ducks, along with 300 geese. All were pre-processed, in addition. She bought a substantial quantity of chicken feet, wings, duck tongues, necks, and intestines, which could be used for making savory snacks in the future. Before the apocalypse, Annan's favorite pastime was enjoying spicy duck delicacies while watching dramas. In this second chance at life, she intended not only to satiate her hunger, but also to revel in the pleasures of life. Next, Annan proceeded to the seafood section. Having procured an impressive assortment of fish totaling 1,000 pieces, alongside 500 pounds of various shrimp and 300 pounds of shellfish such as clams, oysters, and razor clams, as well as a selection of cephalopods like squid and octopus, Annan next ventured into the produce section. In the realm of leafy greens, she gathered 2,000 pounds of spinach, leeks, lettuce, and celery, complemented by 1,000 pounds of diverse gourds including cucumbers, winter melons, and pumpkins. To countertoxins, she included 800 pounds of cabbage, Additionally, she amassed 1,500 pounds of tomatoes, eggplants, bean sprouts, radishes, and green beans, along with 800 pounds of assorted fungi, such as shiitake, enoki, wood ear, and white fungus. Green onions, ginger, and garlic were each acquired in quantities of 800 pounds. Upon reaching the fruit section, Annan selectively chose only her preferred varieties. She purchased a total of 6,000 pounds of apples, pears, strawberries, blueberries, bananas, oranges, lemons, peaches, grapes, lychees, durians, watermelons, and cantaloupes. The market offered a comprehensive selection, with some fruits being out of season, yet she was grateful for the opportunity to acquire them now, fearing that they may be unavailable in the future. Throughout the afternoon, Annan engaged in the cyclical process of purchasing food, transporting it, and organizing it within her designated space. Once her food procurement was complete, she swiftly made her way to the city's largest wholesale clothing market. There was no need for an extensive clothing haul. As her wardrobe was already well-stocked, she merely sought to replace a few items annually. In a world beset by uncertainty, practicality and comfort took precedence over style. She selected 300 pieces each of spring, summer, and autumn attire, including shirts, pants, and skirts. Footwear comprised 300 pairs of sandals, slippers, athletic shoes, and dress shoes. Her primary focus was on acquiring winter clothing essentials, recognizing that during frigid conditions, warm garments are as vital as one's own flesh. With summer upon them, off-season winter apparel was available at remarkably reduced prices, often at half the cost, and then ensured she was equipped with down jackets, wool sweaters, thick cotton trousers, hats, scarves, and cotton gloves. She also secured substantial winter boots, snow boots, and thick socks. The final category on her list comprised basic necessities. She stocked up on toiletries such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. Bedding essentials were also prioritized, with 50 sets of thick comforters, pillows, sheets, and pillowcases procured. Additionally, she acquired various kitchen items, including pots, bowls, trash bags, scissors, lighters, and disposable containers. As Annan wandered through the market, she purchased items in bulk at every opportunity. The most crucial items, sanitary products such as toilet paper and feminine hygiene products, filled an entire truck. Anticipating the onslaught of mosquitoes during the sweltering heat, she also acquired insecticides, mosquito coils, floral water, and realgar powder. Furthermore, she did not neglect to procure hand warmers and hot water bags for the impending cold. Despite her extensive shopping spree, Annan felt an underlying sense of inadequacy, aware that her preparations were meant to sustain her for decades to come, making it challenging to cover every conceivable need. As the market approached closing time, she reluctantly concluded her shopping, feeling an unsatisfied yearning. She transported all her purchases in batches to a deserted suburban area, organizing them within her space. After a long day of exertion, Annan was utterly fatigued and finally found a moment to rest, closing her eyes in the vehicle. Suddenly, a buzz emanated from her phone. Retrieving it from her pocket, she opened WeChat, and upon glancing at the screen, her brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 3. Go away. Block. This message was sent by Wenbin. Nan, I have moved to the apartment opposite Inger, and from now on, we shall be neighbors. I sincerely invite you to come over to 801 tomorrow evening. I will prepare a few dishes to celebrate. Annan glanced at it, promptly deleted him from her friends list, and then blocked him. You all have wronged me, and yet you invite me to a housewarming feast? What about my dignity? You scoundrel. You shall meet your demise sooner or later. Annan took a deep breath, reminding herself not to let this despicable man affect her mood. Do not be angry. Getting sick will leave you with no one to rely on. She then started her car and drove towards the snack street she had visited earlier that day. Dinner would once again be resolved outside, for after the apocalypse, dining out would no longer be an option. She found a barbecue restaurant and indulged herself heartily, later packing a multitude of skewers to sneakily store in her space within the car. Subsequently, she bought a cup of milk tea and began to wander from shop to shop, although the food she had stockpiled before was sufficient for her needs. Such delectable treats would be unattainable in this new world. Annan had a passion for culinary exploration, thus her cooking skills were commendable. However, many dishes could not replicate the authentic flavor she craved. Spicy hot pot, rice noodles, snail noodles, crayfish, pizza, burgers, cakes, crepes, soup, dumplings, milk tea. She purchased 100 portions of each. She spent her last remaining funds without hesitation. Annan calculated her expenditures. 540,000 at the farmer's market, 280,000 on clothing wholesale, and 140,000 on various daily necessities, leaving the rest for snacks. There were still items left to stockpile. Money truly evaporated quickly. She had not even splurged on luxury goods, yet $1 million was gone just on basic provisions. However, she remained unperturbed, her mind racing with ideas for generating income. In this world, there was no shortage of opportunities to exploit. Tomorrow, she would seize them. As night fell, all the shops closed, so she decided to return home and rest. She mentally surveyed the abundant supplies in her space, feeling a wave of security wash over her. In the face of an unknown disaster that could last indefinitely, having ample supplies was the greatest reassurance. At this pace, she would be able to acquire everything on her list before the impending downpour. Annan felt considerably more at ease as she drove home. On the other side, Bai Wenbin waited in vain for Annan's reply and then edited a smiley face to send. After hitting send, a red exclamation mark appeared. The recipient is not your friend. Please send a friend verification request first. Bai Wenbin was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Although Annan had never accepted his affections, their mutual connection through his cousin Qian Inger had kept their interactions polite. Why had she suddenly deleted him? He hurriedly tried to re-add her, only to discover he could not. Had she truly blocked him? Bai Wenbin pondered. What have I done to offend her? He racked his brain, but could not come up with an answer. His demeanor towards Annan had always been gentle and patient. Though he had not succeeded in winning her heart, he believed in the persistence of effort. Girls were emotional beings. Eventually, she would be moved by his sincerity. Thus, he continued to radiate warmth while cautiously maintaining boundaries, fearful of provoking her distaste. Although it was a nuisance, he believed it was worth it. Upon first meeting Annan, he found her stunning. Not in the ordinary way that youthful girls are beautiful, but with a noble and relaxed elegance, unmistakably the daughter of a privileged family. His cousin informed him that the company where they were interning in their senior year belonged to Annan's family, though she did not currently hold any shares or positions. As the only daughter, it was only a matter of time before she inherited the family business. With her understated demeanor complemented by exquisite features, she was, in his eyes, the epitome of an ideal marriage partner. The more he thought about her, the more he felt compelled not to let her slip away. He promptly called his cousin. Annan has blocked me. Can you find out why? Blocked? Why? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you to help me. All right, I'll look into it. After hanging up, Chinning felt irritated. This Annan is truly insufferable. Just because her family has some money, she acts all high and mighty. Yes, she is beautiful, but that icy demeanor is hardly appealing. While other girls in college join clubs for arts and culture, she chose to learn martial arts. At a towering height of 7 meters, she is far from delicate, and her fierce punches are hardly charming compared to my own allure. If it weren't for her decent background, how could an undergraduate like Annan be worthy of my cousin who is pursuing a doctorate? My cousin is refined and distinguished, and many girls at school pursue him. Yet, this wretched girl fails to recognize her fortune. Though she harbored such thoughts, Channing dutifully picked up her phone to send Annan a message. Her cousin had promised that being with Annan would elevate his status, and in turn, he would help her find a wealthy partner. Otherwise, she would never endure the distaste of being Annan's lackey. Once she found a husband wealthier than Annan's family, she would certainly revel in stepping on her. At that moment, Annan had just returned home and noticed Channinger's message. Dear Annan, what are you up to? It seems she was attempting to gather information for that by fellow. Was sibling bond. With a disdainful huff, Annan unceremoniously added her to the blacklist. Dear, how nauseating. Throughout college, Channinger had been annoyingly clingy, constantly trailing behind her, calling her Nan this and Nan that. Had it not been for the words she overheard before her demise in her previous life, Annan would never have suspected that Channing had been envious of her since their first meeting. What true diva! It would be a pity not to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. After blocking both siblings, Annan felt a sense of relief wash over her, as if her phone had been cleansed. She had no desire to waste time on them. The real drama lay ahead. After a long day, Annan released her stress through music, indulged in a soothing bath, and then lay down on her long-awaited and comfortable bed, contemplating her plans for the following day. The foremost concern remained safety. Once the apocalypse descended, they would not only have to endure the dangers of natural disasters, but also guard against the madness of their fellow humans. Those neighbors, who were once amicable, would gradually reveal the darker side of their nature as supplies dwindled, breaking and entering, robbing homes. Only the strong would band together, while the weak would be left vulnerable to oppression. In her previous life, despite having trained in martial arts and possessing commendable skills, she still fell victim to an intruder who inflicted wounds upon her. In this new existence, she resolved to take precautions in advance. After meticulously arranging her plans for the following day, Annan gradually succumbed to slumber after a day of bustling activity. Since the impending apocalypse had loomed, she had not experienced such a tranquil and comfortable sleep. Society was stable, neighbors were harmonious, and she no longer had to fear that, upon closing her eyes, a knife-wielding assailant would burst through her door. The moonlight gently spilled into the room, illuminating Annan's exquisite visage as she slept. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted her awake. The vigilance cultivated over 4 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world caused her to sit up abruptly. What was that sound? Upon closer inspection, it seemed to emanate from downstairs, resembling the gruesome sound of bones being chopped. At this late hour, one could crave ribs, but surely ought to order takeout instead. Annan found this noise utterly distasteful. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, when food became scarce, many resorted to consuming corpses. Such barbaric dismemberment produced these very sounds. Though the world remained peaceful for now, devoid of such horrific occurrences, the mere presence of this clamor made it difficult for her to rest. After waiting for a considerable time, the noise persisted. Annan wiped the sweat from her erect arms, donned her clothing, and ventured downstairs. Had such sounds also echoed in her previous life? She had been entirely oblivious to them. Residing in apartment 1402, upon reaching the ground floor, she noticed the door of apartment 1301 ajar. A short-haired man, draped in clothing, was already battering the door of apartment 1302. Was there no end to this ruckus? It was the middle of the night. Could they not allow others to sleep? Inside, silence fell abruptly. After a considerable pause, just as both the short-haired man and Annan were about to depart, the door opened a crack. A plump, corpulent face emerged from within. Chapter 4. Explosion-proof doors and windows. A portly middle-aged man flashed an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon. A friend sent over half a pig, and my wife is handling it. I didn't mean to disturb you. The man with a buzz cut waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Just deal with it in the daytime. All right. My apologies for the interruption. The man, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his gaze evasive, promptly shut the door. The buzz-cut man muttered to himself as he returned home. Annan glanced at the tightly shut door of room 1302, her brow slightly furrowed. Why did that chubby fellow seem so peculiar? After a moment's contemplation, she turned on her heel and headed home. Her 4 years of survival experience in the apocalypse had taught her to refrain from concerning herself with matters that did not directly involve her. That rotund man was no good. In her previous life, he had incited several neighbors to wreak havoc, hiding in the shadows while reaping the benefits. Devious, indeed. The following day, Annan descended early and sought out a loan company. She was in dire need of funds, yet selling her house would take time, which she could not afford. Although banks offered mortgage loans, the amounts were limited and disbursement required time. Consequently, Annan directly approached a company specializing in usury. After all, in an apocalyptic world, repayment was no longer an issue. Her 100-square-meter apartment had been purchased at $30,000 per square meter. But recent years had witnessed a significant decline in property prices, now hovering around $20,000 per square meter. The market value of her residence was approximately $2.5 million, and the lender claimed they could offer her $2 million. I require $2.5 million, Annan stated firmly. I will borrow it for a week and will provide you with a promissory note for $5 million. She produced a photocopy of her household registration book, utilizing her father's name to demonstrate her family's economic strength. The representative's eyes sparkled with interest. They seized Annan's property deed and promptly disbursed the funds. Their methods of debt collection were plentiful, and they were unperturbed by the prospect of non-repayment, feeling rather pleased. The wealth of second-generation affluent individuals was indeed easy to exploit. With the funds in hand, Annan departed with a light step, seeking out several online lending platforms to secure an additional $500,000, bringing her total to $3 million. She then located a renovation company and ordered explosion-proof glass and armored doors, ensuring installation could commence by noon with the additional payment. The residences at Fonlenijing were designed with 2 units per floor across 15 levels, and access to each floor was restricted to residents with a key card. Each level featured a lockable stainless steel door between the stairwell and the individual units, effectively creating a private corridor for every floor. Once this door was secured, access to the level was limited to the elevator. Not long into the apocalypse, the power system collapsed, rendering elevators useless. Thus, by simply closing the corridor door, others could not enter her floor. Annan's opposite unit was vacant, as its previous occupant had not returned in her former life. Consequently, as the sole resident of the 14th floor, she decided to install an additional explosion-proof door behind the stainless steel door. Furthermore, she resolved to replace her apartment's existing security door with 2 explosion-proof doors, effectively fortifying her home with 4 layers of security. This time around, no one would breach her sanctuary. Having secured her entryway, Annan rushed to a large outdoor supply supermarket. There, she procured a wetsuit and diving gear, a sleeping bag, a moisture-proof mat, a tent, a flashlight, a radio, even managing to find a gas mask. She also acquired masks, a tactical jacket, and cold weather gear, among other essentials. Ultimately, the most vital means of transportation during the deluge are the assault boats and inflatable rafts. Annan prudently acquired a substantial quantity of each, ensuring their resilience in extreme conditions. As noon approached, she sought out a modest eatery for sustenance. While dining, she engaged in casual conversation with the proprietress, inquiring about her supplier of gas canisters. This prompted her to venture to the outskirts, where she procured 2 truckloads of gas canisters. Although the residence was equipped with water, electricity, and gas, the time spent there each day was limited. Moreover, in apocalyptic times, certain essentials require a clear path. One cannot conjure meals without arousing suspicion. After securing the gas, she also arranged for 2 truckloads of coal from a nearby factory, which would be indispensable during the frigid cold. Just as she exited the factory, she received a call from the renovation workers, informing her that the doors and windows had arrived at her home. Thus, she drove back. Upon her arrival, the workers were astonished, struggling with several blast-proof armored doors. "Young lady, do you live here? Why such an elaborate setup?" Annan smiled and replied, "It's not for me. It's for my brother. He suffers from paranoia and cannot sleep soundly without such precautions." The workers, intrigued but respectful, resumed their tasks without further inquiry. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of this fervent activity, Chien Inger, who had indulged in a leisurely weekend slumber until late morning, noticed that Annan had not responded to her messages. A sense of urgency compelled her to send another message, only to receive a disheartening red exclamation mark in return. "What? Has Annan deleted herself?" Chien Inger sat up in disbelief, a wave of unease washing over her. This troublesome girl was the key to her and her cousin's ascent into high society. Nothing must go awry. Hastily, she dressed and made her way upstairs to find Annan. Residing on the 8th floor, she found the elevator would not take her to the 14th, compelling her to climb the stairs. Not accustomed to physical exertion, she struggled to catch her breath. After an arduous ascent, she reached the 14th floor, only to be taken aback by the sight of workers installing a blast-proof door in the corridor. "Annan, what on earth are you doing?" Annan, having finished directing the workers, was preparing to step out again when she noticed the breathless Chien Inga, drenched in sweat. For a moment, she failed to recognize her. The ravages of the apocalypse had left the once plentiful populace gaunt, reduced to mere skin and bones. Chien Inga, Alreadi Slenda, now appeared as a mere shadow of her former self, her skin stretched tightly over her bones. The last time she had seen her, when she had raised a knife against her, she had looked monstrous, akin to a fiend from hell. The contrast to the fair, Delicate Qian Inger before her now was stark. Seeing Annan's lack of response, Qian Inger felt a twinge of embarrassment and asked again, Nan, why are you adding another door behind the corridor door? Annan longed to end the conversation with a swift motion, but the presence of the workers and the prevailing social order restrained her. She had no desire to find herself imprisoned when the end of days arrived. Instead, she cast a cold glance at Qian Inger and asked, Do you need something? The chill in Annan's demeanor sent a shiver down Qian Inger's spine. In just a few days, Annan seemed to have transformed completely. Her gaze was devoid of warmth, imbued with an icy demeanor and a hint of disdain. Qian Inger felt bewildered. What had she done to provoke this sudden hostility? With a sudden inquiry, she asked, Nan, why have you blocked me and my cousin? Annan, with an impassive expression, replied, I can block whoever I wish. Do you have a problem with that? Qian Inger was taken aback by her response, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Annan turn to enter the elevator, she quickly slipped in behind her. Nan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Tears glistened in her eyes as she feigned a pitiful expression. Do you find my cousin too bothersome? In truth, Wenbin is a wonderful person, adored by many girls. Yet he only has eyes for you. He is suffering, unsure of why you consistently avoid him. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and Annan stepped out, oblivious to her. As she walked away, she casually remarked, He's just too ugly. What? Qian Inger was left in stunned silence. Were you not asking why I don't like him? It's because he is too ugly, she emphasized. Turning to face her, Annan continued, and you are quite unattractive as well. I prefer not to associate closely with hideous creatures. With that, she turned away and departed. Qian Inger stood frozen in place, only regaining her senses once Annan had distanced herself. This vile woman. How dare she call me ugly? The self-assured Qian Inger was instantly engulfed in fury. The one she despised the most, Annan, had the audacity to look down upon her. Her anger twisted her features as she erupted in a fit of rage. Chapter 5. Stockpiling weapons. In Nan, exhilarated by the recent provocation from Qian Inger, exited the community with a buoyant spirit, heading directly to the hardware market. In the past few days, she had accumulated a considerable amount of supplies for daily necessities, yet a saying resonated with her. While neighbors hoard grain, I shall stockpile arms. For neighbors are but my granary. Annan had no intention of becoming a mere resource for others. Thus, she resolved to amass weapons. Naturally, acquiring real firearms was beyond her reach, as Huagua maintained stringent regulations in this regard. Fortunately, if she could not procure them, neither could anyone else. In her previous life, the most commonly wielded weapons during conflicts were household items such as kitchen knives, axes, and baseball bats, either lacking lethal force or posing a risk of self-harm. Annan was determined to acquire something more befitting her needs, a chainsaw, colloquially known as a thug's pacifier. Once started, it deterred anyone from approaching within a 10-meter radius. Some netizens humorously remarked that it was the most powerful weapon one could legally purchase. Not only did it slice through bone with ease, but the deafening roar it emitted could render opponents weak at the knees. Its sole drawback was the necessity of gasoline, prompting Annan to also secure a supply of fuel for storage. In a post-apocalyptic world where order had disintegrated, diesel and gasoline became invaluable non-renewable resources. Consequently, Annan purchased not only 5 chainsaws but also 5 rechargeable electric saws, knowing she could charge them at her convenience within her space. After procuring the chainsaws and electric saws, Annan acquired 10 nail guns along with an ample supply of nails. While nail guns were not as formidable as real firearms, they possessed significant power, capable of incapacitating an adversary with just a few well-placed shots to vital areas, such as the head or heart. The proprietor of a nail gun shop repeatedly emphasized the precautions for safe usage, anxious that she might inadvertently harm someone. Once outside the store, Annan returned to her vehicle, stowing her purchases in her spatial compartment. As she sat in the car, contemplating her next steps, she decided to reach out to a former partner of her late mother. Hello, Aunt Chun, this is Annan, she said. Annan, what brings you here? Aunt Chun inquired. The news of Annan being cast out by Xingye was well known within their circle. Although sympathetic, the fact that Xingye now helmed their group restrained Aunt Chun from expressing too much warmth towards Annan. understanding the coldness that often accompanies loss. Annan dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point. I would like to retrieve a collectible my mother had lent you for viewing. Oh, you mean the triangular bayonet? Aunt Shun was momentarily taken aback. Had this girl fallen so far as to sell her collectibles to survive? The bayonet, although not particularly valuable due to its relatively recent origin, had been borrowed out of sheer curiosity and paled in comparison to her mother's antique collection. Likely, and Xingye had denied her access to those treasured items. Pitying the girl, Aunt Shun readily agreed. Please come to my home tomorrow to collect it. Thank you, Auntie, Annan replied, hanging up the phone with a newfound sense of assurance. The triangular bayonet, featuring 3 blood grooves, would induce rapid and copious bleeding upon piercing a target. The unique wound it created would be exceedingly difficult to stitch, rendering it nearly fatal in a world lacking medical resources. Once struck, it would be a challenge even for the divine to remedy. The knife belonging to her mother had seen better days, bearing some rust upon its receipt. Yet, it suited Annan perfectly, a veritable blade of tetanus, brimming with potential for harm. With the weaponry issue resolved, Annan meandered through the hardware market, procuring an assortment of tools, wrenches, hydraulic pliers, oil drums, hammers, screwdrivers, and window-breaking devices. She also acquired 3 diesel generators, 3 gasoline generators, alongside several solar panels. Upon surveying the disheveled space cluttered with supplies, she purchased numerous shelves to organize her provisions. What else remained on her shopping list? A sudden realization struck her. How could she have forgotten the essential medicines? Hurriedly, she activated the navigation system to locate a pharmacy, intending to stockpile some pharmaceuticals. En route, she noticed a water quality testing company, prompting thoughts of the water in her storage. Its quality remained uncertain. Given her improved circumstances, she felt justified in being particular. Should the water quality prove average, she would need to acquire additional drinking water. Thus, she effortlessly retrieved some samples from her space and spent 1,000 yuan on expedited water testing, with results expected the following day. After departing the testing facility, a 10-minute drive brought her to the pharmacy. Hello, my elderly family members have mobility issues, and I wish to stock some common medications, she explained. The staff, previously engrossed in their phones, perked up at her words and eagerly began to recommend a variety of medications: anti-inflammatories, cold remedies, fever reducers, pain relievers, antidiarrheals, assorted antibiotics, ointments, medical gauze, and adhesive bandages. Annan purchased a selection of each and meticulously inquired about the precautions associated with the various drugs before taking her leave. To avoid drawing attention with an excessive one-time purchase of medications, Annan adhered to her list and visited several pharmacies in succession, acquiring supplies in batches. She diligently toiled until 5 in the afternoon, only pausing when she received a call from the renovation workers to confirm the completion of their tasks. Upon returning home, she inspected the installation of doors and windows, expressing her satisfaction and settling the final payment. After bidding farewell to the installers, she exhaled in relief, activated the air conditioning, and retrieved a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot and a bubble tea from her space. As she savored her meal, warmth emanating from the hot pot, she surveyed her surroundings with delight. The blast-resistant doors and windows, coupled with ample supplies in her storage, were a marked improvement over her previous life. She opened her tablet and commenced downloading her favorite television series and variety shows. In a world beset by crises, where connectivity and electricity were uncertain, maintaining one's mental well-being was paramount. Thus, beyond fulfilling her basic survival needs, she prioritized nurturing her spirit for the long haul. Additionally, she acquired a plethora of ebooks and video resources, novels, maps, culinary tutorials, martial arts guides, and wilderness survival manuals, all downloaded in unison. With insufficient memory on one device, Annan resolved to purchase more electronic products the following day. After finishing dinner, she left her tablet at home to continue downloading while she descended the stairs with car keys in hand. The critical issue of energy remained unresolved, as both generators and chainsaws required fuel. Driving the rented truck, she made her way to the gas station, filling the tank before transferring the fuel into her storage drums. After exhausting one gas station, she proceeded to the next, tirelessly working until midnight, ultimately acquiring 3,000 liters of diesel. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Annan sought refuge in a parking lot, closed her eyes to rest, and prepared to awaken and continue her journey. Before long, she was startled by a faint sound nearby. Peering out, she noticed two slender men crouching suspiciously beside a truck. Could they be oil thieves? Annan had heard tales of a gang in Lingbei City notorious for siphoning fuel from unsuspecting vehicles to resell at a lower price, a bane to truck drivers. Observing the two men stealthily preparing to depart, Annan started her vehicle and discreetly followed them from a distance. Fuel? It was precisely what she needed most. Chapter 6. A hostage situation. Two men drove a silver van towards the outskirts of the city. Annan trailed closely behind, observing as the vehicle arrived at an abandoned factory. The factory's entrance was locked, but as soon as their vehicle stopped, a stout man emerged and swung open the doors. You two are the fastest. The others haven't returned yet, and I've been bored to death. The rotund man's voice was as loud as his stature. Annan, parked a short distance away, could hear every word clearly. It seemed that only these three individuals occupied the hideout at present. Annan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to exit her vehicle. Keep it down. We're being followed, warned the red-haired member of the duo, pulling the stout man aside. What? You led the cops here? It's not the cops. I saw a woman in the rearview mirror. Huh? A woman? What do you have to fear? The stout man chuckled heartily. Let me see what kind of woman it is. At that moment, Annan approached, donning a composed smile. Hello, how much fuel do you have? I wish to purchase some. The three men stood momentarily stunned. Purchase fuel? At this hour? The red-haired one exclaimed. You followed us just to buy fuel? My apologies. I urgently require a substantial amount of diesel and gasoline. Legal avenues are limited, and encountering you is quite fortuitous. Hence my boldness. The stout man, upon hearing this, scrutinized Annan with interest. Well, aren't you a beauty? Tall and with skin like jade, your hair flowing in the wind. He rubbed his hands together, revealing a greasy grin. Little sister, if you want fuel, it's simple. Just spend some time with your older brothers. The red-haired man joined in the laughter. Yes, accompany us for a while, and I'll sell you the fuel at a discount. Annan stood beneath the dim light outside the factory, her expression inscrutable. Let's discuss this inside. The three men, grinning, eagerly ushered her into the factory. Inside the dilapidated building, chaos reigned, with numerous oil drums scattered about, each labeled for classification. Annan surveyed the scene and noted the presence of diesel and gasoline, even distinguished by octane ratings of 92, 95, and 98. Surprisingly well-stocked, she thought. As she took in the surroundings, her heart swelling with satisfaction. This fuel would sustain her for decades. When will the others return? She inquired. Not for a while. They won't be back until the early hours, they replied, grinning as they edged closer, preparing to make unwelcome advances. Unfazed, Annan deftly evaded a wandering hand. The red-haired man, incensed, swung a fist at her. You filthy woman, be sensible. If you don't comply, I'll kill you now, and no one will notice. Annan raised her hand to block the blow while swiftly producing a fruit knife from her space. With lightning speed, she dispatched the red-haired man to the ground. The stout man, taken aback by the suddenness of it all, barely comprehended what had transpired before he was assaulted by a flurry of fists. Annan, nimble as a shadow, maneuvered behind him and delivered a powerful kick to his knee. Having received training, her strikes were precise and devastating. A sharp crack echoed, and the stout man crumpled to the floor, clutching his dislocated leg and howling in agony. The last remaining man, witnessing Annan's swift elimination of his companions, was left utterly bewildered. He retreated a few steps, drawing a machete from the corner, and charged towards Annan with a roar. Oh, resorting to lethal means? Annan scoffed, for she was a survivor of the apocalypse, stained with the blood of many. Did these petty thieves, who thrived in times of peace, truly believe they could take her life? With a swift motion, she flung her arm, releasing a torrent of flour that erupted from her hand, engulfing her assailant. The man was blinded by the white cloud, choking and waving his machete wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Annan stealthily approached and swiftly slashed his throat. Silence fell upon him soon after. The two injured men nearby stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless by the scene before them. How had flour erupted from this woman's hands? And that knife, how had it materialized so effortlessly? Terrified, they watched as the enigmatic woman advanced toward them. "You don't come any closer. I was wrong, I'm sorry. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. I beg you, noble heroine, spare me." And Nan regarded the trembling pair. "If I had pleaded thus before, would you have spared me?" Observing their astonished expressions, she continued, "Of course you would not. Not only would you not, but you intended to relish the moment before disposing of me, ensuring there would be no trace left behind. Countless girls have gone missing in this world. Who would know of a girl vanishing in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town in the dead of night?" Without hesitation, Annan sent the two men to the afterlife. "I told you to buy oil. You chose to seek death instead of earning some money." Though Annan's appearance resembled that of a fresh graduate, having endured 4 years of the apocalypse, her spirit was as hardened as iron. Calmly, she stored all the barrels of oil in her space, and before the other oil thieves returned, she methodically cleared the scene, wrapping the bodies of the 3 men in sealed bags and consigning them to her space. Upon exiting the factory, she prepared to depart in her vehicle when she noticed a red-haired Vince still parked nearby. A Wooling van? This was an excellent vehicle for the apocalypse, durable, reliable, inconspicuous, and capable of carrying ample supplies. Once the official base was established, Annan could not rely solely on her feet for transportation. Could she? The more she examined it, the more satisfied she became. There were several barrels of diesel inside, and the keys had been left in the ignition, so she collected everything into her space. Returning home, Annan felt achingly fatigued. It seemed her physical endurance required improvement. Once everything was organized, she collapsed on her bed, sleepiness overwhelming her. Suddenly, a loud thumping sound echoed from downstairs. Was the port from room 1302 still unprocessed? Annan pondered drowsily. Yet, she was too exhausted to care and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, she awoke to the gentle patter of rain outside her window. She picked up her phone resting beside her. July 10th, 2039. On this very day in her past life, the rains had begun. Each summer had grown increasingly scorching over the years, and this year was exceptionally sweltering. It was only now that the first rain had fallen since the onset of summer. People rejoiced at this rare reprieve from the heat, unaware that tomorrow, this gentle rain would transform into a torrential downpour, sweeping across the globe and heralding the dawn of the apocalypse. Annan hastily rose from her slumber and prepared herself for the day. It was the final day before the impending apocalypse, and she needed to retrieve the triangular bayonet from Aunt Chen. Upon reaching the ground floor, her phone chimed with an incoming message. It was an electronic report from the water quality testing company. Annan eagerly opened it, her heart lifting as she read that the water met drinking standards. With a sense of relief, she set off joyfully towards Aunt Chen's residence. Aunt Chen also resided in the hillside villa district, nestled on the slopes of Mount Luoan. To reach it, one had to navigate a winding mountain road. On rainy days, the slick terrain made driving the rented light truck challenging. Nonetheless, Annan opted for it. After all, the world had yet to descend into chaos, and she could not afford to brazenly display the pilfered Wooling vehicle. With utmost caution, Annan gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, an all-black armored vehicle approached from the opposite direction. She widened her eyes in disbelief. This was Chapter 7. Loyal Companions Behold the Night 15. A bulletproof armored vehicle valued at $16 million. This black steel behemoth is fortified from its chassis to its glass, with even its tires being bullet-resistant. The entire vehicle can withstand an assault from a 15-kilogram TNT bomb, a true doomsday chariot. Annan could not help but glance back, watching the dream car roar past. How she longed to possess such a marvel. It was said that only 2 of these existed nationwide. In the Villa District, she had only encountered Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and various supercars before, never noticing who might own such a spectacular armored vehicle. Lost in thought, she unknowingly arrived at her destination. Mrs. Chen had already notified the security, thus she encountered no obstacles and entered the Chun residence with ease. This place was as opulent as the mansion she once inhabited. Mrs. Chun sat elegantly on a luxurious sofa, presenting her with a prepared triangular bayonet. Annan graciously accepted it with both hands, offering a polite thank you. Mrs. Chen observed the young girl before her, who, despite facing familial turmoil, remained poised and courteous. A pang of sympathy stirred within her. It was remarkable that, even in her misfortune, Annan maintained such a dignified appearance. Consequently, Mrs. Chun retrieved a beautifully crafted jewelry box. This jade pendant was given to me by your mother. I heard you left home with little. Please take it back, as a token of remembrance. Annan was taken aback. Since it was a gift from my mother to you, how could I possibly take it back? I insist, Mrs. Chun interrupted, pressing the jewelry box into Annan's hands before turning away to ascend the stairs. Xiao Lu, see her out, Mrs. Chun commanded. The family's maid promptly approached, gesturing for Annan to exit. Contemplating Mrs. Chen's retreating figure, Annan left with the pendant and the bayonet. She recalled encountering Mrs. Chun in her past life when seeking her unworthy father. Yet at that time, she had offered no assistance, merely watching as she was cast aside. Now, however, she had graciously bestowed a pendant upon her. It seemed that human nature was indeed intricate. In times of prosperity, one might strive to benefit the world, while in an age of scarcity, self-preservation would naturally take precedence. Upon returning to the city, Annan sought out a well-rated hot pot restaurant. Rainy days and hot pot were the perfect pair. As she savored the lamb, she reviewed her stockpile checklist. Everything was marked off except for one item, spiritual sustenance, which remained incomplete. Thus, after her meal, she promptly headed to the computer mall, purchasing several tablets, phones, memory cards, hard drives, and headphones, in line with her plans from the previous day. She intended to continue downloading the films and materials she had not finished that night. After stowing her acquisitions in her space, Annan hesitated briefly before entering a pet store. Humans are social creatures. Prolonged isolation from society can lead to depression, especially in a world fraught with psychological stress. Annan mused that, in order to remain sane, she would need a companion. In her past life, her companions had been Bai Wenbin and Qianinger. It had become evident that trust among humans was elusive. Only a dog could offer unwavering loyalty. With ample resources at her disposal, Annan resolved to acquire a companion dog, someone to share her journey through the impending darkness of the apocalypse. As soon as she stepped through the door of the pet store, a chorus of excited barks erupted from the small dogs rushing towards her. Annan furrowed her brow. The cacophony of their yelps was quite alarming. Such loudness would surely attract unwanted attention, making them potential targets. Suddenly, a creamy white ball of fur caught her eye. Amidst the frenzied pack of puppies, one lay languidly on a mat, its head lazily tucked beneath its paws. Annan approached and picked it up, revealing its true appearance. How oddly unattractive this dog was, resembling a little piglet. As if sensing her thoughts, the dog emitted a few disgruntled grunts. Annan glanced at the shopkeeper. Does this dog not bark? The shopkeeper chuckled. It's a French bulldog. They hardly ever bark. This little lady is just half a year old and has a rather lazy disposition, preferring not to move much. Laziness is a virtue. In a post-apocalyptic world where venturing outside to walk a dog is inconvenient, this little one would suffice. Moreover, it wouldn't bark incessantly, and its diminutive size made it easy to carry in a bag. The more Annan looked at its adorably awkward face, the more she found herself enamored. This was the one. She then purchased a plethora of dog food and treats, a cozy bed, training pads, clothing, and toys. Before leaving, she turned to the other puppies and, after a moment's thought, said to the shopkeeper, "A friend at the meteorological station informed me that a torrential downpour is expected tomorrow, with a risk of flooding. You should prepare accordingly." With that, she turned and departed. In a world where even humans struggle to survive, the fate of these little creatures was all too predictable. She was no savior. Her own survival was paramount, and all she could offer was a word of caution. After exiting the pet shop, Annan made her way to a wholesaler, procuring 2 large carts of pet supplies. While checking out, her gaze fell upon a pile of cat litter, and an idea struck her. With the cessation of running water in the apocalypse, toilets would be rendered useless. Although there were trash bags available, nothing could compare to the cleanliness and convenience of cat litter. Thus, she added a cart of cat litter to her purchases. With the acquisition of the cat litter, her funds had dwindled to a mere 3,000 yuan. Annan sighed in relief, at last. She had managed to prevent her money from becoming worthless paper. In high spirits, she stroked the head of the dog in the passenger seat. "Let us go for a drive, shall we?" The dog responded with a couple of enthusiastic snorts. Amidst the gentle drizzle, Annan drove while unfolding a paper map, meticulously cross-referencing her route. In a few days, smartphone navigation would be of no use. If she wished to venture out, she would have to rely on the map to discern her direction. She marked several key landmarks and shopping centers on the map, diligently noting the upper portions of the buildings. The lower parts would soon be submerged. After taking a circuitous route, she returned the light truck just before the rental company closed and exchanged it for a camper van, although a Wuling Hongguang was already in her possession. For the sake of comfort during travel, a camper van was essential. The interior environment and functionality of the camper van far surpassed that of the Wuling. The rental period was for 2 days, with the deposit covered by the previous truck, and she paid an additional 3,000 yuan for the rental fee. There was no need to wait until the return date. The impending deluge would soon inundate the city. This vehicle, if not taken with her, would surely succumb to the flood, making it an opportunity not to be missed. Annan, devoid of any psychological burden, depleted the last remnants of her funds. With the RV now stowed away in her space, the final inch of room was consumed. 4 million may not sound like a substantial amount, yet when converted into resources, it proved to be remarkably considerable. Holding an umbrella and cradling her dog, Annan strolled homeward, her heart brimming with satisfaction. As she approached her building, she spotted Bai Wenbin standing at the entrance. A wave of annoyance washed over her. "Nan," Bai Wenbin called, glancing at the dog in Annan's arms. "Did you acquire a puppy?" Annan's expression remained impassive. "Do you have a problem with that?" No. I merely wish to inquire why you suddenly blocked me. Yesterday, Inger mentioned that you called us ugly. I know you are not that type of person. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Today, I specifically came to the 14th floor to see you, but you weren't home, so I had no choice but to wait for you here. Nan, there is no misunderstanding." Annan interrupted him. "I simply find you all unattractive." Bai Wenbin was momentarily taken aback, his composure nearly faltering. Yet he persevered. Nan, I genuinely like you and hope you could give me a chance, even if just as friends." Why was this man so insistent? After a long day, Annan yearned to return home swiftly. Tired. If you have more to say, let us meet tomorrow at noon at the Huai Tree restaurant in Quancheng District. We can talk while we eat. Bai Wenbin's face lit up at the suggestion. The Huai Tree restaurant is renowned as a couple's dining establishment. Annan's sudden invitation to dine there must signify something. Ignoring the daydreaming man, Annan took the elevator upstairs. Enjoy yourself, she thought. Quancheng District is the lowest point in the area. Let us see if you can still find joy while trapped in tomorrow's flood. Chapter 8. The Deluge Upon Returning Home. Annan gently placed the little dog on the floor and summoned a dog bed from her spatial realm. The puppy, witnessing its master conjuring a bed out of thin air, widened its eyes in astonishment and cautiously approached to sniff at it. Annan could not help but chuckle at the round, pudgy face of the dog, which bore an expression of human-like surprise. "Silly pup, this is your bed. It's harmless." The little white dog seemed to comprehend her words, emitting a soft whimper before wiggling its tiny rear and climbing into the bed. "Oh, this dog is rather clever. What shall I name it?" Annan observed the creature lounging comfortably, plump and lazily nestled in the bed. "Let us call you Fortune." The name evokes wealth and longevity. Fortune. She retrieved a handful of dog food and offered it to the little white ball, declaring, "From now on, you shall be known as Fortune." The pup responded with pig-like grunts, wagging its tail as it devoured the food voraciously. After feeding the dog, Annan changed into her home attire and entered the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of sour soup noodles. As she savored her meal, she scrolled through her social media feed. Many were remarking on the rain that had fallen today, which provided relief to the weary workers enduring the sweltering heat. Some had shared screenshots of the day's temperature, noting the astonishing drop from a relentless 38 degrees Celsius to a refreshing 28 degrees. Others lamented that the rain was too light and wished for a heavier downpour to last for several days. Annan gazed at the post and thought to herself, "Dear sir, you have no idea. This rain would indeed persist for quite some time, but by then, I suspect this gentleman would not be laughing." After finishing her meal, Annan engaged in some light exercise and practiced a set of punches before retiring to her bedroom. The little Fortune, who had been lounging in the living room, immediately jumped up and followed her inside. Annan chuckled as she patted its head. "You're quite the clingy one." She retrieved a special little bed for the dog from her spatial realm and placed it beside her own. Then, she turned off the lights and whispered, "Sleep now." Perhaps due to the impending doom, Annan slept restlessly that night. In her dreams, it felt as though she had returned to her previous life, with Bai Wenbin and Qian Ying pursuing her with bone knives. She fled frantically until a dark figure obstructed her path. Upon looking up, she found Xingye, who wore a sinister smile and said, "My dear daughter, go." With a harsh shove, he propelled her toward Bai Wenbin. "No!" Annan screamed, awakening abruptly from her nightmare. The dawn had arrived, and Fortune, unbeknownst to her, had climbed on her bed and was gently licking her palm, as if to offer comfort. A warmth enveloped Annan's heart as she embraced the pup. The tribulations of her past life had come to an end. In this life, they would surely thrive together. Drawing back the curtains, she noticed the gentle patter of rain outside. Annan first mixed Fortune's dog food before bustling about in the kitchen, clanging pots and pans. While there was still water and electricity in the house, she resolved to prepare an abundance of culinary delights to store in her spatial realm for future use. After quickly resolving her breakfast, she retrieved various pots from her kitchen. Both stoves were set with pots, the electric steamer was plugged in, and the oven and air fryer buzzed to life simultaneously. Annan busily cooked with great delight, and before long, she had prepared 6 delectable dishes. Each dish was generously portioned and divided into small servings, neatly packed in disposable containers purchased earlier. This process continued diligently until past 11 o'clock, when suddenly the sky darkened. Although it had been drizzling throughout the day, the brightness of noon was abruptly replaced by an ominous shroud of clouds, plunging the city into darkness. The gentle rain ceased, heralding an impending storm. Annan gazed out at the foreboding sky, reminiscent of a previous life. First, darkness enveloped everything, and within an hour, torrential rain would descend, gradually submerging the city. Inside the house, shadows loomed, and Fuwa, feeling uneasy, nestled close to Annan. She switched on the lights, lifted Fuwa into her arms, soothing it gently while retrieving a chew toy for its amusement, and then casually picked up her phone. Social media was ablaze with activity. My goodness, how can it be so dark in the middle of the day? This is the first time I've witnessed such a scene. I half expect an alien invasion. Is a storm truly on the horizon? The clouds appear so low and menacing. A notification chimed. A yellow rainstorm alert from the Meteorological Bureau. Warning of heavy rainfall within 3 hours, advising citizens to minimize outdoor activities. With the rain yet to fall, Annan took the opportunity to dispose of kitchen waste, heading outside to the garbage bin. Upon returning home, just as she entered the elevator, a voice called out, "Wait, don't close the door." It was a young man from the 15th floor, accompanied by his mother. The woman, burdened with bags of vegetables and seeds, chided her son as they stepped inside. "You little rascal, you've caused me trouble. I'd rather have raised a piece of char siu. Mom, you could cultivate your skills at home. It would be a wonderful way to pass the time. Bah, you just want to confine me at home as your maid while you fiddle with your nonsense. Don't put it so harshly. This is logistical support, contributing to the great cause of scientific research. Zhao Pinyin, you're full of nonsense." As his mother's tirade grew increasingly colorful, Zhao Pinyin sheepishly turned to Annan, offering an apology. "Sorry, miss, my mom has a bit of temper. She tends to speak like this." Annan smiled, assuring him it was no bother. The elevator soon reached the 14th floor, and as Annan stepped out, she could still hear him attempting to placate his mother. Look at this, in broad daylight. The sky turns dark without warning. Who knows? Perhaps my writings will indeed come true. You just need to. The 15th floor was the topmost, home only to the two of them. With both units belonging to mother and son, Annan had a vivid impression of them. In her previous life, they were the only residents in the community who fared relatively well. They were neither gaunt from hunger, nor had they been robbed by marauders. Even during the extreme heat of the latter days, they had managed to leave the neighborhood unscathed, their whereabouts thereafter unknown. Once home, Annan opened her computer, Intrigued by Zhao Pingin's name, and indeed found an article titled 20 Possibilities of the Apocalypse, authored by Zhao Pingin. It explored various scenarios of apocalyptic events, including extreme weather, widespread pandemics, and even strategies for survival amidst a zombie siege. The imagination displayed was vast and extraordinary. Beneath the article lies a multitude of comments, with some lamenting that the author has become entranced by excessive reading of novels, while others eagerly engage in discussions about survival tools for apocalyptic scenarios. It turns out he is an enthusiast of survival in the face of calamity. No wonder he fared well in his past life. It aligns perfectly with his expertise. In the Quanchang district, at the Huai Tree restaurant, Bai Wenbin had reserved a table on the second floor by the window, eagerly awaiting Annan's arrival. Block me? No matter. Once this meal concludes, she'll have no choice but to reconnect. He discreetly felt the vial of medication in his pocket. Soon, he would pour its contents into her drink. Once the raw rice has been cooked, Bai Wenbin reveled in his fantasies. Suddenly, a robust purple lightning bolt sliced through the tranquil sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that startled the air. A fierce wind swept through, rustling the leaves below. Then, torrential rain cascaded down, the relentless raindrops drumming against the windows. It seemed as though the heavens had been torn asunder, with rain pelting the ground violently, creating a misty spray. Bai Wenbin, taken aback, thought to himself, what is this? Chapter 9. The expanding space, how could it rain so heavily all of a sudden? Bai Wenbin glanced at his watch. The appointed time had come and gone, yet Annan had yet to arrive. In order to seize this rare opportunity, he patiently settled in to wait. After half an hour had elapsed, Annan still had not appeared. As he observed the torrential rain outside, a wave of unease washed over him. Bai Wenbin picked up his phone to call Annan, only to find himself blocked. Reluctantly, he borrowed a phone from a waiter to dial her number. Hello, is this Annan? It's Bai Wenbin. I've arrived at the Huai Tree restaurant. When do you expect to get here? Oh, I have something to attend to and will be delayed. Please wait for me a moment. All right, Nan. After hanging up, Bai Wenbin reassured himself with her pleasant tone and continued to wait patiently. If everything went well today, he could win the heart of his beloved and bask in endless wealth and splendor. What was a little wait? He had sufficient patience for that. The rain continued to pour relentlessly outside. Unbeknownst to him, another hour slipped by. Suddenly, a cacophony of phones ringing erupted in the restaurant. Bai Wenbin looked down to see a message from the Meteorological Bureau. Red rainstorm alert. Citizens are advised to remain at home, cease all outdoor activities and work, and suspend classes. Individuals in hazardous areas should immediately relocate to safety. My goodness, why is the car floating? A woman at the neighboring table exclaimed. Bai Wenbin turned to look outside and was shocked to see the water on the road had risen to waist height, with some small vehicles even beginning to drift. How could this happen? The rain during previous typhoons had never been this severe. He dialed Annan again. Nan, where are you? Who is this? It's Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin? I don't know you. What a terrible name. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Bai Wenbin was taken aback and redialed. But this time, he was met only with a busy signal. His face turned ashen. Was he being toyed with? The restaurant was now in chaos. Some people's cars had been swept away by the water. Others had received notices from their schools to pick up their children immediately. And some were waiting for rides that never arrived. Bai Wenbin hurriedly left the restaurant, only to find that in just a short time, the water level had risen to chest height. Though the front door was closed, water had already seeped inside. His car, parked by the roadside, was now submerged, rendering it impossible to drive. Bai Wenbin was furious. He felt like a fool, having been played by Nan. Not only had he wasted an hour and a half sitting here, but he had also lost a car. Now he was trapped in this chaotic scene. The street was a frenzy. The torrential rain came on with ferocity, and many were caught unaware. Some were trapped in their cars, unable to escape. Others slipped and were swept away. Some even found themselves swimming in the deluge, suffering injuries. Meanwhile, Annan was comfortably at home, engrossed in a television drama, while savoring a steaming hot pot. The spicy, bubbling broth shielded her from the dampness outside. Even the initially restless dog settled down, comfortably nestled at its owner's feet, contentedly gnawing on a large bone. And Nan, while savoring tender bamboo shoots, deftly dipped slices of beef tripe into the pot. then enveloped them in a rich sauce before relishing each bite. The aroma wafted throughout the room. After finishing the meal, Annan tossed the dishes into the dishwasher. Upon opening WeChat, she discovered the owner's group chat was in a frenzy. Why was the rain so torrential? The cars were almost floating. My brand new car. I feel your pain 1,000-fold. Fortunately, my pockets are empty and I can't buy a car. Could this thunderous storm be the result of some celestial being undergoing tribulation? The sudden darkness at noon had struck her as unusual, and now the sky appeared to be leaking. The weather was indeed peculiar. Could it be the apocalypse? Upon reading this comment, Annan was astonished that someone had perceived the truth. Clicking on the avatar revealed it was a young man from the 15th floor. She chuckled at the absurdity. Just a heavy rain, yet someone was likening it to the end of the world. Have you watched too many disaster movies? Our school announced a holiday. How wonderful, a break right after Monday. Our company is closed too. Neighbors, be cautious on your way home. I nearly fell into a well just now. Annan exited WeChat and opened Weibo, where a news story about flooding in Guan City was trending, accompanied by live footage. It showed numerous people trapped in the subway, water rising above their shoulders, some weeping as they called their families to say their farewells. Annan felt a pang of sorrow. It was reminiscent of her previous life. Initially, people thought it was merely rain, unaware that calamity and death would never cease thereafter. Numerous netizens commented beneath the news. A concerned user remarked, "How heart-wrenching. Why is it raining so heavily in Guan City? We in Lingnan City are also inundated." Another echoed, "The same goes for us in Limbei City." A third chimed in, "My goodness, you in the north are experiencing torrential rain too? I thought it was only us in the south." A user from the United States commented, "I'm in the beautiful country, and it's pouring here as well. Surely the whole world isn't facing such downpours." The online atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Annan felt a sense of oppression. So she set her phone aside and decided to play with her dog to lift her spirits. However, Fu Gui was not at her feet. After searching, she found on the sofa, digging at the couch with great enthusiasm. "Fu Gui, no tearing up the house." Annan approached and scooped up the fluffy white creature, only to notice it was clutching a necklace in its mouth. This was the jade pendant Anchun had given her yesterday. "Little rascal, where did you dig that up?" Annan took the pendant away, storing it in her space, then gently tapped Fu Gui's head. "You mustn't eat random things. It can make you sick." Suddenly, a flash of white light surged through her consciousness. This familiar sensation. She hurriedly checked her space. To her astonishment, it had expanded. The original 800 square meters, which she had filled with supplies, had now grown by an additional 1,000 square meters. The once 60 square meter small house had transformed into 100 square meters. Annan was elated. This space could actually upgrade. She rummaged through her space and discovered that the jade pendant had vanished. It seemed that the upgrade of her space was due to the absorption of her mother's pendant. Annan felt a warmth in her eyes. Her mother must be watching over her from above. Not only had she granted her a second chance at life, but she had also bestowed upon her this jade pendant to help expand her space. She was also grateful to Anchun for returning the pendant to her. After a moment of contemplation, Annan approached the vanity and opened the drawer. Inside lay her various jewels. She gathered all her adornments into the space, only to find that a jade ring had instantly disappeared. The other items remained intact. To her astonishment, the space had expanded by an additional 500 square feet, transforming her small dwelling into a 2-story abode. It seemed that jade had the power to upgrade her space. If only she had more jade. Regrettably, Annan had previously thought that jade jewelry appeared somewhat mature, and thus she seldom purchased it. Consequently, the only pieces she possessed were the jade bracelet on her wrist and the ring. She glanced down at the bracelet that was bound to her space and noticed a significant improvement in its quality. Previously of a glutinous variety, it had now transformed into a more translucent type. It appeared that she should collect more jade in the future to enhance both her space and her bracelet. Annan mused joyfully. However, as she surveyed the now largely vacant space, an unsettling sense of insecurity washed over her. Initially, her supplies had been abundantly stocked, but now, seeing such a vast area empty, she realized her provisions were insufficient. No, the extra 1,500 square feet must be filled. Annan pulled out the map from her space, and an exciting new idea sparked within her. Chapter 10. The mall zero-cost shopping. Prior to returning the car yesterday, Annan meticulously brought along a map, marking several significant landmarks and shopping centers. She recalled that in the elevated region of Scumbag district, a newly constructed mall was set to open its doors tomorrow. By now, all the merchandise should have been fully stocked. However, due to the torrential rain today, all operations were halted, and it was certain that the mall would not open. Annan planned to take advantage of the zero-cost shopping opportunity tonight. One must seize the opportunity to benefit from the capitalists. Rather than languishing in the rain, it was far wiser to treat oneself. With this thought, Annan set an alarm and retired to bed, knowing that tonight would require considerable effort and ample energy. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin found himself trapped in Huai Tree Restaurant for 3 hours. The rising water level was alarming, and there seemed to be no sign of the rain subsiding. Would he have to spend the night here? He brooded darkly. At that moment, a fishing enthusiast who always kept a kayak in his vehicle happened to paddle by. Bai Wenbin's eyes lit up, and he immediately implored the man for a ride. "Sorry, buddy, adding another person makes it too heavy for me to paddle. I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Bai Wenbin insisted. "Come aboard, my friend. It's not about the money. I just feel a connection with you." As he spoke, the man swiftly retrieved his payment QR code from his phone. Bai Wenbin disembarked the kayak near his residential area. Although the water level here was lower than in the wide urban district, he still sustained injuries from floating debris on his way home. After enduring much hardship, he finally reached his doorstep, but his hands trembled so much that he struggled to fit the key into the lock, prompting him to knock on the door of his neighbor, Qian Inger. Seeing her cousin in such disarray, Qian Inger gasped in shock. "Wenbin, are you all right?" Furrowing his brow as he entered, Bai Wenbin replied, "Fetch me some iodine and medical gauze." While she searched for the supplies, Qian Inger inquired, "Why are you back so early and in such a state? Where's Annan? Didn't you succeed?" As he bandaged his wounds, Bai Wenbin gritted his teeth and recounted the day's misfortunes. "That wretched girl had the audacity to stand you up?" Qian Inger's expression darkened as she spoke sharply. "Since she is so ungrateful, let's teach her a lesson. What do you propose? Isn't she too proud?" Qian Inger suddenly wore a knowing expression. "Let us find a couple of ruffians to give her a taste of her own medicine and see if she remains so lofty." Bai Wenbin frowned. "That seems excessive. After all, she is your future sister-in-law. Brother, she has no intention of being with you." Qian Yinger retorted. "Once she loses her purity, I shall devise a plan to promote her downfall." A malicious smile crept across Qian Inger's face. "Once she is disgraced and ostracized, we can then console her, making her realize that you are the only one who does not look down upon her, willing to accept her. Everything will fall into place." Bai Wenbin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Inger, you are indeed clever." After a moment's hesitation, he added, though it feels somewhat distasteful, "Oh, brother, do you truly regard her as a wife? Once you take control of her family's assets, what kind of woman could you not have? You can cast her aside whenever you wish." "That makes sense." Bai Wenbin no longer felt entangled. "Where do you propose we find these ruffians?" "No need to worry. Leave it to me," replied Qian Inger confidently. Annan was quite appealing, and there were certainly men who found her attractive. With just a bit of encouragement from herself, she was certain this endeavor would succeed. The two siblings exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had already envisioned the triumph of their scheme. At that moment, Annan was soundly asleep. When the clock struck midnight, it rang out, and Annan rose promptly. Next to her, the dog Fugue stirred, his eyes opening alertly as he nestled closer to her. She patted his head affectionately. "You continue your slumber. I shall procure something delightful for us." Understanding her intent, Fugue quickly settled down, lazily closing his eyes once more. After preparing herself, Annan donned practical attire for movement and stealthily descended the stairs. Outside, the accumulated water had risen higher than a person. The ground floor of the building was entirely submerged, and the residents had evacuated earlier in the afternoon to seek refuge elsewhere. After thoroughly checking her surroundings and ensuring no one was in sight, Annan retrieved a kayak from her space and quietly paddled out of the community. Though the kayak was silent, it was laborious to maneuver. Not long after exiting the community, Annan switched to a speedboat. The waters were cluttered with various floating debris, including cars, branches, and signs. What should have been a 30-minute journey took Annan over an hour to reach the new mall. Here, the terrain was elevated, with the water only reaching her thighs. She pulled out a window-breaking tool from her space and successfully entered the premises. Although the power and internet would soon falter, as a precaution, she first violently dismantled the mall surveillance system before feeling secure enough to explore. As anticipated, the goods within the mall were fully stocked. The underground parking lot had long been submerged, so she bypassed it. The first floor housed a large supermarket, with shelves towering 6 levels high, of which only the bottom 2 were inundated. Due to the brief exposure to water, many sealed products remained usable. After surveying the area, Annan commenced her blissful zero-cost shopping spree. She first ventured into the snack section: potato chips, spicy strips, squid jerky, beef jerky, spicy chicken feet, ham sausages, seaweed, chocolate, biscuits, canned goods, and an assortment of nuts, all items absent from her space, now claimed. There were also self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, snail noodles, pasta, and a variety of instant noodles, including braised beef, scallion ribs, pickled vegetables, and turkey noodles, everything one could desire for cooking or soaking. Without being picky, she gathered them all into her space. Next, she arrived at the beverage section. Although her space contained drinking water, bottled water was more convenient and could be used for bartering. She collected it all. Additionally, there were red wines, beers, cocktails, and various spirits, alongside soft drinks such as cola, Sprite, Wanglaji, coconut juice, Red Bull, and sparkling water. Nutrient-rich dairy products were also included in her haul. Following that was the frozen food section, where she found semi-finished frozen snacks: soup dumplings, glutinous rice balls, sweet glutinous rice cakes, plain chicken nuggets, and fries. These items were simple and convenient, requiring only a brief heating to be ready for consumption. In addition to premium steaks, foie gras, lobsters, abalone, sea cucumbers, and king crabs, there were various types of fish balls that had not been purchased previously: squid balls, crab sticks, shrimp paste, beef balls, and fish roe dumplings, among others. Ultimately, fruits and vegetables, as well as rice, flour, and cooking oils, were gathered, excluding any items contaminated with sewage, while ensuring that all intact products were collected into the space. After thoroughly scavenging the food section, it was time to turn to the daily necessities area. Toiletries, cleaning supplies, storage boxes, food containers, desk lamps, and hangers, all were taken without a second glance, collected into the space. The rampage extended even to baby products, including diapers and bottles. Finally, various pet supplies such as dog food, canned goods, and chew sticks were also acquired. After approximately an hour, Annan had completely emptied the supermarket, not only the items on the shelves, but also the stock in the warehouse. Just as he was about to leave for the second floor, his attention was suddenly drawn to the cash register at the exit. Chapter 11: The Gift from the Tycoon, near the checkout counter. A plethora of cigarettes and condoms lay on display. Annan herself does not smoke, yet she recognizes that these items may serve as currency in the future. For seasoned smokers, these cigarettes represent the pinnacle of luxury in a post-apocalyptic world where every stick is treasured. As for the condoms, despite not having a boyfriend, she recalls that in her past life, the affluent women residing in the Villa District would lavishly purchase such items. After all, in a world that devours its own, pregnancy equates to a perilous journey toward the gates of death. With a sweeping gesture, Annan collected them all into her space. At that moment, the water level had risen significantly, prompting Annan to swim swiftly to the staircase and ascend to the second floor. The second floor boasted an array of cosmetic counters on one side, while the other showcased bags and shoes. Annan dashed from the south to the north, gathering everything her hands touched without pausing to consider brands or varieties. The third floor was dedicated to branded women's apparel. Although she had previously stocked up on clothing at a wholesale market, the quality could not compare to these branded goods. Especially for intimate wear, a higher quality was warranted. After clearing the third floor, space was running low, prompting her to bypass the men's and children's clothing on the fourth floor and head directly to the home goods section on the fifth floor. Here, she found not only genuine leather sofas and solid wood beds, but also rosewood coffee tables and massage bathtubs, among various furnishings. There were mosquito nets, cool mats, and bedding sets, alongside an array of appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and small electronics like fans, ovens, blenders, and hairdryers. Although her home was already equipped with these items, it was prudent to prepare some new home essentials in case of relocation in the future. In times of turmoil, or even in peaceful eras, one inevitably moves home several times throughout a lifetime. With such an abundance of supplies at her disposal, she could establish a residence anywhere. The sixth floor housed a cinema, where Annan perused the surroundings, discovering little of utility aside from a popcorn machine. Finally, she reached the topmost seventh floor, which was designated as the personal space of the mall's owner and was inaccessible. Armed with a hydraulic plier and sledgehammer, she forcefully breached the door. Upon entry, the opulence of the CEO enveloped her. An enormous desk and tea table occupied the space, adorned with various priceless teas and tea sets. The walls showcased esteemed calligraphy and paintings, while even the most casual decor within the room appeared to be antiques. What captivated Annan most was a stunning 4-meter-long, 3-ton landscape ornament leaning against the wall, crafted from jade. Its quality was exceptional, and the intricate carving was exquisite. After admiring it briefly, she unhesitatingly stored it in her space. Instantly, her space, previously brimming with the bounty of an entire mall, expanded by an additional 4,000 square meters. The once drab 2-story building transformed into a charming 200-square-meter villa. Such a significant change in her space? Annan marveled, realizing that the degree of her space's upgrade was likely correlated with the quality of the jade. The bracelet she wore also transitioned from a glutinous variety to a glutinous ice type. Annan reflected on how worthwhile this excursion had been. Following her exhilaration, she naturally accepted the other treasures belonging to the CEO with open arms. The small refrigerator housed A5 Wagyu beef, Boston lobsters, caviar, and black truffles. The wine cabinet contained exquisite vintages, including Dom Pérignon champagne, the 1982 Ch.To Lafite, and Feichin Moutai. There are also cigars, tea leaves, golf clubs, and renowned foreign literature. Moreover, a box of car keys? Why not? Everything visible was to be collected. Antiques and calligraphy were also included. In a post-apocalyptic world, antiques would hold little value, and during a frigid crisis, such art would likely be discarded as mere fuel for fire. Not collecting them would be a waste, especially given the spacious confines. In the blink of an eye, the space was thoroughly looted, leaving behind only a large floor vase adorned with a bird motif that refused to be collected, no matter how much one tried. What was the matter? Annan attempted to move it, only to discover it was firmly anchored to the ground. No wonder it couldn't be stored away. Was there a secret to this vase? Intrigued, Annan began to examine it and found that, while it could not be lifted, it could be rotated. As she slowly turned the vase, the bookshelf in front of her began to shift, revealing a hidden door. A secret chamber awaited. With a dagger in hand, Annan cautiously stepped inside. The chamber was stark and empty, containing only a simple bed and a small wardrobe. This did not quite align with the opulent character one would expect from a powerful figure. Was this merely a refuge prepared by the CEO for himself? As a child, Annan had often fantasized about creating a hidden space in her bedroom to seclude herself from intruders. It seemed the CEO, too, harbored a paranoia of being pursued. Surveying her surroundings, Annan idly opened the unremarkable wardrobe and was astonished to find it packed with gold bars. Why would someone store such wealth in a shabby wardrobe instead of a safe or a bank? The CEO certainly had a unique flair. Without hesitation, Annan collected all the gold into her space, only to discover a large chest at the bottom of the wardrobe. Dragging it out, she opened it to reveal an Uzi submachine gun. The CEO was indeed extraordinary. Staring at the firearm and half a box of ammunition, Annan was taken aback. This was not mere paranoia. The CEO must have genuinely crossed paths with some criminal organization. Why resort to a submachine gun instead of a handgun? It indicated a profound sense of insecurity, necessitating concealment of firearms even in the office. Annan, astonished, stored both the gun and the ammunition in her space, grateful for the CEO's unexpected gifts. With the acquisition of the submachine gun, Annan felt an invigorating surge of confidence. After thoroughly pillaging the 7th floor, she descended with satisfaction. Upon reflection, she returned to the 4th floor to collect men's and children's clothing as well. With the space now expanded, regardless of its utility, it was best to gather everything first. Wealthy individuals accumulated so many assets that they could never exhaust them in several lifetimes, yet none seemed inclined to halt their pursuit of wealth. After emptying the shopping mall, Annan moved on to the adjacent high-rise office building. The skyscraper boasted 40 floors, belonging to the same company as the mall, and had only recently opened for business. Upon entering, Annan noticed many areas were still unleased, with only a few floors occupied by companies. Since she was already there, she decided to explore and see if there was anything worthwhile to acquire. Seizing the opportunity while the elevator remains operational, Annan ascends directly to the top floor. The uppermost level is stark and desolate, with only a small door on the eastern side, securely locked. Her experience rummaging through the CEO's office informs her. The more fortified the lock, the greater the treasures concealed within. Thus, she retrieves an array of tools and resorts to forceful entry. After considerable effort, she finally manages to unlock the door, only to discover it leads to a staircase that ascends to the rooftop. Puzzled by the stringent security for a mere staircase, Annan is momentarily at a loss. After the arduous endeavor to breach the door, she contemplates her next move, but ultimately decides to ascend for some fresh air and a brief respite. Having sprinted throughout the night, her breath is still uneven. Upon reaching the rooftop, she is astonished to find a helipad, albeit currently devoid of any aircraft. Annan cannot help but muse how splendid it would be if a helicopter were present, allowing for an escape to the skies in the event of an earthquake or tsunami. Just as she indulges in this wistful thought, her gaze catches a fleeting shadow in the distance. Chapter 12. The Ultimate Doomsday Vehicle. What is that? The silhouette resembles a tank. Annan couldn't help but take a few steps closer to inspect it. The robust and fierce black steel plates, the reinforced bumpers, and the angular, diamond-like lines. This is the Knight 15. The armored vehicle that had made her salivate during her trip to the hillside villa. Annan's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner is truly impressive. Not only does he possess a helicopter and a helipad, but he can also bring the vehicle to the rooftop. The rooftop's drainage is excellent, and the vehicle is well preserved. Annan lovingly caressed the rigid exterior of the vehicle. What a splendid doomsday machine, capable of effortlessly colliding with other vehicles and even resistant to grenades. Unfortunately, she lacked the key and could not store it in her space. Wait, the key? Annan pondered for a moment and retrieved the box of car keys she had found in the president's office. The affluent president had so many car keys that they were stored in a box. After rummaging through, she successfully found a key marked with 8 cam-on keys for various luxury brands such as Bentley, Maybach, and Lamborghini. Pressing it caused the car lights to flash. It worked. Indeed, it belonged to a big shot. Annan quickly stored the armored vehicle in her space. She expressed her gratitude once more for the generous gift from the big boss. Descending from the rooftop, Annan swiftly searched the building floor by floor. Compared to the big boss's office, this place was modest, containing only some basic office supplies, which were of little use to her. However, several newly established companies had an abundance of renovation materials, including cement, tiles, stones, and paint. Annan gathered a substantial amount. These items would become invaluable later on, as they could be exchanged for housing upon entering the official base. In her previous life, she had nothing and, until her last breath, never managed to enter the base, wandering and fleeing instead. This time, she was determined to plan ahead. Upon exiting the office building, it was already 3:30 a.m. Annan drove her speedboat back to the community. On the way, she encountered a pharmaceutical factory. After investigating, she found it deserted and decisively entered to stock up. Not only did she find the everyday medication she had previously hoarded, but also traditional Chinese herbs and various vaccines. There were even a small number of medical instruments. In the apocalypse, the hardest challenge is treating ailments. Even if one has an esteemed chief physician from a top-tier hospital, they could succumb to a simple infection due to lack of medication. With these medicines and instruments, her chances of survival increased significantly. as Annan collected items into her space. She marveled at the bounty of the night. Upon returning to her community, she discovered that the water level had already submerged the entire first floor. Soon, the second-floor residents would be awakened by water flooding into their homes. Annan quickened her pace, hurrying back home. As she opened the door, her dog, Fugue, wagged his tail and eagerly rushed to greet her. Fugue, don't be a nuisance. I'm wet. Annan first changed out of her rain-soaked clothes before indulging her affectionate dog. Oldingu Fugue. She made her way to the kitchen to brew herself a warm bowl of ginger soup. She couldn't afford to catch a cold at this time. After finishing the soup and taking a hot shower, she returned to bed to rest. In the morning, an AW-139 helicopter descended steadily onto the rooftop of a tall building. Undeterred by the torrential rain, a man clad in a suit emerged, unfurling his umbrella, and stared blankly at the desolate rooftop. Where's the car? He furrowed his brow and descended the stairs, entering the adjacent shopping mall, only to be met with the shocking sight of utter emptiness. Where are the goods? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Still nothing. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He hurried to the 7th floor, where he beheld an open office and a thoroughly ransacked secret room, left in stunned silence. It took him a while to regain his composure as he dialed his phone. Boss, the items you requested have vanished. Moreover, the armored vehicle on the rooftop has also disappeared. What do you mean? I mean, everything has gone missing. The entire shopping mall is empty. The man's voice dwindled as he spoke. It's absurd. The entire city is submerged in water. Transportation relies solely on small boats. Who possesses the audacity to empty an entire mall overnight? The voice on the other end revealed no emotion. Investigate. Understood, boss. The man in the suit hung up, on the verge of tears. Who could be so heartless as to abscond with someone else's belongings? Investigate? Easier said than done. Even the surveillance cameras have been tampered with. And with the city flooded, where could he possibly begin? He wearily rubbed his temples. There was no choice. At the behest of his boss, an employee must run until their legs give out. Investigate. Phomlin Yijing residential area. When Annan awoke, it was already noon. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in dark clouds. The world engulfed in shadows, as rain pattered relentlessly against the window, while the community was brightly lit. She opened her phone to find new messages in the homeowners group. Upon clicking to view, she discovered that residents on the 2nd floor were pleading for assistance from their upstairs neighbors. During the torrential rain yesterday, the 1st floor residents, whose homes had been flooded, had left while the water was shallow. Ironically, the 2nd floor residents now found themselves in the most distressing predicament. They had never anticipated that the accumulated water would completely submerge the 1st floor and seep into the 2nd. Within a mere day, the water level had nearly reached 4 meters. Outside, chaos reigned as rescue teams busied themselves saving those trapped in the flood, temporarily neglecting the situation within the community. Consequently, the unfortunate 2nd floor residents were unable to leave and could only seek help from their neighbors. Yet, there was no response. The unprecedented deluge cast a shadow of anxiety over everyone's hearts. The ingrained instinct of stockpiling food among the Chinese heightened their unease. In such circumstances, everyone felt a profound lack of security, yearning to venture out and procure provisions. Unfortunately, the water was too deep, and the situation within was perilous. Even the most adept swimmers hesitated to enter the water. The risk of injury from floating debris was minor compared to the potential hazards of electric shocks or being swept into uncovered sewers, which could be fatal. With no knowledge of how long they would be confined by the deluge, they had to ration their own supplies, leaving no room to accommodate others. Thus, after the plea for help from the 2nd floor was sent out, a long silence ensued. Neighbors, please lend a hand. We have small children at home. Could you spare us a place to stay? The mention of children immediately stirred compassion in some hearts. Come to my house. I have spare rooms. Thank you so much. Rest assured, once the rescue team arrives, we will leave immediately. Upon witnessing the plight of the residents on the 2nd floor, those residing on the 3rd floor also grew anxious, fervently praying for the rain to cease, hoping it would not encroach upon their abode. However, reality often proves disheartening. Annan recalled from her previous life that the downpour persisted until the 6th floor was submerged before it finally relented. Setting her phone aside, she prepared some dog food for Fu Gue, then ventured into the kitchen to boil herself a plate of beef dumplings. Sensing the enticing aroma, Fu Gue dashed over, eyes gleaming with anticipation, imploring her to share a taste. Amused, Annan obliged and offered him a few dumplings. After they both finished their meal, with time to spare, Annan resumed her culinary endeavors, opting for dishes that required vigorous stir-frying and were rich in flavor. Scallion lamb, spicy crayfish, braised beef, marinated duck delicacies, and stewed ribs. Seizing the opportunity, while her neighbors still had provisions, she hastened to cook. She understood that once the days turned bleak and supplies dwindled, the enticing sense of her cooking might attract unwarranted troubles. Thus, she busied herself for several days, until suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Chapter 13. A bag of instant noodles for 300 yuan. The rescue team has arrived. After several days, the water level has reached 9 meters, inundating the 3rd floor. Having completed their search for those trapped outside, the rescue team began to evacuate the residents of the lower-level apartments. The inhabitants of the 2nd to 4th floors were relocated to higher hotels and office buildings. As the young rescuers prepared to depart, they were encircled by other residents descending from above. "Young man, when will this rain cease? Will it flood my home? I read online that torrential rains are occurring worldwide. Is the apocalypse upon us? Do you have any official news? Could you bring us some food? Our supplies are nearly depleted. Please prioritize my household. My child requires fresh milk daily. Also, my elderly family member does not eat rice. Could you send some whole grains instead? What is happening outside? Do you have any spare kayaks to share with us?" A cacophony of anxious voices grew, increasingly agitated. The young man, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, "I truly do not know. The rain came so suddenly, and our unit has been submerged. My wife was swept away by the waters, and she remains unfound. We have been rescuing people every day, and we have not slept for several days." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and the young man hastily led the lower-level residents away. An atmosphere of tension and despair permeated the air. 2 days later, the rain continued unabated. The water had risen above the 4th floor, reaching the 5th. The second wave of rescuers had yet to arrive, and the residents of the 5th floor found themselves in a similar predicament as those from the 2nd floor, pleading for shelter in their group chat. However, this time, no one was willing to take them in. Everyone's food supplies had dwindled. "We only have rice left. Is there a neighbor who could trade us some vegetables? Having rice is already a blessing. We have only 2 eggs left. Anyone willing to spare some instant noodles would be greatly appreciated." Quickly, someone responded, "I have instant noodles. I could sell you a bag for 300 yuan. Instantly, some voices erupted in indignation. "You sell something that costs 3 yuan for 300? How could you be so greedy with a neighbor? This is price gouging. Do you truly believe the world is ending? The rain will eventually cease." Numerous voices joined in the criticism. At that moment, a hefty uncle from room 1302 downstairs suddenly chimed in. "They refuse to sell to me. I will buy as many bags as you have." This provoked an uproar. "Brother, are you out of your mind?" questioned a neighbor from room 1302, who had previously encountered the man with a buzz cut. "Didn't you just process half a pig a few days ago, chopping late into the night? Why are you now willing to pay exorbitant prices for instant noodles? With money comes indulgence." He retorted, "If anyone has spare noodles or rice, I will buy them at a premium." As Annan perused the messages on his phone, he couldn't help but reflect, this is not mere indulgence. He has recognized the looming crisis. The resident of room 1302 is quite astute. In his previous life, he had also swiftly stockpiled provisions. However, this individual harbors nefarious intentions, incessantly inciting discord among others, and subsequently reaping the benefits as a mere bystander. Such a duplicitous figure, masquerading as a friendly face, is far more terrifying than mere brigands. At this moment, the individuals within the group were vehemently accusing others of price gouging, while 1302 had just descended to procure instant noodles. The seller reveled in his fortune, exclaiming, "What a windfall! A few packets of noodles exchanged for thousands of dollars. Little did he realize how profoundly he would regret this moment in the future. Yet, all of this was inconsequential to Annan. At that time, she was diligently applying anti-peep film to her home's windows and installing blackout curtains. A power outage was imminent. Although she possessed a generator and remained unaffected, she could not escape the prying eyes from the building across the way. By tending to her windows in this manner, she ensured that her household remained concealed from the outside world. She then mixed cement and gravel to create a rudimentary concrete, sealing off the drains in her home. This measure would prevent floodwaters and foul odors from seeping back in. After torrential rains, the oppressive heat would summon an array of pests, including snakes, insects, and rodents. Without sealing the drains, these creatures would inevitably invade her home. Having eliminated all potential hazards, she turned her attention to the small villa within her space. Although it was equipped with water, electricity, and gas, it lacked essential kitchenware. Annan intended to tidy it up, so that should the need arise to cook or seek refuge, she would not have to do so at the last minute. Just as she was about to step into the villa, her peripheral vision caught sight of the dog, Fortune, gnawing on a bone. She scooped it up and brought it along into her space. The environment around them shifted dramatically, momentarily stunning Fortune. Once it confirmed its safety, it began to explore its new surroundings with a wrinkled nose. Meanwhile, Annan summoned various household items from the exterior of the villa: sofas, a large bed, dining tables and chairs, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. These items occupied valuable space outside, so it was far more prudent to relocate them into the villa. In a playful whim, she even adorned the second-floor room to resemble a boss's office, as she had a fondness for such refined taste. Thus, items such as calligraphy, antiques, and tea sets, things that did not require refrigeration, were arranged within. Finally, she placed special emphasis on organizing the bathroom, as it would be the most frequented area for her in the future. With the outside drains sealed, bathing would be inconvenient, while the villa allowed for an hour of daily use. If the allotted time during the day fell short of an hour, she would make use of the bathroom before midnight, ensuring that no moment was wasted. Just as she completed her arrangements, both she and her dog were abruptly expelled from the space. How could an hour pass so swiftly? Fortune, still immersed in the exploration of its new home, was suddenly thrust back into the original dwelling and, unable to regain its footing, tumbled over. After a brief struggle to stand, it realized they had returned to their former residence. A woof! What happened? Where'd my villa? Annan chuckled as she picked it up, saying, "Why the fuss, silly dog?" Thus, they joyfully continued for another 2 days, until an alarming news report surfaced online. The small notebook nation had been inundated by seawater, completely submerged. Before they could celebrate the misfortune, chaos ensued in neighboring countries, including Kimchi Land and Beautiful Nation. Despite the enduring unity of Huagua, where aid flows from all directions in times of adversity, this time, calamity has befallen all corners, leaving each to fend for themselves. The entire Azure planet is shrouded in torrential rain. In just over a week, cities have transformed into vast oceans. The populace finds their provisions dwindling, left with no choice but to frantically dial for help. Yet, the calls they make are swallowed by the depths of the deluge. On this day, the resilient power grid finally falters. With a sudden crack, all lights extinguish. The internet disconnects in an instant. A wailing air raid siren pierces the silence, echoing the city's final lament. Subsequently, the world is enveloped in a profound stillness. Towering buildings, swaying in the waves, become isolated islands. Annan gazes out the window, his gaze lowered. Thus begins a new epoch of the apocalypse. From this point onward, the Azure planet shall descend into its most chaotic era. Chapter 14. Seeking alms after the power outage. The community was engulfed in darkness, yet the air was filled with a cacophony of voices. The dwindling battery life of mobile phones and the severed signals escalated the panic that had been simmering within the hearts of the residents. In unison, people flung open their doors, engaging in fervent discussions. "Neighbors, I feel as though the sky is falling." The emergency calls were already unreachable, and now the internet is down too. "Do you still have any food? Surely this rain won't last forever?" The chatter grew increasingly chaotic in the corridor. Finally, someone shouted, "Quickly, store some water. If the water stops, we will be left with nothing but rainwater to drink." Instantly, the crowd dispersed like frightened birds, each rushing home to fill whatever containers they could find with water. At that moment, the floodwaters had already reached the floors of the 6th level. The residents of the 5th and 6th floors, having no shelter, were the most anxious. They could only huddle in the corridor, regretting not having evacuated with those on the lower floors, while inwardly lamenting the lack of compassion from their neighbors. Meanwhile, Qian Inger had already moved to apartment 801. The siblings, navigating in the dark, gathered all their food supplies, only to discover they had merely a bowl of rice and 2 packets of instant noodles left. "Brother Wenbin, at this rate, we won't last more than a few days," Qian Inger said, biting her lip. "Perhaps we should seek help from Annan? She has a penchant for culinary exploration and is likely to have ample provisions at home," Bai Wenbin suggested. Qian Inger hesitated. "But she treated you so poorly before, even if she harbors grievances against me. We have a shared history. Surely she wouldn't abandon us in such dire circumstances?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Inger conceded, "You are right. If the waters continue to rise, they will soon reach our floor. We might as well move in her home. The 14th floor would be much safer." After their deliberation, the pair promptly set off upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, they discovered that Annan had locked the stainless steel door to the 14th floor, making it impossible to find entry to apartment 1402. Thus, they resorted to knocking on the corridor door. After a prolonged period of knocking without a response, an idea struck Qianinga. "Brother, didn't she install an armored door behind this one?" "An armored door? That may explain why she cannot hear us. Let us knock harder," Bai Wenbin frowned. With renewed determination, they banged on the door with all their might. "Nan, open the door. It's Ing. Nan, we know you're home." After their hands grew numb and their throats became hoarse, Annan finally emerged, albeit belatedly. In truth, she had heard the knocking all along, but was engrossed in studying the generator's manual. Power outages can lead to numerous inconveniences, and prolonged darkness can foster feelings of depression. Therefore, for the sake of her happiness and that of her family, she was determined that her home would not be without electricity. Once she had properly set up the generator and installed the gas canister for cooking, she meticulously organized her home before finally picking up a kitchen knife and leisurely opening the door. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger beamed with joy upon seeing the door finally ajar. However, their expressions shifted slightly upon noticing the knife in Annan's hand. "Nan, are you cooking?" they inquired, elated. Indeed, she was. As a devoted culinary enthusiast, she had ample provisions at home. While others could only subsist on porridge, she was still able to chop vegetables and meat. "Nan, we've run out of supplies and come to borrow some food from you. Alternatively, we could stay for a while. I could take care of all the household chores." And Nan looked at Bai Wenbin, who spoke earnestly, and the pitiful Qianing, and couldn't help but sneer. "In her previous life, when you sever my hands and cut my flesh, your expressions were far from this. You wish to move in?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qian Inger hastily nodded in agreement. "That is fine." Annan scrutinized them closely. "However, you must pay some rent." Bai Wenbin was taken aback. Why is she so materialistic? After all we've been through, does helping in time of need require a fee? With such good family conditions, why resort to such tactics? Yet, he concealed his surprise, maintaining a sincere expression. "We have no cash on hand. Name your price, and once the network signal is restored, I will transfer the amount immediately." "That won't do. What if you renege?" Annan shook her head. "By then, you would have eaten and stayed, and I would be powerless if you refused to pay." Qian Inger genuinely entertained such thoughts. Embarrassed by the revelation, she forced a smile. "How could that be? We've been classmates for so many years. You don't trust me?" Noticing Annan's lack of response, she continued, Nan, if you don't help me, I'll starve. Can you really bear to watch me suffer?" Annan regarded her thoughtfully. "Very well. I will allow you to stay." The duo sighed in relief. "However, my food supplies are also dwindling. If you insist on staying, you must provide some provisions." Qian Inger retorted, Nan, we have no food left. If we had anything to eat, would we be here begging for your help? But you do have something." Annan suddenly declared, "Let me take one hand from each of you, and I shall permit your entry." The two looked at her in disbelief. She wore a sinister smile. Don't you know? I absolutely adore braised pig trotters. Your tender trotters, blanched and seasoned, would surely be delectable. With that, she swiftly swung a knife at Bai Wenbin. Startled by her words, Bai Wenbin barely had time to react before a gash appeared on his arm. Instinctively, he clutched the wound. Gazing at Annan, now spattered with blood, he felt as though she were a vengeful spirit risen from hell, sending chills down his spine. Annan, indifferent to his thoughts, raised her cleaver and aimed at Qianinger. With a scream, Qianinger's survival instincts kicked in, prompting her to flee without a second thought for her injured cousin. Witnessing this, Bai Wenbin swiftly turned and ran down the stairs. Annan did not pursue them. Watching their frantic retreat, she wore a playful smile. She had no intention of killing them outright. It was merely a scare tactic, intended to inflict a bit of pain on the siblings. In a post-apocalyptic world, living with nothing was the most excruciating fate. A swift strike would only grant them liberation. Once they had tasted the bitterness of the apocalypse, she would send them to meet the king of hell, thereby reclaiming her debts from her previous life. Thinking of their woeful appearance, Annan returned home with a sense of delight. Meanwhile, the Bai siblings tumbled and scrambled back home. They had initially hoped to take advantage of Annan's hospitality, but to their dismay, they didn't even make it to the door of room 1402 before retreating in defeat. They had nearly faced a dire consequence. Qian Ying infuriated, let out a shrill scream akin to a groundhog. How dare that wretched woman to threaten us with a knife? Bai Wenbin, now thoroughly terrified, clutched his wound and urged, "Hurry, find some bandages to staunch the bleeding." After hastily tending to his injury, the siblings slumped onto the sofa in despair. After a moment, Qianing suddenly sat upright, her expression twisted with fury. This ungrateful wretch must be taught a proper lesson. Chapter 15. A lock is picked at this moment. The community was plunged into darkness, devoid of electricity, internet, and even water. Many found themselves destitute, compelled to plunge into the depths in search of supplies. Annan gazed out the window, observing people leaping into the water like dumplings falling into a pot. This was no swimming pool. The water now exceeded 15 meters in depth, and the peril posed by floating debris and the hidden currents below was considerable. Numerous individuals, not long after entering the water, suffered injuries from the debris, facing the dire threat of infection from the contaminated water. Yet, in the face of starvation, a relentless stream of people continued to dive in. Merely a day had passed, and corpses began to surface. Annan was bathing Fu Gue at home when he suddenly heard a cacophony of gas from outside. Pulling back the curtain, he beheld a body being carried by the current, swaying gently with the ripples. Having grown up during peaceful times, these individuals, despite being trapped by heavy rains for several days, had never encountered death. Panic surged through the crowd. Many were visibly shaken. Annan shook his head, muttering that this was only the beginning. Death would soon become as commonplace as mealtime. Gradually, people would grow accustomed to becoming cold and numb. At that moment, although the sight of the corpse was unsettling, the instinct to survive drove some to desperately swim out in search of provisions. Those unable to swim improvised with household items, such as large basins and bathtubs, fashioning makeshift boats. Naturally, there were also those too fearful to enter the water, hoping to reap the benefits of others' efforts. Lu Laotai from apartment 701 knocked on doors, pleading, "Good neighbors, do you have any food? I have gone 2 days without. My poor children are starving." No one responded. "How can you be so heartless? My 2 little ones are wasting away. Oh, my unfortunate children." No matter how much she cried and pleaded, no one opened their door. Eventually, someone, exasperated, shouted from behind the door, "What do you mean by children? 2 burly men in their 30s? If they want food, why don't they swim out themselves? Why should we share our hard-earned supplies with you?" Lu Laotai, eyes wide with fury, retorted, "What does their age matter? They are my treasures regardless. With the water so deep, what if they encounter danger?" After a lengthy tirade and receiving no acknowledgement, she muttered a spell-like lament as she returned home. These young people today, not a single one respects the elderly or cares for the young. The following night, 2 men stealthily emerged from apartment 7, tiptoeing down the corridor. They were Lu Laotai's sons, who had long been eyeing a striking beauty residing on the 14th floor. Regrettably, they had yet to find an opportunity to engage her. Today, however, they overheard the siblings from the 8th floor mention that this girl possessed a substantial stock of food and lived alone. The brothers conspired together. If they could slip into her abode, not only would their food troubles be resolved, but they could also, chuckling to themselves, they exchanged knowing glances. Residents of the 5th and 6th floors, observing their furtive ascent, surmised that mischief was afoot. Yet they paid no heed. None among the neighbors were inclined to offer refuge to the brothers. All were selfish at heart. If misfortune befell them, they deserved it. It would be best if a fight broke out among the dogs, as only then could their hearts find balance. The Liu brothers carried a plethora of lock-picking tools to the 14th floor. Having long been accustomed to petty thievery, they skillfully picked locks and effortlessly opened the stainless steel door of the hallway. However, they soon discovered an armored door within. What was going on? How could this girl have constructed an illegal structure? Resolved, they continued their work. This armored door was no easy feat to breach. Yet, Liu had once been a professional locksmith. Although it took him several times the effort compared to the first door, he managed to pry it open. The two exchanged a triumphant glance. They could finally enter. Upon reaching the door of apartment 1402, their smiles vanished instantly. How could she have replaced the community's standard steel security door with an explosion-proof armored door? Gritting their teeth, they reassured themselves, good things come to those who wait. Let's get to work. Thus, they exerted tremendous effort, spending over an hour to finally unlock it. As the door swung open, a lewd grin was just beginning to form when they realized that behind the door was yet another door. Brother, I'm exhausted. Shall we try another place? Her door seems to be playing a nesting doll game. Enough chatter. We've already breached 3 doors. If we leave now, all our efforts will have been in vain. Liu wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the time and energy they had already invested. To abandon their pursuit would be a pity. Why does it feel as though this door is emotionally manipulating us? Curse this door. Brother, do you think after all this time, that girl hasn't woken up? What is there to fear? Even if she wakes, what can a mere girl do against us, 2 grown men? That made sense. The brothers buried themselves in their task, their hands trembling from fatigue, until they finally succeeded in unlocking the door. Liu, elated, swung the door open, only to be met with a pair of eyes staring back at them in shock. He gasped, startled. Shut up. Liu smacked him, peering into the room. There stood the petite beauty from the 14th floor, clad in a pink bunny pajamas set, gazing at them intently. At her feet, a small white dog resembling a baby pig bared its teeth menacingly. They appear to be 2 utterly harmless little creatures. Liu drew a dagger from his pocket. Little girl, remain silent and let us in quietly. And Nan, unfazed, calmly retrieved a triangular dagger from behind her. She had been practicing her combat skills for days, eager for a chance to test them, and now 2 fools had delivered themselves to her doorstep. Seeing that she was neither frightened nor hesitant to brandish a weapon, Liu Da's demeanor shifted to one of menace. Little girl, let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, weapons can be a liability. As a woman, how dare you challenge men? Before he could finish, Annan swiftly yanked him forward and stabbed him in the abdomen. Disdainful of women, are we? She sneered, delivering another thrust, causing Liu Da to bleed profusely. The little dog, Fu Gue, gazed up at Nan with wide eyes, exclaiming, Sister Nan, you're amazing. Seeing her prowess, Fu Gue joyfully scampered behind her. Watch out, don't let the dirty blood splatter on my beautiful white fur. Initially, Liu the Elder was incredulous, followed swiftly by a surge of rage. One hand pressed against his abdomen, he brandished a dagger with the other, viciously lunging towards Annan. With a deft sidestep, Annan evaded the attack and seized the opportunity to plunge the knife into Liu multiple times. Each extraction of the blade allowed crimson streams of blood to flow steadily from the wound. It was not until the 10th stab that Annan relinquished his grip. Liu the Elder, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, collapsed and soon fell silent. Meanwhile, Liu II was left in a state of shock. Naturally timid, he was adept at petty theft, but completely inept at intimidation or combat. Witnessing his brother's demise, he was instantly paralyzed with fear, sinking to the ground. "Why you? Don't come any closer. Help me," he cried, gazing up at the woman approaching him, clad in a charming rabbit onesie. She bore an expression devoid of emotion, wielding a cold dagger stained with his brother's blood. Drops of blood dripped steadily onto the ground. The intense visual shock overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control of his bladder. Annan advanced slowly, pointing the dagger menacingly. "Restore the door to its original state." Chapter 16. Do not provoke that she-devil. All right. I shall repair it this very moment. I promise to restore it to its original state. Lotus, trembling and pleading, hurriedly attempted to fix the lock, his hands quaking uncontrollably. Driven by fear, he worked with surprising speed. "It's done. Sister, I have repaired it." He set his tools aside, anxiously scrutinizing Annan's reaction. Observing her intently inspecting the lock, Lotus seized the opportunity and dashed out. He stumbled down the stairs, crying out in a heart-wrenching wail, "Help! Murder! Room 1402 is a murder scene." Annan raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the coward's rapid retreat. Armed with a three-edged dagger, she swiftly caught up to him and lunged forward. In a frantic bid to escape, Lotus flailed and inadvertently evaded a fatal strike, only to be grazed in the shoulder. His primal instinct for survival propelled him to sprint back to the 7th floor, blood oozing from his wound. The residents of the 5th and 6th floors, hidden in the stairwell, were paralyzed with terror, huddling together in a panicked frenzy. Before Lotus could unlock his door, Annan was upon him, knife in hand. "Please, don't kill me." Lotus's eyes bulged in fear. Annan, however, showed no mercy in this lawless apocalypse. Sparing him would only plant a ticking time bomb for herself. One could never predict how or when they might meet their end. Thus, she decisively ended his life. Casting a glance at the quaking residents of the 5th and 6th floors, Annan chose not to dispose of the body, instead turning and returning home. Lotus lay lifeless, discarded in the stairwell. Having slain the fowl, it was imperative to instill fear in the monkeys. In her previous life, none of the neighbors were amiable. Order was on the brink of chaos. Better to make them aware that she was not to be trifled with. The following day, the other residents cautiously opened their doors to investigate. The echoes of Lotus's cries had roused them from sleep, yet none dared to venture outside. They were not foolish enough to court danger. Though mentally prepared, the sight of blood splattered across the corridor walls was enough to frighten them considerably. It felt as if they had stumbled into the set of a horror film. Word of the incident spread swiftly throughout the community, morphing into wild tales. A merciless she-devil had emerged from the 14th floor, brandishing a dagger and striking fear into the hearts of all. Rumor had it she was a fugitive on the run. Meanwhile, upon discovering her son's lifeless body, Lotus threw herself into a fit within the corridor, demanding that the authorities be notified. Unfortunately, her phone had no signal, and the police station had long since succumbed to the rising waters. Thus, she resorted to knocking on neighbors' doors, seeking assistance to punish the she-devil. "A girl on the 14th floor has committed murder. Is there no one to intervene?" The neighbors resolutely bolted their doors, replying, "Are you joking? The blood on the walls is terrifying. Am I to risk my life for your troubles?" Moreover, it was evident that the Liu brothers had attempted to break into a young girl's room in the dead of night. Who could fail to see their true intentions? Lotus, ignored by all, slumped to the ground, erupting into curses. "You wretched beasts! Not a single one of you stands up for my son's justice. How can one be so selfish?" At her advanced age, the old lady finds herself utterly alone, without a soul to assist her. For an entire hour, Lotus bellowed without fatigue, her tirade unending. Finally, someone could no longer bear the outcry. "What are you shouting about? If you have the audacity, go complain to 1402. Why impose your moral coercion upon us?" This elderly woman frequently resorts to moral manipulation. Each morning, she fiercely competes for discounted groceries, displaying an impressive vigor. Once she has secured her purchases and boarded the bus, she flaunts her age, berating anyone who does not immediately yield their seat to her. In her community, she is equally notorious. Disliking dogs, she kicks at those she sees walking them. When confronted by the owners, she feigns injury, groaning theatrically as though she were a victim. Many have grown weary of her antics, delighting in the discord she incites. Indeed, who killed your son? Go seek them out. You dare not confront her, yet you unleash your wrath upon us? Such a cowardly old hag. They ponder whether to escort her upstairs for a private chat. Lu Laotai fell silent, sheepishly rising from the ground, retreating home with her son's remains. My dear son, it is not that your mother is unwilling to avenge you. Even you cannot withstand her. If I go, it will only lead to my demise. With the commotion outside dissipated, the onlookers scoffed. What a selfish, self-serving old woman, one who preys on the weak. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, who had been hiding at home, were greatly unsettled by the previous night's events. They had assumed that Annan's threats were merely bluster, never envisioning she would actually resort to violence. Initially, they had planned to wait until she was victimized by two thugs before swooping in to play the savior, hoping to ingratiate themselves and eventually benefit from her family's fortunes. However, their schemes crumbled as those two inept fools could not even handle a mere 20-something young woman. With their food supplies depleted, the siblings found themselves in a bind, unsure of how to proceed. Annan, having secured the first kill in the neighborhood, temporarily deterred any further aggression from the residents. Nonetheless, the Liu brothers' predicament had sparked new ideas among the tenants. In these extraordinary times, breaking into homes became a viable option. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors, having exhausted their provisions and facing poor living conditions, conspired to target Lu Laotai. They all knew she was a frail old woman, making her an easy target. They forcibly pried open her door, oblivious to the irony that while they relied on their strength to intrude upon a young woman's home, they would soon find themselves facing a similar fate. Lu Laotai, hearing the clatter outside her door, shouted loudly in protest, but to no avail, as no one responded. Moments later, the group barged in, only to discover a large sack of rice weighing 50 pounds within her home. How shameless this old woman is, hoarding such a bounty of rice while begging from others, deceiving them into believing she had been starving for 2 days. Serves her right for attempting to rob that young girl. The tables have turned. The populace found a pretext to rid themselves of the perceived evil, and with a sense of self-righteousness, they claimed apartment 701 as their own. On the 5th and 6th floors for households, having occupied the residence of the elderly Mrs. Liu, deemed the space insufficient and ventured upstairs. Upon reaching the 8th floor, they discovered apartment 802 uninhabited and promptly took up residence there. Qian Inger, who had moved into apartment 801, peered through the peephole only to witness her home overtaken by several burly men. Yet she remained too intimidated to voice her anger. Unable to call the authorities, she resolved to bide her time until order was restored, planning to evict them and demand compensation, considering it akin to renting out her home. Similarly, the ousted Mrs. Liu was equally cowed. Initially vociferous, she fell silent when confronted with a knife. "Please, just let me take some rice. Otherwise, I shall starve," she implored. No one paid her any heed. She was unceremoniously tossed out, along with her two sons, who were unceremoniously dumped back into the hallway. The residents of the 5th and 6th floors set the precedent, and soon others began to stir with intent. With provisions running low, why not seek sustenance from others? Not everyone possesses the ability to navigate perilous waters, and even if someone risked their life to procure food, it would last but a day or two. Thus, the quiet thievery commenced, with those robbed today resolved to plunder others the following day, plunging the community into chaos. Malevolence began to spread among the inhabitants. The neighborhood descended into turmoil, with cries and the sounds of looting echoing daily. Yet, an unspoken agreement prevailed. Do not provoke the female tyrant of the 14th floor. Mrs. Liu had vanished without a trace, and the bodies of the Liu brothers were still entombed in the floodwaters, a grim reminder that they had all perished together. Their remains now in a state of decay. Chapter 17. The vanished Annan's life had returned to a semblance of tranquility. Although the cacophony of vandalism and theft within the neighborhood was quite disturbing, she was grateful that no one came to intrude upon her peace. Thus, she dedicated herself to enhancing her physical fitness and honing her combat skills, often working up a considerable sweat. When fatigue set in, she would indulge in culinary explorations. One evening, Annan was skewering meat at home, preparing for a barbecue with fugue, when a piercing scream erupted from the 13th floor. Ah, murder! Annan was taken aback. In her previous life, such incidents had only involved petty theft. There had been no murders or brutality. Who could be so ruthless as to take a life so early? Since her rebirth, everything had unfolded in a manner reminiscent of her past existence. Her greatest advantage lay in her prophetic insight into the future. Thus, this unexpected variable piqued her interest, prompting her to investigate. Upon descending the stairs, Annan discovered that the source of the commotion was a buzzcut man from apartment 1301. This man, aware of the portly neighbor across the hall, had noted that the latter had recently procured half a pig just before a torrential downpour, followed by an extravagant purchase of instant noodles and dried noodles. Thus, he had decided to sneak into the man's home to pilfer some goods. The kitchen was devoid of instant noodles, but it was filled with an abundance of dried meat. With the refrigerator having lost power, the meat had been preserved in a manner conducive to longevity. The man excitedly stuffed the dried meat into his bag, thinking, finally, I won't go hungry. Midway through his endeavor, he stumbled upon an ear, an unmistakably human ear. A jolt of horror coursed through him. Upon further inspection, he discerned several fingers amidst the dried meat. This was human flesh? A wave of terror compelled him to scream. His shrieks immediately roused the slumbering, portly neighbor, who bolted upright from his bed and rushed to the kitchen, exclaiming, What are you doing? The buzzcut man, upon seeing the homeowner approach, trembled in fear. He had initially perceived the man as a benign figure due to his rotund and simple appearance, only to discover that he was harboring a corpse. Earlier, the man had mentioned butchering a pig with his wife, but it was now evident that he was, in fact, dismembering a body. The realization that he had unwittingly disturbed them during their gruesome task was utterly chilling. As he gazed upon the portly man's face, an aura of dread enveloped him. At that moment, a woman, still groggy from sleep, emerged from the bedroom. Son, what's happening? She appeared to be a decade younger than the rotund man, her figure curvaceous. The buzzcut man focused intently and realized that she was not the man's wife. What audacity! A mistress boldly entered the fray? This was inconceivable, as the man had a notorious reputation for being dominated by his wife. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the pile of dried meat was his wife? A chill swept over him as he seized the kitchen knife with fervor, brandishing it fiercely. I warn you, do not approach. You two cannibalistic perverts. I will fight you. The couple, taken aback by his frenzied display, dared not advance. The woman shrieked in terror, allowing him the opportunity to make his escape. By the time the portly man chased after him, the buzzcut man had already returned to the safety of his own home. The woman, visibly anxious, implored brother Son, What should we do? We've been discovered. The man embraced her reassuringly. It's all right. He can't report to the police just yet. Soon enough, the evidence will be gone, and there will be nothing left to implicate us. Relieved, the woman responded, If the police do come knocking, we can simply claim that your wife went missing while scavenging for supplies. After all, there are no surveillance cameras at present. Indeed, my clever little jade, he replied. Let us return home and rest. It is worth noting the shamelessness of this pair. The man, Sun Peng, was once an unremarkable individual, yet fate smiled upon him, allowing him to marry a business-savvy wife. With her wealth, his social standing rose significantly. However, driven by ulterior motives, he soon entangled himself with a new female colleague, Wang Xiaoyu, even bringing her into their home. When his wife unexpectedly returned early, she caught them in the act, leading to a desperate plea for forgiveness from him. In a fit of rage, she resolutely demanded a divorce, insisting he leave with nothing. Blinded by anger, he lashed out in a moment of madness. His initial intention was to dismember her body and dispose of it in the mountains. However, before he could carry out his plan, a natural disaster struck, trapping them both within their home. Fearing the body would begin to decompose, they resorted to drying it out. As their food supply dwindled, the flesh became increasingly aromatic. With the outside world deteriorating, the pair succumbed to a nefarious thought. In times of famine, what difference is there between this meat and beef jerky? It could satiate their hunger while effectively obliterating the evidence. Thus unfolded the tragic events of the day. Annan, concealed in the corner of the staircase, overheard the entire conversation but did not react as one might expect. In her previous life, she had witnessed the depths of human darkness, even instances of cannibalism during the apocalypse. Rather than condemning others' morality, it is wiser to distance oneself from such individuals. In a lawless world, those with malicious intent only grow bolder. As Annan made her way home, she pondered, in my last life, I was aware that the man from 1302 enjoyed sowing discord. Yet nobody knew he was capable of murder. How could he have discovered me in this life? What she did not realize was that this was a consequence of the butterfly effect stemming from a rebirth. In her previous existence, she had not severed ties with the Bai siblings and had even sheltered them. Thus, the Liu brothers did not break into 1402, and the community did not descend into chaos as rapidly. By the time someone attempted to break in, Sun Peng's stock of jerky was nearly depleted. In this life, however, she was caught red-handed by the man with the crew cut. He rushed home, breathless and shaken, collapsing onto the sofa. A woman emerged groggily from the bedroom. Darling, what was that noise? Why are you sitting on the sofa instead of sleeping? Dear, the man, upon seeing his wife, Chu Pei Pei, was suddenly overwhelmed with tears. You frightened me to death. He trembled as he recounted the harrowing events he had witnessed at 1302. Chu Pei Pei's eyes widened in shock. Is that truly the case? She was 3 months pregnant, experiencing early pregnancy fatigue, and had slept soundly through the night, only realizing her husband was absent when she got up to use the restroom. I told you not to follow their example of breaking and entering. It's far too dangerous. Thank goodness you are safe. We neither steal nor rob. We rely solely on ourselves. Tomorrow, we shall continue to paddle our basin in search of sustenance. CUN2 remarked, but you are still with child. What is there to fear? After all, my condition is not yet apparent. My child is not so fragile. Reflecting for a moment, she added, the current chaos is overwhelming. Keep the matters of 1302 confined to your heart. Refrain from spreading tales. In the future, remember to maintain your distance from him and remain vigilant. CUN2 nodded in agreement, understood. Thus, several days passed. The community finally settled into a semblance of tranquility. Ultimately, regardless of the fracas, the food within the neighborhood was limited, and soon there was little left to seize. Everyone faced the same plight of hunger. Fortunately, after the rain had inundated the 6th floor, it ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and daylight returned. Although the city remained submerged in floodwaters, a glimmer of hope seemed to illuminate the hearts of the people, prompting them to venture outside in search of supplies. In a fleeting moment, the water's surface was dotted with plastic basins, bathtubs, and other makeshift vessels carrying individuals. Some discovered floating bags of chips, while others salvaged waterlogged watermelons whose edibility was uncertain. Additionally, some ventured into the office buildings, where they found numerous kayaks from outdoor supply companies. They brought back the excess to trade with neighbors, not for money, but for food. While humanity's survival instincts may not rival those of cockroaches, they are undeniably resilient. Annan observed the bustling activity outside for 2 days, contemplating that it was time for her to step out and explore. Chapter 18. The Jadeite rough, secluded within her home, Annan represented a wealth of resources, drawing the attention of those around her. Although she was not currently troubled by anyone, the future remained uncertain. Desperation could drive people to commit unspeakable acts. Thus, Annan resolved to step outside for some fresh air, ensuring that her beloved dog was by her side. While the security door was robust, one could never be too cautious, especially with potential lockpicking experts like Liu Lair lurking in the vicinity. Leaving Fugu alone at home was deemed unsafe. Fortunately, the little creature was small enough to fit comfortably into her backpack. However, Fugu, unfamiliar with the confines of the bag, hesitated and clawed at it, showing signs of reluctance. Annan playfully warned, if you don't hide well, someone might snatch you away for dog stew. With wide eyes, Fugu darted into the open bag, turning back to point at the zipper with its paw, as if to say, Sister Nan, please close the door. What a clever little rascal. Annan chuckled as she zipped the bag shut, leaving an air vent open, before shouldering her pack and setting off. She retrieved a speedboat from her space and cradled it as she ascended to the 7th floor. The 6th floor had succumbed to flooding, rendering the 7th floor effectively the new ground level, with residents now entering and exiting through the windows of the 7th floor corridor. As she ventured outside, she coincidentally encountered her neighbors, who were departing in groups. The chaos of the outside world had resulted in frequent skirmishes over supplies. To safeguard their collected resources, most residents banded together, forming cooperative teams to search for necessities. Initially, there had been some mistrust due to past incidents of breaking and entering. But after a series of solitary encounters that ended in theft, the community had temporarily laid down arms, uniting to seek out provisions. Aside from Annan and the mother-son duo of Zhao Ping'an from the 15th floor, everyone else was present. The speedboat in Annan's possession starkly contrasted with the various buckets and basins carried by others, while the group eyed her boat with envy. The recollection of the bloodstains on the corridor wall quelled their desires. A jovial figure from Unit 1302, a stout uncle, approached with a friendly demeanor. His eyes gleamed with a certain shrewdness as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Sun Peng, the temporary leader of our unit. You must be Annan. Welcome to our team. Together we shall gather supplies." Annan scrutinized him. While others had become gaunt from hunger, Sun Peng appeared unchanged, his countenance still plump and greasy. It seemed that the meat jerky from his home had served him well. Annan decisively declined his invitation, stating, "No, thank you. I prefer to venture out on my own." She had no desire to mingle with them. Not only would it complicate her ability to utilize her space, but she also believed this group would yield little of value. In her previous life, Annan had been part of such a team, and the meager findings were hardly sufficient to satisfy everyone. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger were also among the group. Bai Wenbin seemed inclined to approach her, but Qian Inger held him back, discreetly assessing Annan. Sensing their scrutiny, Annan chose to ignore them. To her surprise, she noticed that the crew-cut individual from Unit 1301 was also present. He held his wife's hand, hiding at the rear of the crowd, deliberately distancing themselves from Sun Peng. The situation outside must be dire. Otherwise, this buzzcut wouldn't be associating with Sun Peng. After all, the last time he saw him, he was utterly terrified. And Nan mused to herself, the apocalypse truly broadens one's horizons. Even murderers and witnesses can team up to scavenge for food. Observing in Nan's expression, Sun Peng extended another invitation. The chaos outside is overwhelming. It would be safer to join us. He smiled earnestly, his sincerity apparent, while secretly contemplating how advantageous it would be aboard her speedboat, sparing him the effort of rowing. With her combat prowess, adding her to the team would significantly bolster their strength. After all, what's the big deal about killing a couple of people? Look how frightened this bunch of cowards is. What's there to fear? I've killed before. They just don't know it. And Nan unceremoniously declined once more. "Thank you for the reminder, but I prefer not to join a team." With that, she ignored the varied expressions of the crowd and boldly stepped out of the window, setting off in her speedboat. Sun Peng felt publicly slighted, a mix of embarrassment and anger swirling within him. Nonetheless, he maintained a friendly demeanor as he addressed the neighbors. "Since she won to join, let us set off ourselves." Bai Wenbin and his sister gazed after Annan, their eyes deep with contemplation. "Brother, look at her. She hasn't lost a bit of weight. In fact, her skin seems to be improving." Qian Inger glared, seething, "Why is that?" "I've been worn down to a pale shadow, while she remains fair and rosy-cheeked." Bai Wenbin pondered for a moment and replied, "She must have a substantial stockpile of supplies." The siblings exchanged glances, avarice flickering in their eyes. Regardless of the crowd's thoughts, Annan swiftly steered her speedboat out of the community. Outside, throngs of people clustered in groups of 3 or 5, breaking windows to enter high-rise buildings. Annan skillfully navigated away from the masses, heading towards less populated areas. The stock in her space was sufficient for a lifetime. Hence her purpose differed from that of the others. Annan sought Jade. Since her space could be upgraded, she intended to elevate it to its highest potential. Though the current size was adequate, she felt there were unexplored wonders yet to be discovered within it. With all the shopping malls submerged, searching through each jewelry counter for jade products would be exhausting. Although she possessed diving gear, she had not undergone systematic training, and repeatedly diving posed certain dangers. Thus, she resolved to find a location where she could gather abundantly in one go. This year, a stone gambling event took place at Quancheng District, and the torrential rain had not yet concluded the activity. Many jade raw stones would surely remain unsold in the square. Annan headed directly to Mingxing Square in Quancheng District. The journey was long, and with numerous obstacles in the water, it took her several hours to reach the vicinity of her destination. Quancheng, being a low-lying area and one of the earliest developed districts, mostly comprised six-story-old buildings, resulting in the entire district being submerged. No one came here to seek supplies. The water's surface lay eerily silent. Annan located the approximate position of the square, left Fu Gui on the boat, donned her gear, and plunged into the water. Upon diving, she realized there was still a street south distance to the square, so she hurriedly swam towards it. On the eastern side of the square lay the venue for the Stone Gambling Convention, complete with ticket checkpoints and restricted access. Annan effortlessly glided over from above, arriving at the display of raw stones. Lacking any profound knowledge of jade, she regarded the dull gray stones before her, perceiving them as no different from the rocks accumulated at the riverbed, utterly incapable of discerning the jade concealed within through mere observation. Consequently, she opted to refrain from scrutinizing further and directly absorb them into her space. Should the jade within possess superior quality, the space would expand significantly. Conversely, if the quality were inferior, the change would be minimal. There were also many stones devoid of jade entirely, which the space did not absorb at all. Annan mused to herself, "It seems that gambling on stones carries its risks. One must exercise caution with their investments." She did not discard the stones that were not absorbed, choosing instead to retain them for potential use as projectiles in future confrontations, an element of surprise. Annan diligently collected every single raw stone without exception. The area of her space grew increasingly vast, surpassing 100,000 square meters, and the translucency of her bracelets improved remarkably. Annan was elated, exclaiming that this journey had truly been worthwhile. Yet, just as she was in the midst of her collection, the space abruptly ceased to expand. What was happening? Chapter 19. She possesses diving equipment at this moment. The expanse of space stretched infinitely, and Annan could no longer estimate its actual size. The quaint villa had transformed into a luxurious estate. 3 raw stones remained uncollected in the plaza, and the space showed no further alterations. Had it reached its peak? Would accumulating more jade not yield any enhancements? After some contemplation, Annan decided to collect the remaining 3 raw stones. To her surprise, although the space exhibited no changes, the jade was still devoured. Once the jade vanished from the space, the quality of her bracelet improved as usual, now attaining the texture of high ice. With all the raw stones collected, Annan, having spent considerable time submerged, felt some fatigue and hastily turned to swim back. She would ponder over it later. Fortune was still on the boat. At that moment, Fortune stood at the bow, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon detecting movement in the water, it immediately grew restless, sniffing fervently. When it saw its owner surface and remove her mask, it was overcome with excitement, its tail swirling like a propeller, its paws eagerly reaching for Annan's face. Annan sighed, "Fortune, get away. You're hitting my face." She dodged the enthusiastic dog and climbed onto the boat to rest. After a brief respite, she retrieved several steaming buns from the space, and she and Fortune quickly resolved their lunch. Once they finished the buns, Annan started the inflatable boat, preparing to explore other areas. After a short while, she suddenly heard the sound of a motor. Ahead, not far away, an inflatable speedboat approached, splashing water, and trailing behind it was a kayak. The 2 boats appeared to accommodate about 7 or 8 people. Annan immediately became cautious. "Fortune, get into the bag." Fortune nimbly dove into the open bag. Annan strapped on the bag and retrieved a nail gun from the space for protection. They were soon about to exit the wide urban area, and ahead in the Zhongguan district lay a cluster of office buildings, where many people were scouring for supplies. The submachine gun was her trump card for survival. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from brandishing it ostentatiously. "Honey, look, there's a speedboat ahead." How could anyone come this way? Surely the supplies and the technology building haven't all been scavenged? Impossible. It seems there is only one person on that boat. The leading man suggested, "Let us move closer to take a look." A group slowly approached Annan's speedboat, and as they drew nearer, their eyes glinted with greed. She is wearing a diving suit. Not to mention, she has an oxygen tank. She possesses a complete set of diving gear. With this, we can search for supplies underwater. Her speedboat is superior to ours. It's made of fiberglass. Several individuals could barely contain their excitement, chattering animatedly. And there's a dog. I just saw that dog jump into the bag. People are starving, yet she keeps a dog? Annan furrowed her brow, watching as the two small boats drew closer. There were 7 of them in total, 3 couples and an elderly woman. They appear to be a boisterous group, with the 3 men presenting the most formidable challenge. Annan took the initiative to speak. "You are blocking my way." The man at the forefront brandished a fire axe, a sinister grin gracing his lips. "Little sister, what a twist of fate that we should meet here. Shall we be friends?" Annan retorted, "Friends? What advantage would I gain from associating with you?" The man, displeased, replied, "Little sister, one must not be so mercenary in life." Annan scoffed, "Oh, is it not you who are mercenary? Do you not covet my speedboat and diving gear? Enough with the banter. Young lady, be wise. Leave everything behind, and we shall let you go. Even the dog. Ever since we feasted on my family's great yellow, we have been long deprived of meat." Seeing that she was alone, he spoke with brazen arrogance. A flicker of coldness crossed Annan's eyes. "And what if I refuse?" The man's expression hardened. "Then you shall pay with your life." With that, their speedboat surged forward, aiming to collide with Annan, while the man swung his axe menacingly. Annan, quick to react, fired several shots at their vessel. Both the speedboat and the kayak, being inflatable, began to deflate rapidly upon being struck by her bullets. Panic ensued among the women. "The boat is leaking. What are you yelling for? Just board her vessel." The man barked, attempting to ascend onto Annan's boat. Before he could reach her, Annan shot directly at his head. The close range ensured that her bullet penetrated his temple, and he collapsed, the fire axe slipping from his grasp. Chaos erupted among the remaining group. "Darling," cried the woman behind him, her eyes wide with fury. "You wretched girl! How dare you kill my husband?" She seized the fire axe and lunged at Annan. Annan deftly dodged, and with a swift motion, shot her in the eye with a nail gun. The woman screamed in agony, "Aw, you little harlot! I will kill you and serve your eyeballs in a pot. Watching as I feast on your dog. Feast on my great yellow? You think you can?" Annan retorted with a cold smirk, shooting several rounds at her head and heart without hesitation. The woman flailed her axe wildly, soon losing her voice. Meanwhile, the kayak, laden with supplies, quickly succumbed to the water, submerging the 3 individuals aboard, all of whom could not swim, thrashing helplessly and crying for help. The speedboat also began to leak, leaving only the fallen couple and 1 man and woman aboard. The man frantically reached for the drowning elderly woman. "Mother, come quickly." The woman attempted to board Annan's vessel, but was unceremoniously kicked into the water. Annan fixed her gaze upon the last man on the speedboat, slowly raising her nail gun. "You, the one who boasted about eating your own dog?" Fear-stricken, the man abandoned his elderly mother, hastily retrieving a kitchen knife from behind him. However, their melee weapons were no match for Annan's nail gun. Before he could even approach, she shot him in the wrist, causing the knife to slip from his grasp. Just as Annan prepared to fire again, a sudden commotion erupted as the great yellow sprang forth from her bag. It deftly leaped onto the opposing speedboat, followed by a powerful spring that enabled it to bite the man's groin. The man screamed in agony. Already injured, he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat and fell into the water. Annan was taken aback by the unexpected charge of Fuguay and quickly called out, "Fuguay, come back." At that moment, the speedboat sank completely, and Fuguay too plunged into the water. Annan's heart tightened as he contemplated rescuing it, only to see it floating on its back, nonchalantly paddling with its 4 paws. While swimming, it wore a triumphant expression and exclaimed, "Bad guy, let this be a lesson for you. I'll bite you to death." Annan couldn't help but chuckle as he scooped it up, saying, "You silly dog, you can actually understand human speech." Meanwhile, only 2 individuals who could swim remained thrashing in the water. The woman was desperately swimming away, while the injured man struggled to crawl onto her boat. Annan, with a stoic expression, seized the man's head and forcefully pushed him underwater. Chapter 20. The assault on a building. As the man struggled tirelessly, his consciousness began to blur, and suddenly he recalled his dog. If De Huang were here, that little white dog would be unable to harm him at all. With its sharp teeth and robust, agile physique, this woman would surely be no match for it. Apart from its master, it feared no one. Until the day he rendered it unconscious, it had not retaliated. How he wished it were still by his side. As his awareness faded further, he seemed to envision De Huang rushing towards him. Annan observed as the man gradually sank, and he activated the speedboat in pursuit of the last woman. Hearing the roar of the engine behind her, the woman swam desperately forward, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. I was wrong." Annan remained silent, steering the speedboat directly into her path. When there were many, she had bullied others, attempting to seize her equipment and enjoy the riches of her family. But now that she had lost, she claimed to have erred. Regrettably, it was too late. The water soon returned to a placid state, as if the group had never existed. Annan retrieved a towel and dried off his wet dog. "Fuguwei, you mustn't bite recklessly. It's so dirty. You're a little girl. You must act like a lady. Do you understand?" Fuguwei obediently leaned against Annan, grumbling softly. "I understand." After drying the dog, he placed it back into his backpack, then changed out of his diving suit and stored it away to avoid further conflict. Annan started the speedboat again, turning towards the deeper parts of Quan District. He recalled hearing that group mention the technology building, and it suddenly dawned on him that there was indeed a high-rise at the edge of Quan District. However, the building was situated at the city's farthest fringe, requiring a passage across the entire district. Without the speedboat, relying solely on a kayak or even a plastic basin would render it impossible to reach there. Thus, it was highly likely that area had yet to be searched. Those individuals must have realized this, which prompted them to come all the way from Zhongwan District. Annan piloted the speedboat directly towards the technology building. After 2 hours of navigation, he finally arrived, witnessing the towering structure standing solitary amidst the vast floodwaters. Atop the building, the sign of Taiyu Technology shone brightly. Taiyu Group was the second largest conglomerate in the province, primarily engaged in electronics, yet in recent years had diversified into various industries. This building served as their headquarters in Lingbei City. Annan approached cautiously, noting the desolation around him, and stored the speedboat in his space before entering the building with his backpack. The low-lying terrain of Quan District had submerged the lower 11 floors of the structure, leaving only the top 6 floors above water. Annan accessed the 12th floor through a window. This level housed the urban construction company of Taiyu Group. No one had searched here. Everything was tidy, as if preserved from the calamity that had befallen the world. Annan first stored the coffee machine and ice maker from the break room into his space. Then he scoured the area, collecting various snacks, biscuits, chocolates, and beef jerky from the employees' desks. He didn't overlook any relatively new office supplies either. After all, his space seemed boundless, and if it remained empty, it might as well be filled with provisions. Who knows when these items might prove useful in the future? The male employees' tea, the female employees' humidifiers, small refrigerators, and other items were all stored away. The various bidding documents, archival contracts, and other papers in the filing cabinets were deemed useless, so they were emptied, and even the vacant cabinets were tucked away. Every item was collected, including even the disinfectant effervescent tablets belonging to the cleaning staff. The 13th floor housed a renovation company. Besides the office supplies and snacks at the employees' desks, there were numerous renovation materials. A variety of attractive sample tiles, removable flooring, banana oil, waterproof coatings, and more were all meticulously gathered by Annan. In addition to these, she also discovered explosion-proof glass and 5 armored doors. These were indeed valuable finds. Upon inspection, Annan noted that they were brand new and appeared to be of equal quality to those in her own home. She continued her collection with enthusiasm. Ascending to the next floor, she encountered the innovative technology company that had been established just 3 years prior. Annan had seen them in the news. They were purportedly researching a high-tech, novel fabric that was not only comfortable against the skin and resistant to cuts and punctures, but also capable of maintaining a constant temperature. She was quite intrigued by this. If such a miraculous fabric truly existed, it would spare her the discomfort during extreme heat and cold. However, after a thorough search in the research and development department, she found only a few failed prototypes. The whiteboard in the conference room was filled with erroneous data and corrected ideas. It appeared that this extraordinary fabric had yet to be successfully developed. Annan felt a tinge of disappointment. How could they announce such news when they were nowhere near success, merely creating a spectacle? After leaving the RD department, she continued her exploration. Another department caught her eye. There were 3 of the latest drones, valued at $300,000 each, with strong endurance and equipped with ultra-clear cameras. She gladly accepted all 3, along with various related components, storing them away as well. After a thorough tour, she found little of value on that floor and ascended to the 15th floor. This level housed a seed company with a small selection of various grain seeds, fruit tree seeds, and flower seeds meticulously categorized. Though she did not comprehend the black technology behind their research, she understood that seeds represented hope. Thus, with a sweeping gesture, she collected all the seeds into her space. After the floods, nearly all crops had been destroyed, but as long as seeds remained, there was a chance for Blue Star to rejuvenate. Having gathered the seeds, Annan proceeded to the 16th floor, home to Taiyu Group's newly established automotive RD department. She couldn't help but marvel at Taiyu Group's extensive ventures across various industries. However, upon reflection, aside from electronics, it seemed that Taiyu had not made significant waves in other sectors. Their overall financial power was surpassed by the Gu family group of the province, relegating them to second place. Nonetheless, such judgments were beyond Annan, as her own business could not compare, especially since she had been unceremoniously expelled from her family home by her unworthy father. After a thorough inspection of the 16th floor, she did not find their concept cars, but did come across a substantial number of automotive parts, regardless of whether these parts could be utilized in her own vehicle. She collected them all, storing them away without hesitation. In addition, 10 boxes containing a total of 400 bottles of maintenance oil were discovered and subsequently collected. The company's warehouse also housed various automotive products such as floor mats and safety seats, presumably intended as benefits for the employees of the company. Alas, the unfortunate workers would no longer have use for these items. Annan graciously accepted them all on their behalf. Having searched this floor, only the 17th floor remained. As she approached the staircase, poised to ascend, she was suddenly startled by the cacophony of footsteps reverberating from below. Annan's heart raced, and she promptly halted. Someone was approaching. Chapter 21. Who cleared out the janitor's closet in order to avert any unnecessary conflict. Once more, Annan deftly slipped into her space. This building had been thoroughly searched by her, leaving only the top floor unexamined. The others, lacking this miraculous tool of spatial manipulation, would not be able to procure as much as she had. They would likely only rummage through the employee snack supplies and would not linger for long. By remaining in her space for a while, she could easily avoid them. Upon entering her domain, Annan surveyed her new abode. Initially a modest 60-square-meter cottage, it had been transformed into a charming villa. To her astonishment, the jade rough stone she had collected today at Mingxing Square had directly turned her quaint villa into an expansive 5,000 square meter luxurious estate. In addition to the 4-story main villa, there was a sprawling lawn, an array of rare greenery, and a serene spring. She released Fortune from her backpack. The dog paused, bewildered, as if to ask what new magic its master had conjured. "This is our new home. Go explore, Fortune." True to its name, Fortune was indeed blessed. Although her household had modest wealth, she had not yet resided in a manor. In merely a month, Fortune had already found itself in a grand estate, albeit only allowed to indulge in its splendor for an hour each day. Fortune dashed from the exquisitely decorated 4-story villa, exuberantly racing across the lawn. However, in its fervor, it unexpectedly collided with an invisible barrier and tumbled to the ground. "Yow! Yow!" The dog yelped, tilting its head in bewilderment. Annan chuckled softly. "Silly dog. We can't access that area. This vast lawn is more than enough for your playtime." Fortune, seemingly understanding, rose to its feet and began to patrol the perimeter of the lawn. Indeed, There was an invisible wall encircling the estate, preventing it from venturing into the other space. Annan explained, "That side is akin to our storage room, devoid of entertainment. Feel free to explore this estate to your heart's content." With that, she paid little heed to it, using her consciousness to summon a massage sofa from her space, placing on the first floor of the villa before retreating to rest. Today had been filled with diving, fighting, and exploring, resulting in considerable exertion. The soothing full-body massage allowed her to unwind completely. Meanwhile, Fortune exhibited greater curiosity about the world outside. It frolicked across the lawn, darting around several trees, ultimately arriving at the tranquil spring behind the villa. After a vigorous romp, it panted heavily, bowing its head to drink deeply from the cool waters. Within the building, confusion reigned. How peculiar. This place is so deserted. Not even a bird in sight, yet everything has vanished. Could someone have arrived before us and taken all the supplies? One wondered, who would be so ruthless as to not only steal food, but also remove the tea set from the executive office? Another speculated, could it be that Taiyu Group has relocated everything? As they explored the building floor by floor, their discussions continued. The entire structure was utterly barren, save for some discarded papers. Soon, they reached the top floor, only to find it securely locked. Brothers, there must be something on this floor. The lock hasn't even been tampered with. After scouring the entire building, they finally glimpsed the shadow of some supplies and eagerly set to work, smashing doors and prying locks. After quite a while of effort, I finally managed to open the door. Inside, there are no windows, just pitch darkness. The leader quickly switched on his handheld flashlight. To my astonishment, what lay before me was a vast laboratory filled with an array of instruments and reagents. A group of individuals scoured the entire floor, discovering that every room was a laboratory of varying sizes. Aside from the numerous experimental apparatus and chemical agents, there was not even a morsel of food to be found. No trace of sustenance whatsoever. The group was thoroughly disheartened. The leader furiously struck the head of a subordinate nearby. "You imbecile! You claimed this place was rich in resources. We burned so much fuel to reach here, only to find nothing." The man frowned, tears welling in his eyes from the injustice. "I thought this area was deserted." Another member intervened to console him. "Never mind. We found plenty in the Zhongguan district. This isn't solely your fault. Who could have anticipated that Taiyu Group would relocate all their supplies? How can you be so certain it was Taiyu Group that moved everything? It must have been them. Surely, it wouldn't be some errant soul who took everything, leaving even the tables and chairs behind? Even the cleaning room is empty. Regardless of who had taken the items, the fact remained that there was nothing here. Let's not waste any more time." The group argued briefly before departing, with heads hung low, grumbling discontentedly. In the adjoining space, Annan reclined on a massage sofa, eyes closed in bliss. After glancing at her watch and calculating the time, she prepared to venture outside. "Fuguei, let us go." As she walked toward the villa's exit, she called for her dog. The lawn outside was barren, devoid of Fuguei's presence. Annan searched around in surprise, ultimately finding him by the pond at the back of the villa. There he lay, eyes closed, his round belly exposed, tongue lolling outside. What an amusing, sleeping position. Annan approached and called out, "Fuguei, wake up." He lifted his head, swaying it and grinning foolishly at her, then made a soft sound, nuzzling against her feet affectionately. Annan couldn't help but laugh. He resembled a dog that had indulged in too much drink. Surveying the surroundings, she found nothing suspicious. She then crouched down, scooped up a handful of spring water, and sniffed it. No scent of alcohol? What could have intoxicated this little creature? "Fuguei, have you been drinking?" He smiled broadly, patting his round belly, indicating he was fine. Nearly an hour had passed in the space. It was imperative to exit. After observing Fuguei's condition and confirming he was in no danger, she promptly stowed him in her backpack and swiftly exited the space. Upon emerging, she found herself on the staircase, nearly losing her balance with a misplaced step. What was going on? Was this where I entered the space just now? Annan scratched her head. She recalled entering on the landing. How had she ended up on the stairs? Without further contemplation, she stealthily ascended to investigate. The door to the 17th floor was ajar, and the inside was eerily quiet. devoid of any sound. It seemed the occupants had departed. Annan cautiously examined the area, ensuring no one was present before she felt reassured enough to explore. This level is filled with numerous chemical reagents, a vibrant inlaying of reds and greens, the nature of which remains a mystery to her. She recognizes only a few simple substances, such as concentrated sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid, while the rest elude her understanding. Nevertheless, it matters little. All are gathered into her spatial storage, along with the accompanying laboratory equipment, all collected without hesitation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, everything she encounters appears as a precious, irreplaceable treasure, likely to be of use at some unforeseen moment. The space is ample. Thus, collecting it all is simply the solution. In the blink of an eye, the Taiyu building has been thoroughly cleared, and she descends the stairs with a lightness in her step, ready to leave. Upon exiting the building, she embarks on her speedboat to return home. However, not long into her journey, she is suddenly alerted by commotion ahead. Chapter 22, The Lamb Skewers. Where, to escape hurry, catch them. Although the building was devoid of anything substantial, this excursion was not in vain. Indeed, there were 2 live sheep. Quick, grab their hooves. Annan halted the speedboat, refraining from advancing further, and observed from a distance. It appeared to be the same group of individuals who had ventured to the building earlier. The waters ahead were in a frenzy, with several people surrounding the 2 sheep swimming in the water, their excitement palpable. Annan, having stockpiled beef and lamb in her space, felt no urge to seize them. Her curiosity, however, was piqued. How could there be sheep in such a place? She gazed in the direction the sheep were swimming and suddenly had a revelation. Beyond the expansive urban area lay the outskirts, where a mountain stood. Unlike the developed hillside villas of Luoan Mountain, this particular mountain remained untouched by human hands. It was likely that these 2 sheep, seeking refuge in the city, had ventured towards that wild mountain. Animals sometimes possess a wisdom that surpasses our expectations, guided by their instincts and survival skills. Turning the boat around, Annan steered towards the outskirts of the city. If these sheep had managed to find their way here, there must be other creatures residing on the mountain. Upon arriving at the mountain's base, Annan noted the absence of any onlookers and concealed the speedboat within her space. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from her backpack. It was Fu Gue, struggling to escape. Annan unzipped the bag and released him. His eyes were much clearer now, the drunken stupor replaced by a gleeful expression. As soon as he touched the ground, he joyously twirled around her feet before darting away. Annan regarded the little creature with a motherly gaze. Dogs, by their very nature, revel in play, and even the lethargic Fu Gue adored running in the great outdoors. It was a pity he had been cooped up with her indoors for so long. Alas, the post-apocalyptic world was merciless if dogs struggled. How many humans could still live comfortably as they once did? Fu Gue, don't wander too far. Annan cautioned, scanning the environment around her. Though the terrain of the urban area was low-lying, the mountain's elevation was significant, leaving much of it exposed above the water surface. Fu Gue had vanished from sight, and fearing he might encounter some wild beast of the mountain, she hastened up the slope after him. This mountain was unlike a tourist attraction. It lacked any man-made paths, making the ascent rather arduous. Annan retrieved a hiking pole from her space and carefully made her way upward, calling out for her absent dog as she climbed. After a considerable distance, she finally reached a flat expanse. Peering into the distance, a vast white blur obscured her view. It seemed her dog had ventured into that direction. With no other choice, she called out, "Fu Gue," and Fu Gue, come back quickly. After several attempts, she noticed the distant white mass rapidly approaching her. As it drew nearer, she was astonished to discover it was a herd of goats. Approximately 200 of them. Annan was filled with delight, and upon closer inspection, she saw her dog Fu Gue trailing behind the flock. Wherever he ran, a gap opened in the herd, as all the goats were being herded in her direction. Occasionally, those lagging behind would receive a playful nip from Fu Gue, urging them onward. Annan couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't Fu Gue a bulldog? Can it really herd sheep? Fu Gue's 4 little legs moved swiftly as it rushed to Annan's feet, panting heavily, its tiny tongue lolling out. Annan bent down to scoop it up, exclaiming, "You hardly ever exercise, yet you dare to run so wildly? As she spoke, she cradled it in her arms and gently patted its head. The little creature performed admirably. Despite its youth, it already knew how to assist its owner in herding sheep. She retrieved a steaming Orleans roasted chicken leg from her space, poured a little water, and placed it beside her. Fu Gue quickly dashed over to indulge in the feast. Annan then turned her attention to the group of little lambs grazing nearby. How wonderful it would be to raise them in her space. Not only could they provide sustenance, but they could also reproduce. Alas, living creatures could not be accommodated in her space. Although they could enter the manor, they were limited to just 1 hour each day. It seemed her dream of farming was destined to remain unrealized. Thus, she decided to gather them all into her space instead. After some contemplation, she retrieved an electric baton, a tool she had previously discovered in the mall security room, never expecting it would find use here. She approached swiftly, stunning several nearby sheep. The remaining sheep sensed danger and scattered, prompting Annan to chase after them with the baton. Meanwhile, Fu Gue had devoured the chicken leg and hurried to assist its owner in herding the sheep. Little lambs, where do you think you're going? The fleeing sheep were soon rounded up and driven to Annan's side, where she quickly dispatched them with her electric baton. The duo of one person and one dog worked harmoniously, and before long, all the sheep lay unconscious. Fu Gue, with its short snout, was soon panting heavily from the exertion, so Annan promptly provided it with water and allowed it to rest. She then retrieved a knife from her space and began the process of bleeding out the sheep one by one. By the time she had finished butchering all the sheep, twilight had descended. Looking at the scattered sheep, she realized she could not return home that night. She resolved to camp in the mountains and methodically process the hundreds of sheep. She first stored the sheep in her space, then called her dog and departed from the chaotic scene they had created. After walking further up the mountain, she found a flat, open area. Annan unpacked her camping gear and, following the instructions, successfully set up a tent. Then, she gathered some dry wood and built a fire. "Tonight, we feast on roasted whole lamb," she declared, pulling out her tablet to browse various cooking videos she had previously downloaded. She then extracted a sheep from her space and, following the tutorial, carefully skinned it. The intact skin was stored in her space for later use, while the meat was prepared and placed over the fire to roast. As she cooked, she brushed it with oil and sprinkled spices, the delightful aroma wafting through the air, causing Fu Gue to excitedly dart around the fire. "Sister Nan, when do we eat?" Annan smiled at its eager expression. "Oh, my little greedy pup, it needs to roast for a while longer." While waiting for the whole lamb to cook, she took the opportunity to process other sheep. She preserved all the skins for future trade as warm garments and bedding. While some meat was stored whole in her space, and others were cut into ribs, legs, and spine. Various sheep offal, such as sheep intestines, sheep liver, and sheep tripe, were collected separately, destined for a delightful sheep offal soup in the future. The more Annan busied herself, the more her heart swelled with joy. With such an abundance of sheep, she could host a grand feast at any moment. Coupled with the mutton stockpiled before the apocalypse, she would never find herself wanting for lamb in this lifetime. Suddenly, Fu Gue, standing nearby, let out a series of excited calls. Annan turned to look at him, observing his restless pawing and his eager gaze fixed on the fire. She chuckled. "I know, I see how tempting it is for you. Dinner is about to be served." The aroma wafted through the air, filling the surroundings. Chapter 23, Danger Run. The whole roasted lamb was perfectly cooked, and Fu Gue was exceedingly anxious. Annan hastily paused her butchering to indulge in the lamb. The meat sizzled with juices, and an enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils. She first cut a generous piece of lamb leg for Guzzi, gently admonishing, "Take your time, don't burn yourself." Watching Fu Gue's tail wagging like a propeller in delight filled Annan with warmth. In her previous life, she had endured bitter hardships, facing hunger and betrayal from two wolves lurking nearby. Each day, a tempestuous struggle for survival. In this life, she was free from worry, surrounded by the warmth of a roasted lamb, even in this cruel apocalypse, with a loyal Fu Gue by her side. What an incredible fortune! As she gnawed on a lamb rib, her eyes welled with tears. Fu Gue, sensitive to her emotional shift, abandoned its meat and hurried over to comfort its master, pawing at her and licking her palm. Licking her palm? Fugue, your mouth is dripping with grease, and now it's all over my sleeve. And Nan snapped out of her confusing emotions, chuckling at the messy state of her sleeve. Howl, are you all right? If you're fine, I'm off to eat meat. Fugue shook its head and returned to its bowl, happily resuming its feast. Thus, the man and dog shared a heartwarming dinner. After the meal, Annan stored the leftover roasted lamb in her space, leaving a bone for Guzzi to gnaw on before she resumed processing the remaining lamb. Her technique evolved from clumsy to increasingly proficient. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I could have made a living as a butcher. Before long, she had processed dozens of lambs. Noticing that dusk was approaching, she decided to stop and rest in the tent, promising to finish the rest tomorrow. The moonlight was bright, and the mountain air was refreshingly crisp with numerous stars visible in the sky. The campfire outside the tent crackled softly, as the man and dog basked under the starry sky, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation, soon falling into a deep slumber. The next day, Annan was awakened by the crowing of roosters. Firstly, she opened her eyes in confusion, then abruptly sat up. Roosters crowing? She donned her coat, unzipped the tent, and rushed outside. Indeed, she spotted several large, red-crowned roosters nearby, squawking loudly, accompanied by a few hens that remained silent. Chickens here? It seemed the flood had indeed drawn many creatures to this place. Fugue dashed out at the sound of her voice, and, upon seeing the chickens, sprinted towards them, putting on a lively display of chaos. Annan couldn't help but join the fray, though she had plenty of chickens stored in her space. One can never have too many supplies. Before long, the man and dog had captured a dozen chickens and even gathered some eggs. However, Annan's hair had become a disheveled mess. Drawing from her experience in processing lamb, handling the chickens proved simple. She swiftly took care of them and returned to the tent with Guzzi to have breakfast. After retrieving soy milk and fried dough sticks from her space, the man and dog enjoyed a hearty meal before packing up the tent and continuing their journey. After walking for a while, Annan suddenly encountered a snake by the roadside. Startled, she quickly retrieved some realgar powder she had previously stored and sprinkled it over herself. She held a profound aversion to such slippery creatures and hastened her ascent up the mountain. The path grew increasingly arduous as she climbed higher. After some time, just as she intended to pause and rest, her dog suddenly became exuberant and dashed ahead. Annan followed closely, only to discover a herd of cattle ahead. Approximately 30 large yellow cows were grazing, their heads bowed to the ground. Annan's eyes brightened. Each cow could yield about 450 pounds of meat, meaning this herd could potentially produce around 15,000 pounds of beef, with a substantial reserve already in her space. It seemed her dream of abundant beef was finally within reach. The treasures of this mountain were truly abundant, were it not for the impending extreme heat and cold, which posed a risk of exposure. She might have considered settling down here permanently. Observing the robust cattle, she feared her dog might recklessly approach and get injured. So she called out, "Fugue, come back." Fugue seemed to sense that these cows were not as easily manageable as sheep, pausing to watch them cautiously. "Little one, do you really believe you can outmatch an old bull just because you fancy yourself a fighting dog?" Annan worried that he might be gored or kicked. "You are still just a pup. Do not act impulsively." Saying this, she hurried over to restrain him and then approached the herd with utmost care. The yellow cattle, possessing a calm demeanor, continued to graze undisturbed by their presence. Annan cautiously drew near and cranked up the voltage of her electric baton to its maximum. One by one, she swiftly incapacitated them all. Not yet satisfied, she went through them again to ensure they were utterly subdued before beginning the process of bleeding them out. Once she had dealt with the 30 or so cows, the scene was left in utter disarray. After storing all the cattle in her space, Fugue suddenly began to growl lowly, his fur bristling with alarm. "What is it?" Annan followed his gaze to the nearby thicket, where the grass was swaying accompanied by faint rustling sounds. Soon, a large grayish-black wild boar emerged. It had likely been drawn here by the scent of blood. Its massive body was muscular, with bristles standing on end like sharp needles. Upon spotting Annan, its fierce eyes glinted as it bared its tusks and charged at her with a roar. In a moment of panic, Annan shouted, "Fu Gue, run!" The duo turned and fled. This was no domesticated pig. It was a true beast. An 80-kilogram wild boar could easily topple a 150-kilogram tiger. Annan had not yet reached the point of kicking tigers or wrestling wild boars. She and her dog sprinted away, the frenzied boar gaining on them with alarming speed. In desperation, Annan bent down to scoop up her dog and swiftly slipped into her space. Once seated on the soft, comfortable sofa, both she and Fu Gue exhaled in relief. The oppressive presence of the wild boar had been overwhelming. Their instinct had been to flee, and in her haste, she had nearly forgotten about this miraculous sanctuary. After some time, calculating that the boar should have retreated, Annan left Fu Gue behind and took a knife to step back into the outside world. Just as she emerged, she found herself staring into a pair of fierce eyes. How come the wild boar hasn't left? Annan was taken aback and swiftly returned to the spatial realm. The irate wild boar, witnessing the human vanish before its eyes once more, snorted in fury, its nostrils flaring as it rooted around the ground in agitation. How could that feeble biped simply disappear again? Upon returning to her sanctuary, Annan contemplated her predicament and recognized that this boar was no ordinary foe. It possessed considerable intelligence and was adept at ambush tactics. Remaining hidden in the spatial realm was not a viable solution. If time were to run out, there would be no escape for them. Thus, she took a deep breath, grasped her trident knife, and ventured forth from her sanctuary once again. Where had the pig gone? However, why was it that her feet did not touch the ground? Annan looked down and gasped in astonishment. She was astride the very wild boar itself. Chapter 24. The loss of the buzz cut the wild boar remained stationary at its previous location. Yet somehow, Annan's position had shifted forward, placing her squarely atop the creature. Enraged, the boar arched its body, attempting to dislodge her. She clung tightly to its rotund form, aware that if she were to be thrown off and collide with the ground, her ribs could very well fracture. However, remaining mounted was not a sustainable solution. Annan found herself in a predicament, suddenly grasping the true meaning of being unable to dismount from a tiger. The boar, agitated by her audacity, began to thrash violently. In a moment of desperation, Annan brandished a trident and plunged it into one of its eyes. The boar squealed in agony, thrashing its body with renewed vigor. She was flung off, rolling swiftly to evade the beast's reckless charge. Glancing back, she saw the blade still lodged in the boar's eye, rendering it blind. Driven by instinct and scent, it charged toward her. Without hesitation, Annan retrieved her Uzi submachine gun from her spatial storage and unleashed a barrage of bullets. As it charged close to her feet, the furious boar collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing for a brief moment before succumbing to death. Annan exhaled a long sigh of relief and summoned Fu Gue from her space. Upon emerging, the dog hurriedly rushed to her side, relieved to see her unscathed, before turning to regard the lifeless, dark-hued beast on the ground. Once again, his eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister Nan is formidable." With a smile, Annan affectionately ruffled his head and stood up. As she began to process the boar's meat, she reflected on the toughness of its hide and the density of its flesh, realizing that ordinary knives would struggle to penetrate it. Had it not been for the submachine gun, the encounter would have certainly turned into a fierce battle, likely resulting in injuries. She felt a renewed sense of gratitude for the mysterious benefactor who had gifted her such a weapon. Struggling to skin the boar, Annan devoted considerable effort to preparing the meat. Unlike domesticated pigs, this wild boar had firm muscles and virtually no fat. She resolved to research special cooking methods upon her return. Once she had finished with the boar, she resumed processing the sheep meat she had yet to complete. With over 200 sheep, she had only managed to break down a few dozen previously. In the days that followed, Annan, accompanied by her dog, meticulously scoured the mountain for sheep meat. During their expedition, Fu Gue suddenly dashed off, and upon her pursuit, she discovered he had found several rabbit nests. The little rabbits were adept at evasion, but with their teamwork, Annan and her dog exerted great effort to catch them all. After successfully processing dozens of rabbits, she stored them away and patted her dog's head, saying, "Well done. When we return, I shall prepare spicy rabbit heads for you." Food gay, understanding his master's praise, perked up, squinting his eyes and wagging his tail with pride. In the following days, Annan and her dog thoroughly explored the entire mountain, discovering 4 donkeys, which would soon be transformed into steamed dumplings, as well as 30 delightful little ducks. Midway through their adventure, they encountered another wild boar, to which she applied her usual strategy of suppressive fire with the submachine gun. Fortunately, they did not encounter any further dangers. Perhaps due to the proximity to the city, there were no large predators like lions or tigers, only a few snakes that posed some risk. However, due to the application of realgar powder on them, the snakes did not advance to attack. A solitary individual and her canine companion remained in the mountains for a total of 4 days, amassing a remarkable bounty of 216 sheep, 38 cattle, 4 donkeys, 18 chickens, 33 ducks, 42 rabbits, and 2 wild boars. Without the assistance of her keen-nosed dog, she would have found it nearly impossible to locate such a plethora of livestock. Annan collected nearly all that she encountered, sparing only a few foxes and weasels. This was partly due to her unfamiliarity with the taste of such exotic meats and her reverence for various folklore. Most importantly, the meat in her possession was more than sufficient for both herself and Fugwa to sustain their well-being. There was no need to resort to slaughtering them. What if, at the moment of her strike, one of them suddenly rose to question, "Do you perceive me as human or divine?" What then? Previously, she had dismissed such notions. But in this new world, where the apocalypse had arrived and she had been reborn, what extraordinary events could not transpire? If someone were to tell her that the world she inhabited was merely a narrative, she would readily believe it. In this vast universe, wonders abound. Annan processed all the livestock she had gathered, but due to the sheer volume, much remained unfinished. Over 100 sheep alone had yet to be fully dissected. Nonetheless, she resolved to return home. The mountains had yielded little of further value, and having lingered outside for too long, she risked losing her home to opportunistic neighbors. Thus, on the afternoon of the 4th day, she summoned her dog and prepared to descend the mountain. During their days in the wilderness, Fugwa had embraced its true nature, and upon hearing of their impending departure, hesitated, reluctant to leave. It stood rooted in place, tilting its head at Annan. She chuckled at it. "Have you been sleeping well these past few days? Do you not miss your warm and cozy little bed?" Fugwa paused, suddenly recalling the soft, expansive sofa at home, and its own snug pink nest. With a serious expression, it immediately dashed down the mountain. Homeward bound. No treasure could surpass the comfort of its own doghouse. This pup had not indulged in a lazy slumber for days. The duo swiftly descended, embarking on their journey back. A group of foxes on the mountain silently observed their retreating figures. Those 2 bandits have finally departed. If they lingered any longer, they would have stripped the mountain bare. Upon exiting the wide urban area, Annan once again concealed her dog within her backpack. As she passed through the office complexes of Zhongguan district, she was struck by the stark contrast to their former splendor. Only half of the buildings remained above water, their glass facades violently shattered. A glance revealed the city's remnants. Once critical business secrets and contractual documents floated like refuse on the water's surface. There were no longer well-dressed professionals clutching iced Americanos, meandering between the towering structures. Gone were the KPIs, UGCs, and digital economies. Only the frigid floodwaters and the desperate souls, driven mad in search of a morsel of bread, remained. As twilight descended, Annan hastened her return. In such tumultuous times, darkness heralded greater peril. Upon reaching home, she found her neighbors returning from their own excursions, all gathered in the corridor. She halted outside. After several days apart, these individuals appeared noticeably thinner. At that moment, their expressions were grim. How tragic. She is with child, and her husband is gone. How will she survive from here on? It is not her fault. Her pride and competitiveness led her to gather so many supplies. Yet she remains oblivious to the fact that her husband has drowned. Enough of this talk. One glance at her reveals the brink of madness. A group of individuals huddled together, whispering, their eyes occasionally darting towards the solitary figure of Chu Pei, who lingers at the back. Annan, positioned outside the window, overheard the murmurs echoing in the corridor, and a realization dawned upon her. So, it was the buzz cut that was lost. She could not help but cast her gaze towards Sun Peng, who had exposed the secret of his wife's demise days prior. Sun Peng, concealed within the crowd, initially remained silent, but soon approached Chu Pei Pei with a countenance full of compassion, saying, "Dear sister, since death is irreversible, may you find solace in your grief." Chapter 25. The neighbor's attitude. Chu Pei Pei lifted her head, her gaze icy. "Where were you when my husband fell into the water?" Sun Peng faltered, "Sister, it is indeed my failure as the team leader. I did not take proper care of him." Upon hearing this, the neighbors could not help but perceive her as unreasonable. "You are quite amusing. Your husband fell from the upper floor due to his own carelessness. What does that have to do with Sun?" "Exactly. Perhaps he was in a poor state of mind, driven mad by hunger, and intentionally jumped into the flood to end his life. Captain Sun is here to help us find supplies without any salary. He has no obligation to look after your husband." Seeing the neighbors rallying to his defense, a trace of pride flickered in Sun Peng's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of humility. "Everyone, please refrain from such talk. It is understandable for the family to feel upset in such circumstances. This incident is my oversight, and I shall ensure the well-being of each member of the team moving forward." "Old Sun, you're being too modest." "Indeed, Captain Sun, you have done exceptionally well. Without you, we would not have located these provisions." Sun Peng felt a swell of pride within, yet he continued to feign modesty. "Not at all. It is the collective effort of everyone." Chu Pei Pei, unwilling to endure their mutual flattery any longer, stepped closer to Sun Peng, her gaze sharp. "I know it was you. Do you think you can rest easy after killing him?" Suddenly, she raised her voice towards the others. "This man conspired with his mistress to murder his own wife. And he even turned her into jerky, which my husband inadvertently discovered. That is why my husband had to be silenced. Now that you are aware of this, tread carefully." With a final, deep glance at Sun Peng, she disregarded the crowd and ascended the stairs. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. "My goodness, Captain Sun killed his own wife? And it was discovered by the bald man? No wonder the bald couple has been keeping their distance from Captain Sunday. Indeed, we haven't seen Captain Sun's wife for a while. I wondered why there was always the scent of meat emanating from his home. I smelled it too. I thought I was hallucinating from hunger. Are you implying that he really consumed?" The crowd gasped in unison, stepping back in trepidation. Sun Peng's face turned ashen. "Everyone, do not heed Chu Pei Pei's wild accusations." He struggled to maintain his composure. The bald man's demise was sudden. It is understandable that Xiao Chu, as a family member, is overwhelmed with grief and has lost her sanity, leading her to speak irrationally. He fixed his gaze on each individual, his voice low and commanding. "Everyone has worked hard today. It is time to return home and rest." In their hearts, each person held their own judgments, inherently skeptical of Sun Peng's words. However, considering they would encounter each other again and the impossibility of reporting to the authorities, they hesitated to offend Sun Peng, fearing they might meet the same fate as the bald man. Moreover, with the bald man's household reduced to a mere woman, the disparity in strength compared to Sun Peng was glaringly evident. The side they chose to stand on became increasingly clear to all. Those who still harbored dissent were swiftly silenced by their own kin. Captain Sun remarked, "We are well aware of your character. How could you possibly commit murder?" A light chuckle followed. Indeed, Xiao Chu had succumbed to overwhelming sorrow. "Let us return home and rest. We must continue our search for supplies tomorrow." The group exchanged a few hurried words before swiftly departing. The siblings by Wenbin and his sister linger behind, whispering, "This Sun Peng truly is a ruthless individual." "Cousin, in these chaotic times, aligning with the ruthless is the only means of survival," replied Qian Inger, feigning indifference. "To be honest, I am quite curious about the taste of specialty jerky." As the crowd dispersed, Annan sauntered in through the window, carrying a speedboat upstairs. Reflecting on the irony, in a prosperous era, a man condemned for murdering his wife, a grotesque figure, had become an object of admiration in this apocalyptic world. Humanity's inclination to revere the strong had taken a sinister turn with the advent of the apocalypse. No longer did they seek wealth and power, but rather submitted to bloodshed and violence. This transformation had merely begun. Upon returning home, Chu Pei's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could no longer suppress her sobs. She and her husband had initially refrained from joining Sun Peng's group to avoid him. Yet after several unsuccessful robberies, they reluctantly aligned with their neighbors to stave off starvation. Within the group, she remained vigilant, striving to keep her distance from the deranged Sun Peng. Alas, a moment of carelessness led to her downfall. Now, she faced the grim reality of being alone, pregnant, with a daunting path ahead. With tears streaming down her face, Chu Pei clenched her fists. Meanwhile, upon entering his home, Sun Peng was greeted by his lover, Wang Xiaoyu. "Brother Sun, how was today's haul?" "Fairly good. I found 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bags of millet." Sun Peng replied, his face beaming with pride. "Most importantly, I dealt with that buzz-cut fellow across the street." "Really?" Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sun Peng embraced her, declaring, "Of course. Why take action? Nothing is beyond my reach." We discovered an office building. During task assignments, I sent him and old Wang to search the top floor. Once everyone was in position, I stealthily ascended, and when he was distracted, I pushed him out the window. Old Wang is timid and a heavy smoker. He's been on edge without cigarettes these days. I gave him a pack and intimidated him a bit, and he kept quiet. Wang Xiaoyu, overjoyed, planted a kiss on his cheek. "You truly are impressive. Now we can rest easy." Yet there remains a complication. Sun Peng's expression darkened. The buzzcut's wife is quite persistent. Fearing complications, I sent her away. Had I known, I would have dealt with her too. Does she suspect you? She likely does. Just moments ago, she was extolling my deeds before the neighbors. What shall we do? Wang Xiaoyu asked, her face pale with anxiety. Does it matter if the neighbors believe her? Sun Peng replied smugly. These cowards are all on my side anyway. In these tumultuous times, instilling a sense of fear in them only serves us better. That insufferable Chu Pei, however, will need to be handled sooner or later. Alas, brother Sun, dealing with a mere widow is but a trivial matter, merely a matter of lifting a finger. You are indeed correct, my dear. Sun Peng's demeanor was lewd as he declared, Come, let us retreat indoors and indulge in some reward for your humble servant. Wang Xiaoyu cast a flirtatious glance. How tiresome. Within the building, each household had shut its doors, engaged in hushed discussions about the events of the day. Yet, regardless of the truth, it mattered little to them at this moment. Their greater concern lay in the issue of survival. The resources available outside dwindled by the day, and the meager finds from their daily toil were scarcely sufficient. Many returned from their excursions with nothing more than a few bags of snacks, hardly enough to sustain a family. As thoughts of the future loomed, a pall of despair settled over every home. On the 14th floor, Annan secured her windows and doors, setting up a copper pot and preparing sesame paste and chili oil. After several nights spent in the mountains, she decided to enjoy a hot pot of lamb to ward off the chill. The water soon reached a boil as she began to cook the lamb, calling out to her faithful companion, and Fu Gui, time to eat. Normally, the dog would come running at the scent, but today it lay listlessly in its bed. Noticing its discomfort, Annan hurried over to investigate. Upon lifting the dog, she was alarmed to find bloodstains in its bedding. A pang of fear gripped her heart. Was Fu Gui injured? Chapter 26. Are you hurt? Annan gazed anxiously at the bloodstains in the nest. Could it be that Fu Gui had sustained an injury on the mountain without her noticing? With a heart full of concern, she cradled Fu Gui and meticulously examined him from head to toe, yet found no wounds. Nevertheless, Fu Gui appeared lethargic and unwell. Just as she pondered this, Annan suddenly felt warmth in her palm. Looking down, she noticed a drop of blood had fallen onto her hand. She lifted Fu Gui's little rear to inspect further, and a realization struck her. The little one had merely started her menstrual cycle. Do dogs also have such a phenomenon? As long as there were no injuries, Annan felt relieved. She rummaged through her supplies and, indeed, found doggy diapers amidst the mountain of pet supplies. Tenderly holding Fu Gui, she gently wiped him with a towel, fitted him with a diaper, and dressed him in a cozy outfit, then changed his bedding to a clean nest. Observing his despondent demeanor, Annan reflected, it turns out that dogs, too, can experience mood fluctuations and loss of appetite during their menstrual cycles. Indeed, Menstruation treats every female equally. She surmised that his discomfort was likely exacerbated by the chill he had caught after falling into the water during a recent scuffle on the mountain. Venturing into the kitchen, she prepared a warm bowl of millet porridge for Fu Gue, adding nourishing red dates, appetite-stimulating carrots, pain-relieving angelica, blood-activating motherwort, and energy-boosting yam. Finally, she tossed in a few slices of lamb and placed the bowl before him. Be a good dog, replenish your nutrients and warmth, and you'll feel better, she encouraged. It seemed Fu Gue understood her words as he stood up and began to eat with a leisurely pace, displaying an unexpected grace. Annan had never witnessed him eat so elegantly before. Previously, he would devour his meals like a ravenous pig. Seeing him eat lifted a weight off her shoulders, allowing her to return to the dining table herself. In the pot, there were no hot pot ingredients, just segments of green onions and slices of ginger. The copper pot was meant for a pure and unadulterated flavor. With an abundance of lamb in her stock, Annan generously prepared 2 large plates of meat rolls, eschewing the customary ice or vegetables typically found in hot pot restaurants. These plates were filled with nothing but genuine meat. After days of hunting in the mountains, she greatly needed to nourish her body. Though food was plentiful in the mountains, the environment was rudimentary, requiring constant vigilance against wild beasts. It was a stark contrast to the safety and comfort of home, where one could eat with peace of mind. Annan took a hearty bite of the lamb, yet felt it lacked flavor. Glancing at her condiment bowl, she added a piece of red fermented tofu and half a spoon of chive blossoms to the sesame paste and chili oil. After mixing, she tasted it with her chopsticks. Yes, this is it, she exclaimed. She picked up a shaky portion of lamb, enveloped in the sauce, and savored it. The flavors erupted in her mouth, and Annan reveled in the delight of her meal. While enjoying the lamb, she also prepared a plate of water-boiled tripe. Finding the meat alone too rich, she tossed some greens and frozen tofu into the pot for balance. Lastly, she added a small bundle of handmade noodles to create a bowl of lamb soup noodles. The room filled with warmth and fragrant steam. In that moment, Annan felt as though this post-apocalyptic world was not so different from before. There was delicious food, comforting drinks, and her beloved Fu Gue by her side. Unlike the comfort enjoyed by Annan upstairs, the neighbors downstairs were struggling to share their meager food supplies. A family gathered around the dining table, presenting their meager rations for the day. Each person received a dry biscuit or expired bread, hastily devouring it. They could only afford 1 meal a day, leaving them barely satisfied. Cherishing every crumb, they meticulously collected the remnants from the table, ensuring that not a morsel went to waste. Today, however, as they chewed on their biscuits, a phantom scent of hot pot wafted through the air. Alas, hunger had driven them to hallucinations. The group inevitably reminisced about better days, when their home was filled with sumptuous meals and leftovers were simply discarded. Dining out at hot pot restaurants, they would often leave behind an abundance of uncooked meat and vegetables. Reflecting on those times made their mouths water. How they longed to traverse back to the past, berating their former selves for wasting food and devouring every last bit of the leftovers. For a considerable time thereafter, Annan refrained from venturing outside. First, Fu Gue was indisposed due to her menstrual cycle, feeling weak. Second, Annan found herself lacking any immediate need to hoard supplies. The amassed resources within her space required her careful organization. Outside, the streets remained bustling with individuals searching for food. Meanwhile, in apartment 1402, 1 human and 1 dog lay on their respective beds, eyes closed. The distinction lay in Fu Gue's genuine slumber, while Annan was engaged in the mental organization of her supplies. Utilizing her consciousness proved to be exhausting. Initially, she would tire quickly, becoming dizzy and disoriented. Now, however, she could efficiently move items within her space for extended periods. Her mental fortitude was improving. Once she had organized her supplies, Annan turned her attention to the previously unprocessed meat. Each type of livestock required a different method of preparation. Yet she had diligently acquired a wealth of fragmented knowledge across various fields, enabling her to follow kitchen tutorials meticulously. When fatigue set in, she would indulge in downloaded dramas, enjoying culinary treats alongside her canine companion. Days passed in this harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. In stark contrast to her sheltered environment, the situation outside grew increasingly dire. Supermarkets and factories, once brimming with resources, now lay submerged beneath water, leaving only a few high-rise buildings above the surface for scavengers. These structures primarily served as office spaces, offering little in terms of sustenance, merely snacks and instant noodles for the laborers. With too many seekers and too few provisions, these locations had been thoroughly ransacked. The supplies above the water were dwindling, while those below remained inaccessible without diving equipment. Even for those capable of free diving, the salvaged soaked grains were rendered ineatable. As hunger gnawed at their insides, despair deepened among the populace. The death toll began to rise steadily. Previously, bodies floating in the water were often those who had drowned while foraging for supplies. Now, many were the unfortunate souls who succumbed to starvation, discarded by others into the depths. With the drainage system compromised, toilets became unusable, forcing people to dispose of their waste and refuse directly into the floodwaters. The stench became unbearable. However, with the cessation of tap water supply, those yearning for a drink could only filter and boil the floodwater for consumption. Many individuals with frail constitutions suffer from stomach ailments, while their homes lack sufficient medicinal supplies. In summary, the living conditions are exceedingly harsh. At a time when life is perpetually under threat, the darker aspects of human nature are once again laid bare. The number of those scavenging for supplies outside has dwindled, while instances of looting and violence continue to rise. On this particular day, Annan was engrossed in a film with fugu when a sudden clattering sound echoed from a stairwell. Neighbors, convene. 1,302 assemble. Annan pondered for a moment, but chose to remain indoors. The individuals outside were emaciated from hunger, while he himself appeared robust and rosy, making it decidedly inappropriate for him to be seen in a crowded setting. He could only wonder what their intentions might be. Chapter 27. The famished neighbor's son Peng, residing in Unit 1302, convened a meeting with the residents of the building to deliberate on their survival options. Except for Annan from the 14th floor and Zhao Pingyan and his mother from the 15th floor, all were present. The gathering of emaciated individuals, each more gaunt than the last, reflected their dire situation. "If we do not eat today, we shall truly perish from hunger," one lamented. "There is nothing left. The office buildings across the water have been thoroughly scavenged." Another added, "My belt has been consumed entirely." Initially, Sun Peng observed the discussions in silence, waiting for the crowd to quiet before speaking softly. "Have you all noticed that the residents of the 14th and 15th floors have scarcely ventured out in search of food?" An immediate hush fell over the assembly. Indeed, Annan from the 14th floor had only emerged once, her skin supple and complexion rosy, with hair that shimmered healthily, clearly living in relative comfort. The mother and son from the 15th floor had not left their abode even once. Their supplies must be plentiful, enough that they need not seek sustenance outside. "This is outrageous. We are on the brink of starvation while they hoard provisions," cried one. "We ought to demand a share of their resources. As neighbors, how can they selfishly monopolize food?" However, the mention of Annan invoked an uneasy silence. The collective memory of the gruesome scene in the stairwell and the lifeless Liu brothers lingered heavily in their minds, casting a shadow of dread. "Perhaps we should first investigate the 15th floor. Indeed, we ought to target the vulnerable," another suggested. "You are right. Let us go to the 15th floor. They have not shown themselves for so long. Possibly their stock can sustain us for quite some time." A flicker of hope ignited among the group, and they surged towards the top floor with newfound vigor, their famished stomachs momentarily forgotten in the thrill of potential salvation. To the 15th floor for provisions. No more hunger. Annan, ensconced in her room, heard their raucous cries echoing in the hallway. She furrowed her brow, contemplating the madness of the famished souls. Yet, as long as they did not come for her, she felt no inclination to intervene. Should they dare encroach upon her domain, they would soon learn the consequences of their folly. In a previous life, this very group had sought provisions from the 15th floor, but Annan had abstained, opting instead to accompany the siblings outside in search of food. Her conscience had compelled her. She did not wish to exploit her former neighbors. Moreover, She believed that with so many wolves and so little meat, how could one household supply suffice for so many? It was wiser to seek fortune elsewhere. By the time she returned with a few bags of noodles alongside by Wenbin and Qian Inger, the hallway had returned to an eerie calm. Although the circumstances remained unclear, the mother and son from the 15th floor did not emerge until the latter stages of the heat wave, leaving their home in robust health. Clearly, the neighbors had met with failure. As Annan drifted into reminiscence, the crowd had already reached the 15th floor. The stainless steel door of the stairwell, as anticipated, was firmly shut. Several young and vigorous individuals at the forefront pried it open with a crowbar after a few forceful attempts. Sun Peng was the first to arrive at the door of room 1501, presenting himself with an air of politeness as he knocked. "Hello, we're the neighbors from downstairs." There was no response from within. He knocked again. "Is Zhao Ping at home? I am the head of our unit and would like to speak with you." A warm male voice emanated from inside. "I'm sorry. It's not convenient to open the door. Please state your matter directly." Sun Peng glanced back at the crowd behind him. Each individual appeared gaunt, with sunken cheeks and eyes gleaming with desperation. He cleared his throat and said, "The neighbors have run out of food and wish to borrow some grain from you." Zhao Ping replied from within, "I'm sorry, I cannot help you. My household has very little food left as well." As a devotee of the apocalypse, Zhao Ping was acutely aware of the survival rules in such dire times. The benevolent do not thrive. Thus, he had no intention of sharing his meager provisions. Upon hearing this response, someone from the crowd shouted, "You're lying. You and your son Haven T even stepped outside. You must have plenty of food." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, why hoard your food? Share it with everyone." The crowd grew increasingly agitated, with many rushing to the front and banging on the door vehemently. Seeing the commotion, Sun Peng's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as he stepped back, allowing the fervent crowd to surge forward. At that moment, a powerful voice erupted from inside the house. "Get the hell away. Don't come begging at my door. Am I your ancestor, responsible for your hunger? Should I fry excrement to feed you?" "Ah, dear mother, please maintain your composure," a voice retorted. "Maintain composure? You coward. Even dogs are barking at the door, and you do nothing." The crowd outside, fueled by the insults, became even more agitated. The leading individuals continued to pound on the door while attempting to pry it open. Suddenly, they felt a jolt of electricity coursing through their bodies. The door was electrified. The first few individuals were thrown into convulsions. In their panic, those behind them tried to pull them away and were similarly shocked, breaking into a wild dance of distress. Bai Wenbin, witnessing the chaos, swiftly employed his wooden mop handle to push the convulsing individuals aside, bringing the turmoil to a halt. The shocked individuals lay unconscious on the ground, leaving the remaining crowd momentarily hesitant to advance. At that juncture, two middle-aged men stepped forward, declaring, "Our sledgehammers are insulated. Let us smash his door lock." Without delay, they approached and began to hammer away with a clanging sound. Inside the house, a voice exclaimed, "Oh, how daring! You fools clearly underestimate me. So, bring me the items." Suddenly, a hole appeared in the door. "What is this?" The man wielding the hammer noticed the newly formed opening. Just as he spoke, a sharp arrow shot forth from the hole, piercing through his arm. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, causing the iron hammer to drop on his foot. "Ah!" His cries grew increasingly anguished as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his feet in despair, an arrow embedded in his arm. The crowd was taken aback, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, another flurry of arrows whistled through the air, striking those in the forefront. Some were pierced in the shoulder, others in the thigh, and the most unfortunate among them was grievously impaled through the chest. "Run. He possesses a crossbow." Sustaining injuries from crossbow bolts is perilous under ordinary circumstances, let alone in this dire moment when no hospitals or medicines are available for salvation. The throng quickly descended into chaos, rushing down the stairs in panic. Sun Peng, who had been hiding at the back, was the first to react, swiftly moving to a shooting blind beside the entrance, his gaze darkly fixed on the door of room 1501. "Everyone, remain calm. Stand beside the door. The crossbow bolts cannot reach you." Chapter 28. The mechanism. Upon hearing the words, the crowd gradually calmed, and those who had not yet descended hurriedly concealed themselves on either side of the door. Witnessing the injuries, their anger intensified. A few individuals, sheltered by the door and positioned in the shooting blind spots, struck the door with hammers with greater ferocity. They aimed to shatter that dilapidated entrance. Others employed tools to pry open the door of Unit 1502. The mother and daughter were in 1501, so surely 1502 was unoccupied, perhaps filled with supplies. Mention of supplies fueled their efforts, making their strikes more vigorous than ever. Those who had retreated to the staircase, fearing injury from arrows, shouted encouragement from a distance. In that moment, a display of unity unfolded. A furious roar echoed from within. "You fools! Spare your lives, and no one will care. I shall no longer hold back." Observing from the corner, Sun Peng felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart and hastily retreated towards the staircase. At that moment, the shooting aperture abruptly closed, followed by the sound of mechanical operation. From the position of the aperture, a rigid, thick pipe emerged, and with a hissing sound, a torrent of liquid surged forth. My face, it hurts." Everyone on the 15th floor was drenched in the unidentified liquid, and with a crackle, the exposed skin was immediately corroded, turning a horrifying black. Sulfuric acid. It's concentrated sulfuric acid. The crowd erupted into chaos as two individuals near the door suffered severe burns, collapsing to the ground, clutching their faces and shrieking in agony. Others, less severely injured, retreated to the staircase, weeping. Those who had initially stood by the stairs, witnessing the horrific scene, were filled with dread. How fortunate they were not to have lingered on the 15th floor. Sun Peng had retreated quickly, escaping to the staircase just before the sulfuric acid sprayed, thereby avoiding disaster. His face was pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In a brief span, one had been shot dead, for injured by arrows, two severely burned by sulfuric acid and left unconscious, and 5 others wounded. The initially 20-strong group had suffered half their number, without even breaching Zhao Ping and Nestor. The pipe that sprayed sulfuric acid slowly retracted, and from within, the deranged aunt's boisterous voice rang out. "You idiots! Anyone who dares to step forward again will learn the meaning of no survivors." The crowd's expressions darkened, yet none dared to advance further. While hunger could sustain them for a few more days, being doused in concentrated sulfuric acid was no trivial matter. Setting aside the agony of corroded skin, the most terrifying aspect was the absence of available medicine. They could only await infection and the slow decay of their wounds leading to death. The 2 individuals who had collapsed were hastily assisted by their families and carried back home. Despite their reluctance, the others could only depart with ashen faces. Inside Unit 1501, Hu Tsuelan smiled as she patted her son's shoulder. "You've crafted quite the mechanism, my boy. I applaud your ingenuity." Zhao Ping scoffed. "Who was it that previously accused me of idleness? Who scolded me for indulging in apocalyptic novels and wreaking havoc at home?" Hu Tsuelan shot him a glare. "Less chatter. Go outside and see if there's anyone remaining. If not, quickly repair the hallway door." "Yes, dear mother." Zhao Ping, imitating the demeanor of ancient consorts, exaggeratedly bowed. Cui Lan, incensed, kicked him. She glanced at the disheveled entrance and murmured, "It seems this lad has hit the nail on the head. Is the end of the world truly upon us?" Observing the frantic behavior of those around, she thought that had they not still been capable of speech, she might have mistaken them for zombies besieging the city. For several days, the mother and son had remained indoors, watching as the world outside descended into chaos. Fortunately, her son was an aficionado of survival in apocalyptic scenarios. Their home was not only equipped with a generator, but also stocked with an ample supply of compressed biscuits and drinking water. The 2 secondary bedrooms were transformed into storage spaces, brimming with long-lasting provisions, which he diligently replenished each year, discarding anything expired. On the day of the torrential downpour, she fortuitously acquired a plethora of vegetable seeds. As her son explained, individuals suffering from mania should cultivate seedlings with patience to refine one's temperament and alleviate emotional turmoil. Zhao Pingyan even had a solar lamp and a nurturing box specially designed for her. To her surprise, these had proven invaluable. Now, her home boasted a variety of vegetables she had successfully cultivated, alongside a sufficient stockpile of food to last several years. She observed her son, busy repairing the corridor door, and called out, "Be more diligent, or else we might as well electrify this door too. Shock those rascals." Then she silently vowed not to scold him again for his various experiments and endeavors. His efforts were indeed not in vain. Annan leaned against her own door, munching on potato chips while listening to the commotion outside. The corridor echoed with shouts of archery and sulfuric acid, and she grasped the situation from the comfort of her home. Reflecting on a previous article she had come across online, titled 20 Possibilities for the Apocalypse, she couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Pingyin's ingenuity. He had managed to transform the 15th floor into a veritable fortress against the apocalypse, a feat worthy of emulation. Regrettably, she had a penchant for the humanities. While her performance in literature was commendable, she was utterly inept in physics and chemistry. The electrified door was beyond her capabilities. She would likely end up shocking herself. She had indeed procured a considerable amount of concentrated sulfuric acid, along with numerous unnamed chemicals, but she lacked the skills to construct any mechanisms. What material was the tube that sprayed sulfuric acid made of, and why was it not corroded? Alas, when God opens a door, he inevitably closes another window. She could not create contraptions, but with the spatial abilities she possessed, she felt quite content. A little compromise was acceptable, she thought. Fu Gui sat at Annan's feet, observing her expression of grievance, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Sister Nan, are you secretly engaging in some mental gymnastics again?" The neighbors, having met with disappointment, returned to Sun Peng's home. Those with severe injuries, along with their families, had already departed. The remaining individuals were either slightly injured or merely startled. The atmosphere within the house was stifling. Bai Wenbin and Qianing, who had cowered at the back, were unscathed but in poor condition. Bai Wenbin's complexion was pale, his face unshaven, and he appeared utterly dispirited, having starved for too long. The once image-conscious and eloquent Bai Wenbin has lost all semblance of his former self. Now, he yearns to indulge voraciously in food. Beside him, Qian Inger is in an even worse state. She once sported a beautiful head of golden hair, meticulously cared for, soft and lustrous. However, constant hunger and nutritional deficiency have taken their toll, leading to a depletion of even the hair care products at home. Her hair now resembles a pile of dried straw, carelessly strewn atop her head. Always attentive to her figure, she was already slender, but after enduring hunger for some time, her complexion has turned sallow, her cheeks sunken, and even her monthly cycle has eluded her. She appears as a withered mummy. The thought of her last encounter with Annan, radiant and full of life, fills Qian Inger with bitterness. Why does she always get to live so splendidly? Why must she constantly look up to her? A glimmer of fierce determination flashes in Qian Inger's eyes as she suddenly proposes. "Neighbors, shall we go to the 14th floor to find Annan?" Chapter 29. The mysterious note. Qian Inger exclaimed, "Do you remember the last time we saw Annan on the 14th floor? She looked so well. Her household must be brimming with food, perhaps even meat." Meat? Bai Wenbin suddenly recalled the day before the torrential rain when he had waited at the entrance for Annan, noticing she cradled a white dog in her arms. A spark of recognition lit up his eyes. "That's right, Anna has a dog." A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. "Dog? Dog meat." Their eyes glinted with anticipation, mouths watering as they savored the thought of steaming hot dog meat soup. Although they had previously viewed Annan through a lens of fear, desperation had driven them to the brink of starvation. Surely, they could not wait to perish from hunger. At that moment, even if faced with a terrifying organization, they felt compelled to take the risk, especially with a solitary woman residing on the 14th floor. "They are right. Let us go to the 14th floor to eat dog meat." The crowd erupted in fervor. Yet, the few who had been injured on the top floor remained silent. They understood that, despite the appearance of a united front, the hearts of the people were divided. Only they would bear the brunt of any confrontation. Others cunningly hid in the back, unwilling to face the formidable mother and son duo on the top floor, who were merely clinging to life. But the woman on the 14th floor was truly lethal. Already injured, a careless encounter with her could cost them their lives. They were not foolish. Thus, They chose to remain in the shadows this time. For a moment, no one was willing to take the lead, and despite the fervent chants, they were unable to step beyond Sun Peng's threshold. Observing this, Sun Peng stepped forward and declared, "We must indeed venture to the 14th floor. If we cannot find food soon, we shall all starve. However, today has been exhausting and many are injured. Let us return home to rest and gather our strength. I will devise a systematic plan so that none of us will suffer. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to the 14th floor together to share the spoils." Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously agreed and dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Some tended to their wounds, others sharpened their weapons, and a few practiced their punches, all preparing vigorously to secure more food from Annan. That night, Annan snuggled with her dog on the sofa, watching a downloaded comedy while nibbling on duck necks. Suddenly, the dog, Fu Gui, stood alert, gazing intently at the door. Following its gaze, Annan moved to the entrance and listened closely, discerning faint rustling sounds outside. Had someone foolishly come to tamper with her door? The number of intruders seemed few. Annan retrieved a triangular dagger from her space and quietly opened her door, stepping outside. Through the stairwell door, the situation in the corridor remained unclear. She swiftly opened the door and lunged with her knife, only to strike nothing but air. Outside, there was no one, only a note affixed to the wall nearby. "Tomorrow morning, everyone come to raid for food." She snatched the note and returned to her living room. Settling back onto the sofa, Fu Gui wagged its tail and sniffed around her. Annan patted its head and carefully examined the note. The handwriting was hasty, lines scrawled chaotically, resembling the scratchings of a chicken's foot. Is there truly such an unsightly script in this world? As she gazed at the note, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. This was the person who had sent her a message in her previous life. Nearly 4 years had passed, and Annan had almost forgotten. At that time, she too had received a note bearing the same unique handwriting, albeit with a different message. The paper had warned her to beware of the two siblings. Not long after Bai Wenbin and Qianinger had moved into her home, she had discovered the note tucked away in her bag, and it had indeed raised her suspicions. However, upon closer observation, she found no cause for concern. They had not acted to harm her. Rather, after each foraging trip, Bai Wenbin would take less than what he could have and share the excess with the two girls. In this apocalyptic world, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Meanwhile, Qianinger had always been warm and affectionate towards her, treating her like a sister. Consequently, she soon placed her complete trust in them, dismissing the note as a prank. Now, it seemed that someone had inadvertently overheard the siblings' machinations and had kindly attempted to warn her. Yet, she was left pondering the identity of this person, who had come to remind her once more in this lifetime. The note bearer, how considerate they were. Armed with her previous experience, she took this warning to heart. Would they come to raid her supplies tomorrow morning? Having witnessed the incident involving Zhao Pingyan and her son upstairs, she had already surmised that this group would inevitably shift their focus onto her. She just hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. It appeared her neighbors were truly famished. She meticulously assessed her weapons, feeling unperturbed. This day would inevitably arrive. An innocent man may be guiltless, yet possessing wealth can be a sin. To live a carefree life in an apocalyptic world would undoubtedly incite envy from others. However, this lifetime was different from the last. She was well prepared this time, having not only stockpiled weapons in advance, but also acquired a submachine gun. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had never slackened her efforts, continually striving to enhance her skills. She practiced the combat techniques she had learned in her previous life and diligently followed video tutorials to master various other fighting styles. By integrating the strengths of different disciplines and drawing from her extensive combat experience from her past, she could easily take down a few desperate rogues without difficulty. Against these emaciated neighbors, she wouldn't even need to draw her firearm. Annan secured all 4 doors and set an alarm to avoid being caught off guard the next day. Then, she settled down to finish watching her movie with her beloved pet. Before bed, she applied a facial mask and followed an entire skincare routine, ensuring she drifted off to sleep feeling rejuvenated. The following morning, The residents of the building had gathered early in 1302. Neighbors, I have devised a plan for our consideration, Sun Peng declared with utmost seriousness as he cleared his throat. I understand that after yesterday's events, none of us are eager to take the lead. However, if we all remain stagnant, we shall only wait to be starved. What we need most now is unity. To become neighbors signifies that we are destined to be together. We must trust one another. The supplies in 1402 must be quite abundant. I propose we distribute the provisions according to the effort contributed. With that, he produced a chart. Resources can be allocated according to the aforementioned priorities, with men receiving precedence. Those who lead the charge may receive double rations, while individuals who make significant contributions could be granted triple portions. Additionally, those who sustain injuries will receive further compensation. What do you all think? Under the promise of generous rewards, valor shall surely emerge. Upon hearing these words, the crowd unanimously agreed. Captain Sun's plan is exceedingly reasonable. I am eager to take the lead. I too shall lead the charge. Damn it, with so many men among us, how could we fear a girl in her 20s? Let us storm room 1402 and overthrow the selfish and ruthless female tyrant. Chapter 30. Chainsaw Massacre. Observing the fervent crowd, Sun Peng's eyes sparkled with a glint of satisfaction. Last night, he had meticulously devised this profit-sharing scheme, intending for these fools to charge ahead. He had no intention of leading the charge himself. That woman from 1402 was exceptionally fierce. Her position at the forefront would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. However formidable she might be, she could hardly contend with a multitude. Once she and those simpletons exhausted each other, he could effortlessly seize the provisions. He gazed at the exuberant neighbors, inwardly sneering. It would be splendid if that madwoman managed to eliminate a few more of those divvying up supplies. Double the resources? They would need to be alive to claim them. Once the men were either dead or injured, all the supplies would belong to him. What could the remaining elderly, weak, and women possibly contest against him? Qian Inger stood among the crowd, noticing the barely perceptible smile on Sun Peng's face. Cautiously, she tugged at Bai Wenbin's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Wenbin, that man harbors ill intentions." The siblings had witnessed Annan's ferocity firsthand. Bai Wenbin's arm bore a scar from a past encounter that had yet to heal completely. He quietly concurred, "Let us remain at the back and await the distribution of supplies." Qianinger nodded. Even a fly's leg is meat. At worst, once they finish dividing the grain, we can sneak into the injured's homes and pilfer from them. The siblings reached a tacit understanding and lingered at the back. The throng soon emerged from 1302, boldly charging toward the 14th floor as if a feast awaited them in mere moments. Meanwhile, Annan, having risen early, had already indulged in a sumptuous breakfast: pan-fried ham, lamb shao mai, shrimp porridge, and a serving of egg and milk toast. A harmonious blend of Eastern and Western cuisines, nutritious and wholesome. How could one guard the city gates without a full belly? After her meal, she donned a practical training outfit and warmed up, patiently awaiting the arrival of her oblivious neighbors. A group stormed the 14th floor, deftly prying open the stainless steel door of the stairwell, only to discover a blast-proof armored door behind it. What kind of door is this? It appeared quite upscale. Regardless of its sophistication, they would pry it open. Yesterday, this group had feigned borrowing supplies on the 15th floor, exchanging pleasantries. Now, after a day of hunger, they were no longer inclined to maintain the facade. They charged in recklessly. After laboring for quite some time, they found the lock utterly unyielding. Not everyone possessed Lu Air's exceptional lock-picking skills. Frustration mounted as voices clamored. "Stop prying. Just smash it." Hammers and axes were brandished, clanging against the door. After a while, their hands numbed from the impact. They discovered only a few scratches mar the surface. This one do. It's a blast-proof door, impenetrable. Having toiled for so long without even catching a glimpse of the occupants inside, Qian Inger advised softly from the back, "If we can't break the door, what about the wall?" The leading individual's eyes brightened. "Little sister, you're clever." They'd been so fixated on entering through the door that they nearly overlooked the option of breaching the wall. No matter how sturdy the door, surely the walls were not impenetrable. With renewed vigor, the crowd lifted their hammers, preparing to strike the wall. Just then, the door, which had been battered for ages, suddenly swung open from within. With long, slender legs and a perfectly sculpted waist, the figure of a young girl finally emerged, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Buzz! Buzz! Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, they were suddenly engulfed in a mist of crimson. Annan stepped gracefully from within the door, wielding a massive chainsaw. The two individuals at the forefront were instantly met with a gruesome fate. Uh, uh, uh. The crowd, splattered with blood, erupted into frantic screams, hastily retreating. There stood the beautiful yet ruthless young girl from room 1402, brandishing a whirring chainsaw, her fair complexion dotted with droplets of blood, resembling a deity of death incarnate. The two victims lay sprawled on the ground, one devoid of a head, the other with half a shoulder severed, rendered unconscious. "Chainsaw killer! A chainsaw killer!" someone shouted amidst the chaos. The corridor was painted in vivid red, with blood splattered across the walls, the floor, and the faces of the onlookers. Even bits of flesh mingled with the liquid. The crowd trembled in terror at this scene reminiscent of a horror film. A woman in her 50s, utterly petrified, lost control of her bladder, while her daughter, supporting her, trembled and questioned, "How could you kill someone?" Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. "Indeed. How could you just burst in and start killing?" Annan chuckled in disbelief. "Did you not just smash my door and greet me?" An elderly man in a tank top cautiously peeked from the back. "Young lady, we merely came to borrow some food. Please do not be alarmed." "Borrow?" Annan scoffed. "Your manner of breaking down my door hardly resembles a request to borrow something." The elderly man, sensing her willingness to engage, quickly reassured. "It was those young ones who acted impulsively. I apologize on their behalf. We are truly starving and just wish to ask for some food." Unmoved, Annan replied, "Why should I lend you anything?" The elderly man chuckled awkwardly. "We are good neighbors. After all, we should help each other through tough times." "Apologies, but I lack such benevolence. You may leave now." Though her supplies were plentiful, why should she share them? She could assist them temporarily, but could she sustain them indefinitely? Gratitude often breeds resentment. They were a pack of insatiable wolves. It would be madness for her to distribute her resources. At that moment, Chianinger, who had been silent in the background, suddenly spoke up. Nan, how could you be so cold-hearted? I truly misjudged you." Annan shot her a frosty glance. "Spare me the moral lecturing. I possess no such virtues." A smirk played on her lips. "You wish to borrow food? Why stand so far away? Come closer." Chianinger dared not approach. She realized that this woman had no intention of sharing her resources, and if she stepped forward, she would surely meet the same fate as those two on the ground. She hid behind her cousin, tugging at his sleeve. Bai Wenbin immediately interjected, "Everyone, do not trust her. She merely seeks to lure us in, to kill us one by one." After an extended exchange of words, Annan had lost all patience. "Enough of this nonsense. I assure you, I have no food. You can either depart now, or leave your lives behind." The crowd exchanged glances, and not a single person chose to leave. Would they simply wait to starve? Yet, they dared not approach Annan, resulting in an impasse. Annan glanced at the somewhat dulled chainsaw in her hand, furrowing her brow as she muttered, "This electric chainsaw seems decidedly inferior to a gas chainsaw." With that, she stowed the electric chainsaw behind her and retrieved a gas chainsaw instead. Initially intending to conserve fuel, she had found the electric chainsaw's stuttering performance rather unsatisfactory. Fortunately, her recent experiences with butchering chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep had rendered her adept at discerning the orientation of bones and muscles. Otherwise, she might have easily entangled the chain in a bone. She raised the gas chainsaw, declaring, "Let us see how this performs." With a pull of the starter cord, the machine roared to life, producing a deafening cacophony. Annan's expression remained stoic. "Who among you will be the first to advance?" The crowd collectively recoiled. Boasting was one thing, but when it came to actual confrontation, no one was eager to be at the forefront. Chapter 31. The calculation falls short, hiding at the back. Sun Peng watched the commotion for a while before hoarsely urging, "Fear her not. No matter how formidable that chainsaw may seem, can it truly fell us all at once?" With that, he forcefully shoved those in front of him. The crowd was already tightly packed, and his push sent many toppling forward. Inspired by his audacity, A man in the second row suddenly hardened his expression and thrust the person in front of him towards Annan's chainsaw. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, he shoved another individual forward, seizing the moment when two others shielded him from the saw's blade. He raised an axe and swung it fiercely at Annan. Annan raised an eyebrow. "Well, aren't you quite daring?" However, she was well prepared. With her other hand, she swiftly drew a nail gun from her waist and shot it into his wrist. The man's eyes bulged with pain as he lost grip of his axe, which clattered to the ground. Without hesitation, Annan fired two more shots, both striking vital areas of his head. He stared wide-eyed, unwilling to succumb, before collapsing to the ground. At this point, 5 individuals had already fallen on the 14th floor landing, 4 of whom were grievously mutilated. The remaining crowd dared not advance any further. The ones at the front turned and desperately pushed backward in an attempt to flee. Annan, however, was unfazed. Brandishing the nail gun, she began indiscriminate fire. Where there is a multitude, there is discord. Allow me to assist in thinning your ranks today. Did they think that her chainsaw rendered her powerless against their numbers? Regrettably, she possessed an equally devastating weapon. As a barrage erupted, chaos ensued. The first few to charge were struck down, and even those cowering at the back, including Sun Peng and Qianinger, sustained injuries. The dual anguish of body and spirit rendered them utterly devoid of combat strength, compelling them to flee frantically towards home. Annan surveyed the now desolate corridor, a cold smile creeping across her lips. A gaggle of bullies, utterly fragile. She kicked the lifeless bodies down the stairs, opting not to pursue further. She had neither the patience to break down doors nor the need to do so. They were starved and frantic, while she, Annan, lacked for nothing. Let them hide from her for a lifetime. Any fool who dared to flaunt themselves before her would be sent straight to the underworld. The likes of Bai Wenbin, Qianinger, Sun Peng. May these petty clowns relish the bone-chilling apocalypse. Sun Peng's home was directly beneath Annan's, making him the first to return. Leaning against the sofa, Wang Xiaoyu noticed his bleeding arm and hurried over, astonished. What happened? How did you get hurt? Where are the supplies? As his lover, she had never contributed to their financial endeavors, preferring to wait at home for Sun Peng to bring back provisions, allowing her to enjoy the fruits of his labor. She had abstained from participating in this venture. What's going on? So many people fighting over one woman, and yet you're injured? Weren't you supposed to stay back? Sun Peng furrowed his brow, lifting his arm. Quick, find something to help me remove the nail. Wang Xiaoyu gazed at the gruesome wound, hesitant to proceed. Yet, gritting her teeth, she used pliers to extract the nail, subsequently applying alcohol for disinfection. Sun Peng winced in pain, tears streaming down his face. After utilizing the scant remaining medical supplies at home, he took a moment to collect himself before recounting the day's harrowing events. Wang Xiaoyu listened with an expression of disbelief. Could there truly be such a ferocious woman? Her eyes darted as she playfully tugged at the man's clothing, feigning innocence. What are we to do now? There is nothing left to eat. Sun Peng impatiently brushed her off, remaining silent, his countenance dark. 3 had fallen on the rooftop yesterday, and today, 8 more were dispatched by Nan on the 14th floor. Now, fewer than 10 individuals remained in the entire unit, all wounded. Not only were they left with nothing to show for their efforts, but the injured also posed a problem for any supply runs. This was untenable. Alternative means of survival must be sought. He rubbed his temples and sighed heavily. Meanwhile, the other residents wore expressions of despair, particularly the siblings in apartment 801. Why was it so difficult to eliminate Annan? Qianinger, behind the closed door, felt her fear dissipate, replaced by a seething rage. How could it be that Annan, who had once enjoyed a privileged upbringing and possessed beauty, was now thriving while everyone else faced starvation? So many had failed to harm her. What right did she have to prosper? Qianinger felt an insatiable fury brewing within her, desperate for an outlet. I must kill her. I will kill her. Bai Wenbin glanced at Qianinger, whose disheveled hair and increasingly frantic demeanor caused him to frown. Now is not the time for such talk. We must first devise a plan to secure food. Qianinger inquired, what do you propose? Bai Wenbin lowered his gaze. Cousin, we must survive first. Only then can we consider the future. On the 15th floor, Zhao Pingyan and Hu Tsulan exchanged wary glances. Following yesterday's attack by their neighbors, they had become exceedingly cautious. This morning, when a throng of people stormed upstairs, they were jolted from their slumber. Expecting harassment, they were surprised to find a crowd gathered on the 14th floor. The sight of Annan wreaking havoc startled the duo. The wild ant conceded defeat. Goodness, this young lady is truly formidable. Zhao Pingyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. This sister is incredible. Hu Tsulan looked at her son. Aren't you afraid? There are dismembered limbs scattered everywhere below. What is there to fear? Zhao Pingyan replied, brimming with idolization. Have you forgotten? My idol is the god of slaughter by Qi. From this day forth, I shall also be a fan of this sister. She battled nearly 20 opponents without a scratch. Mother, only the strong can survive in this world. Hu Tsulan sighed heavily. Alas, this world has truly descended into chaos. On the 14th floor, Annan returned home, meticulously cleaning her weapons before changing out of her bloodied clothing. After thoroughly washing twice, she still found the scent of blood overwhelming. Having concluded her menstrual period, the spirited and vivacious Fugazeng rushed to her master's side. Invincible sister, Nan always emerges victorious. And Nan, observing its obsequious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Flattery is of no use. My dear pet, I am weary today and lack the time to prepare a delectable meal for you. With that, she poured a bowl of dog food. Here, indulge yourself, my child. Fugazeng, having feasted extravagantly in recent days, had developed quite a discerning palate. After sniffing for a while, it refused to eat a single morsel. And Nan, exasperated, added a bone, and only then did the greedy dog begin to feast. Meanwhile, she retrieved a homemade meal from her space: spicy shredded meat, savory eggplant strips, stir-fried cabbage, and a portion of rice. The steam wafting from the dishes was tantalizing, making one's mouth water. In a splendid mood, she picked up her chopsticks, ready to begin her meal, when a sudden knock resounded from outside. Chapter 32. I'm truly useful. Annan furrowed her brow. How long are these people going to persist? If it comes to the worst, I could just eliminate them all. With a fierce demeanor, she brandished her triangular dagger and strode towards the door, only to be interrupted by a gentle male voice from outside. Missin, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhao Pingyan, residing in the apartment above yours. Zhao Pingyan? The individual who transformed the 15th floor into a fortress for the apocalypse? Her mood softened slightly, and she methodically unlocked the armored door, peering outside. The man had a fair complexion, his nose adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Is there something you need? Zhao Pingyan regarded the slender young woman before him, struggling to reconcile her with the fierce female warrior he had previously encountered. How could such delicate arms, reminiscent of tender lotus roots, wield a chainsaw with such ferocity? He cleared his throat. You see, we met in the elevator earlier, and you must have noticed that I purchased a considerable amount of vegetable seeds. In truth, he was merely attempting to ingratiate himself with his idol. In a world where strength was paramount, he had always held a deep admiration for the formidable. Noticing the girl opposite him gazing at him earnestly, waiting for him to continue, he suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. What I mean is, my mother has cultivated a variety of fresh vegetables, and I can offer you some. With that, he opened the bag in his hand, revealing 2 large bundles of garlic sprouts and lettuce. Annan raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? In the midst of calamity, a neighbor is voluntarily sharing food? She promptly declined, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but I don't really need it. She had never been one to believe in the notion of free lunches falling from the sky. Zhao Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. He understood she must have ample supplies. Yet subsisting solely on dry rations could become monotonous. There was no reason for her to refuse such fresh vegetables. Could it be that she was also growing her own produce? Annan regarded him. Is there anything else? Zhao Pingyan's mind raced. No, he couldn't squander this opportunity to win over his idol. He gazed at the stainless steel door before him and suddenly had a bright idea. Do you need assistance with electrifying your door? Annan was momentarily stunned. What was he up to now? First vegetables, now door modifications. Surely he wasn't interested in her? A chill ran down her spine. Buddy, in this apocalypse, please don't let romance cloud your judgment. You're not my type. Zhao Pingyan assessed her expression and realized she must have misunderstood his intentions, prompting him to hastily clarify. Idol, I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to be your friend. In these trying times, having more friends can lead to more opportunities. Idol, Annan chuckled at the title he had bestowed upon her. It appeared this apocalyptic enthusiast was drawn to her prowess in combat, seeking to befriend her. Observing a slight softening of her demeanor, Zhao Pingyan pressed on. I am quite useful. I can engage in research and development design mechanisms, and was once a sought-after talent in several companies. Annan couldn't help but laugh at his earnest self-promotion. Zhao Pingyan was indeed a capable individual. Pondering for a moment, she considered the electrical modifications he could make and inquired, What would you require as compensation for helping me with the electrical door? Zhao Pingyan immediately waved his hands. No compensation is necessary. I have ample time on my hands and would be happy to assist you for free. Annan was not one to take advantage of others. Shall I offer food as a reward? Would you prefer rice or snacks? Zhao Pingyan replied, It's really unnecessary. I find this task requires little effort. Annan frowned, stating, If you choose not to accept it, so be it. I only engage in equitable exchanges. It seemed that her idol was quite guarded. Zhao Pingyan quickly added, Then I shall take the snacks. Annan knew it. Reasoning that this doomsday enthusiast likely had no shortage of provisions at home. Once they reached an agreement, Zhao Pingyan eagerly ascended the stairs to retrieve his tools, while Annan turned to return home and continue her meal. The food would surely grow cold if left unattended. Having taken just a few bites, she heard the sounds of work commencing outside her door. Annan chose to remain indoors, allowing Zhao Pingyan to toil away. She was utterly clueless about such mechanisms and felt she could offer no assistance. Thus, she resolved to continue with her meal. After finishing her food, she rummaged through her supplies to gather a selection of snacks: spicy chicken feet, beef jerky, preserved plums, cola, and various spicy strips, taking 2 packets of each. Remembering that he had an aunt, she also retrieved 2 bags of sunflower seeds, 1 original flavor and 1 5-spice. When she finally emerged with a hefty bag of snacks, she found Zhao Pingyan had already electrified both doors in the hallway. With a radiant smile, he exclaimed, I had plenty of materials, so I took the liberty of upgrading your armor door as well. Just flick this part, and a shooting hole will be revealed, he explained while demonstrating the mechanism. Annan glanced at her handful of items. It seemed she had taken too little. Looking outside, she noticed that even the bloodstains on the hallway floor had been thoroughly cleaned by Zhao Pingyan. How sincere! She needed to gather more snacks. Please wait a moment. Rushing back home, she retrieved another ample supply of snacks, filling 2 large bags before returning to Zhao Pingyan. Upon receiving the 2 hefty bags of snacks, Zhao Pingyan was taken aback. This was no longer the time before the calamity when sharing snacks was trivial. Now, even a single pack of beef jerky was a coveted treasure. What kind young lady? It's just a simple door modification. It hardly requires much effort, yet she has brought me so much. Zhao Pingyan's gaze toward her grew more appreciative. Annan felt a sense of discomfort under his scrutiny. What was this? Did he think it was insufficient? Idol, would you like me to help you modify your entrance door as well? Zhao Pingyan glanced at the entrance to apartment 1402. Truly, an idol indeed. Look at how strong his sense of caution is. He had installed 2 layers on the hallway door, and now his home entrance was also fortified with an armored door. 3 layers. How secure. Amused by his boundless energy, Annan couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since the disaster struck, everyone had been wearied and pallid, and it had been quite some time since she had encountered someone so vibrant. No, thank you. The 2 modified doors in the stairwell are sufficient. I will not easily allow others into my home. Aside from the already eliminated Liu brothers, no one was aware that her own entrance door also had 2 layers. Although Zhao Pingyan appeared entirely sincere, she, having lived through the ordeal once, would not readily place her trust in anyone again. Zhao Pingyan scratched his head. Well, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for the snacks. Annan nodded, watching him ascend the stairs. As he walked, the man suddenly turned back, a serious expression on his face. Idol, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. With a gentle nod acknowledging his goodwill, Annan bade farewell to him as he departed with evident delight. She reached out to test the modified door, and indeed, it functioned splendidly. Should any unwelcome intruder dare to disturb her again, she would first deliver a jolt, and then unleash a barrage. There would be no need to venture outside. How splendid that would be. On the 15th floor, as Zhao Pingon stepped through the door, his mother's vibrant voice echoed. How was it? You little rascal. Did anyone dismember you? Mom, my idol is a young lady, not a fierce hag. Bai Tsuelon smirked. Oh, which young lady slices people as if they were vegetables? Zhao Pingon handed her the snacks he was holding. What are we having for lunch? I am famished. Bah, being all courteous outside, and returning home to act like a lord. What do you want to eat? Just do as you please. Bai Tsuelon scolded, all the while deftly tearing open the snack bag. Her eyes lit up with delight. Chapter 33. Surveillance Fei Tsuelon retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace her lips. Was this given to you by that girl downstairs? She inquired, as she tore open the packaging and stuffed a handful in her mouth. Heaven knows how lonely her palate had felt during this period. Although her home was stocked with ample rations, and hunger was not a concern, the monotony of consuming compressed biscuits and rice day after day had become quite tiresome. These little snacks, offering a change of flavor, truly resonated with her heart. My dear, keep an eye out. If that young lady requires assistance, do lend a hand, she advised. Zhao Pingon, feeling a twinge of apprehension, recalled the ominous warning he received earlier. Today, someone threatened me, saying I would have my legs broken if I went downstairs. Meanwhile, at the luxurious hillside villa district of Luoan Mountain, a man clad in a suit hurriedly entered the most elevated villa. Ascending the spiral staircase, he arrived at the fitness area on the 2nd floor. There, he spotted a tall and muscular man, perspiring profusely on the treadmill. The man approached, saying, Mr. Gu, all the supplies have been successfully relocated. Gu Xiu nodded, his elongated neck glistening with sweat as droplets cascaded down his elegantly structured cheeks, pooling at his collarbone. The suited man couldn't help but swallow hard. Mr. Gu's striking appearance was undeniably formidable, rendering one immune to his allure for no longer than a fleeting moment. Clearing his throat, he continued, moreover, regarding the theft case at the mall that you instructed me to investigate, I have made some progress. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiu pressed the stop button, took a sip of water, and stepped off the treadmill. Do elaborate, he prompted. The suited man handed him a tablet, retrieving a video from its contents. This footage was captured from a building diagonally opposite the mall. Due to the angle, it does not clearly show the face, but is the only surveillance we could obtain. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead. This was the first time he had failed to complete a task assigned by his boss. The challenge was simply too great. The internal surveillance of both the mall and the office buildings had been compromised, and the surrounding businesses had all been engulfed that fateful night. Society had quickly descended into chaos, as the torrential rain and flood washed away all traces. Only a company on the 5th floor of the opposite building was fortunate enough to have a camera capturing the entrance of the mall, providing him with something to present. Gu Xiu accepted the tablet, settling onto a nearby sofa, his slender fingers deftly clicking play. The video began with a deluge of rain, followed by the silhouette of a woman piloting a speedboat into the frame. Judging by her physique and hair, she was indeed a woman, with a window-breaking tool in hand. She swiftly breached the mall's entrance. Surprisingly, over 2 hours later, she emerged empty-handed, driving away in the speedboat. Standing beside her, the suited man wiped the sweat from his brow. This video feels increasingly bizarre no matter how many times I watch it. Boss, I verified that the footage has not been edited. That night, it was indeed only this woman who entered the mall. He found his own words absurd. Was this even plausible? She was the sole individual to enter that night, yet she left with nothing, while the contents of the mall had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that she possessed magical powers, rendering all the merchandise non-existent? The suited man was utterly bewildered. However, he could only uncover so much. The limited angles of the camera and its low resolution rendered the woman's face indistinct, even after technical enhancement. Amidst the chaos outside, the search for this woman was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Gu Xiu, seated on the sofa, maintained a notably composed demeanor. He gradually rewound the video, isolating a frame before pressing the pause button. This was the clearest image available, yet it merely revealed a very blurred profile. The woman sported long hair casually gathered at the back of her head. Her nose was elegantly prominent, and her chin had a delicate contour, devoid of any excess flesh. However, her eyes were obscured by stray strands of hair, making them difficult to discern. Gu Jiu lowered his gaze for a moment, then spoke softly, "Let's leave things as they are for now. If it is indeed her who took the submachine gun, it will inevitably see use one day. We can follow up then." "Understood, boss. What is the current situation with Taiyu Group?" The suited man remarked. Xiaoyu has always scoffed at the notion of an apocalypse, claiming that the flood will soon pass. They have been hosting parties at home these days, seemingly unaffected by it all. With a hint of lamentation, he continued, "It's truly tragic. Countless souls outside are perishing from hunger, while that young master revels in luxury at home." Clearing his throat, he added, "However, I took a glance at Taiyu Tower. All their assets have been relocated. It appears the Yu family is discreetly stockpiling supplies while maintaining an outward facade of calm." Gu Jiu nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Prepare for the worst." "Yes." The suited man bowed respectfully. Gu Jiu rose, wiping away sweat with a towel as he made his way toward the bathroom. "Everything is arranged. You need not come over. Take an extended leave." The suited man was momentarily taken aback. He comprehended Gu's implication. If this truly was the end of the world, he need not concern himself with work any longer. In the past, he had longed for such a prolonged break, free from the boss's directives, allowing him to languish at home and sleep until late into the day. Yet this time, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. How could a once thriving world have transformed into this? As the man reached the bathroom door, he turned back to inquire, "How have you settled in at home?" The suited man felt warmth in his heart. "It's all settled. Thank you, Mr. Gu." The torrential rain arrived unexpectedly. Had it not been for Gu's arrangement for him and his family to stay in an idle villa at Luan Mountain, they would likely be scrambling for sustenance in the city like so many others. Now, with money unable to procure goods, it was thanks to Gu converting his entire salary into supplies that his family could eat. The suited man expressed his gratitude, calling out to the bathroom, "Mr. Gu, I'll be leaving now." No response came, only the sound of water cascading. As he walked out, the suited man reflected, in this world, few can still afford to use water freely, aside from my boss. Fomlin Yijing. Annan, wrapped in a towel, switched on the television. After another shower, the lingering scent of blood seemed to have dissipated significantly. She opened a can of chilled cola and proceeded to select a travel variety show, starting from its inaugural season. This program had once captivated her, and revisiting it in the aftermath of calamity offered an entirely different perspective. The screen displayed an endless expanse of desert, where several stunning actresses sat in a jeep, gleefully shrieking as they raced across the sand. As the vehicle plunged down a dune with fervor, dust billowed in its wake, stirring the spirit and elevating the mood. What sheer joy! Annan couldn't help but gaze out the window at the overcast sky, the frigid puddles, and the individuals struggling for survival amid the floodwaters. She fixated on the vibrant expressions of the glamorous actresses on screen, pondering how these once illustrious beauties managed to endure amidst such devastation. Chapter 34. Sweet words for Brother Wang. Annan gazed at the screen for a while, suddenly captivated by the hair fluttering in the breeze. What hue was that? Colty brown? She pondered, delving into her mind to rummage through her supplies, and indeed, she discovered hair dye among the provisions she had previously gathered from the supermarket. With time on her hands, she decided to dye her hair. Following the instructions, she squeezed the dye into a small bowl and wielded a dye brush, contemplating how Tony, her instructor, had demonstrated the technique. It had been years since she had tended to her hair, not counting the 4 years of her past life. At just over 20, who would not wish to embrace beauty? In her previous life, shortly after the calamity struck, she had resorted to cutting her hair herself with scissors. There was no alternative. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining long hair was a formidable challenge. With no water or electricity and lacking hair care products, her hair became greasy and clung to her face, perpetually tangled. Upon her rebirth, she had considered whether to keep her hair in a neat short style, but ultimately decided against it. She cherished her silky long hair too much. In this life, she vowed to uphold the highest quality of living, refusing to compromise even a little. Her hair could grow long or short at her whim. Why cut it? With conditioner and nourishing oil at her disposal, she had the means. Meanwhile, upstairs, Annan was enthusiastically attempting to dye her hair, while downstairs in apartment 801, a piercing scream erupted from Qianinger. Don't touch my hair. She clutched her messy hair, retreating frantically. Bai Wenbin frowned and shouted at her. What are you being dramatic for? Look at yourself with a head of straw. How ridiculous. Tears welled in Qianing's eyes. This hairstyle was designed for me by the chief hairdresser of Huangjihuan. Bai Wenbin, wielding scissors that had been used for scaling fish, retorted sternly, What time is it? Hairstyles? Hurry up and chop off that disgusting mess. He firmly held her down, adding, Do you want to scare Brother Wang away and starve yourself to death? Hearing this, Qianinger bit her lip and quieted down. As Bai Wenbin cut her hair, he reminded her, When you see Brother Wang tomorrow, be sweet-tongued. Don't waste your efforts. Try to bring back as much food as you can. Understood. Qianinger watched in a mirror as her once meticulously cared for hair was ruthlessly snipped away by her cousin, akin to the visage and dignity she had long maintained. Now scattered all around, tears brimmed in her eyes. Brother Wang was a resident of Building 12 in their community, an enthusiast of outdoor activities. He possessed an array of equipment, including kayaks. Hence, when the disaster first struck, he ventured out to stockpile a substantial amount of food. He later found additional kayaks and outdoor goods company in an office building, which he rented at a high price to neighbors in the same building, trading them for even more provisions. Gradually, their Building 12 became the most affluent in the entire community. With a large number of young adults in the building and a strong sense of unity, no one dared to rob them. Bai Wenbin and Qianinger had met them during an excursion to procure supplies. Two groups of individuals set their sights on the same office building. Qianinger, relying on her modest beauty, intended to use her charms to secure a portion of the coveted resources. Naturally, her endeavor met with failure. In such extraordinary times, only a fool would relinquish their supplies so easily. However, as they parted ways, Brother Wang regarded her with a meaningful look, suggesting that if resources became truly scarce, she could come to his home to assist with household chores in exchange for compensation. He even winked at her. Being an adult and having dated several men, Qianinger was far from an innocent girl, and thus she understood his insinuation. Initially, she thought that by joining Sun Peng in robbing Zhao Ping'an and Annan, she could alleviate her hunger without enduring such indignities. Yet, to her dismay, despite the throng that rushed upstairs to brawl, they returned empty-handed. The thought of Annan ignited a fresh wave of resentment within her. She truly despised that little hussy. How could she live so well? It was bad enough that she thrived, but to have so many delectable treats at home and refuse to offer her and her cousin a place to stay was the height of selfishness. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Qianinger could not suppress a scream. Bai Wenbin frowned and sharply smacked the back of her neck, admonishing her to maintain composure and to present herself as a lady. Zubing, Qianinger nodded in acquiescence. In room 1402, Annan just finished dyeing her hair and blow-drying it. Satisfied with her flowing chestnut locks in the mirror, she nodded in approval. Fugui, come and see how beautiful your sister is. Upon hearing his name, the dog, with its wrinkled face, ambled over, gave her a perfunctory nuzzle, and then returned to lounge on the sofa. What a lazy creature! Displeased with his lackluster response, Annan leapt onto the sofa, scooping up her dog for a vigorous cuddle. As she watched the fluffy pup, now ruffled by her affection, she giggled and turned on the television to continue watching her variety shows. Life passed by peacefully. Ever since she had driven away the troublesome neighbors, no one had come to disturb her. Annan began to embrace a healthier lifestyle, adjusting her daily routine. Rising at 7 in the morning, she would start her day with a large glass of warm water to awaken her body, followed by a set of traditional exercises on an empty stomach. By 7:30, she would be in the kitchen, preparing herself a nutritious breakfast. The morning hours were devoted to physical training, strengthening every part of her body while continuously practicing her agility and combat techniques. She even fashioned a target to hone her shooting skills. For lunch, She consumed high-protein foods to replenish her energy, then stood to watch an episode of a television drama, allowing time for digestion before retreating to her room for a nap. The afternoons were reserved for leisure. On days when she felt motivated, she would watch tutorial videos to acquire various professional skills. On less ambitious days, she would read downloaded novels to pass the time. The only downside was the lack of communication. In the past, she could write brief reviews of novels and engage with fellow readers. On good days, she would even watch advertisements to send small gifts to authors. Now, however, she found herself reveling in solitude. Fortunately, she had her little dog to keep her company, allowing her to maintain her conversational skills and preventing her from losing her ability to communicate. In the tranquil hours of the evening, I find solace in the company of my beloved dog, indulging in captivating television series or cinematic masterpieces, and occasionally delightful variety shows. When my eyes grow weary, I immerse myself in the art of creating an array of innovative culinary delights, savoring them at my leisure. Each night, at precisely 10:30, I retire to bed, ensuring my liver receives ample nourishment and rest. Annan is thoroughly content with her current existence, free from the burdens of employment and the relentless competition of society. With an abundance of food, a cheerful disposition, and increasingly radiant skin, even her menstrual cycle has become remarkably regular. This is a stark contrast to her previous life, where prolonged malnutrition had deprived her of her monthly visitor before the age of 30. Before she knew it, a fortnight had swiftly passed. On this particular day, Annan rose early as usual, practicing the 8 pieces of brocade at home. Just as she reached the 5th movement, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Chapter 35. Borrowing medicine. Annan walked into her building's corridor and opened a shooting hole in the door. Zhao Pingyan had made some modifications to it. Inside was a peephole that could be adjusted, transforming the lens into a cat's eye when aligned with the hole, and reverting it back to a shooting aperture when removed. Looking through the peephole, Annan was astonished to see an unexpected figure, Chow Pei Pei, with her cropped hair. Pei Pei's brow was furrowed, her features twisted in distress, and her forehead was drenched in perspiration. One hand clutched the doorframe while the other rested on her abdomen, appearing unstable on her feet. Was she injured? "Miss Ann, are you there?" Initially, Annan intended to ignore her, but a sudden thought struck her. After a brief contemplation, she opened the door, still gripping her triangular dagger, remaining vigilant. "What is the matter?" Chow Pei Pei's face brightened at the sight of the door opening, and she hastily replied, "Miss, and I apologize for the intrusion. I am Chow Pei Pei, residing in 1301 below you. Do you have any antibiotics or motherwort? If so, could you lend me some?" Annan glanced at her abdomen. If memory served her correctly, Pei Pei was pregnant. She recalled having given motherwort to Fugua. It was a remedy for invigorating blood flow and regulating menstruation, which should not be taken by pregnant women. Annan frowned. Had she suffered a miscarriage? Reflecting on her previous life, she remembered that she had little interaction with Chow Pei Pei and her husband. Vaguely, she recalled that Pei Pei's husband had perished while searching for supplies, and shortly thereafter, Pei Pei herself was discovered lifeless at home. Observing Pei Pei's frail condition, clutching her belly, it seemed probable that she had succumbed to weakness from a miscarriage, compounded by a lack of medical care and nourishment. Noticing Annan's silence, Pei Pei's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "I realize it may be presumptuous to request medicine, but I am truly at my wit's end and have no choice but to seek your help." After her husband's passing, life had become increasingly arduous for her, filled with the relentless pursuit of food, overwhelming fatigue, and malnutrition, which had rendered her pregnancy unstable. Just 2 days prior, masked intruders had invaded her home, and in the ensuing struggle, she had been kicked to the ground and had started to bleed. She had lost her child, and with her husband gone, Chow Pei Pei found herself devoid of the will to live, lying on the floor, awaiting death. Yet, in a haze, the image of son Peng suddenly flashed in her mind. He had caused her husband's demise, leaving her utterly bereft, and now, the once healthy fetus had also been lost. Yet he continued to thrive, living a seemingly carefree life. Chow Pei Pei, a doctor, and her husband, a programmer, had once enjoyed a tranquil and stable life, now reduced to a tragic fate of loss and despair. Meanwhile, that murderer, Sun Peng wore a facade of virtue while continuing to thrive. A fierce desire to survive ignited within her. She must live. She cannot let it end this way. Desperately, she attempted to induce the stillbirth, but without antibiotics and medications to expel the remaining blood, her endurance was limited. In the entire building and even the surrounding community, she could think of only Annan and Zhao Ping'an on the top floor as possible sources of medicine. Given that Zhao Ping'an was unlikely to have motherwort, she had come directly to Annan in search of a stroke of luck. Annan regarded her with an impassive expression. "Why should I lend you the medicine?" Chow Pei Pei lowered her gaze. "Indeed, one may ponder what right others have to assist me." She did not resort to moral coercion, nor did she persistently plead. She merely expressed her regret, saying, "I apologize, I indeed acted rather abruptly." There was no need to reiterate her plea for help. For if the other party chose not to offer assistance, there was naught she could do. From the outset, she had harbored little hope. Setting aside Annan's disposition, which was generally unwelcoming to all who sought her, even if one approached her with a pleasant demeanor, what grounds did one have to expect the release of medicinal supplies? In the face of calamity, all resources had become exceedingly precious, particularly life-saving medications. Were this truly the apocalypse? Who among them would be willing to relinquish their stock of medicine for another's sake? With a hint of disappointment, she uttered an apology and intended to depart. Each person is bound by their fate. Perhaps her life was destined to reach a standstill at this juncture. Nevertheless, she had made her efforts. Yet suddenly, Annan called her back. "Wait." Chu Pei Pei paused, turning around. Annan, using her clothing as a shield, retrieved a folded note from her space, asking, "Is this what you affixed to my door?" The note was folded, concealing its contents. Chu Pei Pei replied, "I did indeed place a note on your door previously." Annan fixed her gaze upon her, inquiring, "What did it say?" "It warned of an impending raid on your food supplies." Chu Pei Pei had not participated in the looting. Since her husband's demise, she had distanced herself from the community, venturing out alone in search of sustenance. That day, upon leaving her abode, she noticed the door of Unit 1302 wide open, with neighbors congregating. She then overheard a girl from the 8th floor suggesting they raid the home of a solitary girl upstairs for provisions. Perhaps feeling a sense of kinship as a woman struggling for survival, she seized the opportunity that night, unnoticed by others, to pen a note as a warning. Annan's expression revealed her realization, for she had suspected her involvement. Otherwise, she would not have opened the door today. On that day, nearly all the neighbors had come to besiege her, yet the face of Chu Pei Pei she had glimpsed through the peephole had not been present then. This led her to speculate if she might be the elusive note-bearer, the same one who had once alerted her in a previous life. That note had been the singular act of kindness she had received across both lifetimes. With this shared history, Annan's demeanor softened. "I am grateful for your timely warning. What medications do you require?" Chu Pei Pei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that a simple act of kindness from over half a month ago had now afforded her a glimmer of hope. "I need antibiotics, anything like cephalosporins, azithromycin, and so forth. Additionally, I require motherwort. If that is unavailable, any medication that aids in the expulsion of residual blood will suffice." Annan, puzzled, asked, "Do you understand medication?" "I am a doctor," Chu Pei Pei replied. "Though my specialty is not obstetrics and gynecology, I possess knowledge of basic pharmacology." "A doctor?" Annan suddenly recalled the note's hasty scrawl, reminiscent of the handwritten prescription from her childhood visits to the doctor, a chaotic jumble of lines. "Please wait here," Annan instructed, before closing the door and searching for the medicine. 3 boxes of Cefixime dispersible tablets, 2 boxes of motherwort granules. After a moment's contemplation, I also retrieved a box of nourishing red dates and donkey hide gelatin, along with a 5-liter container of drinking water. One must not be remiss in kindness. It would be unthinkable to allow her to take her medicine without sufficient hydration. Upon opening the door, I extended the items towards her. A look of disbelief adorned Chu Pei Pei's face. The fact that she could borrow medication was already beyond her expectations, but the additional supplements and drinking water left her utterly astonished. For Annan, surrounded by a mountain of supplies, these items were trivial. However, during this unprecedented time, when medicine was as precious as gold, they held immense value. Chu Pei's eyes glistened with moisture. Thank you. She lifted her gaze, her expression earnest as she looked at Annan. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I will certainly repay your kindness. Chapter 36. The experimental field. Annan paid little heed to her words and waved her hand dismissively. Go back and take your medicine, she said. Chu Pei not that, go that folie. Clutching her belongings as she departed with feeble steps. Watching her retreating figure, Annan couldn't help but ponder whether, had she believed that note in her past life and exercised greater caution towards the siblings, the outcome might have been different. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head and closed the door behind her. The past was behind her. All that mattered now was to seize the happiness of this life. Everything was different now. She hoped that this time, with the medicine she provided, Chu Pei would experience a different fate and thrive. Upon returning home, Annan practiced her ba duanjin once more before entering the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of hot wonton soup. The wonton wrappers were thin, generously filled, and immersed in a savory broth, garnished with seaweed and dried shrimp. A splash of chili oil and vinegar only heightened its delightful aroma. After finishing her breakfast, she entered her space with the ever-loyal Fugue. While fetching medicine for Chu Pei, an idea struck her. Perhaps the lawn in the estate could serve another purpose. As Fugue rushed to the spring to quench its thirst, Annan retrieved a shovel and delineated a planting area on the left side of the lawn. Most of the medicines she had procured from the pharmacy were Western remedies, with only a modest selection of traditional Chinese medicine. Later, she managed to acquire some herbal ingredients from a pharmaceutical factory, albeit in limited quantities. Lately, she had been delving into health preservation and, with each revelation, her trust in the profound and expansive culture of traditional Chinese medicine deepened. Annan envisioned the establishment of an herbal garden within the estate, successfully cultivating Chinese medicinal herbs, thereby achieving a form of herbal autonomy. Many of these herbs not only treated ailments but also promoted wellness and balanced the body. Surplus could be sold to others. In the future, as calamities unfolded, medicines would become increasingly precious. The various pharmaceuticals at her disposal were nearly irreplaceable. Yet if she succeeded in cultivation, she could produce a continuous supply of traditional remedies. The more she contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed. With renewed vigor, Annan completed the demarcation of the planting area and set about weeding and tilling the soil. Initially, she struggled with the labor, her hands unaccustomed to such toil. However, her inherent intelligence and aptitude soon saw her find her rhythm. At the outset of her planting endeavor, she designated a mere 300 square meters as her experimental field. If all went well, she could later expand the area. Annan's enthusiasm was boundless. Yet before she could finish tilling the entire plot, both she and Fugue were ejected from space. How swiftly an hour passes! Annan reminded herself that one cannot achieve great things overnight. She would take her time. Even if she could not physically enter the space, she could still wield her consciousness to manipulate tools and continue her work in the estate. Turning back, she noticed Fugue had once again overindulged in water. Fugue, you silly dog. Why must you drink so much water the moment you enter the space? She chided, observing its dazed expression. Drawing from her previous experience, Annan remained patient, placing Fugue in its doghouse to recuperate. Meanwhile, she pulled out her tablet, searching for tutorials as she contemplated which herbs to plant first. After much deliberation, I finally resolved to cultivate Isatis root. Firstly, among the seeds I had discovered in the building, there happened to be seeds for Isatis. Secondly, during the intense heat following the flood in my previous life, several minor epidemics erupted, and Isatis proved effective in treating the ailments. Isatis possesses a bitter taste and a cooling nature, serving to clear heat, detoxify, cool the blood, and soothe the throat. It is particularly effective against the toxins associated with epidemics, alleviating fever and sore throat. In my previous life, it took 2 bags of rice to exchange for merely half a box of Isatis powder. Annan suffered greatly due to the lack of medicine at home, enduring an entire week of fever, excruciating pain, vomiting, and diarrhea, nearly succumbing to the ordeal. Fortunately, youth and a robust constitution allowed me to endure. However, Many individuals of lesser vitality were not so fortunate. Countless survivors of the flood and extreme heat ultimately perished from the epidemic. The cultivation period for Isatis is approximately 6 months, which should align perfectly with its maturation. Without hesitation, I set to work. In the ensuing days, I busied myself daily in the space, tending to the plants, while Fugu accompanied me each time, eagerly drinking water. Indeed, just water. I looked at Fugu with exasperation, wondering what was so delightful about that spring water that compelled him to drink with such fervor akin to a drunkard. I had carefully sniffed it and found nothing extraordinary, just the taste of plain water. Without conducting a water quality test, I certainly wouldn't dare to drink it. However, that did not deter my canine companion. Each time I entered, he would dash over to quench his thirst. If I attempted to leave him outside, he would howl, straining his neck in protest. Upon my return, seeing him hoarse from barking, my heart softened, and I had no choice but to take him along. Observing that he had not encountered any adverse effects, I ceased to worry about him. I had read online that dogs possess an innate ability to discern beneficial from harmful substances. They instinctively seek out herbal remedies when afflicted with skin ailments or poisoning. Perhaps there were minerals in the water appealing to him. I doubted that any harmful substances would emerge in the space. Relinquishing my concerns, I allowed him to drink to his heart's content, his belly round with satisfaction. Meanwhile, I devoted myself to the study and practical exploration of herbal cultivation. In stark contrast to my industrious efforts at home, the atmosphere in the community grew increasingly tense. Acts of vandalism and robbery had become the norm. Unlike before, the cries of women filled the air. Those who were desperately hungry began to realize that women occupy an inherently vulnerable position. Historically, women have been weaker than men, possessing a natural disadvantage in strength. In recent years, as society progressed, the need for brute force to acquire resources diminished. Thus, women, with their more nuanced perspectives, gradually gained prominence in social roles. Yet, with the onset of natural disasters and societal disorder, interactions among individuals regressed to primitive modes. The strong seized more food and resources, while the weaker suffered from hunger and oppression. Each night, I could hear the piercing screams and sobs of women outside. I chose to ignore them, don my earplugs, and turned over to continue my slumber. Having endured 4 years of a post-apocalyptic world, she comprehends the unfolding chaos better than anyone else. Yet, she is neither a valiant heroine nor a celestial savior endowed with omnipotent abilities. To save others? That would only place her in peril. Evil lurks in every corner of this world, and Annan is merely one among many struggling to survive amidst the desolation. Not all men possess absolute power, nor are all women resigned to oppression. In the ruthless arena of survival, only the fittest prevail. Thus a week passed. On this day, after emerging from her secluded space, Annan reclined on her bed to rest when suddenly a knock echoed through her door. She made her way to the corridor and peered through the peephole, only to discover that it was none other than Bai Wenbin and Qianinger. Chapter 37. Deception. Annan furrowed her brow. These two siblings truly were relentless. Bai Wenbin appeared emaciated, his cheeks sunken, standing there like a mere skeleton. Qianinger had a bit more flesh on her bones, but she too looked somewhat unrecognizable. Her short hair plastered against her scalp, giving her an almost masculine appearance. She bore a slight resemblance to her former self from a past life. Yet, it had been scarcely a month since she had driven them away. What audacity had emboldened them to return? This time, Annan resolved to show no mercy. She opened a shooting hole and raised her nail gun, ready to fire. The two outside, upon seeing the sudden appearance of a shooting hole akin to the one at Zhao Pingin's residence, recalled the previous incident on the rooftop where arrows had rained down upon them. They quickly concealed themselves in the shooting dead zone beside the door. What was happening? Did Annan's door also have a mechanism? Bai Wenbin frowned. He was aware that Annan had no expertise in such matters. It must have been Zhao Pingin who assisted her. But why would Zhao Pingin help her? Bai Wenbin suddenly looked up. Could it be that Annan was involved with that Zhao Pingin? He recollected having seen that young man in the community before the calamity. He was fair-skinned and somewhat handsome. But how could he possibly compare to himself? In terms of education, appearance, and physique, he was undoubtedly superior. It must have come down to financial status. A sudden bitterness welled up in by Wenbin's heart. This Annan was truly a materialistic woman. With such wealth at her disposal, she still looked down on others. She treated him with disdain, yet quickly got involved with someone affluent. Unbeknownst to her of his sordid thoughts, Annan merely felt that the trap designed by Zhao Pingyan had its flaws. The shooting dead zone was too large. With the two of them hiding beside the door, they were practically untouchable. It seemed she should learn from him and devise a mechanism to pour concentrated sulfuric acid instead. Annan closed the shooting hole, retrieved a triangular bayonet, and decided to confront them directly. At that moment, Qianinger called out from outside, "Annan, don't misunderstand, we're not here to borrow food this time. We have something very important to tell you." Bai Wenbin quickly added, "Yes, Nan, please open the door. We have seen your father." Father? The gloomy visage of Angsanji surfaced in Annan's mind. He was no longer a father to her. Memories of his betrayal of her mother, the anguish he caused her grandmother, his usurpation of the family estate, and his abandonment of her to starve to death surged within her, igniting a fresh wave of fury. In her past life, she had suffered a gruesome fate at his hands. The debt of life he owed her was long extinguished. In this life, Annan would never regard him as a father again. But how could these siblings have encountered Angsanji? Wasn't he wallowing in decadence at his villa on the mountainside? It was improbable for him to have ventured into the city. These two must be fabricating tales, attempting to lure her out with news of family. With heightened vigilance, Annan gripped the bayonet tightly. She cautiously unlocked the door, then suddenly thrust it open, aiming directly at Bai Wenbin, and lunged forward fiercely. "Be careful." On the other side, Qianinger shouted, urgently spraying a mysterious aerosol towards Annan. Annan felt the dagger in her hand pierce through Bai Wenbin's flesh, but in that fleeting moment, her vision was obscured by a cloud of spray. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tightly. Unable to see, she unconsciously relaxed her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wenbin retreated, and the trident blade in Annan's hand was pulled from his body. At that moment, Annan could hardly pay him any mind, for a potent chemical odor accompanied the spray. She inadvertently inhaled some, immediately feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. An alarm rang in her mind. Was this a sedative? Beside her, Qianinger continued to press the spray can, advancing toward Annan. Frustration welled within Annan as she held her breath, raising the dagger in an attempt to eliminate this bothersome woman. Yet, her strength seemed to wane. A sense of foreboding gripped her. If they succeeded in sedating her, who knew what would transpire? Holding her breath, she swiftly retreated into the room, hastily closing the stainless steel door of the stairwell. As she surveyed her surroundings, her vision began to blur. The door outside felt insecure, easily susceptible to being forced open. Summoning her willpower, she struggled to control her hands and managed to shut the armored door as well. She collapsed onto the floor, her consciousness fading, and with her last ounce of strength, she activated the electronic lock, cranking it to the maximum. Then, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, she beheld the powered door. Her mind fixated on a singular thought. Zhao Pingyan was indeed right. He was remarkably useful. Outside, Qianinger discarded the empty spray bottle onto the ground and approached to support Bai Wenbin. "Wenbin, are you all right?" Bai Wenbin clutched his bleeding shoulder, his heart racing. Thankfully, his cousin had sprayed the sedative in time. Otherwise, if Annan had struck his heart or delivered another blow, his life would have been forfeit today. He shook his head, feeling a bit woozy. This sedative was truly potent. Even after taking an antidote in advance and holding his breath, he still felt somewhat lightheaded. He tore a strip from his clothing to tightly bind the wound, staunching the bleeding, and replied, "I'm fine. Annan should be unconscious by now, right?" Qianinger pressed down on his wound with a grim expression. "She is definitely out, but it's a shame she managed to escape back." Her eyes narrowed menacingly at the securely shut stainless steel door. With such a strong drug, she surely hasn't made it home. She is likely just behind the stairwell door. Let us seize the moment while she is still out and drag her out. Bai Wenbin nodded. "Yes, Wang Gu is waiting. We must act swiftly. The sedative is gone. Once she wakes, we'll be in trouble." Initially, he had no desire to clash with Annan again. After all, he had witnessed her ruthless prowess on multiple occasions. He didn't believe he possessed the strength to defeat her, nor did he think she would show any mercy towards him or his sister. Ever since he moved here and she had blocked him on WeChat, Annan had seemed like a different person, cold and detached. Not only has their attitude towards the siblings undergone a profound transformation, but they have also displayed an utter disregard for human life, killing with the same indifference as one would slice vegetables. Ever since she had repelled an entire unit with her chainsaw, he resolved to no longer provoke her. In a bid for survival, he took Qianinger to meet Brother Wang of Building 12, where they managed to secure a meager meal. However, within less than a month, Brother Wang grew weary of them, remarking that holding Qianinger felt as uninviting as embracing a skull, instructing her not to return. Without the sustenance provided by Brother Wang, their survival became untenable. Thus, they were compelled to scour the area for beautiful women to barter with the men of Building 12 for food. Bai Wenbin, a diligent doctoral student, found himself reluctantly engaging in the role of a procurer. However, Brother Wang was exceedingly choosy, rejecting the emaciated and insisting they find more conventionally attractive women. With natural disasters persisting for 2 months, where could they possibly find a woman of normal appearance? In their desperation, the thought of Annan suddenly crossed their minds. In wealth, there lies risk. If they could capture Annan, not only could they exchange her with Brother Wang for food, but they could also acquire resources from her family. Chapter 38. As long as I am here. You shall not enter, however. Annan's prowess in combat was exceedingly formidable. A moment's carelessness could easily cost one their life. Hence, Qianinger expended a considerable price, spending 2 days with a deviant, only to procure a vial of sedative from him. Along with it came a set of universal lock-picking tools. The siblings devised a plan to incapacitate Annan with the sedative, seizing the opportunity to sever her tendons and ligaments, thereby rendering her incapable of resistance. They intended to infiltrate her home using the lock-picking tools, plunder her possessions, and ultimately exchange her for supplies. Annan, with her exquisite beauty, would undoubtedly attract new suitors. Even if Wang Ge had grown weary of her, they could exploit her to continuously acquire provisions until she lost all worth, and perhaps even discover the taste of the jerky that Sun Peng had enjoyed. The mere contemplation of Annan's impending torment thrilled Qianinger, and as soon as she obtained the sedative, she urged Bai Wenbin to accompany her to Annan's abode. Fearing that Annan might refuse entry, she deceitfully claimed to have encountered her father, confident that Annan, who shared a close bond with him, would have no qualms about opening the door. Now, with Annan already unconscious and an array of resources at their fingertips, the thought alone made Qianinger want to burst into laughter. Unlike her cousin, who prioritized food and supplies, her desire was to witness the wretched state of Annan as she suffered. Imagining Annan confined in her home, at their mercy, subjected to relentless torment and traded off to various men for resources, the sheer desperation of that scenario sent a thrill coursing through her. The siblings wasted no time, deftly retrieving the lock-picking tools in preparation to pry open the door. Qianinger, brimming with impatience, surged ahead. However, as her hand brushed against the door, she was met with a jolt of electricity, causing her body to convulse, her head to shake, and her limbs to tremble uncontrollably. Bai Wenbin stood frozen, staring in disbelief at his sister's sudden fit. Why was she so ecstatic? Had she begun to dance in celebration? After a moment of shock, he realized his cousin had been electrocuted. Seeing her hand firmly adhered to the door, Bai Wenbin instinctively reached to pull her away, only to suddenly remember that he would also be shocked if he did so. He quickly scanned his surroundings for any insulating materials. Yet the corridor was barren, and the tools in his hands were all metallic. There was nothing suitable to use. Fearing for his safety, he hesitated, watching as Qianinger began to smoke from the shock. Just as inspiration struck him, he swiftly removed his outer garment. Twisting it into a long rope, he passed it in front of Qianinger's neck and, with a strong pull, managed to free her from the electric door. Qianinger's body stiffened as she toppled backward, her head striking the ground with a heavy thud. Bai Wenbin let out a sigh of relief and hurried over to shake her. Are you all right? Qianinger lay there with her eyes tightly shut, unresponsive. Desperate, Bai Wenbin resorted to slapping her face. Cousin, wake up. Still, There was no reaction. After a moment of helplessness, he finally remembered to administer CPR. He placed his hands, one atop the other, on her chest and began to press rhythmically. After maintaining pressure for 2 minutes, the wound inflicted by the triangular blade on his shoulder, already difficult to heal, burst open and blood flowed incessantly. Bai Wenbin, enduring the pain, appeared pale and noticed that his cousin remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to give up, Qian Inger finally slowly opened her eyes. Bai Wenbin's expression brightened. "Inger, how are you?" Qian Inger stared at him blankly, remaining silent. He spoke a few more words to her, but there was still no reaction. Frowning, he wondered if she had been stunned by the electric shock or if her mind had been damaged. Regardless, she was awake now, and Bai Wenbin could not afford to linger. Once Annan awoke, it would be troublesome. Would she not tear them apart? The urgent matter was to quickly enter and secure Annan first. He helped Qian Inger sit by the side, pressing her shoulder and instructing, "Stay here and do not move. I will find a wooden-handled hammer. This door is electrified, and our tools are useless." With that, he hurried home to retrieve the hammer. Before long, Bai Wenbin returned upstairs with a new tool, only to find Qian Inger still in a daze, leaning against the wall with a vacant expression. He sighed, realizing he would have to rely on himself. A glance at the stainless steel door reminded him of the solid armored door inside. Given that their lock-picking tools were ineffective, he could not break through with a hammer. He had no choice but to change tactics, swinging the hammer to strike the adjacent wall vigorously. His arm grew numb from the impact, and the wound on his shoulder bled uncontrollably. Yet he dared not stop. If he could not quickly subdue Annan, he would surely be hunted down by her once she awoke. However, if he could successfully restrain her, freedom from scarcity would be within reach. Heaven or hell, it all hinged on this moment. Bai Wenbin swung the hammer with all his might, his eyes bloodshot with determination. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted from behind. "What are you doing?" Bai Wenbin swiftly turned to see the source of the voice. Upon recognizing her, he felt a twinge of disdain. It was the widow from the 13th floor, Chu Pei. He adopted a fierce demeanor. "What does it have to do with you? Why are you shouting?" Chu Pei's brows furrowed tightly. "You smashing Miss N's door concerns me. I came to deliver something to Miss N, only to find someone here brazenly vandalizing the wall." As a woman, she understood that in these times, it was unwise to meddle in others' affairs. However, Miss N was different. Had it not been for the emergency medicine she provided a week ago, she might have already met her end. In recent days, her health had improved steadily, and she had kept the favor of Miss N in mind. Chu Pei glared at the man before her, recalling how the last time the neighbors attacked the 14th floor. It was this duo's idea, truly malicious. Even after being driven away, they still returned to wreak havoc. Bai Wenbin, hammer in hand, and with an unfriendly expression, warned, "I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Pei set the bag she was holding down on the ground and drew a long, bone-cutting knife from her waist. "As long as I am here today, you shall not pass the 14th floor," she declared, raising the blade with an unwavering resolve. Bai Wenbin's expression darkened at this sight. What an unfortunate turn of events. He lamented. The 2 electric doors are already a nuisance, and now an additional obstacle has emerged. My cousin remains seated like a fool, utterly unresponsive and of no assistance. It seems I have ventured out without consulting the auspicious calendar. Everything is going awry. He calculated the time with a fierce glint in his eyes. I must resolve this quickly. If I delay any further, Annan will awaken. Gripping the heavy hammer in his hand, Bai Wenbin strode swiftly towards Chu Pei, intent on striking. Chapter 39. The enigmatic sorceress awakens. Chu Pei hastily evaded Bai Wenbin's assault. Although she possessed no martial skills, her adversary's injury, a bleeding shoulder, rendered him less formidable. The cumbersome hammer he wielded further facilitated her ability to dodge his attacks with relative ease. She pondered the situation at Miss N's residence, where no response emerged despite the persistent banging at the door. Could calamity have struck? The thought sent a shiver through her, prompting her to raise her bone-cutting knife and strike back. Lacking precision, her approach was characterized by a rapid and ferocious flurry of movements, a style honed over 2 months of scrounging for supplies. It was colloquially known as the chaotic flailing of a novice. With the knife held defensively before her, she swung it in swift arcs, creating a gust of air. Bai Wenbin retreated a few steps, frustration evident on his face. He had always held a low opinion of women's fighting techniques, perceiving them as unrefined and lacking in strength, merely flailing and scratching like a kitten. In contrast, men could unleash powerful blows that would leave their opponents dazed. Yet he begrudgingly acknowledged that when women wielded lethal weapons, their erratic movements could be quite intimidating. At that moment, he found it impossible to approach Chu Peipei, intent on disarming her. He realized that the length of her knife and her swift maneuvers rendered him vulnerable. Any attempt to reach for it would likely result in the loss of a limb. Instead, he swung his hammer, not able to strike her, but effectively blocking her advance. The clash of metal against metal sparked a shower of embers, as both combatants wielded their weapons with equal tenacity. Listening intently for any sound from within the room, Chu Peipei grew increasingly anxious. Between her strikes, she called out, "Missin, are you all right? Missin, are you safe?" Bai Wenbin, fearing that her cries might awaken Annan, became enraged and, in a burst of strength, swung his hammer, sending her knife flying from her grasp. Momentarily distracted, Chu Peipei felt a jolt of panic as she attempted to retrieve her weapon. Bai Wenbin, seizing the opportunity, swung a hammer towards her head. Alarmed, she quickly stepped back, but her foot slipped, causing her to tumble down the staircase, landing on the landing between the 14th and 13th floors. Bai Wenbin, with a sinister smile, prepared to finish her off. Just then, a sudden crack resounded as the door behind him creaked open. His heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly turned to look. Annan had been roused from her slumber by the persistent knocking. Initially indifferent to the commotion, believing her master to be an invincible general, she grew concerned when the noise ceased abruptly after a brief time at the door. Outside, the incessant sounds of banging on the door and the discordant cries of conflict could be heard, belonging to neither the owner nor the familiar. With its keen little nose, it sniffed the air, detecting that its master was not far off, likely just outside room 1402. Yet, it remained stationary. As astute as it was, a thought struck. Could something have happened to Sister Nan? In a frenzy, it clawed at the door, desperate to assist, while emitting a series of frantic yelps. Meanwhile, due to her timely breath-holding, Annan had inhaled only a minimal dose of the narcotic, leading her to gradually awaken amidst the disorienting echoes of luxury's entrancing melody. Upon regaining consciousness, she heard Chu Peipei's shouts from outside, and without a moment to spare for comforting her canine companion, she hastily rose to her feet. Tentatively, she took a few steps. Though slightly dizzy, she felt more than capable of dealing with Bai Wenbin and Qianing. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she retrieved a gas mask from her space and donned it to guard against any further attempts at administering narcotic gas. "Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve this time." As she pushed open the door, she caught sight of Bai Wenbin brandishing a hammer, intent on striking Chu Peipei. Upon noticing Annan emerging, Bai Wenbin was instantly gripped by terror. The formidable female demon had awakened. He disregarded Chu Peipei entirely, clutching the hammer and fleeing down the stairs. In his frantic escape, he even overlooked Qianing, who sat helplessly on the ground as he dashed back home. Annan, still slightly sluggish from her recent awakening, failed to apprehend him in time. Watching the man's desperate retreat, she felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. This man was truly like a fish in a gutter. Resorting to petty tactics, he fled the moment he faced a direct confrontation, proving elusive beyond measure. With an eye roll, she descended the stairs in a few swift strides, helping the exhausted Chu Peipei, who was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and bearing numerous abrasions on her arms. Upon seeing Annan, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Miss Annan, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Annan replied, removing her mask as she furrowed her brow at her friend. "You Haven Tea fully recovered. Why did you come out?" Chu Peipei managed a weak smile. "I'm all right, and I went out to gather supplies. I found plenty of biscuits, thinking to bring you some to try." Annan paused for a moment, then shook her head disapprovingly. "After a miscarriage, you need to rest. Even a small confinement is still a confinement. I don't lack for such things." Chu Peipei smiled bitterly. "What conditions are there for proper confinement now? It's fine. I have a strong constitution. It won't harm me. As she spoke, she picked up a nearby bag. I know you don't lack food at the moment, but I wish to express my gratitude for saving my life. My resources are limited. I hope you won't find it lacking. Annan regarded her, struck by her resilience. This woman, both in spirit and body, was akin to a titan. Were it not for Chu Pei detaining by Wenbin, the coward would have surely seized the opportunity to barge in. Gratefully, Annan cast her a glance, refraining from further words as she accepted her offering. Please wait here for a moment. I have something for you as well, she said, turning to ascend the stairs. As she glanced back, she finally noticed Qian sitting at her own doorstep. She was seated on the ground, her gaze fixed blankly upon her. Annan was startled and immediately drew his sword in caution. Suddenly, the other party let out a silly laugh, raised her hand, and pointed at her, exclaiming, beauty, a stunning beauty. Annan felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. What on earth was this woman up to? Qian tilted her head, grinning, while a trickle of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth. Beauty, I'm most beautiful of all, she proclaimed, crawling towards Annan with both hands and feet. Annan, visibly disgusted, kicked her over onto the ground. He then turned to inquire of Chu Pei behind him. What has happened to her? Chapter 40. Qian becomes a fool. Chu Pei shook her head, expressing uncertainty. When I arrived, I saw her brother frantically smashing the walls while she sat on the ground, seemingly lost in a stupor. Qian continued to writhe on the floor, her gaze fixated on Annan. After a moment, she suddenly seemed to recall something, her eyes widening as she screamed, "Ah, you wretched person." She staggered to her feet and lunged at Annan. Quick on her feet, Annan sidestepped, causing Qian to crash to the ground. Instead of rising immediately, Qian lay there, a foolish grin spreading across her face. You are Annan. I know you. You are a wretched person. Annan, hearing the repeated insults, felt a surge of anger. Though she had grown accustomed to Qian inexplicable malice, it still grated on her nerves. Grabbing Qian by the collar, she delivered a sharp slap to her face. The sound echoed, a vivid red mark blossoming on Qian left cheek. Is this what you call giving me sleeping gas? Annan retaliated with another slap to her right cheek. You think you can smash my house's walls? A slap to the left cheek followed. And dare to insult me here? A final slap echoed in the air. You foul-mouthed creature. Annan unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Qian face. Chu Pei stood agape, watching as Annan's arm moved with such swiftness that it appeared as a blur. In no time, Qian had succumbed to unconsciousness, her face swollen to a grotesque degree. Annan released her grip and retrieved a wet tissue from her pocket. Wiping her hands clean, glancing down at the unconscious Qian she noted a wound on the back of her head, likely from a fall. When I came, it was just the two of them. How could she have gotten injured? It's rather absurd, Chu Pei remarked. Annan chuckled softly. Our door has electricity. She must have been knocked out by the shock and then fell. Chu Pei nodded. Indeed, evil begets its own punishment. She entered someone else's home to harm others, only to end up as a fool herself. After a moment of contemplation, she added, her brother is no saint either, engaging in unscrupulous activities in the neighborhood. He previously exploited his sister's body for food, and now he has abandoned her entirely. Exploited her body? Annan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This was news to her. In her previous life, such events had not transpired. She had not anticipated that, without her, the siblings would descend to such depths. Initially, she had contemplated eliminating them, but now her perspective shifted. She cast a glance at the unconscious Qian. It had only been 2 months since the calamity, and one adversary had transformed into a brothel keeper while the other had become a fool. She was curious to witness what would unfold next. How would Bai Wenbin manage his dim-witted sister? Would the former close bond between them lead to a day where they would turn on each other for survival? Annan turned to Chu Pei. Please keep an eye on her for me. I will fetch something from inside. All right, Chu Pei replied with a nod. Upon entering her home, she was greeted by the anxious antics of Fu Gue, who wagged his tail and circled around her. Ah, Sister Nan, are you hurt? It exclaimed anxiously, sniffing around. And Nan gently lifted it up, saying, Relax, I'm fine. After a moment of sniffing her, Fu Gue gradually calmed down, settling obediently in her embrace. Annan felt warmth in her heart. Good dog, wait for me at home. I need to step out for a bit, but I'll return shortly. Fu Gue suddenly perked up. You're going out. It clamped its teeth onto Annan's sleeve, warning her, it's dangerous outside. Please don't go. Annan stroked its fur soothingly. It's all right. There's no danger this time. She set the dog down and rummaged through her supplies, pulling out some dry rations. Chu Pei Pei had sent her some biscuits. While they might seem trivial to Annan, they were life-sustaining food for Chu Pei Pei, especially considering her courageous confrontation with Bai Wenbin earlier that day. Reflecting on it, Annan realized that what Chu Pei Pei needed most right now was sustenance. She gathered a bag of millet, 2 bundles of noodles, a box of compressed biscuits, and several bags of bread. Simple, yet filling provisions. Additionally, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a few bundles of candles, which could be useful for cooking porridge or noodles. Carrying these items to the door, she paused to retrieve a nail gun and several boxes of nails from her supplies. Fu Gue, witnessing its owner preparing to leave, was adamant about not being left behind, tugging at her pant leg, determined to accompany her. Annan, resigned, and knowing she wouldn't venture far from the building, decided to take it along. As she opened the door, she found Chu Pei Pei patiently waiting outside, watching Qian. Annan handed her the food, saying, "Thank you for today. Please head back and rest." Upon seeing the contents of the bag, Chu Pei Pei hurriedly waved her hands. No. How can I accept more from you? Initially, she had felt grateful for Annan's earlier generosity and had intended to express her appreciation by bringing something in return. Yet here she was, receiving even more. Annan, uninterested in the back and forth, pressed the items into her hands. Take it. No arguments. I have other matters to attend to. Then, she added, pulling out the nail gun. With this, you can resolve issues from a distance without resorting to close combat. Chu Pei Pei's eyes widened at the sight of the nail gun. No. This is far too precious. You must keep it. In these chaotic times, weapons were essential for survival. How could one so carelessly gift them away? Annan, undeterred, pressed it into her possession once more. Take it. I have more than one nail gun. This one is for you. In both lives. Chu Pei Pei had extended kindness to her on 3 occasions, twice through notes and once by intervening with Bai Wenbin. Annan felt a connection with her, and moreover, the items she was giving away held little value to her. She had an abundance of food and more than one nail gun. Although she often appeared aloof and disinterested in others' affairs, she found Chu Pei Pei to be quite commendable and was more than willing to lend her assistance. Chu Pei Pei held food and a nail gun in her hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Missin, I truly thank you. Although she had uttered those words countless times, they fell short of conveying the depth of her gratitude. A mere note she had penned to remind Annan had yielded precious supplies of medicine, food, and weapons in this apocalyptic world. As she gazed at Annan, she felt enveloped in a warm embrace, her lips trembling, unsure of what to say. Annan smiled gently. There's no need to call me Missin. I should be younger than you. Just call me Annan. Chu Pei Pei nodded earnestly. Annan, thank you. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden scream erupted from behind them. Ah! Chapter 41. Control your gaze. It was none other than the unconscious Qian Inger who lay on the ground, being bitten on the thigh by the small but fierce Guzi. With bared teeth, Guzi savagely tore a chunk of flesh from her leg. So, it is you who harmed my sister Nan? The excruciating pain jolted the unconscious Qian Inger awake, prompting her to scream. Annan, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a laugh. Guzi, don't eat anything indiscriminately. It's dirty. Guzi shook its little head and regurgitated the morsel it had just bitten off. Yuck. It tastes terrible, nowhere near as good as the chicken drumstick sister Nan gave me. Qian clutched her thigh, wailing, while her other leg flailed about in desperation. Concerned that she might injure Guzi, Annan swiftly slapped her face. Settle down. She then turned to Chu Pei Pei and said, I have matters to attend to, so you may head home. Chu Pei Pei nodded and departed. Annan secured the doors one by one and instructed Guzi, stay close behind me, don't wander off. She then seized Qian Inger by the hair and dragged her down the stairs. That coward Bai Wenbin had fled alone, leaving his sister at her care. As a good neighbor, it was only right to return her to him. With her back straightened and firmly grasping Qian Inger's hair, Annan descended the stairs. The pain from the tugging made Qian Inger whimper, her hands clutching her hair as her body went rigid, being dragged along the floor. Upon reaching the 12th floor, they encountered Sun Peng, embracing his lover Wang Xiaoyu as they ascended the stairs. The couple, now unashamed, openly displayed their affection. This was Wang Xiaoyu's first encounter with Annan. She beheld Annan, her face twisted with hostility, wielding a large knife in one hand while dragging the girl from the 8th floor by her hair with the other. Despite holding a full-grown adult who weighed over 100 pounds, Annan appeared effortlessly strong, indeed a veritable Amazon. Without needing an introduction from Sun Peng, Wang Xiaoyu instantly deduced that Annan was the notorious woman from the 14th floor. The girl on the ground was bloodied and drooling, resembling a fool beaten senseless by her. Such brutishness. It was appalling. Wang Xiaoyu shivered and tightened her grip on Sun Peng's arm. Sun Peng's muscles tensed, fearing that Annan might seek retribution for their previous demand for provisions. Yet, he maintained a composed facade, smiling politely. "Missin, heading out?" Annan cast him a sidelong glance, recognizing his audacity in behaving as though nothing had transpired, greeting her with feigned familiarity. To an outsider, they might appear to be good neighbors, blissfully unaware of the tension. However, preoccupied with dealing with Bai Wenbin, she chose not to engage further and continued her descent. As they brushed past one another, Wang Xiaoyu finally noticed the plump and white Guzi following closely behind Annan. At the sight, a glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes. "Is that dog meat stew?" A swaying dog meat stew. She seemed to catch a whiff of the delectable flavors she had savored before the calamity struck. Over the past few years, following Brother Sun, she has indulged in a plethora of exquisite delicacies, having tasted not only dog meat, but also turtle, snake, wild goose, and various other exotic dishes. She has long grown accustomed to viewing all living beings as potential culinary delights. When Fu Gue felt her gaze, he growled menacingly. Annan, hearing the sound, turned her head to cast a cold stare in her direction. One should refrain from coveting that which does not belong to them. Be wary, lest your eyes be lost. Wang Xiaoyu, feeling the chill of her icy gaze, shivered and quickly retreated behind Sun Peng. Sun Peng also noticed the small white dog and knew it was a lie to claim he was not coveting it. However, being aware of his inferiority to Annan, he adhered to the principle of self-preservation. Thus, he hastily apologized, grasped Wang Xiaoyu's hand, and hurried upstairs. "I apologize. My wife has not seen much of the world. We shall take our leave." Annan felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. "Your wife indeed. What a pretentious display of culture. That peculiar woman is your spouse?" Annan chose to ignore them and proceeded directly to the 8th floor. Suspecting that Bai Wenbin might still possess some form of narcotic, she donned her gas mask once more. As expected, the stairway door was closed. However, its quality was mediocre. She lifted her foot and forcefully kicked it open, stepping inside. Recalling that in her previous life, the siblings resided in apartment 802, she made her way directly to its door. "Bai Wenbin, open up." The room fell silent. "You've left your sister in my place." Still, there was no response. It appeared that Bai Wenbin was indeed selfish, or perhaps he held no affection for Qianinger. Annan seized her prattling and retrieved her breaching tool, swiftly forcing the door open. Bai Wenbin, clutching a hammer, cowered in the corner of the bedroom closet, trembling at the sounds emanating from a security door. "It's over. Everything is over." He gripped the hammer tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Soon, the door was flung open, and he heard Annan's footsteps approaching, accompanied by an unsettling dragging sound. "Bai Wenbin, where are you? Stop hiding and come out. Don't you want to see how your sister is faring?" The repeated calls resonated like an ominous incantation. Bai Wenbin, in agony, covered his ears and fervently prayed for the departure of this female tyrant. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the footsteps grew closer, advancing toward his bedroom. The bedroom door was locked, and Annan, understanding the situation, kicked it open. With a resounding crash, the door fell to the ground. She entered and surveyed the room, finding it devoid of any presence, save for the tightly shut closet door. She approached slowly and opened it. Bai Wenbin, huddled in the corner of the closet, felt his soul leave him as he saw a face adorned with a gas mask peering in. Huh, found you. In that moment, Bai Wenbin felt as if his very spirit had fled. Ah, please don't come closer. He shrank further into the depths of the closet, his heart racing, desperately swinging the hammer in his hand. Annan had initially intended to frighten him, but witnessing his terror left her somewhat speechless. How could a grown man be so timid? More so than a frightened cat? Crouched in the corner of the wardrobe like a frightened little girl, she was certainly no hulking figure of a burglar. What was the reason for such behavior? Lacking patience, she swiftly snatched the hammer from Bai Wenbin's grasp. With a decisive motion, she reached out and yanked him from the depths of the wardrobe, hurling him onto the floor. Stumbling, Bai Wenbin fell, lifting his head only to meet a pair of vacant eyes. A face swollen and distorted like that of a pig came into view. Handsome. The beautiful girl has brought me to find a handsome guy. Bai Wenbin was taken aback, and upon hearing that familiar voice, he barely recognized this pig-like visage as his cousin, Qian Inger. Her cheeks were flushed, both sides of her face swollen, and her mouth disfigured from a beating, rendering her a pitiable sight. His heart softened, and he quickly shook her shoulders. What happened to you? Qian Inger responded not with words, but rather with an incessant silly grin. Handsome. He handsome. Bai Wenbin furrowed his brow, glancing up at Annan. What have you done to her? Chapter 42. Viciously tormenting the scoundrel, Annan delivered a swift kick to him, exclaiming, What pretense of sibling affection is this? Were you not the one who abandoned her moments ago? After a brief pause, she added, Are you unaware of her condition? Spare me your melodrama. Bai Wenbin, supporting his sister's head, felt the blood staining his hands. Was Inger injured at the back of her head? A sudden recollection struck him. When he had yanked his cousin away from the electric gate, it seemed she indeed had hit her head. In his panic, he had neglected to examine her properly. Had she truly been rendered a fool from such a blow? It was also possible that his delayed response or improper CPR had caused her prolonged unconsciousness and subsequent brain hypoxia. Yet, he would never concede to such admissions. With a heart full of anguish, he gazed at Annan. Nan, how could you do this? You've turned Inger into a fool. Annan, speechless, retaliated with a kick that sent him sprawling. Are you attempting to play the victim here? Spare me your moral grandstanding. Having come to settle the score, she showed no mercy. With swift strides, she approached, seized his collar, and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face. Bai Wenbin intended to fight back. It felt as though an iron grip held him captive, immobilizing him and compelling him to endure. Although these blows were not life-threatening, the mental humiliation proved unbearable. After all, Annan was a woman he had once cherished, and now he found himself at her mercy, akin to a helpless chick in her grasp. He felt his face flush with embarrassment, as if he had lost all sensation. After delivering over 30 slaps and witnessing his face swell into a grotesque visage, Annan finally relented. The siblings stood before one another, a pair of crimson faces indistinguishable from one another. Observing their woeful state, Annan felt a surge of satisfaction. Although Bai Wenbin was dazed from the beating, a threat of anxiety remained within him, fearing that Annan might end his life. He sat on the ground, pleading, Nan, you truly misunderstand me. I was left with no choice but to join the neighbors to borrow grain that day. Less chatter. Annan kicked him again. Their grievances extended far beyond this incident. The betrayals of the past and the schemes of the present. Their siblings had once even devoured her heart. Each transgression weighed heavily, and Annan, disinterested in further discourse, resolved to treat him as a punching bag, relishing her vigorous practice until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qian Inger, witnessing the torment of her beloved brother at Annan's hands, did not rush to intervene. Instead, she clapped rhythmically beside them. The handsome one is being beaten by the scoundrel. The handsome one is being beaten by the scoundrel. Hearing her insults directed at herself, Annan turned, retaliating with a flurry of strikes, subjecting her to a beating as well. Moments later, tranquility finally enveloped the scene. After her exertions, Annan felt a sense of relief coursing through her body. She carelessly discarded them on the ground and proceeded to ransack their home. She unearthed 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of compressed biscuits, a bundle of sausages, 5 packets of instant noodles, and a substantial pile of expired bread. Ah, what a bountiful haul! She confiscated everything, leaving not a single item for the deceitful siblings. Subsequently, she tossed the other useful belongings out of the window into the floodwaters, emphasizing a state of utter desolation. Afterwards, she sat on the sofa with her dog, taking a moment to rest. Before long, Bai Wenbin stirred awake. As he opened his eyes, still in a haze, he beheld a graceful figure perched on his sofa, legs crossed, cradling a fluffy white creature. His mind momentarily stalled. What had I been doing? How'd I end up on the floor? In the next instant, memories flooded back, and his eyes widened in fright as he gazed at Annan. What on earth do you intend to do? Just as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly recognized what she was holding. The little white dog. Bai Wenbin stared at it, astonished. It had grown so plump. The last time he saw it was the day before the disaster, when Annan brought it home, a mere morsel of fur and bones. Now, it was a veritable ball of flesh. How much had Annan been feeding it? In these times of scarcity, with people starving, she somehow had surplus provisions to pamper a dog. Let her indulge, but to the point of raising it like a swine. Truly, the dog was living better than many humans. Bai Wenbin felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. This Annan would rather feed the dog than share a morsel with her friend. Fu Guwei had been discreetly observing the two individuals on the ground. Noticing the man had risen and was staring intently at him, he immediately stood up and barked fiercely. Woof, woof, woof. Stupidman, what are you looking at? Bai Wenbin, seeing the small dog daring to bare its teeth at him, felt a surge of anger, contemplating giving it a good thrashing and then cooking it up for a stew. But upon catching sight of Annan behind it, he quickly composed himself. No need to react. So what if it barked a few insults? Let it bark. It wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Bai Wenbin felt aggrieved. What does it mean to be a dog relying on human authority? This was it. Fu Guwei, unperturbed by Bai Wenbin's thoughts, continued to bark ferociously at him. Sensing that his owner was not stopping him, he grew increasingly foul-mouthed. As his temper escalated, he leaped off the sofa and sank his teeth into Bai Wenbin. Those who have been beaten by their masters surely deserved a bite. Bai Wenbin yelped in pain, ready to throw the dog away. And Nan, observing this, swiftly jabbed him with her trident knife. Ah! Bai Wenbin cried out in agony, no longer daring to move. Thus, Fu Guwei displayed his authority, nipping at him all over, while Bai Wenbin refrained from retaliating. The moment he raised a hand, Annan would promptly retaliate with another jab. By the time Fu Guwei had sufficiently vented his frustrations and sauntered away with an air of pride, Bai Wenbin was left with no unscathed spot on his body. Annan stood up, surveying Bai Wenbin's swollen face, which resembled that of a pig, with shoulders and arms punctured with holes. Not a single intact piece of flesh remaining. Satisfied, she departed with her dog. Before leaving, she planted her foot on his face and declared, "Today, I spare your life. Should you dare to come before me again to cause mischief, I will send you straight to the afterlife. Do you understand?" Bai Wenbin struggled to nod. Watching her saunter away with the dog, he clenched his fists and struck the ground with force. How frustrating, utterly maddening. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. He initially believed their plan had failed, and that both he and his cousin were doomed. Why did Annan spare them? This was not in line with her recent ruthless demeanor. Although Bai Wenbin felt a temporary sense of relief, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. With no time to ponder further, he endured the pain and rose to check on Qianinger's condition. How could his cousin have turned into a fool so suddenly? Surely, she must be feigning confusion to survive, right? He shook her gently. "Inger, Annan has left. Wake up." After a moment, Qianinger slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 43. Letting go of my belongings, she stared at him with a dazed expression for a moment, then suddenly broke into a grin. Handsome. Hello, handsome. Bai Wenbin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Inger, snap out of it. Annan has already left. Annan? Qianinger murmured to herself. Annan. Annan. As she repeated the name, her expression suddenly hardened. That vile woman. Annan? Bai Wenbin thought she had regained her senses and quickly grasped her hand. Here, are you back with us? To his dismay, Qianinger turned to him again, drooling. Handsome. Defeated, Bai Wenbin let his hands fall and sighed in resignation. He helped Qianinger settle onto the sofa and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to ignore her for the time being while he went to repair the security door that Annan had damaged. In these times, A broken lock posed a grave danger. Their meager supplies could easily be snatched away by others. He had painstakingly gathered a considerable amount of provisions, trading for them with great effort. His cousin, Qian Inger, had paid a hefty price for her share. The men they dealt with were no gentlemen. They were hardened individuals who scavenged food through ruthless means. As natural disasters loomed, the pressure of survival weighed heavily on people, giving rise to psychological strains that found expression in violence. Thus, these individuals often acted with brutality, consumed by their negative emotions. After much effort, he had managed to find girls willing to stay and work with him, and his cousin had endured considerable hardship as well. Thinking of the hard-won supplies, he instinctively glanced toward the kitchen. Upon doing so, his heart nearly stopped. "Where are my provisions?" He dashed over, only to discover that the 20 or so loaves of bread on the counter had vanished. Opening the cabinets, he was met with the same emptiness. 5 bags of instant noodles, 10 sausages, 3 bottles of mineral water, all gone. These were items he had cherished and counted time and again. Staggering out of the kitchen, he rushed to the bathroom, trembling as he lifted the toilet lid. "Where are my compressed biscuits?" To his horror, the 2 bags he had sealed in a plastic bag were also missing. This had been his safety net, a precaution against home invasion, hiding the most essential food in the toilet tank. He had thought that even if they were robbed, he would have a few days' worth of food to survive. But now, his heart seethed with anger. That Annan is truly ruthless. As if it weren't enough to invade his home and assault him and his sister, she had taken all their food. They had been stretching their meager rations to last half a month, eating 1 meal a day. How could she, a woman from a prosperous household who never had to leave her home, take away their pitiful sustenance? Fuming with frustration, he trudged out of the bathroom, still reeling from the loss of his food. His gaze fell upon the living room television cabinet, and he was shocked to discover it was also missing. Inside were his cherished candles and lighter. He stood there, dazed, surveying the surroundings. The shoe cabinet was gone. The wardrobe was gone. All manner of tools and weapons, such as hammers and wrenches, have vanished. Even the kayak, a vital means of survival that Qian Inger worked 3 nights to acquire, has disappeared. His entire livelihood has been obliterated. Annan swept through like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing in his wake. What was once a fine home has been reduced to a mere shell, while items such as televisions, computers, smartphones, and gaming consoles remain. Their utility is rendered moot in a house devoid of electricity. They cannot even procure a single sausage. He sat despondently on the floor. The living room retained a solitary sofa, which at least served as a place to rest. However, the bed in the bedroom was gone, and he harbored grave doubts that the sofa was intended for him. Rather, it seemed to have been left for Annan to rest upon after her exertions. He was rendered speechless by his fury. Yet, no matter how irate he felt, he was powerless against her. He could neither bear to look upon her nor confront her. A suffocating feeling welled up within him, making it difficult to breathe. He lamented deeply, regretting his decision to provoke that formidable woman. Greed can lead one to swallow an elephant, and he was left with both losses and injuries. Oh, how he regretted it. While counting his losses, Bai Wenbin marveled at how formidable she was, having transported so many of his belongings to her abode. But then a thought struck him. His home was on the 8th floor, while hers was on the 14th. How could she possibly carry those cumbersome items up 6 flights of stairs? Suddenly inspired, Bai Wenbin rushed to the window and peered down. There, upon the shimmering surface of the water, floated a motley assortment of his belongings. Indeed, she had tossed them out the window. Although many had already sunk, the lighter items still bobbed upon the surface. His eyes sparkled with hope as he yearned to retrieve them. Just then, an elderly woman, known for rummaging through garbage bins, paddled over in a large red plastic basin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She plopped into Bai Wenbin's kayak and deftly began gathering the other items. Enraged, Bai Wenbin shouted, "Put that down. Those are my belongings." The old woman glanced up but offered no response, only quickening her pace. "You old hag, I told you to put down." In a fit of desperation, he dashed down to the 7th floor corridor window, yet found himself at a loss as to how to reach her. Whether it was Annan's strength or the current's push, all his possessions floated far away, drifting alongside the opposite building. lacking a kayak and not being a strong swimmer. He could only seethe with impotent rage. Are you deaf, old hag? If you take my things, I swear I'll make you regret it. The old woman cast him a sidelong glance and resumed fishing out several garments from the water, including his large underwear and thermal socks. Embarrassment and fury coursed through him as he shouted hoarsely, yet he could not deter her. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as the old woman finished collecting her haul and paddled away, flashing him a toothy grin, half of her teeth missing. Farewell, you inconsiderate. Rotund boy. Bai Wenbin was seething with rage. Rotund boy? After years of commitment to fitness and enduring hunger recently, how could he be considered overweight? After a moment's reflection, he suddenly realized that it was Annan who had swollen his face. In his earlier panic, he nearly forgot the injuries he bore. Now, as the realization dawned upon him, he felt a burning sensation on his face and an overwhelming ache throughout his body. The wounds on his arms and shoulders were particularly grievous, still oozing blood. He pressed his hand against the wounds, dejectedly making his way home. What could he do? The house was utterly barren, and there were no medical supplies left. Chapter 44. Unyielding resolve Bai Wenbin returned home and slumped onto the sofa, his spirit utterly defeated. He could hardly muster the energy to repair the door. What was the point in mending it? Even a mouse would disdain to enter this abode. Beside him, Qian Inger continued to giggle foolishly, adding to his growing agitation. No, he needed to devise a plan. He could not simply await his demise. Straightening up, he sighed at Qian Inger's vacant expression. Stop your silly laughing and accompany me outside. Meanwhile, Annan, having exited Bai Wenbin's residence, promptly made her way to Chu Peipei's home. As she knocked, there was a cautiousness emanating from within. Recognizing Annan's voice, Chu Peipei peered through the peephole, confirming her identity before opening the door. Annan, what brings you here? Kumin. Though Annan held a favorable impression of Chu Peipei, she remained vigilant, gripping a triangular blade tightly, prepared for any eventuality. Upon entering the room, she instinctively surveyed her surroundings and noted the coziness of Chu Peipei's home. The living space was filled to the brim with home goods, including vases of flowers, a record player, and a felt board adorned with numerous photographs. Although dust had settled on these items, it was evident that their owner had once possessed a profound zest for life. A large bookcase occupied the wall where the television would typically stand, stacked with an array of literature, ranging from novels and classics to a wealth of medical texts. On the wall behind the sofa hung a large painting of a wide-eyed infant. Noticing Annan's gaze fixated on the infant painting, Chu Peipei felt a twinge of bitterness. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she turned to close the door, only to suddenly spot the plump little dog from her home, nearly missing it as she almost caught it in the doorframe. Quickly, she braced the door and waited patiently for the dog to saunter in before shutting it behind her. She chuckled as she petted the dog's head. Little one, I almost didn't see you. The dog sniffed her hand and gently nudged it with its head before scampering over to Annan. Animals possess a keen sensitivity to human emotions. Annan observed that among those familiar with the dog, Chu Peipei was the only one who did not exhibit a glimmer of greed, and notably, she had not been met with the dog's usual baring of teeth. You've been hungry for quite some time. Don't you crave it? Annan asked bluntly. Chu Peipei was momentarily taken aback, as if she had not anticipated such a question. She glanced down at the dog. I once had a dog named Nyo, a pug. I cared for her for 14 years until she passed away 2 years ago. My husband intended to gift me another, but we were preparing to have a child and feared we wouldn't have the energy to care for a dog properly, so we decided against it. Dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. To me, they are akin to children. How could I bear to indulge? Noticing the sadness that flickered across her face, Annan chose not to pursue the topic further and instead handed her the food she had obtained from Bai Wenbin's home. Here, this is for you. I acquired it during a recent raid. She regarded the items belonging to Qian Inger and Bai Wenbin with disdain, finding them unworthy of her space. Yet, she could not bring herself to simply discard them, as wasting food was a disgrace, especially in these unusual times. Thus, she resolved to give them directly to Chu Peipei. Chu Peipei initially assumed that Annan had come to her residence for a specific matter, only to be pleasantly surprised by the delivery of gifts. She quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Annan, you have already assisted me immensely. I cannot accept any more of your generosity." Annan replied, "This is not merely a gift. I observed the numerous medical texts in your home, which suggest your professional competence is commendable. Consider these items as an advance on your future medical services. Should I require assistance, I shall seek your expertise." Chu Pei insisted, "Should you ever need my help, know that I shall be more than willing to assist." Regardless of these items, seeing her reluctance, Annan placed the items on the coffee table, stating, "I noticed that since the loss of your husband and child, your will to survive remains remarkably strong, indicating there are important matters you wish to pursue. However, given your current condition, achieving your goals may prove challenging. Your health is paramount. With nourishment, you can take the time to recuperate." Chu Pei felt a wave of emotion at Annan's words. Her nose tinged with a hint of sadness while her eyes began to glisten. It is often the case that one can exhibit immense strength in solitude. Yet the moment someone expresses concern, tears readily threaten to spill. Indeed, she had been holding on, acutely aware of her dwindling vitality, feeling as though she might collapse at any moment. Yet, she could not afford to rest, as the lack of sustenance equated to a slow demise. How could she avenge her husband if she succumbed to despair? With the provisions Annan had offered, she could finally catch her breath, allowing herself a few days to recuperate. No longer willing to refuse, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Annan. I will take care of myself," and continue to persevere. After a brief pause, she added, "I hope you never require my medical skills. However, should that day arrive, I shall not hesitate to help, no matter the cost." Annan did, choosing not to linger in idle conversation, and departed with Fugwa. "Rest well. We are heading home." Annan was no saint, nor could she be considered a particularly virtuous person. She often turned a blind eye to injustices and remained indifferent to the suffering of others. Yet, she was not merely a ruthless figure. Chu Pei was a woman of integrity, exhibiting courage, resilience, and gratitude, and she was a doctor to boot. In gaming, a team often requires a healer, and in a perilous world such as theirs, forging a connection with a competent physician could only yield benefits. Upon exiting Chu Pei's residence and ascending to the 14th floor, Annan encountered someone waiting at the entrance, Zhao Pingyan. Alerted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs, he turned cautiously, and upon recognizing Annan, a smile broke across his face. "Idle. So you went out. I wondered why no one responded to my knocking." Noticing the large object he held wrapped in a black plastic bag, Annan inquired, "Did you need something?" Zhao Pingyan scratched his head, smiling shyly. "I don't have anything pressing, but my mother, the empress of our household, has consumed her rations and particularly enjoys the snacks you provided. I simply wanted to ask if you had any more available." Zhao Pingyan's household is abundant in stored grains, yet it conspicuously lacks certain trifling snacks like spicy chicken feet and shrimp chips that do not satiate hunger. After expressing his desire, he hastily clarified, "Of course, I would never take your snacks without offering something in return." As he spoke, he opened a plastic bag. "I believe you have ample food, but you might find this intriguing. It's a high-tech fabric that, when fashioned into clothing, maintains a constant temperature and provides protection against cuts." Annan was taken aback. Constant temperature? Cut resistance? She suddenly recalled the elusive item she had searched for in vain while rummaging through an entire floor of the Taiyu building. Chapter 45. Thermoregulating fabric. The thermoregulating fabric has yet to be successfully developed by Taiyu Group, so how could Zhao Pingyan possibly possess it? Annan inquired, "Where did you acquire this material?" Zhao Pingyan smiled shyly. "I created it myself. It took me 3 whole years, and I only just succeeded in producing it a few days ago." Annan expressed disbelief. "You claim that you developed this?" "Indeed." Zhao Pingyan nodded. "I previously worked at a technology company, focusing on product research and development. This is my creation. However, I eventually found myself at odds with the company's philosophy, so I resigned to pursue my own path." He scratched his head. "When I left, the fabric had not yet been developed. They seemed to continue their research afterward, but I have no idea if they succeeded. I only managed to figure it out recently." "Your company is not affiliated with Taiyu Group, is it?" Annan asked. "How did you know?" "It is indeed an innovative technology company under Taiyu Group." Zhao Pingyan's eyes brightened. "Idle. Are you involved in this field? Annan mused. It truly is the thermoregulating fabric I sought after in the technology tower. How serendipitous that it has come to me without effort. It was astonishing that a material not yet invented during her search had presented itself so conveniently. Zhao Pingyan appeared to be quite competent, not only having worked at Taiyu Group, but also seemingly a key player there. Zhao Pingyan scrutinized her expression and asked, "Idol, do you like this material? If not, I can find something else to trade." "Of course I like it," Annan replied, clearing her throat. "Let me take a closer look at what it is like." She pulled a piece of fabric from a bag, feeling its texture, which resembled her silk quilt, comfortable and soft. Wrapping it around her right arm, she could distinctly sense the humidity being repelled. Since the city had transformed into a waterlogged metropolis, people were enveloped by dampness daily. The moment she donned this fabric, she felt a long-lost comfort. At that moment, Zhao Pingyan took out a lighter from his pocket and ignited it, bringing it close to Annan's right arm. She was astonished. "I can't feel any heat." Subsequently, Zhao Pingyan produced a fruit knife, aiming it toward her arm. Annan gasped, quickly retracting her hand. Noticing her tension, Zhao Pingyan hurriedly reassured her. "Idol, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to demonstrate its anti-cutting feature." Annan exhaled in relief. "There's no need for that. This fabric is excellent. I will trade with you." She was not inclined to test such a function. What if she were truly injured? Even if she avoided harm, damaging the fabric was out of the question. What mattered most to her was that it maintained a constant temperature when worn. Nothing else was significant. She only wished to avoid suffering during extreme heat or cold. Seeing her willingness to exchange, Zhao Pingyan was thrilled. "Idol, you truly have an eye for quality. Though its thermoregulating feature may seem trivial, the anti-cutting capability is remarkable. You could try it out yourself when you get home." Trivial? Annan thought. How could thermoregulation be trivial? It was incredibly useful. "Oh, foolish child, you cannot fathom what the weather may become in the future." She inquired again. "This fabric is quite nice. Do you have any more?" Zhao Pingyan replied, "I have more. This piece of fabric measures 10 meters. It is sufficient to create 4 sets of clothing. I believe I have about that much left at home. Would you like more?" "No, this is enough," she said, for she would not deplete his resources entirely. It was only fair to leave some for Zhao Pingyan. Annan carefully folded the fabric and asked, "What snacks would you like in exchange?" "Anything will suffice. I am not picky." "Please choose," he responded. Annan nodded and, carrying the plastic bag, headed home, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. Such exquisite material, and he had merely used a large black garbage bag to carry it, offering it as a gift. The fabric, upon its debut, was intended to be beautifully packaged for display in shop windows, sold at a premium price. She recalled the whispers of its price, 70,000 yuan per meter. The piece in her possession measured around 10 meters, roughly valued at 700,000. Such a precious commodity, and he was willing to trade it for mere snacks? Annan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed she had taken advantage of Zhao Pingyan in their 2 transactions. Meanwhile, the little dog, Fu Gui, who had been quietly observing their conversation from the ground, quickly followed his owner as she headed home. Zhao Pingyan then noticed the small canine. His attention had been so fixated on his idol that he had overlooked this little creature. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at it. "You take good care of this dog. Its fur is shiny and smooth." He had a fondness for adorable things. "Does it bite? Can I pet it?" Upon hearing Fu Gui's name, Annan immediately became watchful. It was not that she distrusted Zhao Pingyan. Rather, in these tumultuous times, there were too many who coveted dogs, and she could not afford to be careless. To her, Fu Gui was no longer just a pet. He was the only family she had by her side. She scrutinized Zhao Pingyan's expression, but found nothing amiss. Zhao Pingyan cautiously reached out to stroke the dog's head, and Fu Gui did not resist. Annan felt relieved and called Fu Gui home. It seemed that Zhao Pingyan had not yet experienced hunger and harbored no ill intentions toward her dog. As Annan returned home with the fabric to find snacks, Zhao Pingyan patiently waited at her doorstep, unperturbed by the possibility of her absconding with the fabric without payment. Once inside, Annan contemplated the snacks in her space, troubled by how to make the exchange. What kind of snack could possibly be worth 700,000? Although the snacks she possessed were worth far more than that, offering too many at once would raise suspicions. Even before the calamity, it was rare for anyone to hoard dozens of boxes of snacks at home. Now, amidst the apocalypse, presenting such a bounty would be overly conspicuous. While it was not particularly alarming for others to know she had a substantial reserve, should they suspect she foresaw the disaster or possessed a storage space, that would pose a significant problem. Zhao Pingin's imagination was quite expansive. He likely read many dystopian novels, and there was a genuine risk he might inadvertently uncover the truth about her spatial abilities. Thus, it would be prudent to exercise caution and limit her offerings. After all, the prices of food have changed significantly compared to the past. A large gold bracelet can now be exchanged for merely 2 bags of millet. Annan discovered a sizable cardboard box and began to fill it with various items: potato chips, spicy strips, squid shreds, pickled chicken feet, 5-spice melon seeds, seaweed, and crunchy sausages, placing 3 to 5 packets of each inside. Is a self-heating hot pot considered a snack? Uncertain of its classification, she nonetheless filled the remaining space in the box with 2 containers of it. Once everything was neatly packed, she took out some tape to seal the box, thoughtfully creating a handle with the tape for easier carrying. Finally, she retrieved a case of Coca-Cola. To be honest, these items would have only been worth a few hundred before the calamity, yet they were now bartered for hundreds of thousands worth of temperature-regulating fabric, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Surely, Zhao Pingin would not find it insufficient. Annan, feeling anxious, stepped out while carrying the items. Chapter 46. Too ugly. I don't want it. Upon seeing her emerge, Zhao Pingin approached her with great enthusiasm. He took the 2 boxes from Annan's hands, smiling awkwardly. Idle. Why did you bring me so much? Annan felt a pang of embarrassment. Is this guy being sarcastic? To her surprise, Zhao Pingin weighed the boxes and continued. How about you wait a moment, and I'll go home to fetch some more. It feels like I'm taking advantage of you by exchanging this piece of cloth for so much food. Annan plead. Realizing he wasn't being sarcastic, Annan stopped him. No need, this is quite enough. Zhao Pingin gazed at her. You truly are a wonderful idol. Idol. Can I come back to exchange more snacks when I finish those at home? Annan, hearing him repeatedly call her idol, felt goosebumps. I should be a few years younger than you. Just call me Annan. All right, idol. Zhao Pingin, carrying the boxes, greeted her before preparing to head home. Annan called out to him. Hey, aren't you going to check what's inside? Zhao Pingin laughed openly. No need. As long as it's snacks, my mom will love them. You wouldn't stuff a bunch of stones in there, would you? I trust in my idol's character, huh? Watching his retreating figure, Annan couldn't shake the feeling that this boy seemed a bit eccentric. How should she put it? He was extraordinarily optimistic. No matter the situation, he could smile radiantly. Sometimes even she found herself infected by his cheerfulness. Zhao Pingin returned to the top floor with the 2 boxes. Chui Lan took the items from him and asked, You traded a piece of cloth for so much food? Internally, she marveled. That girl on the 14th floor, although formidable in strength, seems a bit lacking in common sense. Someone gives her a piece of cloth, and she hands over all that delicious food? Zhao Pingin replied, Well, you know, my idol is generous and kind-hearted. Besides, that isn't just any piece of cloth. It's a high-tech, new fabric. As for what constitutes high-tech or low-tech, I don't care. If it yields delicious food, it's good technology. As she spoke, Chui Lan opened the boxes with scissors. Heavens, so much food. She tore open a packet of spicy strips and began to chew with delight. I'm not criticizing you, but with all those rations, why didn't you think to stock up on snacks like these? My dear mother, have you ever seen a protagonist in a post-apocalyptic survival movie hoarding spicy strips in a warehouse? Zhao Pingin replied helplessly. Having rations is already quite good. How many people out there can't even get expired bread? Chui Lan, munching on the spicy strips, pulled out a self-heating hot pot from a box. Then how come Annan has them? Enough chatter. We're having hot pot today. My mouth is so bland. Mentioning Annan, Zhao Pingin ceased to argue. Indeed, she is better prepared than I am. No denying that. Chui Lan twisted open 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the hot pot. You really should think about stocking up on hot pot base. Isn't that far tastier than compressed biscuits? After finishing the meal, I decided to save the soup for our next meal, where we could cook some noodles. Zhao Pingin nodded in agreement, stating that he would take charge of rolling the noodles. It was disheartening for my mother, In the past, she wouldn't touch leftovers at all, and now she couldn't bear to throw away the soup base. He sighed, reflecting on how this apocalypse was nothing like he had imagined. Initially, the thought of stockpiling supplies arose from the reckless actions of the small nation, constantly provoking others and irresponsibly discharging nuclear wastewater, among other audacious maneuvers. Sharing the same azure planet with such individuals left one feeling utterly insecure. Thus, he prepared himself for various apocalyptic scenarios, including mutated zombies and natural disasters. When he began hoarding supplies, he envisioned how cool it would be to have a well-stocked bunker when the world truly faced its end. However, it now seemed that the once ordinary and stable world was the most precious and beautiful of all. Alas, time could not be reversed. Although the small nation had completely vanished, their remaining humanity faced unprecedented challenges. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin went to the 13th floor to borrow a kayak from Sun Peng. Upon opening the door, Sun Peng failed to recognize him. After Bai Wenbin, with his swollen face, explained for quite some time, Sun Peng finally identified him. Fearing he might lend without return, Sun Peng claimed the kayak was taken out by Wang Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, to maintain his good image as the unit leader, he lent the bathtub to Bai Wenbin for the price of 2 boxes of biscuits. Currently, Bai Wenbin didn't even have 2 boxes of biscuits and was borrowing on credit. Armed with the means of travel, he hurriedly made his way to Building 12 with Qian Inger, knocking on Wang Ji's door. Wang Ge, hearing the sound, eagerly opened the door, only to find 2 unfamiliar faces. "Who are you?" "It's me, Bai Wenbin." Wang Ge stared at his swollen face, struggling to connect it with the once delicate Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin pointed to Qian Inger, saying, "This is my cousin, Qian Inger." "Wang Ge, don't you recognize her?" Wang Ge frowned as he scrutinized them. "What happened to you two? Where's that stunning beauty you mentioned?" Bai Wenbin forced a flattering smile. "Wang Ge, the beauty couldn't make it today. How about we make do with this?" As he spoke, he pushed Qian Inger forward. She stumbled and fell directly into Wang Ji's arms, startled and bursting into tears. Wang Ge was taken aback, observing her tear-streaked face while she sobbed uncontrollably, smearing her snot all over her face. "Is she okay?" He pushed her away slightly, asking, "What is wrong with her?" Bai Wenbin awkwardly pulled her back. "Calm down. Stop crying." Then he turned to explain, "My cousin accidentally bumped her head and has become a bit daft." Wang Ge looked disdainfully at Qian. "Get out of here. Too ugly. I don't want her. Just bring that stunning beauty next time." With that, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Bai Wenbin's complexion was a ghastly mix of green and white, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He could only grip Qian's arm tightly and admonish her, "You better behave." Then he dragged her off to another household. However, after ascending an entire building, they found no one willing to engage and trade with them. Each time a door was opened, they were met with the sight of a woman with a swollen face, her features indiscernible, giggling foolishly with a trail of mucus. He. Hello, handsome. Chapter 47. Double compensation in a state of utter despair. Bai Wenbin found himself compelled to seek out the perverse individual who had previously administered a sedative to them. Returning home was certainly not an option. If they failed to procure food today, they would face hunger tomorrow, and their condition would only deteriorate with each passing day. Thus, it was imperative to secure provisions today. Bai Wenbin mused that perhaps the eccentric man with peculiar tastes might be amenable to his cousin's excessive nasal discharge. However, the man did not reside in their neighborhood, necessitating a long journey ahead. Reluctantly, Bai Wenbin and his cousin squeezed into the bathtub, struggling to paddle through the water. Qian Inger was of no assistance, only causing further chaos. She gleefully exclaimed, He, so much water," while splashing it onto Bai Wenbin. "Water. Here, have some water." Qian Yingya. "Stop. Can you please behave yourself?" Bai Wenbin, already fatigued from rowing alone, found himself drenched in filthy, stagnant water, akin to a drowned rat. The sting of his wounds intensified as they came into contact with the liquid. His eyes welled with tears. A man of 6 feet tall, reduced to weeping. Today was undoubtedly the most arduous day of his life. Humiliated by a former love, beaten, deprived of food and resources, and now tormented by a cousin who had suddenly turned into a fool, splashing dirty water onto his wounds. The most agonizing aspect was that he could not retreat to a bed and cry under the covers, for there was no bed. Annan had not even left him that. Enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulders and arms, he gritted his teeth and continued to row. Upon finally reaching his destination, he nearly collapsed in the bathtub. The sky had darkened, and he took a deep breath, pulling Qian Inger ashore with urgency. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, they arrived at the eccentric man's residence. Upon hearing Bai Wenbin's voice, the man opened the door, revealing 2 pig-like faces. Bai Wenbin? Tears brimmed in Bai Wenbin's eyes. This was the only person who had recognized him among all the doors he had knocked on that day. "Zhanggu, it's me," he exclaimed, pushing Qian Inger forward. "This is my cousin." With tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "The sedative you provided was quite effective, but we still failed. Look at her. She's been reduced to a fool." This time, Qian Inger did not refer to him as handsome. Instead, she cowered behind Bai Wenbin, seemingly traumatized. "Wah, ugly man. Pervert. I'm scared." Bai Wenbin's face turned pale, and he pinched her firmly. "Stop babbling nonsense. Quickly greet Zhanggu. He is our last hope. Although he may be a bit eccentric, it is far better to endure some humiliation than to starve to death." Crying, Qian Inger hid behind him, refusing to step forward. The eccentric Zhanggu, however, remained unfazed, though he exhibited a hint of distaste. "Stop pushing her. Her tears and snot are all over her face. It's rather disgusting." Bai Wenbin felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. Even this eccentric man found his cousin's nasal discharge repulsive. The more he looked at her, the angrier he became, wondering where she had conjured such an endless supply of mucus. The perverse Zhang observed the 2 of them. Unlike others who would have promptly closed the door, instead, he suddenly seized Bai Wenbin's hand. A knowing smile crept across his face. "My young friend, why not take her place? I shall offer you double the remuneration." Bai Wenbin gazed at his face, marred by acne and pockmarks, his smile causing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes to converge, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. He shook off Zhang's hand, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "Brother Zhang, what are you suggesting?" "I'm a man." Zhang, with a playful wink, replied, "I am aware. Hence my offer of double the payment." He had long found that Qian Inger lacked appeal. Not only was she unattractive, but she also wore an air of arrogance, lifting her chin as if to justify her pride. Bai Wenbin, however, was different. He possessed good looks and was quite pragmatic, readily willing to set aside his pride to serve him well. Who would choose to spend money on such torment? Moreover, he had never ventured into the realm of men. Bai Wenbin instinctively covered his backside under Zhang's scrutinizing gaze, feeling his worldview shatter, every hair on his body standing on end. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Brother Zhang, please do not jest." He then pushed Qian Inger forward. "Look, I have brought my cousin for you." Yet, Zhang paid no heed to his protests and reached out, pulling him into the room. "Come now, my friend. Do not be shy. I assure you, I shall treat you well." "Ah, let go of me." Bai Wenbin, terrified, shrieked as he broke free, dragging Qian Inger down the stairs in a frantic rush. Zhang merely chuckled at the sight of him fleeing in disarray, calling out, "Slow down, my friend. Be careful not to fall. Remember to come back and find your brother." A disheveled Bai Wenbin, alongside Qian Inger, made his way home in a daze. After a day of turmoil, he felt utterly drained, as if he had lost too much blood, compounded by the fright he had endured, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Weakly, he sank into the bathtub, paddling aimlessly, resting intermittently, taking twice as long to return as he had to depart. Upon finally arriving home, exhausted, he looked around the desolate and cold space and could not help but unleash his frustration upon Qian Inger. He kicked her, sending her sprawling to the ground. "This is all your fault. You insisted that I provoke Annan, and look at the mess we're in now." Qian Inger lay on the floor, unresponsive, her gaze vacant as she smiled foolishly at him. Bai Wenbin, witnessing this, felt as though he had struck a pillow, his pent-up rage unable to find an outlet. Exasperated, he collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes shut tightly as he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he opened his eyes and sat up straight. "Chu Pei Pei," he gritted through clenched teeth, in his haste to find sustenance. He had nearly forgotten about this woman. Were it not for her unexpected interference, delaying him, he would have long since broken through the wall to confront Annan. Why had he endured such turmoil? In that moment, he felt his pent-up frustration and anger find their target. It was all because of Chu Pei. She was to blame for everything. He clenched his fists, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes, and abruptly rose to his feet, striding out the door and heading upstairs. Kill her, to quell the fury within. As he ascended, he pondered the sight of Chu Pei desperately protecting Annan today. Though he was unaware of when their paths had intertwined, it was evident that their bond was strong. Perhaps Annan had even shared some supplies with her. With this thought, Bai Wenbin's resolve grew ever more steadfast. If I cannot seize Annan, can I not take you instead? With renewed vigor, he climbed higher. By eliminating her, he could not only vent his wrath, but also secure the much-coveted resources. Upon reaching room 1301, he could hardly contain himself and pounded on the door with great force. Chu Pei, come out here. Chapter 48. Fleeing in disarray by Wenbin, filled with fury, pounded on the door with a deafening racket. In the adjacent room, 1302, Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu were just about to drift into slumber when they were startled by the incessant banging. Wang Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, initially thought it was their own door being assaulted. Upon discerning Bai Wenbin's voice, she realized that someone was causing trouble for their neighbor, Chu Pei. Clutching Sun Peng's arm, she exclaimed, Peng, someone is banging on the door across from us. Sun Peng, naturally attuned to the commotion outside, squinted his eyes and mused, isn't this fortuitous? Someone is dealing with her on our behalf. Regrettably, the last group had merely stolen her possessions without taking her life, rendering his meticulous scheming futile. Sun Peng was a man of cunning. He refrained from directly harming others unless an opportunity for treachery presented itself, instead opting to incite others to do his bidding. Ever since the incident involving her buzz cut, he had been fixated on Chu Pei, yet even though she was merely a woman, he had not confronted her face to face, instead seeking an opportunity to ambush her. However, Chu Pei was exceedingly cautious, leaving him with no chance to strike. Thus, he resorted to engaging in conversation with others while out scavenging, boasting that there was ample food in room 1301, hoping to orchestrate her downfall through subterfuge. To his dismay, the assailants had only stolen her belongings, causing her to miscarry, yet they did not kill her. He had thought her lifeless in her home, but much to his surprise, she appeared vibrant and full of life upon their next encounter. Truly a resilient woman. Was she made of iron? Now, witnessing yet another assailant arrive to wreak havoc, furious, nearly shattering the door, Sun Peng delightedly contemplated her impending doom. He embraced Wang Xiaoyu with glee, saying, Darling, let us retire for the night and allow them to eliminate each other. Meanwhile, Chu Pei, resting at home, was also roused by the cacophony. Just as she had begun to succumb to slumber, the noise jolted her awake. She calmed her racing heart and grasped the bone knife beside her bed, rising to approach the entrance. Peering through the peephole, she took a moment to recognize the bloated face of the man who had sought trouble at Annan's home earlier that day. He was still alive? Annan had confiscated resources from his family for her own benefit, and Chu Pei had presumed that the siblings had met their demise. Little did she know they had survived. This was uncharacteristic of Annan, though she had her own reasons for her actions. With a knife firmly in hand, Chu Pei pondered her next move. Had it not been for Annan's timely intervention earlier, she would have been pummeled to death. The physical disparity between men and women was inherently vast, especially considering her recent miscarriage, which left her in a state of extreme weakness. Were it not for her determination to protect Annan, she would not have summoned such courage and strength. However, her current condition barely matched half of what it had been earlier. After a day of exhausting efforts, rising early to scavenge and returning to engage in a fierce battle, she was utterly drained. Moreover, Bai Wenbin was unlike the marauders outside. Those individuals bore no personal vendetta against her, driven solely by the need for sustenance, moving from one target to another without any intent to annihilate. However, Bai Wenbin was different. Today he had sabotaged his own good fortune, resulting in his current miserable state at the hands of Annan. The sound of his furious pounding on the door revealed his overwhelming anger, as if he wished to consume himself whole. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Pei set down the bone saw in her hand. Engaging in a physical confrontation would be futile. Her arm was strained from excessive exertion earlier, rendering it too sore to wield effectively. Fortunately, Annan had provided her with a nail gun, an instrument requiring minimal physical effort. She located the nail gun, her heart racing as she aimed it at the door, which was now being violently kicked from the outside. Bai Wenbin, fueled by rage, unleashed all his pent-up strength, disregarding his bleeding shoulder as he continued to assault the door with relentless kicks. Chu Pei, observing the quaking door, gripped the nail gun tightly, her palms slick with sweat. She knew she had to strike true. If she failed to neutralize him swiftly, he could seize the gun, putting her in grave danger. With her mind sharpened to a razor's edge, an idea suddenly struck her. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Annan, get up quickly. That man from the 8th floor is back." The cacophony of banging ceased abruptly. Bai Wenbin's face contorted in astonishment. What was happening? Annan was sleeping at her place? His mind raced with confusion. How could Annan possibly be at someone else's home? Did she anticipate his revenge and come to protect Chu Pei? Or was Chu Pei merely bluffing, attempting to intimidate him? His thoughts swirled chaotically, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and uncertain. The psychological impact Annan had on him was immense. After numerous encounters, he had not gained an ounce of advantage, and each subsequent encounter left him more battered than the last. Upon hearing the silence from outside, Chu Pei realized she had struck the right chord. Aha! Fear would not consume you today. Clearly, he truly feared Annan. Earlier, when it seemed he was on the verge of turning the tables, the moment Annan emerged to open the door, he had fled home in sheer terror. This illustrated the extent of Annan's intimidating presence in his mind. Noticing that he lingered hesitantly outside, she decided to apply more pressure. Thus, she called out again, "Annan, are you awake? Come quickly, he is right outside." As she spoke, she cautiously retreated toward the bedroom, then intensified her footsteps, mimicking Annan's approach toward the door. When she reached the entrance, she placed her hand on the doorknob and slowly began to open the door. It was a gamble. She wagered he would not dare remain. Should he persist outside, she would promptly fire the nails, ensuring his demise. With one hand firmly gripping the nail gun, she anxiously opened the door. Outside, Bai Wenbin, caught in an internal struggle, felt his heart race as he heard the footsteps drawing near. Could it truly be Annan? Suddenly, the door creaked open, accompanied by the sound of a projectile slicing through the air. A nail grazed Bai Wenbin's cheek, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. It was indeed Annan's nail gun. Bai Wenbin dared not look back. He swiftly turned and dashed down the stairs. Chu Pei chuckled softly. I knew it. She raised her hand and aimed another shot at his retreating figure, but alas, her aim was lacking, merely grazing his ear. It seemed she would need to practice her marksmanship tomorrow. With the weapon in her grasp, she found it ineffective. Once Chu Pei saw his silhouette vanish, she closed the door and returned to her room for sleep. How disappointing. She had anticipated a fierce battle, only to find that this fellow fled in terror after just a few moments. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin, exerting all his energy to escape, sprinted home and collapsed onto the sofa. He sat there for a moment, regaining his composure, before finally succumbing to his emotions and weeping aloud. How utterly suffocating. After crying for quite some time, his brain became oxygen-deprived, and he unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Bai Wenbin awoke with an empty stomach and, gritting his teeth, made a resolute decision. Chapter 49. The Deadly Crocodile. As Chu Pei was under the protection of Annan, she was undoubtedly safe from harm. Any retaliation from Annan would be troublesome. Bai Wenbin roused Qian Inger, who was sleeping on the ground. Stay at home and don't wander around. I need to step out for a moment. With that, he left the house alone. Qian Inger tilted her head, gazing vacantly at his desolate figure. Ever since Annan dealt with Bai Wenbin and Qian, her spirits had soared. However, having inhaled a potent tranquilizer that day, remnants of the toxin lingered in her body, occasionally causing sudden dizziness. The perfectionist Annan could not tolerate even a slight imperfection in her otherwise robust physique. Dizziness, if it persisted, what would be the difference between her and that foolish Qian Inger? Chu Pei, hearing her reasoning, was utterly incredulous. There was indeed a significant difference. She never imagined that Annan, who fought so fiercely, would be so protective of her own life. After examining her condition, Chu Pei concluded that the most effective treatment would involve acupuncture to adjust the flow of qi and blood, gradually expelling the toxins from her system. Although she was a surgeon trained in Western medicine, her interest in traditional Chinese medicine had led her to dabble in it, yet she was merely a novice in acupuncture. Thus, she needed to consult medical texts to refine her skills before proceeding with Annan's treatment. In the meantime, Annan resorted to taking tranquilizing and detoxifying medications as she awaited Chu Pei's findings. Chu Pei, on the other hand, immersed herself in medical literature at home, experimenting on herself while meticulously studying acupuncture techniques and acupoints. Fortunately, Annan's constitution was strong. She practiced the 8 sections of brocade and the 8-fold diamond techniques daily, which helped maintain her health. As days passed, the number of people succumbing to starvation outside grew alarmingly. In less than 3 months, humanity's lifestyle and worldview underwent a profound transformation. People began to acclimate to death. The occasional wails of grief from those who had lost loved ones were met with a numbed indifference. Floating corpses in the water no longer elicited shock. Instead, people would use paddles or their hands to push them aside to clear the way for their boats. Prolonged hunger and the weight of pressure rendered individuals increasingly apathetic. Almost everyone's life had been irrevocably altered, except for Annan, who continued to nurture her health and engage in farming in the comfort of her home. On this day, as usual, she tended to the indigo plants in her experimental field, diverting water from the pond behind her villa for irrigation. After completing her tasks, she emerged from her space, her belly pleasantly full from her earlier meal. As soon as she landed, she was met with a chorus of anguished screams from outside the window. "Crocodile! There's a crocodile! Ah! Help, the boat has capsized! Darling, hurry! Get up!" Annan approached the window to observe the chaos below. The waters were in turmoil, with groups of individuals who had ventured out in search of supplies in utter disarray. Some had fallen into the water, while others reached out to help, frantically paddling their kayaks away from danger, and some boats had completely overturned. The few crocodiles floating in the water were the source of their terror. At this moment, a woman, missing her left hand and foot, floated upon the water's surface. Several crocodiles encircled her, feasting upon her. Blood spread through the water, staining the nearby area of vivid crimson. The scent of blood attracted more crocodiles. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, one crocodile gradually approached a man who had fallen into the water, suddenly lunging forth to seize his right leg. The man cried out in pain and desperately struggled to free himself. However, once a crocodile clamps down on its prey, it does not relent. Sensing the man's resistance, the crocodile, which had merely held on to him, abruptly spun 180 degrees, executing a death roll. One rotation was insufficient, as it spun again. In an instant, the man's right leg was torn away. Satisfied, the crocodile began to gnaw on it. Subsequently, more and more crocodiles gathered, some seizing his other leg, others his arms, and still others his head, all vying to partake in the deadly roll. Soon, the man was entirely consumed by the beasts. Not only, but others in the water met a similar fate. Even those aboard the vessel attempting to rescue him were seized by the arm, yanked into the water with a swift roll. Some quick-thinking individuals managed to escape in kayaks amid the chaos, while those who were slower were overturned by crocodiles or had their kayaks punctured, plunging into the depths. The heart-wrenching screams quickly attracted residents from various buildings, who stood at their windows, trembling as they witnessed the horrific scene below. Oh heavens! Will we not be allowed to live? To survive the flood was torturous enough. And now, with such terrifying creatures in the water, who would dare venture out for food? Before long, calm returned to the water's surface, where only the crocodiles remained, gnawing on the severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Annan drew the curtains, no longer willing to gaze outside. Crocodiles had appeared at this very time in her previous life, injuring many individuals. Gradually, various other aquatic creatures would emerge as well. Prolonged flooding had caused rivers and lakes to overflow, granting animals in the water unfettered freedom. surpassing that of humans. Yet, danger often coexists with opportunity. Those initially terrified by the crocodiles would soon adapt, launching widespread hunts to capture them. These ferocious beasts would prove insufficient to satiate everyone. The title of apex predator and the position at the top of the food chain bestowed upon humanity was not without merit. In short order, the famished populace would nearly drive the crocodiles to extinction. In her previous life, Annan had survived due to consuming crocodile meat when on the brink of starvation. However, in this life, she would not risk her life to hunt crocodiles alongside others. The array of poultry and livestock within her space provided ample sustenance to see her through to a natural end, rendering the consumption of meat soaked in foul water unnecessary. The water was tainted with human refuse, excrement, and decaying corpses. She had no desire to place any of that meat in her mouth. She resolved to refrain from encroaching upon the survival resources of others. I shall concede all to you. Like Annan, Chu Pei also contemplated the edibility of these crocodiles. During this period, she had been recuperating at home, refraining from venturing out in search of sustenance. Each day was devoted to mastering acupuncture techniques and honing her marksmanship. Although she had made significant progress in both shooting and medicine, the provisions that Annan had provided were gradually dwindling. It was imperative to devise a plan to procure food. One day, just as she was preparing to venture outside, she was confronted with a terrifying scene through the window. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Thankfully, she had not rushed out, or she too might have found herself in the water. As she observed the crocodiles savoring their meal with great delight, a thought suddenly struck her. What if, instead of being prey, she could become the predator? Chapter 50. Why do you only have 3 legs? Upon recalling the situation, Chu Pei had previously retrieved the empty bottle of sedative that she had carelessly discarded on the ground while researching Annan's dizziness. Now, it was fortuitously of use. She added a small amount of water to the bottle, shaking it vigorously before tossing in the nails that accompanied the nail gun to soak. Annan had mentioned that she had merely inhaled a slight amount of the substance and immediately reacted. Thus, soaking for an hour should suffice, right? An hour passed, and seeing that the crocodiles were sated and languidly floating in the water, Chu Pei, wielding a boning knife in one hand and a nail gun in the other, approached the 7th floor window. There were no crocodiles by the window. They were all congregated in the water across the building. At that moment, the surface of the water and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The gruesome fate of the earlier individuals had instilled a palpable fear, causing everyone to refrain from venturing out in search of supplies. Seizing the relative safety of the environment, Chu Pei stood before the window, slowly extending the arm that held the nail gun to attract the crocodiles. The reptiles were mostly full and lethargically lounging about, save for one that was restlessly swimming. This particular crocodile appeared frail, having failed to compete with its peers for food, and in a moment of misfortune, had inadvertently thrust its right front leg into the jaws of a nearby crocodile, resulting in a fatal roll that left it disabled. It was bewildered at the time, and by the moment it regained its senses, the water was devoid of any human remnants. Its companions had gorged themselves, leaving it with nothing but hunger gnawing at its belly. As it despondently wandered through the water, it suddenly caught the scent of food and hastily swam towards it. With one front leg missing, its speed was slightly diminished. Upon reaching the vicinity of the window, it spotted a human figure leaning out with an outstretched arm. What does this mean? Is this creature attempting to feed me? How considerate of you. Acknowledging my handicap, you have come to offer me nourishment. As Chu Pei observed the crocodile drawing nearer, a wave of anxiety washed over her. This was her first encounter with the hunt of a ferocious beast, and she was uncertain whether the remnants of the sedative on the nails would prove effective. As the crocodile approached, its massive jaws agape, she instinctively withdrew her hand while simultaneously firing several nails in rapid succession. Her practice with the gun had not been in vain. Not a single nail was wasted, each striking its mark with precision. Annan had chosen the most powerful model of the nail gun, and due to its high rate of fire and proximity, despite the crocodile's tough skin, the nails penetrated its flesh. With its mouth wide open, 3 nails found their way directly inside. The creature also received 2 additional nails to its body. In pain, it snapped its jaws shut, causing the last nail to pierce through its eye. This unfortunate crocodile thrashed wildly in the water, sending waves splashing. Witnessing the beast's immense form roaring in the water, Chu Pei felt a surge of fear and fired several more shots. Until all the drug-laced nails had been discharged, the creature finally ceased its thrashing. Observing the now tranquil crocodile, Chu Pei was filled with astonishment. Had it truly worked? She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no other crocodiles lurked nearby, before leaning forward to prod it with her boning knife. Confirming its unconscious state, she hastily extended her arm to pull it towards her. The crocodile's size dwarfed her own. With all her strength, gritting her teeth, she managed to drag it through the window. Wait, why does this crocodile only have 3 legs? After tossing it onto the landing, Chu Pei found herself in a quandary. As a child, she had witnessed her grandmother butcher pigs in the countryside, but she had never seen anyone handle such a creature. How was she to proceed? After pondering for a moment, she realized she couldn't afford to delay, as the tranquilizer's effect on animals was uncertain, and trouble would ensue once it regained consciousness. Regardless, it was merely an animal like a pig. The process would involve slitting its throat, draining its blood, and butchering it. With nimble hands, Chu Pei retrieved the iron wire she had tied around her waist before leaving, her face etched with anxiety as she wrapped it around the crocodile's jaws. This step was crucial. When she made the incision, it would surely awaken in pain, and she could not contend with it then. After securing the wire tightly, she still felt uneasy and added several layers of tape for good measure. Taking a deep breath, she firmly pressed her foot on its elongated snout and struck down with her knife toward the crocodile's head. As anticipated, the creature jolted awake in agony, thrashing violently and snapping its jaws toward her. Chu Pei felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, she had bound its mouth beforehand. The crocodile's powerful jaws attempted to open, embedding the wire deeper into its flesh as she rushed forward, relentlessly hacking at the same spot with her knife. To claim she felt no fear would be a lie. She had never faced a beast in such a manner, despite its bound jaws, the drug's effects, and the fact that it was missing a leg. After several strikes, blood flowed freely, and the crocodile gradually grew still. Tentatively, she prodded it with her foot, confirming it lay limp and breathless. To be safe, she severed its head entirely before finally exhaling in relief. She untied the wire and discarded it, along with the nail gun, boning knife, and tape, on the ground, then collapsed onto the steps. In that moment, a phrase from her teacher echoed in her mind. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in the creation and use of tools. Her teacher spoke the truth. Gratitude surged within her for her teacher and for the tools. There was no way she could have bested this formidable creature in hand-to-hand combat. As Chu Pei gazed at the crocodile meat on the ground, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within her. The last time she felt such elation was when she was accepted into her desired medical university. After years of steady progress in the field of medicine, she never imagined that one day she would find herself in a life-or-death struggle with a crocodile. The intense sounds of her battle drew the attention of neighbors from nearby floors. Upon emerging, they were stunned to witness Chu Pei vehemently striking the crocodile's head with a large knife. People stood at a distance, none daring to approach and offer assistance. Yet upon witnessing her triumph over the crocodile, they quickly gathered around as she took a moment to rest. Chu Pei, you are truly remarkable. Such a colossal crocodile. You cannot possibly consume it all by yourself. Why not share some with us? Indeed. When your husband was alive, I shared a close bond with him. He used to affectionately call me brother. I know you are a doctor, and doctors are the kindest of souls devoted to saving lives. I implore you, please save our family. Share some of the meat with us. Chu Pei rose from the steps, brandishing her nail gun, her gaze icy as she addressed them. Step back. Do not come any closer. Chapter 51. Human meat bag. Due to the psychological trauma left by Annan, the neighbors no longer dared to underestimate any formidable woman, especially considering this woman had just vanquished a crocodile. Indeed, a crocodile. The crowd paused, exchanging pleasantries while remaining at a distance. Chu Pei was acutely aware of the adage that a man may be innocent, yet possessing a valuable treasure can bring misfortune. Once she brought home such a bounty of crocodile meat, countless individuals would be tempted to invade her abode. Unlike Annan, she lacked the prowess to withstand such a siege. After all, while crocodiles may exhibit ferocity, they pale in comparison to the cunning of humans, who possess intelligence and the ability to use tools. She would rather battle a crocodile than confront a throng of people. Furthermore, with the power outage at home rendering her refrigerator useless, the vast quantity of crocodile meat she carried would spoil before she could consume it. Consequently, she agreed to share the crocodile meat with her neighbors, provided they offered other food items in exchange. After all, dry goods are far easier to preserve than fresh meat. As a compromise, she proposed that 1 pound of dry goods could be exchanged for 2 pounds of fresh meat. If dry goods were not available, other supplies, such as bottled water, candles, or gas canisters, could serve as currency in their transactions. The townsfolk eagerly rushed to barter with her, having gone far too long without meat. Aside from a few vegetarians, the rest had been subsisting on crackers, bread, and coarse grains, and had grown weary of it. The crocodile in Chu Pei's possession measured nearly 3 meters in length and weighed over 200 pounds, yielding approximately 100 pounds of meat. Even the remaining bones and entrails found eager recipients. Within hours, all was exchanged. However, Chu Pei deliberately reserved a portion of the meat. Meanwhile, Annan was at home practicing her punches on a sandbag when she suddenly heard a knock on her hallway door. She approached and opened it, astonished to find Chu Pei standing at her doorstep, cradling a substantial piece of fresh meat. Noticing the crocodile skin still attached, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this crocodile meat?" Chu Pei nodded. "Indeed, a group of crocodiles unexpectedly wandered in the neighborhood today, and I managed to kill one." Annan looked at her blood-spattered attire. "You killed it? Who did you do this with?" Chu Pei replied, "I did it myself." Annan exclaimed, "What a remarkable woman you are!" She had anticipated that people would begin hunting crocodiles, but she had not expected Chu Pei to be the first to take action. Annan couldn't help but praise her. "You're quite fierce, to have taken down a crocodile all on your own." Chu Pei blushed slightly. "It's not my strength. It's the weapon you gifted me that proved effective. I soaked the nails you gave me in that previous vial of tranquilizer, then used a nail gun to incapacitate the crocodile. It seemed rather dim-witted, missing a leg, and I managed to outsmart it with relative ease." Annan responded, "A tranquilizer vial? Goodness, those by siblings are truly something else. Administering such a potent drug, even the remnants could render a crocodile unconscious. No wonder she still experiences occasional dizziness. Had it not been for Dr. Chu Pei by her side, assisting her in the study of acupuncture, would she have been left with lingering repercussions?" The thought irked her increasingly. No, she resolved, she must descend shortly and deliver a proper thrashing. Chu Pei extended a piece of crocodile meat to Annan, stating, "The other meat has been distributed among the neighbors. I specifically saved the finest portion for you." Annan frowned. "Did they seize your crocodile meat?" "No." Chu Pei replied playfully, winking at her. "I sold it to them in exchange for various supplies." "Well, that's acceptable," Annan nodded. Selling it to them was the right choice. It wouldn't last long at home and would spoil, which would be a pity. "Indeed, I share your sentiments," Chu Pei affirmed, pushing the meat closer to Annan. "This is yours, no payment required." After a moment of contemplation, Annan considered that if she were to refuse free food, it might imply an excess of provisions at her home. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since the calamity struck. It would indeed be strange if they lacked for nothing. Thus, despite her reluctance to consume it, she accepted the crocodile meat from Chu Pei. Feeling the need to reciprocate, Annan intended to offer her some dry rations in exchange. However, Chu Pei firmly declined. "Annan, I owe you far too much. Had you not extended your hand to me in my most trying times, I would no longer exist. This meat is but a small token of my gratitude, insignificant compared to the precious medicine you provided." With that, she swiftly returned home. Annan watched her retreating figure, feeling a deeper admiration for her. What a splendid woman, both strong and grateful, albeit with somewhat clumsy handwriting. Annan recalled the note that resembled a chicken's claw and smiled to herself. bringing the meat home to store it, then changing clothes to prepare for her descent. Upon seeing her ready to leave, Fu Gue clawed at her while barking, "Sister Nan, what are you off to do? You haven't finished practicing your punches yet." Annan crouched down to pat its head. "Stay home and be good. I'm just going out to strike a sandbag." She ascended to the 8th floor, coinciding with Bai Wenbin and his cousin, Qian Inger, returning from their outing. The siblings had ventured out early that day, and upon their return, were startled to see crocodiles in the water, a sight that sent a shiver down their spines. Fortunately, the creatures were sated and did not approach them aggressively. Bai Wenbin, navigating the newly acquired kayak, paddled frantically toward their building. Upon entering through the 7th floor window, they were met with a gruesome sight of bloodstains and several fallen crocodile teeth in the corridor. What had transpired? He felt a lingering dread as he led his cousin home. Just as they entered and he intended to close the door, he was caught off guard as Annan, unbeknownst to him, had followed closely behind and struck him with a punch. Blood instantly gushed from his nose. "Annan," he exclaimed, clutching his face, "you're being unreasonable. What gives you the right to assault someone in their home?" Seeing her raise her hand again to strike, Bai Wenbin hastily raised his own, attempting to block her. Unbeknownst to him, Annan had cultivated considerable strength. His actions were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, almost resulting in his arm being twisted painfully. Annan glared fiercely, "Do not move. Behave yourself, or I shall finish you off." Bai Wenbin dared not move, cradling his head in his hands, silently enduring the ordeal. It was not that he lacked the spirit to resist. He had fought back 1,000,000 times, yet to no avail. Annan had not utilized any weapons this time. Yet her iron-like fist struck him with such force that it felt as though his bones were shattering. He could only wonder what had provoked this fierce lady once more. Just as he sensed himself drifting into unconsciousness, she finally ceased her assault. Bai Wenbin exhaled in relief, lifting his gaze, only to witness her turn and unleash her fury upon Qian. Qian Inger, bewildered by the sudden attack, stared vacantly, her expression growing increasingly dazed. She wept, her nose running as she sobbed. After a spell of striking, Annan, finding her too filthy, halted the onslaught. With arms crossed, she stretched her wrists, declaring, "Ding! Today's boxing session has been officially clocked." Chapter 52. Bai Wenbin sells chrysanthemums. Bai Wenbin, seeing that she had finally ceased her assault, helplessly inquired, "What brings you back to torment us today? Is it merely for the sake of practicing your martial arts?" No matter how hard he pondered, he could never fathom that it was Chu Pei Pei who had orchestrated this misfortune for him with a drugged nail. "Enough of your prattle." Annan impatiently shoved him aside, forcing him to sit on the sofa. Bai Wenbin instantly sprang up with a cry, his reaction far more pronounced than when she had previously beaten him. Annan looked at him quizzically. "What is the matter? Have you developed hemorrhoids?" To witness her foe's misfortune was a source of such delight that it could almost extend her own lifespan by a year. With a mischievous grin, she pushed him again. Bai Wenbin yelped from the sofa, sounding as though he were being slaughtered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening? Surely, one does not suffer such agony merely from hemorrhoids? She turned to the tearful Qian Inger. What is wrong with him? Having just endured a beating herself, Qian Inger cautiously recoiled, truthfully replying, "Brother was assaulted by a pervert." The pervert did not strike Inger, but targeted brother instead. Annan was taken aback by this revelation and, upon comprehending the situation, cast a knowing glance at Bai Wenbin. "It has been a while since we last met. What have you been up to lately?" Bai Wenbin, enraged by his cousin's loose tongue, turned pale. Qian Inger has been spouting nonsense. "Do not listen to her." Annan smirked, hands clasped behind her back, as she surveyed his home. "Quite impressive. You've acquired a fair amount of new possessions." Bai Wenbin, wary, scrutinized her. "What are you plotting now? You may strike me, but you must not lay a finger on my food and supplies. Otherwise, I shall fight back with all my might." Annan burst into laughter. "Oh, no, I'm a good person. Why would I take away what you have painstakingly earned from selling flowers?" "What flowers?" "Chrysanthemums." "Of course. Ha, this is too amusing." Bai Wenbin's countenance darkened considerably. Disregarding him further, Annan left in high spirits. Today, she would refrain from throwing things, allowing him a chance to live. Witnessing his determination to survive, she pondered how much worse his fate could become. In her previous life, though they were not well off, they had at least retained their dignity thanks to her space. She never anticipated that separated from her, the siblings would face such calamity from the very first day, ending up in such dire straits. Her sister had resorted to selling her body and had become a fool, while even her brother had entered this line of work. Life, indeed, was not easy. The tale of Chu Peipei's fierce battle with the crocodile soon spread throughout the community, inspiring others to adopt her methods in their quest to slay crocodiles for sustenance. The outside world buzzed with renewed activity. On that day, while practicing acupuncture, Chu Peipei suddenly heard a gentle knock at her door. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man, handsome and well-groomed, with fair skin and gold-rimmed glasses. The knock was soft, suggesting he was not there to cause trouble. She called out, "Is there something you need?" "Hello, I am Zhao Pingyan from the top floor. Annan from the 14th floor recommended that I come to see you." Annan's recommendation? Zhao Pingyan from the top floor? Who is Zhao Pingyan? So affluent that he is besieged by all his neighbors. Much like Annan, surely he would not covet the meager possessions within his own home. However, out of an abundance of caution, Chu Peipei refrained from opening the door and inquired from behind it, "Hello, Zhao Pingyan. How may I assist you?" "It is as follows. Annan mentioned that you practice acupuncture. Might I beseech you to examine my mother's leg injury?" Upon hearing the mention of acupuncture, Chu Peipei's anxiety abated. It seemed that Annan's introduction was indeed genuine, for only Annan was privy to her skills in acupuncture. She promptly opened the door and asked, "What is the condition of your mother?" "She injured her knee while dancing in the square this morning and now fears to walk," he replied. "Do you think it can be treated?" Chu Peipei nodded in response. Such joint injuries are quite manageable, provided the acupuncture is administered promptly. She should recover within a few days. As she spoke, she could not help but marvel inwardly. This family lives quite well. While others struggle to find sustenance and move about weakly, this aunt has sufficient energy to dance at home. Zhao Pingyan sighed in relief at her response. He had been anxious about finding a doctor in time to avoid worsening his mother-esque condition, and to his surprise, a capable one resided just downstairs. Indeed, Annan proved reliable. The recommended individual was hardly a disappointment. "Would you accompany me upstairs, please? You need not worry about the consultation fee. I assure you, I will compensate fairly for the services of a doctor recommended by Annan." Chu Peipei nodded, warmed by his kindness. Annan truly looked out for her. She had not anticipated that a simple request for medicine would lead to such a fortunate encounter. She gathered her needles and followed Zhao Pingyan upstairs. His home, brimming with supplies, naturally did not allow for easy access. Thus they moved his mother to the open space between apartments 1501 and 1502 for treatment. Hu Tsuelan sat nervously in a chair. "Child, please tell your aunt the truth. Does it hurt?" This aunt seemed to act like a child herself. "Chu Peipei smai gen li. Do not fret, it will not hurt. You may close your eyes." After needling the relevant points for her knee, and upon learning from Zhao Pingyan that she also suffered from mania, she deftly added a few more needles to soothe and calm her. Once the needles were withdrawn, after 40 minutes, Hu Tsuelan stood, realizing that although she could not walk freely yet, the pain had significantly diminished. "Young lady, your medical skills are impressive," she exclaimed. "Continuing the treatment for a week will yield even better results. I can come up daily for the next few days." Upon concluding the treatment, Zhao Pingyan handed her a bag of potatoes, a bag of vegetables, and several bottles of mineral water as payment. Chu Peipei gazed at the bag of vegetables, astonished. It had been 3 months since the natural disaster, and his family still had fresh produce? Not to mention, this fresh vegetable was exceedingly valuable. As if he sensed her thoughts, Zhao Pingyan explained, "My mother, with time on her hands, enjoys growing vegetables. If you like, I can provide you with vegetables as payment for future consultations." His household boasted a generator and seeds, and he had even developed a new type of fertilizer, ensuring a steady supply of vegetables in the near term. Chu Peipei did not decline. Though her home had crocodile meat and other supplies exchanged from neighbors, it lacked vegetables. "After 3 months of abstaining from vegetables, my bowel movements have become quite irregular." Upon leaving Zhao Pingyan's place, Chu Peipei made her way directly to the 14th floor. Annan had introduced her to a patient, and naturally, she felt compelled to share some of her findings with her. Especially this exquisite produce, she couldn't resist. Whenever Chu Pei came across something remarkable, her first instinct was to share it with Annan. As Annan opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Chu Pei standing outside with a radiant smile. Annan, thank you for introducing me to that patient. I brought you some vegetables, she said, holding out her offerings. Annan examined the items in her hands. These must be from Zhao Pingin's garden. Indeed, splendid produce. But I have plenty in my own stock. There is no need to encumber you with this. She waved her hand dismissively. It seems Annie's treatment is yielding positive results. I don't need this. Just help me cure my dizziness. Chu Pei pressed the vegetables into her hands for a while, but upon seeing Annan's unwavering refusal, she reluctantly relented. The success of today's treatments had bolstered Chu Pei's confidence. I've been achieving good results lately. Let's start acupuncture for you tomorrow. Annan smiled in agreement. All right. Just as they were conversing, a furious shout erupted from behind Chu Pei. You little vixen on the 14th floor, prepare to face your doom. Chapter 53. Revenge. An emaciated old woman, her hair stark white, brandished a kitchen knife and rushed forward in a frenzied manner. Unbeknownst to Chu Pei, who had her back turned, and with Annan's view obstructed by Chu Pei, neither of them noticed when the woman ascended the stairs. By the time they became aware of her presence, she had already stormed into the doorway. Despite her frail appearance, the madwoman possessed an unexpected strength, pushing Chu Pei to the ground with ease. Raising the knife, she lunged at Annan. Annan's pupils dilated, but her reflexes were swift. She crouched down just in time to evade the strike. Supporting herself with her hands on the ground, she shifted her weight to her left leg and executed a rapid sweep with her right leg, knocking the woman down. As she fell, the knife slipped from her grasp and struck her own thigh. Before the woman could utter a cry of pain, Annan dashed forward, yanked the knife free, and struck down with ferocity. Blood sprayed forth instantaneously as Annan did not hesitate, delivering blow after blow, a relentless assault totaling over 20 fatal strikes. The sound was reminiscent of chopping ribs. It was only when the figure on the ground ceased to breathe that Annan cast aside the now battered knife, its quality having been diminished by the violence. Breathing a sigh of relief, she steadied herself against her knee, slowly rising to her feet. Do not rush, she reminded herself. The adrenaline had surged, and she feared that standing too abruptly might lead to a lack of oxygen to her brain. Meanwhile, Chu Pei, astonished by the harrowing scene, was rendered speechless. From a moment she was thrown to the ground to the instant the madwoman lost her breath, scarcely a minute had passed. In that fleeting moment, Annan had executed a stunning counterattack. The scene was awash in crimson, a gruesome tableau. Annan pulled the still-dazed Chu Pei to her feet. Are you in shock? Chu Pei instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. No, with a teasing glint in her eye. Annan remarked, You, the warrior who takes on crocodiles? Frightened by such a trivial scene? This madwoman is hardly worth the crocodile's time. Chu Pei quickly retorted, How can it be compared? I had the nail gun you provided, while you faced her barehanded, relying solely on your own strength. Honestly, had that madwoman ambushed me, I would surely be dead by now. Annan's reaction was astonishingly quick. She not only dodged the surprise attack, but also turned the assailant's weapon against her. Regaining her composure, Chu Pei inquired, Who is this person? Why did she attack you? Annan shook her head. I do not know her. I am unfamiliar with her. Whoever she may be, it matters not. Anyone who dares to confront me shall meet the same fate. Chu Pei scrutinized the lifeless figure on the ground for a moment before exclaiming, Wait, is this not old Lady Lu? She crouched down, parting the disheveled white hair to examine the face more closely. With high cheekbones and a gaunt visage, though somewhat emaciated, the sharp and caustic features of old Lady Lu were still somewhat recognizable. It is she, old Lady Lu, Chu Pei elucidated to Annan. She is the mother of the Lu brothers who used to live on the 7th floor. Annan's understanding dawned as the pieces fell into place. Madame Lu may not be known to her, but the Lu brothers are certainly etched in her memory. When they audaciously attempted to break into her home, it inadvertently marked the first kill of her lifetime. Is this truly their mother? It is no wonder that Annan does not recognize her. The elderly woman was too intimidated to confront Annan back then, despite the death of her son. She merely lamented in the hallway with her neighbors and never dared to seek trouble with Annan. Curiously, Chu Pei observed the old woman. Wasn't she driven out by the residents of the 5th and 6th floors? How is it that she has survived until now? Yet, she dared not approach you before. What has emboldened her to attack today? With a nonchalant shrug, Annan remarked, perhaps she felt cornered, intending to take me down with her in her final moments? Regardless of how timid one may be, when faced with the end of life, an inexhaustible courage often emerges. Pei nodded in agreement. Being expelled from her home and managing to endure until now is indeed miraculous. She must have realized her time was running out, prompting her to ambush you. Ambush. Annan scoffed. What sort of ambush involves shouting slogans? Does she think she is performing in a drama? She hadn't even struck anyone yet, but was already hurling insults. At that moment, Pei had fully regained her composure and spat on the ground near the fallen body. The Liu brothers brought this upon themselves. Frankly, this old woman's demise is of little consequence. At least she didn't harm you. With admiration, she looked at Annan and said, "You are truly impressive. I was completely bewildered just now." Annan smiled. With time, you two will master it. Pei hesitated, then quickly waved her hand. No, let us not prolong this. I just hope this flood recedes soon. Clenching her fist, her eyes sparkled with determination. One day, our lives will return to normal. Annan remained non-committal. The flood would indeed eventually evaporate, as sweltering weather was set to make its grand entrance. However, she had no intention of dampening Pei's spirit. After all, it is hope that grants people the courage to take each step forward. Together, they lifted Madame Liu's lifeless body and discarded it from the window of the hallway. With a resounding splash, a massive plume of water erupted on the surface, and several crocodiles hurriedly swam towards it. Once again, a life quietly vanished from this world. In the days that followed, Chu Pei would first ascend to the 14th floor to assist Annan with acupuncture before proceeding to the 15th floor to treat Hutsulan's leg. A week passed, and both their healths gradually improved. Annan quickly performed several squats, no longer feeling dizzy. With delight, she exclaimed, "Your acupuncture technique is remarkable. It truly alleviates ailments." Through this treatment, her anticipation for traditional Chinese medicine grew. "Sister Pei, please continue your studies, and in a few days, take my pulse to check for any dampness or coldness. If present, help me regulate it with acupuncture. You provide the sustenance, and I will cultivate an indomitable physique together. We shall progress." Chapipi responded with a radiant smile, secretly marveling at the girl's tenacity for life. Unbeknownst to her, for Annan, having been granted a second chance, merely existing was not enough. One must live with greater freedom, vibrancy, and strength. Annan's aspirations were refreshingly unpretentious. She yearned to possess both a curvaceous figure and the robust physique of an ox. With the emergence of crocodiles, a myriad of other fish soon graced the waters. The crowd erupted in cheers, rejoicing at the prospect of no longer suffering from hunger. They eagerly devised methods to capture aquatic creatures. Meanwhile, through their shared experiences in healing, Zhao, Pingyan, Chapipi, and Annan began to collaborate effectively. Chapter 54. The Water Market. Indeed, Zhao Pingyan's household was well stocked with grains and vegetables, yet lacked meat. The frozen meat purchased earlier had been completely consumed. Both he and his mother were ardent carnivores, and during this period, they relied solely on snacks, such as pickled chicken feet, exchanged from Annan to satisfy their cravings for meat. Therefore, when various fish appeared in the water, they immediately became Zhao Pingyan's target. However, his greatest dilemma was that neither he nor his mother could swim. Hence, he enlisted the help of the capable swimmer, Chu Pei, to assist in the fishing endeavor, ensuring that should he accidentally fall into the water, there would be someone to rescue him. Regardless of whether she could successfully pull him out, having Chu Pei on the boat provided him with a sense of security. The water was fraught with complexities. Although Zhao Pingyan possessed a kayak, it was far less sturdy and secure than a speedboat, prompting him to borrow one from Annan. Initially indifferent to the fishing venture, Annan was persuaded by their enthusiastic invitation, agreeing to lend her boat under the condition that she would not partake in the labor. Ultimately deciding to take a smaller share of the catch, Zhao Pingyan crafted a fishing device, equipped it with a newly developed potent tranquilizer, and, along with Chu Pei, successfully captured numerous crocodiles, along with a variety of other fish. As the community engaged in extensive fishing, the issue of hunger was finally alleviated, leading to the emergence of a bustling water market. The diverse species of fish caught could be exchanged amongst the participants, while those who could not fish offered grains in exchange for meat. Those with no food at all bartered survival supplies for grains. Thus, the water market thrived. After spending considerable time at home, Annan contemplated visiting the trading market to seek chemical fertilizers. Since she intended to cultivate medicinal herbs in the space in the future, fertilizers were undoubtedly essential. Currently, she was fermenting organic fertilizer using her and Fugue's dung, but she felt the need to stock up on various chemical fertilizers for peace of mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei also wished to explore the market. Apart from the crocodile meat reserved for themselves and the fish that had been dried, they planned to take the surplus to the market in exchange for more useful supplies. Thus, the three agreed to embark on their journey together. The trio boarded Annan's speedboat, which towed Zhao Pingyan's kayak behind it. Despite this arrangement, they could not fit all the crocodile meat into the boat, leaving some at home to be retrieved the following day. The water market was located in an expanse of vacant water in the Zhongguan district. Upon their arrival, the market was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, "Fresh fish meat. Anyone interested? Rice that has been soaked in flood water, selling at a bargain. Knives, axes, everything you need. Only accepting dry goods in exchange." The market was a vivid tableau of bartering, where cash held little value. As for most, filling their stomachs was of paramount importance. After all, money was inedible. As they paddled around the market, they discovered an array of items available for trade, with fish being the predominant commodity. However, Annan had yet to encounter anyone trading chemical fertilizers. After all, such items are unlikely to find their way into one's home. They are probably submerged beneath the waters at this very moment. Annan furrowed her brow, pondering whether attempting to salvage them while clad in diving gear would render them unusable. While lost in thought, Zhao Pingyan suddenly pointed ahead in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look, there are actually people selling chicks. Remarkable. It has been 3 months since the calamity, and there are still surviving chickens?" The group gradually maneuvered their boat closer. They spotted a large cardboard box on the vendor's boat, filled to the brim with chirping yellow chicks. Given that these little creatures possessed hardly any meat and would require time and resources to raise, the stall attracted little attention. The elderly vendor, noticing their approach, greeted them with enthusiasm. "Are you all interested in purchasing some chicks?" He had stood there for several hours, without a single transaction. Seeing their interest, he eagerly began to promote his wares. Annan had ample chicken meat stored at home, rendering the idea of raising chickens unnecessary. Her household was already well off. Conversely, Chu Pei's family had limited resources and could not afford to rear chickens. However, Zhao Pingyan was quite intrigued. His family possessed an abundance of grains and vegetables, yet lacked a steady supply of meat, particularly fresh meat. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the chicks. If they grew into chickens, laying eggs and producing more chickens, the future would hold no worries of meat scarcity. He eagerly inquired, "What do these little ones eat?" The vendor replied enthusiastically, "They can be fed millet daily. If it weren't for our dire situation with food, I wouldn't be selling them." He added, "These chickens are a blessing. If it weren't for my wife's penchant for raising animals, we wouldn't have survived to see this day." Zhao Pingyan paid no heed to the vendor's talk of blessings. All he envisioned were crispy fried chicken, yellow braised chicken, 3-cup chicken, large platter chicken, and salt-baked chicken, all beckoning to him. After haggling, he ultimately exchanged 2 pounds of crocodile meat for 10 chicks. The group continued to explore the market. Although many vendors sold fish, it was rare to encounter anyone who had managed to trade 2 boats of crocodile meat. The challenge of capturing crocodiles is immense, and their meat is notably dense and filling. Consequently, the meat in their possession was highly sought after, and before long, they had bartered for a multitude of items. Chu Pei acquired 100 pounds of various dry goods, including millet, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, along with 2 cases of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, and 2 gas canisters. Zhao Pingyan obtained various hardware components, 80 pounds of millet, 10 chicks, and a pair of rabbits. The elderly woman selling rabbits enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, you have a keen eye. These can breed prolifically. In 30 days, you could have a litter of 10 or more. They multiply endlessly." Zhao Pingyan nodded vigorously, even encouraging Annan to buy a pair to raise. However, Annan, who did not particularly enjoy rabbit meat, had previously purchased some at the farmer's market and later cleared out a rabbit warren in the mountains. Thus, she declined, saying, "I won't raise them. Rabbits can be rather odoriferous at home." Zhao Pingyan nodded in understanding. Indeed, not everyone possesses the means to acquire 2 properties within the same tier as he does. Even if the breeding endeavors turn foul, it remains inconsequential to him. He chuckled softly and remarked, "All right then, once I have raised them well, I shall bring you a few ready-to-eat ones." After wandering for 2 hours, Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei had exchanged a considerable number of items, while Annan, clutching her portion of crocodile meat, had yet to succeed in any transactions. The wares displayed at the market were already in her possession, preserved in her space, and far fresher than what they held, rendering any exchanges unnecessary. Having found no fertilizers, Annan signaled to the 2 to prepare for their return home, intending to return the next day for another stroke of luck. At that moment, a new trading vessel fortuitously approached. Annan cast a casual glance and then instantly changed her mind. Chapter 55. The Ambush on Board the Vessel. A man had set up a small stool upon which rested a tray filled with an array of gold and silver jewelry. In times prior to the calamity, it would have been inconceivable for anyone to display such precious items so brazenly on the streets. Yet now, the populace exhibited little interest in these treasures. A gold necklace? What sustenance does it provide? It is worth less than a pound of millet. Though others remained indifferent, Annan discovered a gem amidst the trinkets, a finely crafted jade bracelet. For her, this was a prized possession. While the dimensions of her spatial realm had ceased to expand, it continued to absorb jade, enhancing the quality of the bracelet she already possessed. Thus, Annan firmly believed that her space was still undergoing an upgrade, though she had yet to ascertain the specifics of the transformation. Annan called out to the man and maneuvered her boat closer. The man's expression brightened. Had someone finally come to negotiate? He had previously attempted to trade these items within his neighborhood, but to no avail. Thus, he had ventured to the bustling market in hopes of fortune. After an extended bargaining session, Annan successfully exchanged 4 pounds of crocodile meat for the bracelet. She examined the jade piece with satisfaction, feeling she had made a lucrative deal. After all, a pound of crocodile meat would have been valued at approximately 100 yuan before the disaster, making her 4 pounds worth less than 500 yuan. The bracelet, rich in quality and aged beauty, would have commanded no less than 50,000 yuan in earlier times. Most importantly, it would aid in upgrading her space. The man on the opposite side was equally pleased. Although the bracelet had once held significant value, few were willing to purchase it now. He had struggled to trade even a pound of millet with his neighbors, but had now secured a substantial 4 pounds of crocodile meat. Both parties exchanged their farewells contentedly. After completing the trade for the jade bracelet, Annan and her companions turned their vessel back home. Just as they exited Zhongguan district, they spotted 5 kayaks arranged in a horizontal line ahead, blocking the path. Annan prudently halted the boat and signaled to Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei, "There's something amiss ahead." Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei swiftly grasped their respective weapons. Annan crouched down, retrieving the chainsaw and nail gun she had previously prepared on the speedboat. She had anticipated the difficulties of venturing out with 2 boats laden with supplies, thus had the foresight to ready these weapons in advance. Otherwise, it would have been impractical to conjure such large armaments in front of Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan. Meanwhile, the group across the way was brimming with excitement. "Brothers, I told you, only the affluent venture to the market. How many plump sheep have we encountered now?" The crowd fixated on the abundant supplies aboard her vessel, releasing greedy cheers. "Charge! More supplies are here. Hurry, everyone move forward. As several boats advanced in tandem, closing in on them, Chu Pei gripped her nail gun tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Annan noticed her tension and softly reassured her. Stay steady, don't panic, aim for their kayaks. With that, she took the initiative and fired at the approaching boats. Seeing this, Chu Pei quickly followed suit. The two individuals had diligently honed their marksmanship, resulting in nearly flawless precision. In an instant, the 5 kayaks opposite began to slowly deflate, and several of their occupants had been injured by their shots. Observing this unconventional tactic, the opposing team grew frantic. Quick, moving closer, engaging from a distance was decidedly unfavorable for them. But once they were alongside the trio's vessel, their overwhelming numbers would easily subdue the 3 on board. Soon, several boats approached. Noticing this, Annan secured her nail gun at her waist and ignited the chainsaw. The deafening roar erupted abruptly, and the sharp blade whirred into action. The opposing group was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Faced with such a terrifying apparatus, fear gripped their hearts, leaving them hesitant to advance. After all, they were armed only with kitchen knives, wrenches, and fire axes. How could they dare approach? The group, which had initially intended to overpower the fewer adversaries, was now bewildered. What was this? Weren't they supposed to engage in a gunfight? Why was the enemy disregarding the rules of combat? However, their own boats were already leaking, and if they could not eliminate the 3, they would be in grave danger once they fell into the water. A few with longer weapons steeled themselves and moved forward, while the others lurked behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The chainsaw was not a weapon designed for mass destruction, and thus could not fell multiple foes at once. Yet, Annan had companions by her side. The 3 stood resolutely on the inflatable boat. With the chainsaw raised, Annan guarded all angles. Anyone daring to approach was met with a gruesome fate. With Annan holding the line, Chu Pei felt emboldened to take careful aim with her nail gun, each shot finding its target with remarkable accuracy. Zhao Pinyin, armed with a homemade spear over 4 meters long, smeared with potent tranquilizers effective against crocodiles, stood vigilant beside Annan. Anyone crossing the line would be swiftly impaled. Together, the trio swiftly turned the tide, leaving their adversaries in disarray. 5 minutes later, as Chu Pei observed the entire opposing force submerged and incapacitated, she stowed her nail gun away. She gazed in disbelief at the 20 or so individuals they had vanquished, a surge of confidence flooding her being. Meanwhile, Annan lowered her chainsaw and retrieved the nail gun once more, lifting the weapon towards the water's surface. A gentle breeze tousled her hair. Her voice, soft yet commanding, wafted through the air to Chu Pei. Let me teach you another lesson. Leave no survivors. With that, Annan mercilessly fired at those still thrashing in the water, each shot aimed at the temple. Those struck soon ceased to struggle. Chu Pei and Zhao Pinyin were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure, joining her in delivering the final blows. The water gradually calmed, and the trio gazed ahead, spotting an unoccupied boat not far off, brimming with supplies. It appears that this group had previously robbed numerous individuals before their own heist. Annan and his companions approached and collected all of the ill-gotten gains. Approximately 300 pounds of potatoes, an assortment of various provisions, an array of snacks, and boxes of bottled water. Astonishingly, there were also 3 large gas canisters. Not only did they seize the supplies, but they also took the kayak used to transport them. After gathering the materials, Annan piloted the speedboat back home. Throughout the journey, the group remained silent. This marked the first occasion for Zhao Pinyin and Chu Pei to take a life. In the past, they had merely chased off their tormentors, but they had never gone to such extremes. During the act, they felt a mixture of tension and guilt, yet it was not as terrifying as they had envisioned. Surprisingly, it even evoked an indescribable thrill, a novel experience for those who had lived in peaceful times, witnessing the merciless domination of the strong over the weak. It seemed that having engaged in such actions, something within them had shifted. The speedboat swiftly returned to the community. Suddenly, the previously dazed Chu Pei exclaimed, "Look, has the water level decreased?" Chapter 56. Intimidating the neighbors indeed, the water level had receded somewhat. Chu Pei vividly recalled that 10 days prior, During her initial crocodile hunt, the surface of the water was merely 2 centimeters beneath the 7th floor window. Now, as she surveyed the scene, the water had astonishingly dropped to a point between the 6th and 7th floors. Should it descend further, the 6th floor would soon be exposed. Annan reflected on the past. In her previous life, the floodwaters did not completely dissipate until nearly 4 months after the calamity struck. Now, with over 3 months elapsed since the torrential downpour, it was indeed time for the water to begin its descent, as per her previous timeline. Noticing Chu Pei's excitement, she nodded and affirmed, "The water level has indeed fallen." Both Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan were exhilarated, especially Chu Pei, whose eyes shimmered with hope. "Do you think the disaster is finally coming to an end?" Annan surveyed their surroundings. "I cannot say whether the disaster has concluded, but you should stay alert. We have entered the community, not returned home." At that moment, the residents of the community were watching their 3 boats with keen interest. The vessels were laden with the supplies Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan had procured, along with Annan's unsold crocodile meat and the bounty from their recent plunder. Whether from the surface of the water or peering out from windows above, all eyes were greedily fixed upon their abundant provisions. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan rose nervously. Annan signaled for Zhao Pingan to take over the speedboat and continue towards home while she brandished a chainsaw, igniting it. The roar was deafening. The commotion startled the onlookers both above and below. "Is that a chainsaw?" Upon recognizing the chainsaw, the crowd immediately thought of the infamous female tyrant of the community, the chainsaw-wielding maniac from the 14th floor of Building 6. Rumors circulated about her ability to sever flesh with ease, as she remained a fugitive on the run. The crowd shifted their gaze from the supplies to the 3 individuals aboard the boat, only to notice that they were splattered with blood. What was once dismissed as mere exaggeration now seemed plausible. It was likely that even these provisions were acquired through the tyrant's ruthless deeds. Look, even her companions bore a glint of menace in their eyes. Some timid souls hastily shut their windows, while not all were deterred by Annan's presence. A few reckless individuals still yearned to approach, driven by the overwhelming temptation of food. Standing resolutely on the speedboat, Annan coldly extinguished the chainsaw, casting her gaze around before proclaiming, "Those who covet what is not theirs, abandon your foolish dreams. For those who dare to defy, come forth. I shall demonstrate to you the meaning of no survivors." Her voice resonated powerfully, echoing between the buildings. No survivors. No survivors. Those who had taken lives bore an aura of lethal intent. Many were intimidated by her formidable presence, especially in Building 6, where acquaintances had heard of her ferocity. They quickly recoiled, fearful of drawing the attention of this female demon. Occasionally, a few defiant souls would glare at their retreating figures but dared not approach. Annan's objective was to instill a sense of intimidation in her neighbors. Should they exhibit any sign of weakness, they would be subjected to relentless harassment, leaving them in a state of unrest. However, even if her efforts at intimidation fell short, she was unperturbed. Her audacious bravado stemmed from the presence of an Uzi submachine gun in her possession. Even if they were to launch an assault against her, a barrage from the submachine gun would suffice to deter them all. After all, firearms were strictly prohibited in Hua country, not only in Fonglin Ijin community, but throughout the entire Linbei city. There were few who possessed weapons and ammunition. Even the police were limited to merely sidearms. As long as she did not attract the attention of any official authorities or international organizations, she was virtually invincible. Naturally, in the face of natural disasters, the officials had little time to concern themselves with someone of her insignificance. Thus, she regarded all ill-intentioned neighbors with equal disdain. The speedboat soon approached the window of Building 6. Annan remained on the boat, weapon in hand, while Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan carried supplies into the building. Once inside, the 3 of them made several trips to transport the goods upstairs. Along the way, when someone opened the door and saw Annan, they promptly shut it again. Ignoring the outside, the residents of this unit were genuinely terrified of Annan. It was not as if there were no fish to catch. Why risk provoking that fierce woman? The trio moved all the supplies to the corridor on the 14th floor and began to distribute them. The items exchanged between Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei were theirs to keep, while Annan's portion of crocodile meat remained with her. The looted goods were to be equally divided among the three. Each received a gas canister, 100 pounds of potatoes, and the remaining dry rations and snacks were also divided into 3 portions. Zhao Pingyan's household was in greater need of snacks, while Chu Peipei's required more dry provisions, prompting them to negotiate an exchange. Annan's space had water and electricity, and she had previously acquired a substantial amount of bottled water from the supermarket at no cost. So she intentionally reserved most of the mineral water for them, taking only a few bottles for herself. Observing this, Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei allocated additional supplies to her, ensuring that no one took advantage of the other. After the distribution, Annan pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Peipei. Given the substantial amount of supplies we have brought back today, it seems we may not have peace in the days to come. If you are willing, you could stay in the vacant apartment 1401 across from my place. That unit has remained unoccupied. The corridor door on the 14th floor had a mechanism designed by Zhao Pingyan, which would enhance safety for Chu Peipei should she move into 1401. Living on the same floor would provide mutual support. Of course, Annan had also considered her own safety. In a worst-case scenario, even if Chu Peipei harbored ulterior motives, her own apartment 1402 was fortified with 2 blast-resistant doors. However, neglecting Chu Peipei could result in potential intruders breaking into her home that very night. After all, people tend to prey on the vulnerable. In comparison to the fortified homes of Zhao Pingyan and herself, the security door of Chu Peipei's residence was akin to mere cardboard for would-be thieves. Upon hearing Annan's proposal, Chu Peipei's eyes brightened. Is that truly possible? After a moment of contemplation, she hesitated and pondered. But what if the homeowner returns and accuses me of trespassing? Chu Peipei held on to a hopeful belief that once the flood receded, the natural disaster would come to an end. Annan, of course, could not reveal to her that the calamity would persist indefinitely, nor that the family had yet to return. Whether they had not returned or had perished in the disaster remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 57. Relocation. Annan smiled reassuringly at Chu Peipei, saying, "It's all right. You can stay here until the flood recedes. If they truly return, I will help you explain." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Peipei nodded in agreement. After all, nothing was more precious than her own life. Before Annan spoke, she had harbored some unease. The gazes of the neighbors earlier had been frightfully intense. She cast a grateful glance at Annan and said, "Thank you." Zhao Pingyan, who had been listening nearby, also felt delighted for Chu Peipei. "That's wonderful. Living on the 14th floor is much safer. You're truly my idol, beautiful and kind-hearted." Uninterested in his flattery, Annan urged him to hurry and move his belongings home. Turning to Chu Peipei, she instructed, "Wait for me here for a moment." She then returned home to retrieve the universal lock-picking tools previously brought by the Bai siblings. Together with Chu Peipei, they pried open the door to apartment 1401. Inside, there was only a minimal amount of furniture, all covered in dust sheets. Chu Peipei cautiously avoided touching anything as she moved her supplies inside. Afterward, she descended to return home, bringing additional supplies and her medical books to the new place. Sitting in her new abode, she meticulously counted her provisions: 2 basins of dried fish, over 100 pounds of leftover crocodile meat awaiting trade, 100 pounds of potatoes, and an assortment of over 150 pounds of various dry foods like noodles, millet, and sweet potatoes. There are also 2 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, 2 gas cylinders, 1 gas tank, and a bundle of candles. Chu Peipei couldn't help but exclaim, "I suppose I am quite affluent now." Gazing at her supplies and considering the 2-layered corridor door outside, along with Annan living just across from her, she felt a significant surge of security. Ever since meeting Annan, it seemed that every day brought forth good fortune. Meanwhile, Zhao Pingyan had just reached his doorstep when he discovered 2 corpses lying in front of his home. He paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. These 2 individuals must have thought that, with him gone, his mother would be an easy target and had come to pilfer from them. "Please, it was I who left, not my home's defenses." While his mother may not possess the physical strength of a youth, she was far more ruthless when it came to employing their home as defenses. The 2 intruders had been shot full of poisoned arrows, turning them into pincushions. Zhao Pingyan discarded their bodies into the floodwaters before entering his home. Mother, come lend a hand. The supplies have returned. His mother, Chui Luan, approached while saying, the poison you concocted was insufficient. I just used nearly half a bottle a moment ago. Make sure to prepare more when you have the chance. There are only 2 of them outside. And you used half a bottle? Zhao Pingyan exclaimed in disbelief. Mom, you're too ruthless. A mere drop would suffice. Half a bottle could take down 20 people. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, I can't simply make as much poison as I want. Our chemical supplies are not abundant enough for such extravagance. Chui Luan pouted. I understand, you little rascal. I will use it sparingly from now on. She casually took the potatoes and millet from her son's hands, intending to say more when suddenly, a cacophony of chattering noises caught her attention. What is that commotion? Zhao Pingyan mysteriously declared. Your gift awaits outside. Venture out to behold it. Chui Lian, filled with curiosity, leaned to peer outside the door. Chicks, a hefty rabbit? Her face lit up with delight as she dashed outside in her slippers, seizing the cardboard box. Eldest, you brought back braised chicken and spicy rabbit heads? Zhao Pingyan replied. Do not rush to indulge just yet. We must nurture them for a spell. Patience is key. Let us take our time. Chui Lian responded, I understand. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs yield chickens. Ecstatically, she carried the chicks and rabbit to the adjacent suite. You rest. I shall prepare a cozy nest for our new companions. As she fumbled for her keys, she murmured, life is about to become so fulfilling. Zhao Pingyan beamed at his mother's departing figure before proceeding to transport other supplies into their home. In stark contrast to the joyful bounty of the 2 families, Annan returned home with an air of indifference, casually tossing all her provisions into the space. The abundance felt unremarkable, as if additional items bore little weight. Upon her return, Fu Gui, her loyal companion, wagged his tail excitedly and leapt towards her. Annan's spirits lifted as she embraced the exuberant creature, showering it with affection. Once it settled down, she retrieved a roasted lamb chop from the space for it to enjoy. She then entered the house to change her clothes, wash her hands, and serve herself a steaming bowl of snail rice noodles. The dish, fragrant and reminiscent of its freshly purchased state, was adorned with a fried egg soaked in savory broth. Annan sought out her favorite drama, The Legend of Huan Huan, and began to slurp her noodles with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Fu Gui, who had been gnawing on a lamb chop at her feet, was taken aback by the unique aroma wafting from her bowl, his eyes widening in astonishment. What are you eating? Something foul. He cast her a sidelong glance, retreating with his lamb chop to a safe distance. Annan, bemused by his expression, remarked, and Fu Gui, what kind of gaze is that? Fu Gui turned his back to her, distancing himself further while continuing to enjoy his lamb chop. Respecting the tastes of others while relishing her own life, Annan mused, You are but a dog. You possess no discernment. I shall not hold it against you. She lowered her head, slurping her noodles with extra vigor. After a satisfying meal, the duo nestled together on the sofa. Annan rummaged through her pockets, depositing the emeralds collected from the market into the space. As expected, they were promptly devoured. Glancing at the bracelet adorning her wrist, she noted an enhancement in its quality. However, the spatial dimensions remained unchanged. What exactly had improved? Pondering this, she resolved to explore the estate thoroughly. She attempted to lift Fu Gui, but found him much heavier than before. Fu Gui, how have you gained so much weight? Upon entering the space, she quickly set the dog down on the lawn. Having never scrutinized him closely before, she now realized he had grown significantly. His body was nearly twice the length it had been when she first brought him home, and his weight had increased considerably, making it impossible to lift him as effortlessly as in the past. Annan squeezed him gently, discovering that he had become quite sturdy indeed. Other breeds of dogs, despite their thick fur giving them a rotund appearance, are not as corpulent as they seem. In contrast, the French bulldog, Fugua, possesses a short coat, and its size is truly indicative of its substantial build. What you see is indeed what you get. Annan gently admonished, Fugua, you are a little girl. Perhaps you should eat less. You're on the verge of becoming a little pig. Fugua, unfazed, raised her head high and proceeded to drink from the pond once more. Annan could only sigh in response. Chapter 58. Is this considered a superpower? Annan, disregarding the concerns for the precious pet, leisurely wandered around the estate. The villa remained unchanged. The lawn, untouched. The medicinal fields, consistent. The pond, unaltered. She meticulously examined her surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. Yet, she discovered nothing amiss. How had the space upgraded? Had she truly ingested a quality jade without any discernible change? This was perplexing. Undeterred, Annan roamed once more, but still found no evidence of transformation. Consequently, she inspected her medicinal fields, noting their satisfactory growth before swiftly exiting the space with her dog. In the next moment, both human and canine found themselves perched atop the coffee table in room 1402. The precious pet stood perilously at the edge, and with the slightest movement, tumbled to the floor with a resounding thud. Yowling in protest, though the words were unintelligible, it was evident that the precious pet was voicing a colorful complaint. Annan glanced down, bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they entered the space while seated on the sofa? Why, then, had they emerged atop the coffee table? Having moved a full meter? Confusion etched across her face. She re-entered the space and exited again. Another meter forward. This time, they stood in the empty space between the coffee table and the television. She repeated the experiment several times, her heart swelling with joy. At last, she comprehended the nature of the space's upgrade. It was the exit location. After numerous entries and exits, she grasped the pattern. If she did not consciously control it, the exit point would default to 1 meter ahead. However, with intentional mental command, she could still emerge at the original spot. In fact, she could dictate the distance of her emergence, be it 30 centimeters, 80 centimeters, or any distance up to 1 meter. This was nothing short of teleportation. It made sense now. When she had entered the space at the stair landing of Taiyu Building, she had emerged directly onto the steps. Similarly, on the mountain, when confronted by the wild boar, she had unwittingly found herself astride the creature. It dawned on her that the space had already undergone an upgrade at that time. The last few rough stones she had collected at the Gambling Stone Plaza, though they had not expanded the space further, were not without merit. The exit distance had increased by approximately 30 centimeters, a modest gain that had gone unnoticed until now. The exquisite jade she obtained at the market had evidently elevated the distance to a full meter, finally revealing this enhancement. Annan couldn't help but reflect. Good deeds truly reap rewards. Had she not lent the speedboat to Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei, she would not have received such a bounty of crocodile meat. Without the surplus meat, she would never have considered trading for fertilizer at the market. This jade had essentially been acquired at no cost. Annan, in her straightforward manner, concluded, I lent out a speedboat and unlocked the power of teleportation. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a sudden epiphany struck her. She pressed her racing heart and approached the wall between the living room and bedroom, entering the space once more. When she emerged once more, she indeed found herself standing in the bedroom. What distinguishes this from the art of phasing through walls? As long as the thickness of the wall does not exceed 1 meter, she could effortlessly traverse from one side to the other, as if bypassing a glitch, manifesting her ability to penetrate solid barriers. Annan was so exhilarated that she could scarcely catch her breath. In her previous life, she had merely regarded this space as a storage area and a temporary refuge, never once considering its potential for such extraordinary applications. The prospect of 1 meter teleportation and wall phasing if applied in combat, onlookers might believe she had awakened some supernatural ability, unaware that it stemmed from her personal space. Previously, she had been concerned about the limited time she could access the space each day. During that encounter with the wild boars, she could only take refuge for an hour. If the enemy remained stationed for over an hour, she would have no choice but to confront the danger. But now, the scenario was transformed. She merely needed to enter the space and emerge silently from another location, perhaps from behind her adversaries. In an instant, she could launch a counterattack. Annan was nearly on the verge of shouting with joy. At that moment, Fu Gue was equally astounded, huddled in the corner of the living room, watching as his master flickered throughout the room. If accompanied by flashing lights and a flowing white garment, it would surely resemble a scene from a supernatural film. Exhausted from her antics, Annan slumped onto the sofa, her mind racing with thoughts. Given that the threshold for entering and exiting the space was currently 1 meter, if she continued to collect jade, could she possibly extend this distance? What could it eventually evolve into? 5 meters? 10 meters? 100 meters? Surely, it could not allow her to materialize abroad instantaneously. Annan pondered, stroking her chin. Such a possibility seemed unlikely. It was more probable that, akin to the area of the space, it would cease to upgrade after reaching a certain point. Even the current 1 meter distance sufficed, and she could hardly fathom the joy that would accompany further enhancements. In that moment, she felt a renewed confidence regarding her future. That night, Annan slept particularly soundly. The following day, as Chu Pei rose, she was greeted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of Annan, radiant and full of life. "Sister Pei, good morning." Chu Pei, taken aback by Annan's glowing demeanor, wondered what had transpired. She had never seen Annan so jubilant before. "Good morning, Annan. You look exceptionally well today." Annan, of course, would not divulge the secret of her space. With a playful wink, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just had a delightful dream last night, and I feel particularly refreshed today." Chu Pei regarded her with disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Annan remained unruffled. "Have you finished getting ready? Once you're set, we shall depart." Chu Pei nodded in a daze, and Annan immediately ascended to call for Zhao Pingon. "Let us go. We're off to the market to see if there are any jade pieces left." Annan was filled with anticipation for the day's journey. As the three of them descended the stairs, they passed by the 13th floor, where Chu Pei's old home was located, and Annan took a moment to glance at it. Indeed, the door had been forcibly pried open, and the room was in a state of disarray. Chu Pei couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Fortunately, she had heeded Annan's advice and moved to the 14th floor yesterday. Today, Annan was once again navigating the speedboat, laden with an abundance of crocodile meat. Zhao Pingon sat in the boat, observing Annan's demeanor, and curiously inquired of Chu Pei beside him, "What delectable treats did you indulge in last night without me?" "Annan seems to be in remarkably good spirits today." Chu Pei's face flushed instantly. "Mister, some questions are best left unasked." How was she to respond? Should she divulge that Annan had dreamt of something unspeakable? How mortifying! Zhao Pingon looked perplexed. "What do you mean by questions that shouldn't be asked?" Annan was typically inscrutable, rarely allowing her emotions to surface. Yet, this was a matter of teleportation, a skill akin to phasing through walls. What difference did it make compared to Wang Duiyu, suddenly inheriting 300 billion? 300 billion would be mere scrap paper today. Could it purchase my extraordinary abilities? She merely wore a slightly broader smile, which was already quite understated. However, seeing Zhao Pingon's curious expression, she cheerfully elucidated, "It's nothing. I simply dreamt of 5 handsome men with 8-pack abs appearing in my home last night." Zhao Pingon. "Idle. I never knew you possessed such boldness." Chu Pei, "I already told you to refrain from asking." Chapter 59. The suit-clad vendor at the waterside market. The three companions swiftly returned to the waterside market, with Annan possessing a singular aim: to seek out jade. "I shall claim the entire supply of jade on this street. I must experience the sensation of teleporting 10 meters. However, after circling the market, she found no jade in sight. In contrast, Zhao Pingon and Chu Pei quickly exchanged a plethora of items. Their needs were rather straightforward. The mechanic, Zhao Pingon, delighted in collecting an assortment of peculiar scraps of metal, iron rods, forks, anything he could bring home. Additionally, he sought various snacks and seasonings, always mindful of his mother's previous remarks about not stocking up on hot pot base. Thus, whenever he encountered a chance to trade for seasonings, be it hot pot base, marinated meat spices, or mala hot pot ingredients, he would readily exchange meat. With ample fish and meat stored at home, he was eager to barter for anything that could enhance his quality of life. Chu Pei's requirements were even simpler. She desired only the most practical supplies. Storable provisions such as dry food, salt, sugar, and fundamental seasonings, as well as energy sources for cooking were her priorities. Although the market had become saturated with aquatic products, diminishing the value of crocodile meat, their abundant stock still allowed them to procure numerous valuable items. As Annan assisted them in loading supplies onto the boat, she instinctively scanned the surroundings. While Jade eluded her, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a coveted find, fertilizer, which had occupied her thoughts the previous day. Before her stood a bustling vegetable stall, prominently displaying 2 large bags of fertilizer. She hastened to approach the vendor's speedboat, amidst a sea of kayaks, bathtubs, and plastic basins. The speedboat was a rare sight. Notably, it was laden with an array of fresh vegetables: leeks, spinach, bok choy, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. It was astonishing to behold such produce, which typically has a short maturation period of merely 1 to 2 months, especially after the city had been submerged for over 3 months. How was it possible that someone still had an abundance of fresh vegetables? At that moment, the speedboat was encircled by a throng of people, all clamoring with inquiries. "Brother, where did you procure these fresh vegetables? Are there still areas in Lin Bay City that remain unscathed by the floods? How do you price these vegetables?" The vendor, however, was as striking as his produce. Clad in a well-tailored suit, complete with a crisp shirt collar and cufflinks, he drew attention. Annan gazed in fascination. Is this a new trend? Selling vegetables in a suit? Even after 3 months of calamity, someone is dressed so meticulously. The suited man did not respond to the cacophony of questions, instead simply announcing his prices. 1 pound of vegetables could be exchanged for 3 pounds of coarse grains or 5 pounds of crocodile meat, while other types of fish meat required 8 pounds in trade. Many who overheard his prices turned away in dismay, deeming it excessively costly. A mere pound of vegetables could hardly satiate one's hunger, yet demanded such a hefty exchange of grains and meat. It seemed more prudent to forego the offer. Nonetheless, there were some affluent crocodile hunters willing to barter with him. After all, a prolonged absence of vegetables in one's diet can lead to numerous health issues. At this moment, a few individuals were still engaging in trade with him. Observing that many of those blocked in front had been dissuaded by the prices, Chu Pei quickly seized the opportunity and steered her boat closer. Annan had set her sights on 2 bags of fertilizer aboard his vessel. "Hello, I would like to exchange for some vegetables. How much of this fertilizer can I trade for?" Both women inquired simultaneously. The man in the suit, deftly packing vegetables for other customers, replied, "The fertilizer comes in 50-pound bags. 2 bags total 100 pounds, which can be exchanged for 10 pounds of crocodile meat. As for the vegetables, how much would you like to trade?" Chu Pei had already exchanged a considerable amount of goods, so she offered her remaining 30 pounds of crocodile meat for 6 pounds of vegetables, specifically selecting cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers, seeds she could easily save for future planting. Not only could she consume them directly, but she could also cultivate them on her balcony at home. Annan, on the other hand, readily exchanged 10 pounds of crocodile meat for the fertilizer. "Do you have any more fertilizer at home? I'll buy it all if it's cheaper." The man in the suit looked somewhat astonished. Is there really such a high demand for fertilizer among the residents of Water City? Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei were equally intrigued. "Annan, why do you need so much fertilizer?" "Oh, I also grow vegetables at home," Annan replied. Zhao Ping'an chuckled. "Growing a few vegetables requires all that fertilizer?" Of course, Annan wouldn't divulge that she had a substantial plot of land to cultivate. Instead, she simply smiled. "I'm not particularly skilled at gardening, so I prefer to stock up on this. Besides, this stuff is hard to come by. What if I can't find any in the future? Better to buy extra." Zhao Ping'an found her reasoning sound and decided he would like to purchase some as well. The man in the suit scratched his head. "I do have quite a bit of fertilizer left. I can sell you another 1,000 pounds, but it will have to wait until tomorrow." Annan promptly agreed to return the following day. Noticing this, Chu Pei asked the man in the suit to bring her some soil for planting as well. Curiously, she inquired, "Where do you grow all these vegetables?" Having traded quite a bit with him, they had become valued customers. Thus, the man in the suit responded cheerfully, "I live on a mountainside and have casually grown some vegetables." On the mountainside? Annan thought to herself that he likely resided in a hillside villa, especially given his attire. Looking at him, Annan posed another question. "I have one more inquiry." The man in the suit, noticing her serious demeanor, replied, "Please go ahead. Why are you wearing a suit to sell vegetables?" The man faltered momentarily, yet Annan maintained her earnest gaze, awaiting his response. How curious it was that, even after 3 months of calamity, someone still dressed like a CBD elite in a suit and leather shoes. Such high standards for oneself. It was almost more exaggerated than the beauty in the neighborhood who insisted on wearing Chanel and carrying an LV bag, all while meticulously made up just to take out the trash. After all, that beauty now merely donned a sweatshirt and looked disheveled when stepping outside. The man in the suit, somewhat embarrassed, explained, "Actually, there's no special reason. It's just that I have no other clothes besides this suit." As a pivotal figure within the corporation, General Gu is accompanied by the most capable of assistants, or rather, sycophants. His wardrobe, brimming with tailored suits, reflects the utmost respect for his position. Moreover, such attire ensures that I am always prepared to present myself before my superior in the most impeccable manner. Annan and her companions were taken aback. What an absurd capitalist! Even amidst natural disasters, one must remain ready to meet the boss. It truly tugs at the heartstrings and brings tears to the eyes. Annan mused, "Fortunately, I am a laid-back, unemployed individual lounging at home. Indeed, there is no easy money to be made in this world." As they conversed, a haughty voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Oh, Long Tsongin, not only are you farming now, but you're also selling vegetables?" Annan turned in the direction of the voice and was astonished to discover an unexpected figure. Chapter 60. In Scumbag, a speedboat approached the water's surface, carrying a woman and two men. The woman, adorned with sunglasses and dressed in the latest haute couture, clutched a half-consumed bottle of Perrier. The two men, resembling her bodyguards, were vigilant. One steered the boat while the other scanned the surroundings. Aside from the snacks and beverages the woman indulged in, there was nothing else on board, clearly indicating they were not there to exchange goods, but rather to partake in a leisurely outing. Upon seeing this woman, Annan's brows furrowed instantly. In Scumbag, she was the illegitimate daughter raised by her unscrupulous father. Just before the calamity struck, Annan's mother had recently passed away. Annan had introduced Scumbag and her mother into the family. It was then that Annan first encountered her. At first glance, she was utterly irksome. Bearing a resemblance to Annan, she mirrored her fashion sense, even sharing a name that felt like a mockery. Annan and Scumbag, so similar. One might as well add a dong and a she to complete a mahjong set. It was utterly vexing. Beside her, the oblivious Chu Pei observed in Scumbag, who exuded an air of superiority, exclaiming in awe, "The princesses of wealthy families truly lead charmed lives, even amidst calamity. Their existence remains untouched by the struggles faced by ordinary people." Chu Pei hailed from a modest background. She had worked diligently, pursuing her studies and gaining admission to university, subsequently securing a position in a hospital. Through steadfast efforts, she had managed to buy a home and a car, carving out a niche for herself in the city. Although burdened by mortgage and car payments, her life was steadily improving. Who could have imagined that in a single day, everything would revert to zero? Yet, looking at Scumbag, it appeared that the disaster had not affected her lavish lifestyle in the slightest. Annan gazed at Scumbag's ostentatious demeanor with disdain. Did she truly believe she was a phoenix simply because she had risen above her origins? And Scumbag was no princess. All the privileges she enjoyed stemmed from her maternal grandparents' efforts, having no ties to the family whatsoever. Were it not for Nshinya, the social climber who usurped her grandparents' legacy, and Scumbag would be nothing. Her mother was merely a villager from the same locality as Nshinya, who transformed from a mistress into a wealthy matron. She was not worthy to even lace Annan's mother's shoes. Annan reassured Chu Pei, "You need not remain in despair. Your circumstances may improve, and she may not retain her opulence indefinitely. The future is unpredictable. The wealthy often possess a greater resilience in the face of sudden changes in circumstance. For instance, after over 3 months of disaster, and Scumbag still employed bodyguards and a driver. However, as the calamity persisted, even the affluent would eventually struggle to survive. Annan was aware that during the harshest conditions, Nshinya's family could barely manage to scrape by. Life would inevitably deteriorate. Chu Pei nodded in agreement. "Annan, you are right. I shouldn't dwell in despondency. Things will surely get better." Recently, she had been fortunate to find even a few biscuits, narrowly escaping the brink of starvation. Now they have food, meat, and supplies. and she has encountered the esteemed Annan. Indeed, fate has not been unkind to her. Annan, observing Chu Peipei's exuberant demeanor, could not help but smile. She truly is a resilient young woman, perpetually optimistic, fiercely determined, and remarkably strong. Meanwhile, Xiaobei swiftly maneuvered the boat alongside the man in the suit. Long Tsongin, what a peculiar character you are to emerge from the mountainside villa community. Planting cucumbers beside rare trees was one thing, but now you are selling vegetables as well? The man in the suit, Long Tsongin, regarded the woman who sought confrontation with a suddenly sour expression. What business is it of yours what I cultivate? If I wish to sell vegetables, who are you to object? Oomph. I truly fail to comprehend how Mr. Gu could lend you a villa. Lower-class individuals are indeed lower class. And even after moving into a villa, you still resort to planting vegetables. The two were evidently acquainted, likely having had their fair share of conflicts. Long Tsongin was thoroughly vexed by her relentless demeanor. Annan, witnessing in Xiaobei's haughty posture, felt a wave of disdain and remarked, "You insult others as being of lowly status. What breed of superiority do you claim for yourself?" Previously, Annan's figure had been obscured by Zhao Pingyan, preventing Xiaobei from seeing her. Now that Annan spoke, she leaned forward to look and realized that a familiar beauty stood on the adjacent boat. And Xiaobei paused momentarily, then her eyes widened in astonishment. Annan, even in the event of her transformation to ash, she would recognize this woman, especially since her appearance remained unchanged, while others around them were gaunt and emaciated. She still radiated her exceptional elegance, and Xiaobei had often hidden in shadowy corners, observing Annan from afar. As an unacknowledged, illegitimate daughter, each yearning for her father required prolonged waiting for a clandestine meeting. Unlike others, she could not ride on her father's shoulders to an amusement park as a child, nor could she take a drive with him as she grew older. She could not even divulge to any friends who her father was. In stark contrast, Annan lived in the sunlight, a dazzling little princess, the jewel of her family. At times, Xiaobei would stealthily follow behind her, akin to a rat lurking in a gutter, spying on her resplendent life. She watched as Annan strolled through malls, her father's arm entwined with hers, acquiring countless beautiful dresses. She gazed upon her residing in the coveted mountainside villa, possessing an entire floor of private space. She witnessed her grand and radiant coming-of-age ceremony held at a five-star hotel when she turned 18. On the other hand, when Xiaobei reached her own 18th birthday, she received merely a bank transfer from her father, who was abroad vacationing with Annan and her mother at the time. If one were to inquire who Xiaobei despised most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Annan. Rising to her feet, and Xiaobei's muscles tensed, her intensity palpable. "Oh, isn't this my dear sister? Long time no see. Have you fallen from grace?" She removed her sunglasses and scrutinized Annan from head to toe. "You used to adorn yourself in a complete set of tailored gowns. Why are you now sporting sportswear?" Annan, hearing this, cast her a disdainful glance. Only those who cannot afford fine things would fixate on what others wear daily. "So, you've donned a few garments you've never worn before, and now you think you have achieved enlightenment?" Before Xiaobei could retort, she continued, "Furthermore, who do you think is your sister? I am an only child, with no siblings whatsoever. Oh, I nearly overlooked the fact that you are the illegitimate daughter kept by Xingya, having lived for over 20 years, yet barely having met your own father. And Nan has always been adept at striking where it hurts the most." Chapter 61. A vulnerable strike in Xiaobei was incensed, her fury boiling over. "Bah, is it merely because your family possesses a few filthy riches?" As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she covered her mouth with a laugh, adding, "But now, all your money belongs to me. My father desires me, not you." And Nan remained unperturbed, showing no signs of being provoked. What was there to take pride in, being cherished by a worthless piece of trash? "So you are aware that you are using my money? No need to express gratitude. It is but a few scattered coins, a mere token to broaden your horizons." And Xiaobei exchanged a few barbs with her, gaining not an inch, but rather incurring her own vexation. Stomping her foot, she commanded the two bodyguards beside her, "Go. Tear her mouth apart." Meanwhile, Chu Peipei and Zhao Pingyan were already taken aback by the content of their conversation. And Nan was, in fact, a wealthy heiress? This woman was the illegitimate daughter of Annan's father. They had even usurped Annan's inheritance. It appeared that a true heiress had clashed with a false phoenix. As they witnessed the shamelessness of the confrontation escalating, the two quickly positioned themselves behind Annan, brandishing their weapons. Chu Pei, enraged at having previously envied this false phoenix, took the initiative and unleashed a barrage of nails towards the two bodyguards. The bodyguards, skilled as they were, found their movements constrained by the limited space on the boat. Armed only with diminutive daggers, they could not contend with Annan and were swiftly injured on their wrists by Chu Pei's precise shots, causing their weapons to slip from their grasp. The two attempted to leap onto her boat for close combat, but were unexpectedly met with Zhao Pingyan, wielding his 4-meter harpoon, viciously lunged at them. "You wish to silence my idol? Let me pierce you." With the limited area of the speedboat and the need to protect in Scumbag, the two men had nowhere to evade, and Zhao Pingyan's harpoon found its mark, creating a gaping wound. The harpoon had been smeared with a potent sedative. Even the strongest bodyguard could not withstand the assault of such a formidable weapon. Soon, they rolled their eyes and fell into the water, lifeless. Witnessing the effortless defeat of her bodyguards, and Scumbag clung to the side of the boat, howling in fury. "What on earth is happening?" Chu Pei, while reloading, cast a disdainful glance at her. "Yesterday, we took down 20 men. Are we to fear your mere 2 subordinates?" In the span of a minute, and Scumbag stood in disbelief as her bodyguards were dispatched so easily, while Annan remained composed, not lifting a finger. Trembling with rage, she shouted, "Annan, how can you resort to violence? This is a crime. I will have you all imprisoned." Annan seemed to have heard a jest. "Oh? Then come and apprehend me." And Scumbag recoiled. "You bully me. I shall inform father." Chu Pei regarded her with a threatening expression and quietly inquired of Annan, "Should we deal with her?" And Scumbag gasped in shock. "What are you saying?" "I heard you. You wicked woman. I am her half-sister." Annan inwardly refused to acknowledge the presence of this insipid younger sister. Yet she was not the kind of female fiend who would indiscriminately slay others. She approached, seized Scumbag by the collar, and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "Since you are spending my money, you ought to speak to me with courtesy, as I have taught you." She then leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "But believe me, you will hardly enjoy this money for much longer. Soon it shall be of no use to you." Annan contemplated the impending calamities that would render all wealth as mere fleeting shadows, knowing full well that she would not be fortunate enough to relish it. However, Scumbag assumed that her life was in imminent danger, and fear gripped her, causing her to slowly dampen her trousers. Observing this, Annan let out a cold laugh. "Go back and tell your cheap father this. Today, I spare your life," thus repaying him for 20 years of nurturing. "From this day forth, our paths diverge. I, Annan, shall forever hold him in disdain." Once released, and Scumbag's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the boat. Momentarily stunned, she hastily scrambled to pilot the vessel, neglecting the 2 bodyguards who had succumbed to the water. With crocodiles lurking beneath the surface, she dared not plunge into the depths, especially considering that those 2 might already have drowned. Witnessing her frantic escape, Annan called out mockingly from behind, "Dress so fashionably, tread carefully on your long journey. One would not want to be mishandled." And Scumbag was incensed, but dared not retaliate. She was acutely aware of the chaotic world around her, rife with banditry and the victimization of young women. Were it not for the stifling atmosphere at home and the presence of 2 bodyguards, she would never have ventured out. Trembling, she started the speedboat and fled, a stark contrast to her earlier haughty demeanor. The suited man, Long Tsung, observed her as she retreated in disarray, feeling a swell of resentment. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He gleefully offered the last remnants of vegetables aboard the boat to Annan. "Beautiful lady, your name is Annan, correct? The moment I laid eyes on you, your extraordinary aura was evident. You truly are a remarkable woman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Tsung. I shall deliver the fertilizer to you at this same time tomorrow." Annan nodded, accepting the vegetables from his hands, only to suddenly notice a ring on his finger. She scrutinized it for a moment. "Is that jade?" Long Tsung nodded. "Indeed." A spark of joy ignited within Annan. "Is it for sale?" Long Tsung hesitated. Is there still anyone willing to trade food for jewelry? It seems this girl, despite her current plight, possesses considerable means. However, he shook his head. This is not for sale. It was a gift from my boss, a reward for my first completed task. It holds special significance for me. Annan extended a finger. 20 pounds of crocodile meat. Long Tsong and shook his head. Annan raised a second finger. 30 pounds of crocodile meat. He still declined. Annan furrowed her brow. The last bracelet she had received was of far superior quality, yet only fetched 4 pounds of crocodile meat. Were it not for the profit he made from selling vegetables, she would not have offered such a lofty price. 50 pounds. It cannot be more. Any further would draw too much attention. Long Tsongan shook his head and said, Missin, I must return home. This ring truly cannot be sold. It would not bode well if my boss were to discover it. And Nan had no choice but to relent, pondering to herself. It seems this gentleman is genuinely not in need. This item is inettable. Had it been anyone else, they would have exchanged it long ago. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. Jade and emerald are resilient, impervious to decay or destruction. There will surely be opportunities to acquire them in the future. During her 2 visits to the trading market, she had successfully procured both a jade bracelet and fertilizer, making a considerable profit. After all, the crocodile meat she had offered for trade was sourced from Zhao Pingyun and Chu Peipei. She had merely provided a speedboat for their endeavor. After arranging the trading time with Long Tsongan for the following day, Annan and her companions departed aboard the speedboat. Chapter 62. A debt of gratitude today. The supplies aboard the small vessel were even more plentiful than the day before. The scrap metal and odds and ends collected by Zhao Pingyun occupied a significant amount of space. On their way home, Chu Peipei curiously inquired, "Isn't there anyone coming to rob us today?" Annan chuckled. "Are you addicted to black-on-black crime?" Chu Peipei blushed, not quite. Who would willingly want to be a sheep to be robbed? But the haul from yesterday was indeed impressive. Without a doubt, those 100 pounds of potatoes will sustain me for quite some time. While Chu Peipei would never stoop to robbing others, she mused that if someone were to rob her, perhaps seizing their supplies in return could be seen as a form of justice, right? Falling silent, she gripped her nail gun and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Let me see. Is there anyone reckless enough to attempt a robbery? As the saying goes, what is constantly on one's mind will eventually come to pass. Indeed, Chu Peipei soon stumbled upon a group attempting to rob others. However, the targets were not her and her companions. Shortly after they left the water market aboard their speedboat, they heard a commotion nearby. "Brothers, that guy who brought in a boat full of rotten vegetables this morning has actually traded for quite a bit of food and meat. Let us take him down. Look at that pretty boy in his tattered suit. If he knows what's good for him, he'll hand over his supplies. And we might just show him mercy." A tattered suit? Annan recognized the voice and peered out, spotting the suited man, Long Tsongan, with whom they had just conducted business. At that moment, Long Tsongan was surrounded by 3 kayaks, their occupants brandishing weapons and shouting threats. Frowning, he attempted to negotiate. "Let us discuss this calmly. I can offer a portion of my toll, but I cannot hand over everything." This was Long Tsongan's first venture out to exchange goods, and he had not anticipated being targeted so soon. The supplies were meant for his wife and children, and he could not simply relinquish them. Gripping his weapon, a large sickle, he prepared to defend himself. "A toll?" The leader of the group burst into laughter. "Did you hear what this pretty boy just said? He wants to pay a toll. What an absurd notion. If we can keep everything, why would we settle for just a part? Quit wasting time with him. Let us finish him off and take all the supplies." Realizing that a confrontation was inevitable, Long Tsongan swung his sickle as the attackers charged. He displayed commendable skill, injuring 2 of them initially, but soon found himself overwhelmed by numbers and sustained several injuries. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Chu Peipei quickly turned to Annan. "Should we lend a hand?" "Yes," Annan replied without hesitation, steering the speedboat toward the fray. How could they not assist? She had 1,000 pounds of fertilizer waiting for her. The roar of the motor resonated as the speedboat surged forward, sending up a spray of water that drew the attention of all the robbers. Suddenly, Long Tsongan, who had been under considerable pressure, felt the burden lighten and turned to see the approaching vessel. The young girl deftly maneuvered the speedboat with one hand while wielding a nail gun in the other, racing towards the scene with remarkable swiftness. A graceful skid sent a spray of water splashing onto the faces of the onlookers. Following closely were the projectiles that felled the 4 individuals who had leapt onto Long Tsung-in's boat. As he was pinned down and battered, Long Tsung-in let out a sigh of relief, gazing gratefully at Annan. Chu Pei, quick to react, followed suit and aimed at the Group S kayak, swiftly deflating it with precise shots. Upon witnessing the sudden intrusion, the bandits instinctively shifted their focus. Quickly, eliminate these 3 newcomers first. They are armed with nail guns. The trio was not about to grant them such an opportunity. Maintaining their formation from the previous day, Annan brandished a chainsaw as a defensive measure, while Chu Pei took aim and Zhao Ping'an filled in the gaps. The skirmish was soon concluded. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an dispatched the struggling individuals in the water, while Annan leapt onto Long Tsung-in's boat to assist him. "Are you all right?" Long Tsung-in was covered in blood, but finally exhaled in relief. "I cannot thank you enough." Annan observed the numerous deep gashes on his body, each one oozing crimson. The excessive blood loss had left Long Tsung-in's lips pale. Immediate action was necessary to staunch the bleeding, otherwise he would be in grave danger. Annan, speaking as she concealed her movements with her backpack, retrieved a hemostatic bandage from her spatial storage to apply pressure on his wounds. "Just hold on. You must endure." Long Tsung-in gritted his teeth, allowing Annan to apply the bandage with a firm grip. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. "These people are truly ruthless. It's not just theft. They seem intent on taking my life." Annan regarded him with an expression that conveyed, "You've only just grasped that." Such ambushes occur daily, with individuals seeking gains without effort. If you carry such valuables, it is prudent to travel with a companion. Long Tsung-in nodded in agreement. "To repay a life-saving grace is beyond measure," he said, removing an emerald ring from his finger and presenting it to Annan. "I see you have taken a liking to this ring. Let it serve as my token of gratitude." Annan raised an eyebrow. "Are you not concerned your employer might disapprove?" Long Tsung-in replied, "Not at all. You are my savior. My employer will understand." Without further hesitation, Annan accepted the emerald. "I shall not take this without offering something in return. I will exchange it for some crocodile meat." Long Tsung-in hastily shook his head. No. I have stated that this ring is not for sale. It is a gift to express my gratitude." He was quite stubborn. Annan chose not to press the matter further, tucking the ring into her pocket. "It is impossible for me not to reciprocate. I have put in effort, so it is not unwarranted." Once Long Tsung-in regained his strength, the group bid farewell and returned home. In the hillside villa district, Long Tsung-in arrived home, weary and bloodied. His wife, busy preparing dinner, rushed out upon hearing his arrival. Startled by his bloodied appearance, she exclaimed, "Tsung-in, are you all right?" "It's nothing serious. I merely encountered some highway robbers. Fortunately, I was saved by kind-hearted individuals." Li Shihan's eyes instantaneously brimmed with tears, and she exclaimed, "Thank goodness you were safe. If I had known, I would have gone with you." Long Tsung-in, noticing his wife's distress, promptly embraced her, saying, "Do not weep, my dear. I am unharmed, rest assured. I have promised to take care of you for a lifetime, and I shall certainly fulfill that vow." As he spoke, he took her hand and added, "Come, let us retrieve the items. The bounty is so great that I can scarcely carry it all." Following him down the mountain, Li Shihan beheld their swift boat and an abundance of supplies concealed within a hidden thicket. Her eyes widened in astonishment. All those vegetables, and they have been exchanged for such a vast array of goods? Chapter 63. The Drama Watching CEO Indeed. My wife is both intelligent and beautiful. The vegetables she cultivates must be extraordinary. Surely, I ought to exchange some for meat and provisions. Li Shihan, through his tears, broke into a smile, remarking on his silver-tongued nature. He urged him to return and rest. "You need concern yourself with this. I'll call Xiao Bao over shortly to assist me with the moving. You should return and recuperate. Do not strain yourself." The hillside villa was relatively safe at present, and Long Kongan did not wish to overextend himself. "Very well, I shall entrust this to you. I'll take a portion and gather some fresh vegetables to deliver to President Gu." Were it not for President Gu providing him with a villa for shelter and considerable support, he would not have achieved his current standing. Although President Gu was not in dire need of his meager contributions, it was only proper to show his gratitude. The hillside villa complex was constructed along the mountainside. Long Kongan resided in the second-to-last building on the slope, and ascending to the highest point revealed the grand villa belonging to his employer. It was not only the highest, but also the most opulent dwelling. In the past, numerous servants and security personnel filled the space, but now they had all been dismissed, leaving the villa in serene silence. As Long Kongan approached the imposing entrance, he activated the facial recognition system to gain entry. As he walked inside, he recalled the haughty demeanor of Scumbag. "Pa, what is he pretending for? Our boss's enterprise is the foremost in North City, and he is not nearly as pretentious." Upon entering the villa, he faintly heard a woman's voice from the media room, tinged with sorrow. Was it all in vain? Long Kongan first placed his belongings in the kitchen before following the sound to the media room. Pushing the door open, he found a man clad in a black loungewear, sleeves loosely rolled up and collar slightly open, lounging languidly on a genuine leather sofa. It was none other than the illustrious and spirited President Gu, elegantly holding a glass of red wine while engrossed in the television series Huan Huan Zhuan. Long Kongan pondered, what does the CEO typically indulge in at home? Financial reports? Current affairs? Global warming? No, it might very well be the grand 76-episode palace intrigue drama. He could understand this, as President Gu, unlike himself, did not have a wife and children to keep him company. As a young single man, residing alone in a vast villa of over 1,000 square meters could indeed be quite lonely. Watching Huan Huan Zhuan was just the remedy. The flurry of concubines appearing one after another, vying for power, made for quite the lively spectacle. After standing for a while, observing how absorbed President Gu was, Long Kongan felt compelled to speak up. "President Gu, I've brought you some items." Gu Jiu lifted his gaze, noting Long Kongan's blood-stained and disheveled appearance at the door. He paused the drama, frowning with concern. "What happened?" Long Kongan forced a grin. "I'm fine, President Gu. I was merely out selling vegetables when I encountered a few robbers." "Selling vegetables?" Gu Jiu's brow furrowed even more. "Have you taken on a part-time job?" "No, President Gu. My wife has cultivated some vegetables at home, and I took them out to exchange for some fresh meat and provisions, to stock up a bit for peace of mind. I also brought some for you." Gu Jiu replied, "There is no need to bring me any. Keep it for yourself." After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "What is the situation outside?" Long Tsongan replied, "It has descended into chaos. It feels like two entirely different worlds compared to our side of Luoan Mountain." He gestured to his wounds, saying, "Robbery and murder have become commonplace. Had I not encountered my savior today, I would not have returned." "Savior?" "Indeed, my savior." With a single move, she dispatched 4 individuals in an instant. Speaking of Annan, Long Tsongan's face lit up with admiration. "She is truly a beauty with a kind heart. She intervened at the market to help me, and later rescued me from the clutches of a dozen bandits. You may have encountered her. Her name is Annan, and she previously resided in the hillside villa area." "Annan." Gu Jiu's lips parted slightly as he repeated the name. "I have not heard of her." Long Tsongan explained, "There are many people in the villa district, and she has since moved away, so it is understandable that you do not recognize her. In any case, I am truly grateful to her and her friends." Whenever Long Tsongan mentioned Annan, his face radiated admiration. Gu Jiu regarded him with a hint of surprise, for previously, such fervent admiration was reserved solely for his employer. "By the way, boss," Long Tsongan said cautiously, observing his expression, "I gifted that ring you gave me to Miss Annan. She has a fondness for such trinkets. Once given, it belongs to her. There is no need to seek my approval." Long Tsongan nodded, feeling relieved. He was certain that his esteemed boss would not concern himself with trivial matters. Though Gu Jiu appeared indifferent, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Long Tsongan had once held that ring in the highest regard, boasting about it as a token of his employer's recognition, wearing it even while bathing and sleeping, never allowing anyone to touch it. Yet now, he had willingly given it away. "Did you say that woman defeated 4 men in an instant? Quite formidable." As he recounted the event, Long Tsongan's excitement was palpable. You cannot imagine. At that moment, Over a dozen men wielding machetes were attacking me. I was in grave danger, my life hanging by a thread. In the blink of an eye, the heroine steered her boat with one hand, executing a dramatic maneuver, descending from the heavens. Long Tsung-in animatedly narrated the scene, but in his fervor he inadvertently reopened his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Noticing his distress, Gu Jiyu remarked, "Now that the supplies have been safely retrieved, you should return home and tend to your injuries." Long Tsung-in scratched his head. "There are still some supplies that haven't been exchanged. I must venture out again tomorrow." Gu Jiyu, upon hearing this, seemed to ponder for a moment before responding, "I shall accompany you." Long Tsung-in was taken aback. Had he truly gained such stature in his employer's eyes? To be accompanied for fear of danger? Tears welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Mr. Gu, you need not go out of your way to accompany me. I can manage on my own." Gu Jiu lifted his gaze. "You are overthinking it." He had simply grown somewhat weary of staying at home for over 3 months and desired to step outside for some fresh air. Furthermore, one must behold the world beyond one's immediate surroundings to discern its current state. Prior to departure, Long Tsung-in reported to him the recent developments within the villa district. As anticipated, the restlessness among the servants and security personnel has intensified. Most families have temporarily dismissed their domestic help, with the exception of the Yu family, who continue to maintain their usual routine. The households still possess sufficient provisions, and there are no immediate signs of turmoil within the villa area. The floodwaters outside have receded slightly, suggesting a potential improvement in the situation. Gu Jiu listened in silence until Long Tsung-in finished his account. Nodding in acknowledgement before reopening the tome, Huan. Long Tsung-in remarked, "Mr. Gu, I shall take my leave now and will return tomorrow to escort you." Upon returning home, he found that his wife had already carried the supplies back. His 5-year-old son, Long Xiaobao, was busily assisting his mother, fully engrossed in the task. Upon seeing his father return, he immediately rushed over, crying out, "Daddy, Mommy said you were injured?" Chapter 64. The meeting. Long Tsung-in lifted his son and playfully inquired, "Pray tell, which valiant lad is shedding tears here?" The little boy immediately stifled his sobs, declaring, "Xiaobao will not cry." Yet before long, his eyes brimmed with tears again as he implored, "Father, please do not venture into perilous places in the future. What good son you are. Tomorrow, I shall embark on one last outing, and thereafter, I shall remain by your side every day." How's that sound? Li Shihan, who was busily tidying up, overheard his words and approached with disapproval. "Are you planning to go out tomorrow? The outside world is far too dangerous. We have sufficient provisions. You ought to focus on recuperating at home." Long Tsung-in retorted, "That simply won't do. I have made a promise to my benefactor. I cannot go back on my word." He proceeded to recount the events of the day in detail to his wife. After listening, Li Shihan pondered briefly before responding, "Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone." Long Tsung-in embraced her reassuringly. "Do not worry, my dear wife. Tomorrow, President Gu will join me, so your presence is unnecessary. You and Xiaobao should remain at home and await my return." "President Gu?" Li Shihan queried, somewhat taken aback. "Why would he accompany you?" "Because he is concerned for my safety." Li Shihan raised an eyebrow. "Do you expect me to believe that?" "Ah, dear wife, fret not. I assure you, there will be no danger tomorrow." As an orphan who had finally established a loving home with a gentle and understanding wife and an obedient child, Long Tsung-in cherished them profoundly. He could never bear to place them in even the slightest risk. Noticing that his wife seemed poised to speak again, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Remember that President Gu possesses quite the arsenal." He then made a gesture imitating a firearm. Li Shihan nodded in understanding. "Then do take care, Xiaobao, and I will await your return at home." Indeed, the following day, amidst the picturesque backdrop of the maple forest, Annan rose early as usual. After completing her morning exercises and having breakfast, she dressed and prepared to depart. Upon witnessing her change of clothes, Fu Gue sprang from his nest in a flurry. How? What is the meaning of this, caretaker? You venture out daily for leisure without my company?" He lamented, tugging at Annan's leg, unwilling to allow her to leave. Annan soothed him, "Be a good boy and wait for me at home. I shall return shortly." However, Fu Gue resolutely refused to remain behind. How? Howl! His round face contorted in distress as he cried out, as if he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. With a sigh, Annan replied, "The outside world is fraught with danger. Stay here, and I promise to bring you something delicious upon my return." Yet Fu Gue stood firm at the door, unwavering and pitifully whining. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Annan contemplated and ultimately decided to bring him along, recognizing that it had been quite some time since he had breathed in the fresh air outside. However, Fu Gue had grown rather plump, and his backpack could no longer accommodate him. Thus, Annan resorted to a leash, carefully instructing, "Once we step outside, stay close to me and do not stray even a step. Understood?" Fu Gue gazed at her with wide eyes, obediently donning the harness. Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei, noticing that the dog had accompanied them today, approached and affectionately ruffled its head. Particularly Chu Peipei, who was exuberantly overjoyed, lavished kisses upon Fu Gue's round face. Fu Gue, with an air of haughtiness, lifted its head and disdainfully turned away. After all, they were all female. A modicum of respect would be appreciated. Chu Peipei remarked, "Annan, does it seem like your dog is disdainful of me?" Annan chuckled. "That's to be expected. It has a rather foul temperament. Just earlier, it was scolding me at home. It is often said that dogs resemble their owners, yet Annan perceived that this dog had a temperament even more irascible than her own. At the slightest inconvenience, it would unleash a torrent of barks, its voice resounding like that of a boisterous street vendor." The trio, accompanied by the dog, sat in the speedboat, which towed over 100 pounds of crocodile meat in a kayak behind them. The speedboat surged forward with great swiftness, creating a gentle breeze that caressed their faces. The dog, having been cooped up for far too long, relished the wind, inhaling the liberating air. Though this air was laced with the scent of the water and a foul odor, the dog showed no signs of discontent, fervently sniffing the surroundings. Annan held tightly to the leash, preventing it from becoming overly excited and leaping into the water, while steering the boat towards the Zhongbei district. The day's objective was primarily to exchange fertilizer. Thus, when parting ways with Long Tsung in the previous day, they had avoided the bustling marketplace in Zhongguan district, opting instead for the relatively secluded Zhongbei district. This area was where Annan had previously conducted a thorough sweep of an entire mall and office building. At present, the mall was submerged, with only the top floor remaining above water, its windows shattered by those scavenging for supplies. However, they undoubtedly found nothing of value, as all the treasures from that entire floor lay quietly within her possession. With a composed demeanor, Annan passed by, as if she had never been to this place. Soon, the trio reached the designated rendezvous point. The speedboat's engine fell silent, restoring tranquility to the water's surface, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any boats. Most vessels had congregated at the water market in Zhongguan district, and any highwaymen had similarly concentrated there. Consequently, although they were hauling a substantial amount of crocodile meat, they encountered no disturbances. The group waited in silence. Before long, the sound of another motorboat approached, prompting the three and the dog to look on with cautious anticipation. A speedboat appeared, similarly towing a kayak. There were only 2 individuals aboard, making it difficult to discern their features from a distance. However, a familiar voice soon echoed, "Benefactor, I'm here." The driver of the speedboat excitedly waved as he drew closer. It was none other than Long Tsungen. As he maneuvered the boat, he quickly approached them. Annan mused to herself, "This individual is quite obedient. Today he did not venture out alone and brought a companion, displaying a commendable spirit. How are you feeling? Is your wound still hurting?" Annan greeted him, her gaze instinctively shifting to the companion he had brought. Upon a cursory glance, she couldn't help but be taken aback. The man reclined lazily on the inflatable boat, his features strikingly chiseled, with a prominent nose and a pair of elongated phoenix-like eyes peering through the tousled strands of hair on his forehead. His entire demeanor exuded an allure akin to that of a magnet, captivating in its intensity. Moreover, he possessed an undeniable charm. Throughout her life, Annan had encountered many handsome men. Zhao Pingyan was certainly quite attractive. Even by Wenbin, who consistently lingered by her side, could be considered a solid 8 or 9 in terms of looks. Yet, It was the first time she found herself so entranced by the beauty of a man. His appearance was undeniably aggressive in its appeal. At that moment, as if sensing her gaze, the man slightly lifted his head, his narrow phoenix eyes locking onto Annan's. Chapter 65. The infatuated dog of wealth. Upon being discovered, Annan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to cough softly and avert his gaze. Chu Pepe and Zhao Ping'an stared intently at the man, still in a state of bewilderment. However, Long Tsong'an, already accustomed to the striking appearance of his employer, maintained his composure and replied to Annan, "Thanks to my benefactor's timely rescue, I am now unscathed." Annan nodded, about to speak, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once docile dog, Fu Gui, suddenly leaped onto Long Tsong'an's boat. Although it landed squarely on the opposite vessel, its face met the ground with a thud. Remarkably, it seemed oblivious to any pain, quickly shaking itself off and excitedly bounding towards the man seated there. In an instant, it buried its head in his embrace. Fu Gui's food had certainly not been eaten in vain, as its well-fed body attested. Gu Jiu let out a muffled grunt as the small creature collided with him, clearly taken aback by its sudden advance. Fu Gui, undeterred by any notions of propriety, nuzzled against him with narrowed eyes, its paws eagerly clawing at him while its tail wagged furiously. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Fu Gui's unexpected display of affection. Annan, still holding the other end of the leash, stood frozen, having never witnessed such enthusiasm from Fu Gui towards anyone before. Could it be that even dogs judge by appearances? With bright, sparkling eyes, Fu Gui gazed up at the man, accompanied by soft whimpering sounds of affection. It was a lapdog. This was it. Gu Jiu, amused, lifted Fu Gui by the armpits, looking into its eyes. "Little one, what are you up to?" Fu Gui's eyes widened in delight, its tail wagging even more vigorously, a droplet of saliva slowly trickling from the corner of its mouth. Gu Jiu, Long Tsong'an, Chu Pepe, Zhao Ping'an. Annan. How mortifying. Fu Gui, come back. Annan's voice now carried a hint of irritation. Upon hearing, Fu Gui quickly wriggled free from Gu Jiu's grasp and scampered back toward its owner, pausing for a moment to glance back longingly. Alas, one cannot possess both a handsome man and a master. With a sigh, Fu Gui leaped back onto its owner's speedboat. Long Tsong'an observed the dog's expressive demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. Benefactor, is this your dog?" Annan replied. "I hesitate to claim it." Long Tsong'an, adept at reading expressions, swiftly shifted the subject. "This is my boss, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, this is my savior, Miss Annan." Feeling flustered by her dog's infatuation, Annan nodded awkwardly. The man, who had remained seated until now, rose with an air of calmness. He approached the bow of the boat and extended his hand towards Annan. Gu Jiu. His hand was fair, with distinct knuckles, and his nails were neatly trimmed. Instinctively, Annan reached out to shake hands. Annan. Their hands met briefly before withdrawing. Gu Jiu shifted his gaze to the adorable dog at her feet, chuckling softly. "Your dog is quite charming." His voice was deep and resonant. "Woof, woof, woof." The dog barked excitedly. "My name isn't Fu Gui." Annan gritted her teeth. This enchanting creature bore little resemblance to a corporate president. Having been single for over 20 years, Annan was experiencing, for the first time, the potent allure of physical beauty. She couldn't help but muse that if she could don such a visage, it would be quite advantageous, enough to disarm her adversaries for at least 5 seconds before engaging in mischief. After exchanging pleasantries, Annan called on Long Tsong and to expedite the exchange of supplies. She was eager to return home, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the day's chaotic events. Securing her dog firmly to the engine, a group began to transport crocodile meat and fertilizer. In addition to the fertilizer, Long Tsong had also brought some soil for planting, as promised to Chu Pepe. Despite his injuries, Mr. Gu displayed no airs of CEO and personally assisted in the lifting. As the two parties intertwined, Annan keenly observed a bulge at Gu Jiu's waist, suggesting he concealed something beneath his clothing. Unable to resist, she stared for a couple of seconds. seemingly aware of her gaze. Gu Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at her. Annan quickly averted her eyes, pondering that the shape and size were likely indicative of a firearm. Continuing her task, she felt a heightened sense of vigilance. She had assumed she was the only one armed, but here, at the onset of calamity, she encountered another. This was Huagua. Was it common for firearms to be so readily available? Yet, while he could openly display his weapon, she had to conceal hers discreetly within her space. After all, her own firearm had dubious origins, and drawing attention to it would be unwise. If that unidentified overlord discovered her possession, it could lead to troublesome consequences, especially since she had depleted his hidden reserves and market. As she moved supplies, Annan contemplated the fact that the disaster had only lasted for a little over 3 months. The overlord was likely still alive. It would be prudent to remain low-key. No matter, she thought, the flowing tide of calamity would eventually wear him down. He couldn't last much longer. Achoo! Suddenly, Gu Zhiyu sneezed. Annan was passing by with her load and instinctively stepped aside in distaste. Surely, he was catching a cold. She hoped not to catch it from him. With collective effort, the exchange of supplies concluded swiftly. Reluctantly, Long Song bid farewell. Benefactor, where do you reside? Will we have the chance to meet again? Annan was not inclined to divulge her address easily. No worries. Fate will bring us together again. Long Song nodded. You are right. Until we meet again. Wishing you all the best in the future. Annan replied, you as well. Having secured the desired supplies, Annan and her companions departed without delay. Long Tsungen gazed at their retreating figures, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. It is often said that dogs resemble their owners. His benefactor appeared so cool and aloof. Yet the dog she raised exhibited such warmth. Gu Zhiyu remained silent, reclining in the speedboat, his long fingers rhythmically tapping against the edge of the vessel. Mr. Gu, where shall we head next? Let's explore a bit, he replied. Very well. As Long Tsungen maneuvered the boat, he internally mused. There's indeed a distinct difference between those who have settled down and those who have not. He merely yearned to return home to his wife and children. His wife, managing the household and tending to the garden alone, must surely be weary. In contrast, Mr. Gu, a solitary figure, seemed reluctant to return to his empty abode. After all, what was there to return to in that cold, opulent villa, devoid of conversation? How pitiable indeed. Perhaps he should keep him company. Meanwhile, Gu Zhiyu remained blissfully unaware that his assistant had conjured an image of him as the most forlorn individual in the world. He languidly leaned against the boat, savoring the passing scenery. Shortly after departing from the Zhongbei district, the previously tranquil waters suddenly buzzed with activity. Chapter 66. The living demon before them lay a cluster of 7 boats, 5 kayaks encircling a speedboat and another kayak. What a farce! They had expected a vessel laden with supplies, but instead, it was brimming with fertilizer. The only useful thing aboard was a single dog, and even that was merely a small breed, hardly enough to satisfy their appetites. Bro, I want that woman, she's stunning. The one next to her will do too. I fancy that man. A group of individuals engaged in boisterous discussions, seemingly oblivious to the 3 silent figures aboard the speedboat, who were none other than Annan and her companions. Chu Pei glanced at their desolate boat and impatiently interjected. Enough chatter. Get lost at once. There is nothing on this boat. What are you robbing us for? It's a waste of my feelings. Suddenly, the opposing group, irked by her boldness, rushed forward. Sensing the tension, Annan stood up. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of fury within her today. Observing the lewd grins from a few members of the opposing group only intensified her ire. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Pathetic. She brandished a chainsaw, its roar echoing ominously, and seized the nearest foe, severing half of his body in one swift motion. In an instant, crimson liquid sprayed in all directions. The others, armed with crude kitchen knives, were paralyzed with fear at the sight, instinctively retreating. Annan, unwilling to grant them any respite, swiftly grabbed another, this time targeting his throat. Was it you who said you wanted me? The unfortunate soul trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering in a futile attempt to defend himself, only to meet a swift end in the next moment. The chainsaw's thunderous growl filled the air, accompanied by a mist of blood, causing the young thieves to scatter in terror. Annan, disinterested in instilling further fear, extinguished the chainsaw, opting instead for a more suitable trident dagger. One by one, she dispatched her foes, plunging the blade into their throats. Not only were the robbers taken aback, but even her comrades, Chu Pei and Zhao Pingon, were rendered speechless by her ferocity. Observing her rampage, they exchanged bewildered glances. Annan, today, was not her usual cautious self. She had become audaciously aggressive, leaping onto the enemy's boat as if she were lifting mere chicks, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. With a trident dagger in hand, she darted about, leaving a flurry of movements in her wake, almost becoming a mere shadow. Her companions hardly needed to intervene. Zhu Paipi, holding a nail gun, shot a few rounds out of sheer boredom before settling down to watch and then dispatch her adversaries with lethal grace. Admiration gleamed in her eyes as she remarked, "Zhao Pingon, look at Annan. Doesn't she resemble those skilled fighters from martial arts dramas? How did she move just now? Does she possess lightness skill? Do you think if I were to become her apprentice, I could also become this formidable?" Zhao Pingon, slightly more composed, replied, "The reason idols are idols is that they are not easily imitated or surpassed. Just look at her speed and reflexes. They are beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Each individual has their own path, and she has never claimed she would teach you martial arts." Upon hearing this, Chu Pei nodded. "Indeed, I shall continue to refine my medical skills." Meanwhile, Long Tsongin recognized that it was Annan and her companions nearby, and promptly steered the boat toward them. "Mr. Gu, Miss Annan is under siege. Shall we assist her?" "No need," Gu Jiu replied, his gaze fixed with intrigue on the young girl who was dispatching foes with remarkable ferocity. She wielded a chainsaw like a fierce tiger, seemingly unsatisfied with her current weapon, and swiftly switched to a more suitable dagger, delivering rapid strikes. Where was the need for assistance? Amidst the fray, the girl's hair tie was severed, allowing her flowing locks to dance in the wind. With a swift turn, she executed a flying kick, sending the last assailant plunging into the water. Standing firm, a few droplets of crimson blood adorned her fair skin, rendering her strikingly enchanting. Gu Jiu swallowed hard, momentarily captivated by the sight before him. He had encountered many beauties, gentle, dignified, seductive, sweet, but never had he witnessed such a decisive and fierce figure. As Annan effortlessly dealt with her adversaries, Long Tsongin maneuvered the boat closer while exclaiming, "Benefactor, you are simply incredible." Just as Annan steadied herself, still catching her breath, she heard Long Tsongin's cheers. She looked up to see the familiar speedboat approaching. The vessel soon reached them, and as a few were about to greet one another, the dog, Fuge, suddenly began to bark excitedly. "Woof woof, woof woof. Ah, handsome brother, are you here to rescue the damsel in distress?" It leaped onto the opposite boat with enthusiasm, immediately racing towards Gu Jiu and diving into his embrace, whimpering pitifully. "I was so scared of those bad guys." Gu Jiu chuckled softly, instinctively wrapping his arms around the dog, gently stroking its back in a gesture of comfort. The dog savored the moment while continuing to feign distress. Annan exclaimed, "You silly dog. Enough already." Her face flushed with embarrassment, perhaps sensing her discomfort. Gu Jiu glanced at her, his long lashes partially obscuring his eyes, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Annan felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. Damn it, that peculiar sense of losing control was resurfacing. It must be the dog's mischievous antics. She looked down at the retractable 10-meter leash in her hand and silently resolved to switch to a non-retractable, shorter version in the future. This silly dog, who once panted after just a few steps, now nimbly dashed into the arms of a stranger. It was infuriating. Long Tsongin found Fugue's antics rather adorable and couldn't help but reach out to pet him. The dog immediately turned its head away in a haughty manner. "Go away. Don't interrupt my reunion with the handsome guy." Seeing the dog's rejection, Chu Pei couldn't help but laugh. "Just now, I felt a pang of jealousy. Fugue was indifferent to me this morning, but now he is all affectionate towards you. It turns out we are treated the same. Ha ha, what a love-struck little dog." And Nan, feeling a sense of guidance devoid of method, lowered her voice to call out, "And Fugue, it's time to go home." Although Fu Gui was somewhat lecherous, he remained unwaveringly loyal to his master. Upon hearing her voice, he reluctantly emerged from Gu Zhiyu's embrace, returning to his own vessel with a drooping head, settling at his master's feet and gazing up at her. "Sister Nan, aren't you bringing this handsome brother back with you?" And Nan disregarded his eager little eyes, maintaining her composure as she bid farewell to Long Tsong and Gu Zhiyu. Once they departed, Long Tsong clicked his tongue at a pile of corpses in the water. "Gu, I told you she is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also quite formidable. Didn't I?" "Indeed, she is quite lovely," replied Long Tsong. "You old lecher, is that really the crux of my statement?" Chapter 67. A blinding scene, the two wandered about once more. Gu Zhiyu had previously remained at Luoan Mountain, and this was his first genuine experience of the changes in the outside world. They encountered a robbery attempt, but Gu Zhiyu wasted no time with idle chatter. He swiftly dispatched the assailants with bullets. The streets were filled with emaciated individuals. Having lived in a prosperous era, Gu Zhiyu was accustomed to seeing chubby figures, glistening with the sheen of greasy takeout. However, he had never witnessed anyone reduced to such a state of starvation. The streets were teeming with skins stretched over bones. Not merely the gaunt figures of those who had excessively dieted, but true skeletons draped in a thin layer of skin. Those who were once plump appeared relatively better off, while those who had always been slender now resembled walking skulls. He furrowed his brow, and the image of Annan's round, radiant face surfaced in his mind, her skin like fine jade, her eyes sparkling, her lips plump and healthy, and her hair flowing like satin. Though she had a delicate frame, she was remarkably strong, with visible muscle definition when she exerted herself. She must be living quite well. Observing the surroundings, Gu Zhiyu suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It was time to return. Upon returning to the community, Annan and her companions noticed that the water level had receded slightly. Although the decrease was modest, it was significant enough that they now had to support themselves on the windowsill of the 7th floor to enter the stairwell as the water approached the 6th floor. Despite the increased effort required, any decrease in the water level was a positive development. The group laboriously transported bags of fertilizer into the building, making several trips up to the 14th floor. As they passed the 8th floor, they heard a series of suggestive sounds emanating from within. "Xiaobai, speak up. Don't be shy. I love to hear it," followed by a cacophony of lewd noises. As they carried the second batch of fertilizer, the unexpected sound startled them, nearly causing them to drop their load. Recognizing the familiar voice of Bai Wenbin, Annan felt her stomach churn with nausea. Fu Gui, being inexperienced and intrigued by the commotion, found himself drawn to the door of room 801, standing there to listen intently. Annan's face turned pale, and Fu Gui, "Stop eavesdropping. Come back." While calling out, she contemplated giving Fu Gui a thorough bath upon returning. Standing too close to the door felt like a contamination from the raucous sounds. The group continued their laborious task, making multiple trips, the sounds persisting throughout. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the noise abruptly ceased. Just as Annan and her companions were passing by the 8th floor with the final batch of fertilizer, the door to 801 swung open. Qian Inger stumbled out, her demeanor dazed. Hey, let us go play. The group instinctively glanced inside. There stood Bai Wenbin, stark naked, sprawled across the dining table, while behind him loomed a burly man with a scruffy beard, fastening his belt. It was utterly shocking. Annan thought to herself, could this be a case of bad luck? At that moment, Bai Wenbin, panting, raised his head, locking eyes with the 3 pairs of startled gazes outside, momentarily stunned. Upon realizing the situation, a profound sense of shame washed over him. He let out a piercing scream, hastily reaching for the trousers discarded on the floor, trembling as he attempted to put them on. At that moment, the bearded man also noticed the people outside, but paid them no mind, instead laughingly giving Bai Wenbin a hearty slap on the backside. The sound was particularly loud, resonating like a slap to his very soul. Bai Wenbin felt his face flush with embarrassment as he struggled to don his trousers, tears welling in his eyes. The bearded man, fastening his belt, left with a beaming face, licking his lips and murmuring, "Zhang Ji's recommendation is indeed splendid." Annan could not care less about this Zhanggu, whatever peculiar individual he might be. She found Bai Wenbin's image in her mind increasingly repugnant. Although she had long known he was now living by selling flowers, hearing it and witnessing it firsthand were two entirely different matters, far more disgusting than she had imagined. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of vindictive pleasure surged within her. She smirked, deciding to stoke the flames of his fragile psyche further. Bai Wenbin, your business acumen is quite impressive. That gentleman seemed thoroughly pleased with you. Bai Wenbin, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, wished desperately for a hole to swallow him whole. Here he was, a distinguished doctoral student, the object of admiration for countless female university students, once destined for a brilliant future. Now he felt like a stray dog, bullied by an unrefined brute for the sake of mere survival. What infuriated him most was that the one person he most dreaded seeing this disgrace was witnessing it all. In that moment, the agony felt worse than death itself. He emitted a heart-wrenching wail and fled to the door, slamming it shut behind him. Then, he slid down to the floor, helplessly weeping. Hearing his cries from within, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei exchanged uneasy glances, shivering as if covered in goosebumps. For reasons they could not fathom, the sight of that shocking scene lingered in their minds. And now hearing his voice evoked images of a royal courtier from a dramatic series. Annan, however, was in high spirits. She beckoned the two to continue moving items. Once they had finished and settled at home, she collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Often, those who understand you best are not your family, but your adversaries. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Annan had gained profound insight into Bai Wenbin's character. He was a man who forsook loyalty for profit, consumed by vanity, unscrupulous in his methods, yet remarkably adept at masquerading his true self. Ultimately, what he cherished most was his own facade. His attractive appearance and academic credentials cloaked him in a veil of false superiority. He fancied himself above others, and even in his pursuit of Annan, he had never regarded her as anything more than a stepping stone on his path to success. Such a vain and arrogant individual, stripped of all his pretenses, laid bare his incompetence and fragility before others, akin to carving flesh from his own heart. Nothing could be more agonizing than this. Reflecting on his shattered expression, Annan poured herself a bottle of red wine in high spirits. She then retrieved a sumptuous meal from her space, eye-catching steak, French escargot, tomato pasta, and black truffle ham salad. Humming a tune, she indulged herself in the feast. The noble and wealthy Fuguai tilted his head to gaze at his master, sensing the delightful mood enveloping him. Could it be that he encountered a handsome gentleman today? Fuguai excitedly stomped his feet, reminiscing about Gu Zhiyu's visage. How he wished that Sister Nan, in her joy, would bring the charming young man back to spend time with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Wenbin wept bitterly for a while, but suddenly a thought struck him, and with swollen eyes, he lifted his head. Qian Inger, he muttered through gritted teeth. His fists clenched tightly. The somewhat foolish Qian Inger dashed about the corridor in a fit of excitement before finally returning home. Upon entering, she was met with Bai Wenbin's red-rimmed gaze fixed intently upon her. Sensing the tension, she instinctively took 2 steps back and forced a nervous chuckle, only to see his expression darken further with anger. Chapter 68. Domestic violence. Bai Wenbin roared in rage, suddenly lunging forward with crimson eyes, yanking Qian Inger by her hair and dragging her into the room. Qian Inger cried out in pain, her voice breaking through the air. Bai Wenbin turned a deaf ear, mercilessly unleashing a torrent of punches upon her. Open the door. Open the door. Did I not tell you not to run around? This is all your fault. You wretched creature. His blows were devoid of compassion, as if the pent-up frustration accumulated over the past 3 months found its release in this very moment. The ruthless betrayal of Annan, the inexplicable calamity, the insatiable hunger for resources, the perverse Shanga, and that pack of brutish men. Each punch he delivered seemed to echo his disdain for this damned world. For half an hour, he rained down blows upon Qian Inger until he was utterly spent, finally collapsing onto the sofa to rest. At that moment, Qian Inger lay curled up on the ground, barely clinging to life. Wenbin delivered one last kick, still unsated, before sinking into the sofa. His face was devoid of emotion, his gaze hollow as it fell upon the broken figure on the floor. It was as if the bloodied person sprawled. There was not the beloved sister he once cherished. Once, the bond between the siblings had been strong. Qian had always admired her academically gifted and handsome cousin, idolizing him in a way that greatly satisfied Wenbin's vanity. Thus, their relationship flourished from childhood. As they grew older, they became inseparable neighbors, scheming together on how to ascend into high society through Annan. Although the natural disasters had disrupted their plans, they had supported each other during these months, sharing a loaf of bread to survive. Yet today, Wenbin had inexplicably turned against her. What was more shocking was how he seemed to discover a new outlet for his rage. In the following days, any minor inconvenience would provoke him to unleash further violence upon Qian, completely reducing her to a mere tool for his emotional release. After all, she was already a fool. How could a fool feel pain? From that day forth, the ominous sounds of abuse echoed daily from Building 6, accompanied by the heart-rending screams of a woman in agony. Everyone knew that the young man in apartment 801 had gone mad. Each day, he either brought men home to indulge in vice or unleashed his fury upon his foolish sister. The sounds alone were enough to convey the misery within. Initially, it was just fist flying, but soon it seemed he resorted to using other implements to inflict pain, descending further into depravity. People could not help but lament. How tragic. A once delicate flower of a girl reduced to a mere shadow of her former self under the torment of her own brother. Annan had heard the whispers, but she felt no sympathy for Qian. Regardless of the fate that befell these siblings, they were both deserving of their respective plights. Now, she could hardly muster any schadenfreude to spare them. Annan's primary focus was on preparing for the impending heat wave. The water levels receded day by day, and soon they had dropped to the 5th floor. The people rejoiced, as if life were about to return to normal. However, only Annan was aware that a more terrifying disaster was imminent. Once the floodwaters receded, an extreme heat wave would follow closely behind. At that time, temperatures could soar to a staggering 60 degrees, enveloping the populace in an oppressive grip. Unlike a flood, where one could adapt to life in a waterlogged city and discover means of survival, the searing heat offered no such reprieve. There would be no crocodiles or aquatic resources to sustain the people, nor any murky water to reluctantly drink. What awaited them was the relentless torment of unyielding heat and the desperate scarcity of water, akin to being cast into a scorching desert devoid of oases. Annan urged Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyun to continue fishing and barter for supplies. After all, possessing a greater stockpile of food would afford them the opportunity to exchange for the invaluable resource of water, thereby ensuring their survival. Yet, she would not divulge her foreknowledge of the impending calamity. Her previous life as harrowing experiences had taught her, regardless of her trust in her friends, to keep the secrets of her spatial abilities and rebirth to herself. Thus, Annan merely sparked their ambition, questioning, why hasn't your combat prowess improved after all this time? Should you train some more? This provoked the two into a furious hunt for crocodiles to vent their frustrations. With an overabundance of slain crocodiles and no place to store them, they reluctantly resorted to the market to trade for supplies. As the water levels fell, many believed the disaster was nearing its end and no longer hoarded food as precious commodities. Instead, they were eager to exchange it for crocodile meat to enhance their meals. Consequently, the value of crocodile meat surged, and Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyun returned with a bountiful supply of goods. Zhao Pingyun's household already boasted a plethora of resources, and he generously bestowed them upon Chu Pei. Thus, she transformed into a prosperous figure with a room brimming with supplies. They only ceased their endeavors when their quarters could no longer accommodate any more items, and the crocodiles were nearly exhausted, finally resting at home. Meanwhile, Annan spent her days indoors honing her sewing skills. Indeed, she was engrossed in needlework, with electricity, air conditioning, and ample food and water at her disposal. The extreme heat posed little inconvenience for her, save for the necessity of going outdoors. Fortunately, she had the temperature-regulating fabric provided by Zhao Pingyun. If she could successfully fashion it into clothing, the impending heat wave would hold no terror for her. due to the fabric's rarity and limited quantity. Annan began her journey with ordinary fabric, diligently following video tutorials to practice repeatedly. After countless failed attempts, she finally mastered the art of creating well-fitting garments, cautiously unveiling the precious temperature-regulating material. Days slipped by, and as the floodwaters receded to the second floor, Annan successfully crafted her clothing. The flesh-toned fabric was as thin as gossamer, and upon wearing it, she felt a softness and comfort akin to wearing nothing at all. She nodded in satisfaction before preparing to make another for her beloved dog, Fugue. The French bulldog breed, with its short snout and ample flesh, is particularly prone to heat exhaustion, especially her pampered pet, who had been raised in a life of luxury. She could not allow her little companion to suffer. With a soft measuring tape in hand, she meticulously took Fugue's measurements. The crafting of garments for dogs diverges significantly from that of human attire. She meticulously examined the pet clothing she had previously purchased before embarking on her creation. The esteemed dog observed its owner, who had once devoted each day to martial arts training, now transformed into a figure of tranquility, threading needle and fabric at home. This shift filled it with a sense of delightful curiosity. Outside, the world grew increasingly vibrant, with a cacophony of voices echoing through the air each day. It instinctively sensed the change. On this particular day, Annan finally completed the outfit, cradling the dog as she prepared to adorn it. Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted from outside the window. Chapter 69. Has the natural disaster concluded? Annan approached the window, drawn by the sound. She observed that the last remnants of standing water had finally vanished. Although the ground remained somewhat damp, there was no longer any accumulation of water. Groups of people surged from their homes, disregarding the litter and decaying corpses strewn about, stumbling and running in a frenzied manner. They shouted exuberantly, declaring, "This is truly a moment of historical significance. The calamity has finally ended. We have persevered." Individuals, both acquaintances and strangers alike, embraced each other, weeping tears of joy. Even former adversaries, who had once clashed over resources, now set aside their conflict to celebrate their newfound existence together. At that moment, Annan's door was knocked upon, and she went to open it. It was Chu Pei Pei, her eyes glistening with tears as she enveloped Annan in a tight embrace. "Annan, the disaster is over." Annan paused momentarily, gently returning the embrace, her heart awash with mixed emotions. Surely, Chu Pei Pei must be overwhelmed with excitement, believing that the days of uncertainty and hunger were finally behind them, that the harrowing times of fear and despair were drawing to a close yet. She remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a fleeting joy. At that moment, Zhao Pingyan descended from the upper floor. Unlike Chu Pei Pei's exuberance, his expression bore a hint of concern. "Don't you think the water receded too swiftly? I can't shake this unsettling feeling, ba. Chu Pei Pei quickly interjected. "You're such a jinx. Don't speak recklessly." Zhao Pingyan scratched his head and chuckled. All right. I want to say anything reckless. Regardless, the retreat of the flood is certainly a cause for celebration." However, Annan doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "I believe Zhao Pingyan has a point." Chu Pei Pei furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Oh, come on, Annan, why are you scaring people too?" Annan stated seriously, "Isn't there an old saying? After a great disaster, a great plague is sure to follow." Upon hearing this, Chu Pei Pei froze momentarily. Indeed, with the floodwaters receded, the outside world was littered with putrid corpses and garbage that had been submerged for 4 months, creating a fertile ground for epidemics. As a physician, she understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of viruses and bacteria. Furrowing her brow, Chu Pei Pei suddenly recalled the pandemic that had etched itself into history decades ago. There were no floods, no natural disasters, nor any pillaging. Merely a sudden outbreak of a virus had claimed countless lives that year. Even when the medical system was functioning normally, the situation had been dire. Now, with all medical supplies and medications submerged for 4 months, if an epidemic were to arise, Chu Pei Pei's complexion darkened. Observing her expression, Annan recognized that her words had resonated, and continued, "Thus, We should refrain from venturing outside for the time being to avoid contracting any pathogens. Let's remain at home and observe for a while." Chu Pei and Zhao Ping nodded in agreement. Annan exhaled in relief. In truth, the notion of a great plague was mere rhetoric. The reality was an extreme heat wave, with temperatures rising too rapidly and excessively, causing many pathogens to be vanquished before they could even ferment. During the extreme heat of midsummer, there were indeed a few minor epidemics, but none were particularly severe. The real danger lay in the sudden onset of high temperatures. Many individuals, excitedly rushing outdoors, ventured too far and, unable to return home in time, succumbed to the heat outside. Annan's admonitions toward Chu Pei were intended to prevent her from meeting an untimely end in such a manner. After several farewells, Annan continued to dress the dog, Fu Gui, in a thermal suit. With a chuckle, she watched as the dog donned the outfit, unable to contain her laughter. The thermal suit, flesh-toned and form-fitting, seemed unobtrusive when worn by Annan, resembling a mere undershirt beneath regular clothing. However, when clad on Fu Gui, it appeared rather comical. The once plump and creamy white Fu Gui, now encased in the gossamer-like thermal suit, resembled a creature that had illicitly borrowed someone else's tantalizing stockings. Annan burst into uncontrollable laughter. Fu Gui, feeling constricted by the attire, was unaccustomed to such a garment, and, upon noticing the expression on his owner's face, scampered to the mirror. Upon seeing his reflection, he was taken aback, his fur bristling as he barked in outrage. Who is this grotesque little dog? After a moment of furious barking, he realized, to his dismay, that it was indeed his own reflection. Fu Gui huffed with indignation, glaring sideways at Annan. "Take this hideous outfit off me at once." Annan, caught in a fit of laughter, quickly assisted in removing the garment, allowing the dog to regain his comfort. He then pranced back to the mirror, admiring his unblemished, exquisite self. "Fu Gui, when the weather heats up, do not beg me to wear that outfit." Annan chuckled as she placed the suit into his little wardrobe. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin was at home engaging in his daily exercise, grabbing Qian Era's hair and slamming it against the floor repeatedly. After several vigorous strikes, he finally relented. Feeling refreshed from his exertions, he settled onto the sofa with a drink, only to be interrupted by cheers from outside. Rushing to the window, he saw that the floodwaters had completely receded. Clutching the window sill tightly, a wave of elation washed over him. At last, it's over. No more daily humiliation over my meager meals. He envisioned returning to his doctoral studies, wooing affluent women, and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Before he could fully bask in his excitement, a commotion behind him caught his attention. Turning around, he saw Qian Inger, who had previously been near death, struggling to rise. She lifted her head, blood trickling down her forehead. Bai Wenbin, exasperated, was about to reprimand her again when she unexpectedly spoke. "Cousin?" Bai Wenbin was taken aback. This was the first time since her affliction that she had spoken without her usual silly laughter. Tentatively, he called out her name. "Ingo?" Qian Inger, wincing from pain, rubbed her head and replied, "Cousin, why does my whole body ache so much?" A glimmer of joy crossed Bai Wenbin's face. "Inger, have you returned to your normal self?" Immediately following, a sense of unease washed over her. "How do you feel?" she inquired. Qian Inger furrowed her brow. "I don't know why, but my entire body aches." "What is happening?" I distinctly remember incapacitating that wretched Annan, intending to pry open her door, and then... Qian Inger clutched her head in agony. "Cousin, why can't I remember anything?" Witnessing her distress, Bai Wenbin joyfully rushed to her side and helped her to her feet. "Forget about it if you can't remember. You sustained a head injury, and I just tended to it." "A head injury?" Qian Inger gazed at him in astonishment. Bai Wenbin nodded. "You were electrocuted by the door at Annan's house, and when you fell, you struck the back of your head, rendering you dazed." "Dazed?" Qian Inger exclaimed in disbelief, her mouth agape. Chapter 70. The police arrive indeed. A pained expression crossed Bai Wenbin's face as he remarked, "So much has transpired recently that I cannot fully articulate it to you." However, his eyes sparkled with hope as he added, "Yet now, all the bitterness is transformed into sweetness." He He pulled Qian Inger to the window. Look, Qian Inger gazed outside, her eyes widening in astonishment. The cacophony of voices filled the air, and the stagnant waters that had troubled them for so long had completely vanished. The flood is gone? She exclaimed. In her memory, she had just endured hunger, tormented by the deranged Zhanggu over supplies and drugs. And now, in the blink of an eye, the calamity had ceased? She paused for a moment, the reality of her intense pain reminding her that everything was indeed real. Cousin, why do I have so many injuries? What has happened recently? Qian Inger queried, her brows furrowed in concern. Bai Wenbin's demeanor turned slightly awkward as he contemplated for a moment before responding. It was Annan. Annan did this to you. Qian Inger flared with anger at the mention of Annan. Bai Wenbin, observing her clenched jaw, feared she might seek out trouble on the 14th floor again, dragging him into further misery. He hastily advised, Inger, do not act impulsively. We are no match for Annan. Last time with that potent drug, we gained nothing but suffered greatly. Recalling their recent experiences, Bai Wenbin shuddered. For now, let us avoid provoking her. The disaster has ended. Once order is restored, we shall report her actions. She has killed so many. The neighbors witnessed it all, and she will surely face the full weight of the law. Spending her days behind bars, Qian Inger nodded in agreement, envisioning Annan being apprehended, unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. That wretched woman. I will definitely visit her in prison to relish her downfall. Meanwhile, in apartment 1302, Sun Peng was equally engrossed in the changing flood situation. Wang Xiaoyu, watching the jubilant crowd outside, tightened her grip on Sun Peng's sleeve. Brother Sun, what shall we do now that the calamity has ended? Sun Peng, wearing a broad smile as he gazed outside, contemplated how to inherit his wife's estate once societal order was restored. He looked at her, puzzled. The end of the disaster is a good thing. Why do you appear as if doom is imminent? Wang Xiaoyu chided him gently. What I mean is, once order is reinstated, what about your wife and the business with the buzz cut? Sun Peng shrugged nonchalantly. What about my wife? She went missing while searching for supplies, remember? As for the buzz cut, he smirked with pride. When I dealt with him, only old Wang was a witness, and he has since perished from starvation. Wang Xiaoyu whispered, that leaves the buzzcut's wife, Chu Peipei? Mentioning her, Sun Peng's expression darkened. Chu Peipei has no evidence and is not a witness, but he pondered her relentless nature and added, as a relative of the buzzcut, she could indeed prove to be quite troublesome. Wang Xiaoyu pouted indeed. Initially, I thought she would use others to achieve her own ends, but unexpectedly, she has moved to the 14th floor. Her friend, Annan, is not to be trifled with. Annan? Sun Peng scoffed dismissively. What was true in the past is irrelevant now. The natural disasters have ceased. Can she continue to defy the law? Annan is not like me. When she commits a crime, the neighbors are all witnesses. Sun Peng smirked cunningly. I shall create some trouble for Annan, so she is too preoccupied to interfere, and then we can take care of Chu Peipei. Wang Xiaoyu playfully nudged his chest. You always have a plan? The following day, Annan remained indoors, diligently practicing her agility. Since acquiring the jade ring from Long Kongan, her spatial reach had increased by another 10 centimeters. After half a month of practice, Annan was now adept at utilizing this enhancement. Facing the formidable Fu Gue, she spoke in a low tone. Make your move. Brave warrior. Fu Gue let out a fierce roar before leaping at her with astonishing speed. In the moment of imminent contact, Annan smiled slightly and vanished in a thin air. Fu Gue landed awkwardly on the ground, missing her entirely. In the next instant, it felt a chilling sensation at the back of its neck, a cold weapon pressed against it. You have lost, warrior. The fierce-looking canine instantly transformed into a harmless, adorable creature upon hearing her words. It turned its head lazily, sticking out its tongue. Sister Nan, have you practiced enough? I no longer wish to indulge in such silly games. It yawned with boredom and wobbled back to its nest, soon returning with its food bowl, which it placed at Annan's feet with a thud. Time to eat. Annan chuckled as she retrieved the bowl, which was indeed the size of a basin. Remarkably, Fu Gue was growing larger every day, and its appetite had become increasingly outrageous. Typically, A French bulldog does not exceed 60 centimeters in length when fully grown. Yet at only 9 months, Fu Gue was already over 80 centimeters and still growing. The most astonishing aspect was its appetite. Despite being a small breed, it consumed a meal equivalent to 2 of Annan's. Initially, she attempted to regulate its portions, concerned that it might become overweight and face health issues. However, Fu Gue always appeared pitifully hungry, lacking energy and lying motionless in its nest as if mistreated. Reluctantly, Annan conceded and increased its food intake, allowing it to grow naturally. Surprisingly, rather than exhibiting health problems, Fu Gue became even stronger and more vigorous. Consequently, its food bowl expanded day by day. Annan prepared its meal with dog food, freeze-dried vegetables, salmon flakes, trace elements, and a bowl of pet goat milk. Fu Gue relished its meal, prompting Annan to feel a pang of hunger herself, and she decided to treat herself to something nice. Just as she entered the kitchen, a knock echoed from outside. How annoying. It's always when I'm about to eat that someone interrupts. Annan ambled out, only to find Chu Pei had already arrived at the door of the corridor. Peering through the peephole, is anyone inside? Annan resides here, doesn't she? Upon noticing Annan's emergence, Chu Pei cautiously repositioned herself to allow Annan a view through the peephole, whispering, "It seems to be the police." The police? Annan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to the peephole to gaze outside. A youthful, unfamiliar face clad in a blue police uniform stood at the door, exuding an air of righteousness as he knocked. "Is Ms. Annan home? I am the neighborhood officer. Please open the door to cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 71. Please accompany me. Annan did not open the door, but instead inquired through it. "What is the matter?" Upon hearing a voice from within, the individual outside promptly responded, "You must be Annan. You are being accused of intentional homicide. Please accompany me for an investigation." Annan, however, remained steadfast and did not open the door, scrutinizing the visitor through the peephole. At that moment, several neighbors had gathered, drawn by the commotion, peering out from a landing between the 13th and 14th floors. "Oh, a good Samaritan has reported this. The police have come to deal with that female fiend," they murmured with excitement. "How splendid. Once she is taken away, we can finally explore her room and uncover the extent of her provisions. Heaven has eyes. At last, someone is here to rein in this arrogant woman. She murdered my neighbor. I can testify against her. Oof. Let us see how she handles this. Can she still be defiant in the face of authority?" The community had long harbored disdain for her. Young as she was, she had amassed an abundance of resources. Human nature is often such that it resents those who possess while mocking those who lack. Since the disaster, everyone appeared haggard. Yet Annan alone maintained a vibrant and radiant complexion, clearly living quite well. Furthermore, she had aggressively warded off all those who coveted her supplies. Just days prior, people had witnessed her returning from the market each day with bountiful hauls, inciting envy among the onlookers. Now, as she appeared to be facing her comeuppance, excitement surged among the crowd, drawing more and more spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. Many nearby gleefully jeered, "Officer, you have finally arrived. This female fiend has been wreaking havoc in our community. Indeed, officer, we can all attest to her crimes. She has killed numerous individuals." They claimed. It is said she is a fugitive, a psychopathic killer, even before the disaster. You must apprehend her. With police presence now firmly established, those neighbors who had long harbored jealousy towards Annan cast aside their fears, eagerly laying accusations at her feet, awaiting her misfortune with bated breath. A young officer, with an air of authority, turned to face the crowd, raising a hand to silence their chatter. "Everyone, please remain quiet. Do not impede my investigation." He then addressed the door directly. "Ms. Annan, I urge you to open the door immediately and come with me to the station for questioning." Inside, Chu Pei was visibly anxious, casting worried glances at Annan. "How could someone report you so soon after the disaster?" She comforted, "Do not be afraid. I will testify for you. They were the ones who bullied you first. Your actions were merely self-defense." Annan chuckled lightly. "What do I have to fear?" She then called out to the door, "I will count to 3. Leave my doorstep at once, or do not blame me for not giving you a chance." Her words stunned the crowd. Not only the onlookers outside, But even Chu Pei Pei behind her was taken aback. This woman was truly formidable. She showed no regard for anyone as authority. The individuals outside tightened their brows upon hearing her declaration. Annan, resist with utmost severity. Please do not engage in futile opposition. Ignoring their warnings, Annan had already begun her count. The young officer demanded, "Open the door immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." As Annan's voice faded, the mechanism engaged, and the peephole swiftly shifted, revealing a shooting aperture. With determination, Annan raised the nail gun and acted decisively. A nail struck the officer squarely between the eyes. He widened his gaze in disbelief. Yet before he could react, several more shots were fired. The man fell backward, his head riddled with nails, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Screams erupted from the crowd that had gathered to watch. The female demon has killed again. She's attacked an officer. She's murdered a policeman. Just then, the corridor door on the 14th floor swung open. A stunning girl, her face as fierce as a viper, brandished the nail gun threateningly and commanded, "Silence. You're making too much noise." The crowd fell silent instantly. If she dared to confront the police, who would have the audacity to speak? Annan scanned the crowd, her gaze landing on each individual, causing them to hastily avert their eyes. Coldly, she stated, "What are you still doing here? Do you wish to join him?" Panic-stricken, the crowd jostled and fled in a hurry. Annan felt a sense of tranquility return to the world as she satisfactorily closed the door. At that moment, even Chu Pei Pei was taken aback. Trembling, she stammered, "And Annan, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Have you lost your mind, attacking a police officer?" Annan, however, appeared unfazed. "Let me enlighten you. A knight on a white horse is not always a prince, and those in uniforms are not necessarily genuine police officers." Chu Pei Pei was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in realization. "Are you suggesting he was an imposter? How could that be? He looks so righteous." Anna nodded, explaining in Huagua, "Police officers typically do not operate alone. There are at least two or more. Moreover, this individual dawdled for quite some time without presenting identification." Chu Pei Pei remained somewhat anxious. "Can you really determine he was a fake based solely on that? What if he was legitimate? That would constitute a serious offense." "Of course not," Annan replied, tapping her shoulder. "The most significant issue lies with his shoddily fabricated badge. Setting aside the crooked lines, just consider the rank." She scoffed. "A 20-something first-level police superintendent? What a pipe dream." As Chu Pei Pei absorbed Annan's words, clarity dawned upon her. No wonder. Although Annan was decisively ruthless, she was also remarkably discerning. It was inconceivable that she would suddenly kill a police officer without reason. Initially frightened, Chu Pei Pei had thought Annan had truly lost her mind. Now, reflecting on the appearance of that faux officer in light of Annan's enlightening exposition, she concluded, the discrepancies were too glaring. The demise was not unjust. Although she had little knowledge of police ranks, she trusted that Annan, with such resolute conviction, could not possibly be mistaken. Chu Pei Pei sighed in relief, gazing at Annan with admiration. "Annan, it's truly you. Had it been me, I would have undoubtedly been frightened into following him. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. If I had actually gone with him, who knows what dreadful events might have transpired. Annan meritu skuffed. There was no possibility of following him. The only option was to take him away to a place of rebirth." Annan had shown no mercy earlier, for people believed that the natural disasters had ended and order was to be restored. The audacity of the man to masquerade as a police officer amidst such risks indicated that his intentions were far from simple. He might very well have been after her life. It was imperative to eliminate him. After exchanging a brief farewell with Chu Pei Pei, Annan continued on her way home for dinner. Meanwhile, Chu Pei Pei initially intended to dispose of the body of the imposter officer. However, upon reflection, she decided to leave it there, thinking it might serve to frighten her bothersome neighbors, and thus turned back towards home. Chapter 72. The enraged Sun Peng, who had been vigilantly observing the commotion on the 14th floor, was now at home, so enraged that he overturned the table. Beside him, Wang Xiaoyu sulked, muttering with exasperation. "That Chu Pei Pei is truly hard to eliminate." Hearing this, Sun Peng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Silence. If it weren't for your sudden mention of this matter yesterday, how will my cousin have met his demise?" Wang Xiaoyu, feeling aggrieved, covered her face. What did it have to do with her? It was his idea to deceive Annan and seize the opportunity to eliminate Chu Peipei. The choice of his cousin as the target was entirely his decision, not hers. With a face full of grievance, Wang Xiaoyu inwardly cursed him. Ugh, despicable man. They are all the same. Once they have what they desire, they forget to cherish it. If it weren't for his somewhat admirable capabilities, which allowed him to procure ample supplies, she would have left long ago. Wang Xiaoyu clenched her teeth in contemplation. That wretched old man. Once you secure your wife's inheritance, I will swiftly take my share and leave you behind. With the money, I shall return to my hometown to start a small business, never again to endure the whims of a man. I am also a strong, independent woman of the new era. With this thought in mind, she wiped her tears and gently leaned towards him. Brother Sun, please do not hold it against Xiaoyu. It was all my fault. Sun Peng, having just struck her, had already diminished some of his ire. Now, seeing her with the mark of his slap, yet so tender and pitiable, his expression softened somewhat. This Wang Xiaoyu was truly a woman of enchanting charm. Unlike his wife, the fierce tigress. Relying on her ability to earn a few coins, she would scold him daily, devoid of any feminine grace or delicacy. He cleared his throat. All right, stop crying. It is not entirely your fault. That Sun Gang fellow was also quite foolish. I even provided him with a police uniform, yet he could not intimidate Annan. Wang Xiaoyu feigned wiping her tears. Gang is also quite pitiful. Annan is indeed a formidable opponent. At the mention of Annan, Sun Peng's expression turned cold. Although Sun Gang was merely his cousin and they did not interact frequently, he was still a brother bound by blood. To have him harmed by Annan was truly infuriating. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with Chu Peipei. All his anger was now directed at Annan. Though he was furious, he was acutely aware of the situation on the other side. No matter how angry he was, he would not foolishly confront her directly. Like his cousin, who had lost his life, it was not worth the cost. Sun Peng gritted his teeth. Let her remain arrogant for a few more days. Once order is restored, I will ensure she pays for her transgressions. Wang Xiaoyu reminded him. What good will it do to send her to a sewing machine? She has already killed so many. Once inside, she will certainly relish her fate. Upon hearing this, Sun Peng's mood lightened considerably. Indeed, the natural calamity has ended. What good could possibly come to her? There was no reason to remain angry. With clarity of thought, he pulled Wang Xiaoyu closer. My dear, did I hurt you earlier? Wang Xiaoyu pouted. Xiaoyu is not in pain. She only fears you are upset. Yet inwardly, she rolled her eyes. Earning money is indeed a challenge, and enduring hardship is no easy feat. What genuine affection can one expect from a man? Just recently, my cousin passed away, and while he displayed anger then, now he seems to have the leisure to make inappropriate advances. If he cannot show sincerity even to his own kin, what hope is there for him to empathize with me? Bah! Trusting men is a recipe for a lifetime of misfortune. Yet on the surface, there is no sign of discontent. She leans delicately against him, cooing, You're the best. Sun Ge. Observing Wang Xiaoyu's flirtatious demeanor, Sun Peng felt a stirring in his heart, eager to lead her to the bedroom. However, Wang Xiaoyu was not in the mood for such pursuits. She had just received a slap from him. Rolling her eyes, she suggested, Sun Ge, my cousin's body is still upstairs. Shouldn't we assist in handling it? Sun Peng frowned. If we go now, I fear it will come back to haunt me. Let's leave it for a couple of days. I'll say the smell is overwhelming, and as the unit leader, I'll go clean it up. Wang Xiaoyu replied. You truly are cold-hearted. To avoid being dragged into the bedroom, she sought another excuse. How about we go out for a stroll? I haven't been downstairs since the flood receded. With her diversion, Sun Peng lost interest and agreed to take her out. As they stepped outside, they encountered Bai Wenbin and Qian Ying returning, engaged in lively conversation. Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback. Had the siblings just had a falling out? Not long ago, the brother had been violently abusing his sister, with sounds of cruelty echoing through the house. Why were they now laughing together? Noticing their gaze, Qian Ying instinctively nodded and smiled, greeting them. Wang Xiaoyu, curious, inquired, "Oh, you're feeling better?" Qianing paused, then realized and pointed her head. "You mean this?" She appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I had a head injury and was a bit daft for a time. I apologize for the trouble. My brother has treated me." "Treated her? How?" Wang Xiaoyu glanced at Bai Wenbin, incredulous. Was it through violence and abuse? What a peculiar method of combating affliction. Bai Wenbin, feeling awkward, cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. "Are you two heading out?" Wang Xiaoyu, shaking off her thoughts, nodded. "Yes, just out for a stroll." Sun Peng interjected, "By the way, that Annan on the 14th floor has killed again today. It startled Xiaoyu, so I'm taking her out for some fresh air." After speaking, he scrutinized their reactions closely. Upon mentioning Annan, their expressions indeed shifted, particularly Qianing, whose face practically radiated animosity. Sun Peng was aware of the siblings' animosity towards Annan. To maintain the most advantageous position, he was well informed about everyone in the building, especially regarding the formidable and resourceful Annan. It was Qianing who instigated the neighbors to attack the 14th floor, and she had even spoken to Annan during the altercation, since they were acquainted and had never received Annan's assistance. It was evident that a grudge existed between them. The siblings likely harbored even greater resentment towards Annan than others. He has always been exceptionally skilled at sowing discord. At this moment, he approached with an air of mystery. The person she killed today is no ordinary individual. It was a police officer. Qianing gasped in astonishment. "A police officer? How could you be so audacious?" Sun Peng replied. "Indeed, her audacity to lay hands on a police officer reveals her madness. If one were to incur her wrath, the consequences could be dire." After saying this, he observed Bai Wenbin's anxious expression and could not help but chuckle inwardly. What should one do when faced with a formidable adversary? Naturally, one must first stir the waters to create confusion, thus allowing oneself the opportunity to act. Sun Peng skillfully incited the unease of the siblings with just a few words and, feeling quite pleased, took his leave with Wang Xiaoyu. Chapter 73. The escape. Sun Peng's original intention was to provoke the siblings into acting against Annan first. Little did he know, Bai Wenbin was already paralyzed with fear, feeling his legs weaken at the thought. She could dare to kill a police officer, yet she spared their lives? A wave of intense unease enveloped Bai Wenbin's mind. A chill crept down his spine, and he instinctively sensed that something ominous was about to transpire. As he watched Sun Peng and his companion depart, he exchanged a glance with Qianing, both of their expressions grim. Qianing furrowed her brow and inquired, "Wenbin, do you think this Annan has gone mad? She even dares to confront the police?" Bai Wenbin's thoughts were in disarray. How could the police suddenly come looking for her? Had she been reported? Qianing nodded. "It seems so. That wretch has offended quite a few people." With that thought, she smirked. "I believe misfortune awaits her. Killing a police officer is a grave offense. Soon, a fleet of special police may come to apprehend her." However, Bai Wenbin was not as optimistic as she. Given her demeanor, she likely won't surrender easily. We mustn't let her madness drag us down with her. Perhaps we should find somewhere to hide? Why should we? Qianing retorted sharply, her voice rising. "I must witness her downfall with my own eyes." Bai Wenbin's brow furrowed tightly. "Wait until she is caught, then you can visit her in prison to relish the spectacle. For now, listen to me. We should step outside and lay low." Qianing declared, "You can leave if you wish. I will not budge. I am determined to see her taken away by the police." Bai Wenbin sighed. "Then I must take my leave. Be careful." Seeing her cousin's cowardly demeanor only fueled her frustration. "Why are you so timid now? Is Annan truly that fearsome?" Bai Wenbin replied earnestly, "Indeed, she is terrifying. I cannot afford to provoke her." The two bickered as they returned home, whereby Wenbin divided their supplies, leaving a portion for his cousin while preparing to depart with the rest. Qianing called after him. "Where do you plan to hide?" "To the place I used to rent. I still have 2 spare keys," he replied. Qianing was puzzled. "But you vacated that place. Surely no one is living there?" Bai Wenbin clarified, "I just moved out and calamity struck. There's no way it could have been rented out that quickly." Still intent on stopping him, Qianing argued, "Even if the house remains unoccupied, who knows if someone has taken it over during the floods? You can't just barge in recklessly." Bai Wenbin pondered for a moment. "You are right. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Perhaps I should not take so much with me at once. He produced enough provisions for a day. I will take only a small amount to scout the area. If someone is there, I will return. If not, I shall stay. Should I fail to return, I would appreciate it if you could make a trip tomorrow to bring the rest of my belongings. Qian Yingya, unable to argue further with her cousin, reluctantly agreed. As she watched him depart, she couldn't help but mutter, "This is absurd. My cousin has been reduced to this state by that wretched woman." Bai Wenbin departed with a backpack slung over his shoulder, contemplating that once his cousin arrived the following day, he would forcibly retain her, insisting that they must wait until Annan faced justice before returning. Despite having vented his frustrations on Qian Inger, subjecting her to daily beatings, that tumultuous period had subsided. The natural calamity had ended, and his cousin had regained her senses. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still his sister, and he would do everything within his power to preserve her life. The woman, Annan, had never played by the rules. He had gathered enough insight during this time to surmise that her penchant for violence was precisely why she had spared both his and his cousin's lives, intending to torment them slowly. Once she found herself cornered by the authorities, she would undoubtedly drag them down with her, leaving no room for their carefree existence. Thus, seeking refuge was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, Annan had just finished her meal at home when she sneezed twice in quick succession. "Who is speaking of me behind my back?" Upon hearing her sneezes, Fugue, her dog, discreetly shifted away, concerned that his master might be falling ill and inadvertently transmitting the ailment to him. Annan noticed his subtle retreat and felt a surge of indignation. "Oh, you ungrateful little creature. How dare you disdain me?" With that, she scooped Fugue into her arms, showering his face with affectionate kisses. Fugue shut his eyes tightly, feebly attempting to resist her affection. After a brief frolic, Annan set him down and prepared to bask in the sunlight by the window for some rejuvenating warmth. Should she truly be on the verge of catching a cold, a little sunbathing might help invigorate her internal energy. The temperature was set to rise the next afternoon, ushering in the sweltering heat, and soon there would be no opportunity for sunbathing. As she approached the window, her peripheral vision caught a familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Bai Wenbin, who appeared to be walking with mincing steps, burdened by a backpack. Annan found it amusing. Was he too diligent, falling victim to occupational hazards? Reflecting on her previous life, she recalled that when the intense heat first arrived, Bai Wenbin had suffered from heat stroke, enduring considerable hardship before narrowly escaping death. However, in this lifetime, luck would not be on his side. Heat stroke would be the final affliction he would endure. Having tormented them sufficiently, it was time to send the siblings on their way. The next day, while performing her morning exercises by the window, Annan suddenly spotted Qian Inger emerging downstairs, also with a backpack and, surprisingly, dragging 2 suitcases behind her. Annan halted abruptly. What was happening? Ever since Qian Inger had lost her mind, she had been giggling foolishly and stumbling about, incapable of walking properly. Yet now, she seemed calm and determined, pulling 2 suitcases towards the exit. Observing the scene below, Annan quickly realized Qian Inger had regained her faculties. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she appeared to be preparing to flee. Bai Wenbin had also departed the community with a backpack the previous day. Although it was unclear why the siblings chose to separate and entrusted their belongings to Qian Inger, their attempt to escape was unacceptable. They were meant to be her playthings, not to scurry away from her grasp. Annan lifted her gaze to the unusually radiant sun. The heat had arrived, and it was time to bid them farewell on their journey. Fortunately, the loungewear I had donned was now transformed into attire suitable for outdoor exercise. Without the need for a change of clothes, I swiftly slipped on my shoes at the entrance and hurriedly dashed out, brandishing a dagger. Qian Yingya, still bearing the scars of her injuries, did not move swiftly. Dragging her suitcase behind her, she inwardly cursed her cousin. How utterly idle. Clearly, Annan was on the brink of calamity. Yet instead of remaining in the community to witness the unfolding drama, he chose to retreat. Now, she was burdened with the task of hauling her suitcase over such a distance to deliver supplies to him. Should the police apprehend Annan during her journey, would she not miss out on a captivating spectacle? As she marched forward, laden with resentment, she remained oblivious to the fact that someone had silently followed her from behind. Chapter 74. Pursuit at Kongwon Community. A sleek black SUV roared past an abundance of refuse and decaying corpses littering the ground. The vehicle came to a halt before a residential building, and a man clad in a suit exited the driver's seat. He swiftly approached the back of the car, opening the door to assist another individual in disembarking. A long, slender leg emerged first, followed by a robust man with broad shoulders and an upright posture, none other than Long Tsongan and Gu Jiu. Long Tsongan shut the car door behind him, saying, "General Manager Gu, I appreciate your willingness to accompany me to my residence. You could have simply waited in the car. I will retrieve the items shortly." Gu Jiu adjusted his attire, responding, "Not at all. I could use some exercise." With that, he strode purposefully towards the building's entrance. Long Tsongan remarked, "You truly are amusing. Sir, having grown weary of the treadmill and climbing machine at home, you've chosen to jog through our humble neighborhood instead." Just as he pondered this, he noticed his employer had approached the wrong entrance and hastily called out, "General Manager Gu, this is not the right unit. It's the one further ahead." Gu Jiu paused briefly, deftly pivoting to head towards the adjacent unit. "You should have mentioned it sooner," he said. Long Tsongan retorted, "With those long legs of yours, you crossed to the other side in mere strides. I hardly had the chance to speak." He hurried after him, adding, "General Manager, please slow down. My home is on the 7th floor, Unit 702. Upon reaching the upper floor, they discovered that the front door had been forcefully breached by others, now lying in a state of disrepair on the ground. The interior was deserted, but in disarray. Long Tsongan had anticipated such a scenario. Fortunately, valuable items had already been relocated to their villa on the hillside. However, in the haste of departure, some clothing, shoes, and daily necessities had been left behind. Among these inconspicuous items was a sewing kit, which his wife had expressed a desire to use. Accompanying his employer for an inspection conveniently placed them near his home, allowing him to collect some items as per his wife's instructions. With no refreshments available at home, he dryly announced, "General Manager, please take a seat on the sofa for a moment. I shall tidy up and we can leave." After which, he hurriedly resumed gathering their belongings. Gu Jiu remained silent, standing by the window, gazing contemplatively outside. He felt an unusual quality to the sun today. Typically, it only radiated a reddish hue during dawn and dusk. Nearing noon, it should have appeared white. Yet, the sun in the sky was strikingly crimson, unlike its usual shade, exuding a sinister, sanguine brilliance. Gu Jiu furrowed his brow. "Strange occurrences often herald ominous tidings," he murmured. "Long Tsongan, expedite your efforts. We must return promptly." "Understood, sir," Long Tsongan replied as he quickened his pace. The apartment was in disarray, yet fortunately, aside from food items, nothing else had been taken. As he packed the necessary items, he sought to engage in conversation to stave off his employer's boredom while he waited. "General Manager, now that the natural disaster has concluded, when will our group resume operations?" As the words left his mouth, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, why am I so anxious when the Emperor remains unperturbed? Where could one possibly find a laborer urging his employer to commence work? In the living room, Gu Jiu remained silent. Long Tsongan remarked, "See, even the boss is astonished by my audacity." Regret washed over him. What if his words prompted the boss to make an impromptu announcement to resume work tomorrow? He hastily gathered his belongings and hurried toward the living room. "Gu, I'm ready. Shall we depart?" Yet, Gu Jiu remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the window, his lips parting slightly, no rush. Long Tsongan felt a bit perplexed. Hadn't he just urged him to act swiftly and return home sooner? Following his boss's line of sight outside, he was taken aback. Two figures entered through the community gate, one trailing the other. The first figure, a woman with disheveled hair, struggled with a backpack and two wheeled suitcases. The second, more recognizable, donned a form-fitting gray workout outfit, her figure undeniably alluring. Her long hair was pulled back, and she wielded a dagger. Long Tsongan's eyes widened. "Miss Annan? What brings her to my neighborhood?" Gu Jiu remained silent, his eyes fixated on Annan below. She adeptly trailed the woman ahead, maintaining a careful distance. The sound of the suitcase wheels rolling on the ground perfectly masked her light footsteps. The The woman soon entered their building. Due to a malfunctioning door, the noise of dragging luggage echoed clearly in the hallway. Meanwhile, Annan paused in front of the building, her gaze locked onto the Hummer that had just pulled up. After a moment, she suddenly reached out and touched it. Gu Yu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her expression. An image of her little dog, Fortune, sprang to mind, its face mirroring her own when it leapt into his arms. He observed Annan with keen interest as she circled the vehicle, touching it once more. At that moment, the woman with the suitcase had arrived on the 7th floor, halting at the door of apartment 701 next door. Long Tsungen glanced at his boss, who raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Nodding in understanding, Long Tsungen stood quietly beside him. Trusting his boss was undoubtedly wise. Uncertain of the benefactor's intentions, they recognized that their presence could inadvertently disrupt her plans. The neighboring apartment had always been rented out, and he vaguely recalled the recent tenant as a handsome bachelor living alone. The reason for the woman's visit remained a mystery, as did the benefactor's purpose in following her. Long Tsungen strained his ears to listen intently to the commotion outside. Although their home lacked a door, the entrance faced the dining area, requiring a left turn to reach the living room. Thus, unless someone entered the house, even a glance from outside could not reveal Long Tsungen and Gu Yu standing in the living room. The sound indicated that the woman was now knocking on the door of 701. While knocking and calling out, "Cousin, open the door. I've arrived." She pounded on the door for a while, yet no response came. As she impatiently rummaged through her backpack, she muttered, "Where on earth has he gone? Thankfully, he left me a spare key. Otherwise, would I just stand here, foolishly waiting? Where is the key? How frustrating. If I return only to find that Annan has been captured, I will truly be infuriated." At that moment, a melodious voice unexpectedly echoed, "Who has captured me?" Startled by this voice, Qian Inger dropped the key she had just found onto the ground. Chapter 75. The President Likes You. Qian, unable to retrieve the keys scattered on the ground, hastily turned around. Her face was a portrait of astonishment as she beheld the figure on the staircase. "Annan, what are you doing here?" As if a thought struck her, Qian Inger's expression darkened considerably. "Have you been following me?" Annan chose not to respond to her inquiry and posed another question. "Who do you claim has taken me?" Qian Inger scrutinized her with caution. "The police, of course. Are you unaware of your own actions from yesterday?" Annan smirked at her words, initially suspecting that this woman had conjured yet another scheme, perhaps hiring someone to create trouble for her. She hadn't anticipated that Qian Inger was under the impression that she had killed a police officer and was now awaiting her inevitable capture. Such thoughts were quite far-fetched. "Since I am to be apprehended, why are you running?" Annan queried. Qian Inger widened her eyes in indignation. "Who says I am fleeing? I am here to deliver something to my cousin." "Oh, then why is your cousin absent?" She was at a loss for words. How could she explain that her cousin, fully aware of Annan's impending arrest, had fled in fear? It was utterly mortifying. With a feeble voice, she retorted, "My brother has multiple houses. He simply rotates his residence. What concern is it of yours? Furthermore, you have yet to answer my question, yet you continue to turn the tables on me." Only then did Qian Inger realize that she had been led by Annan all along. Her own inquiries had gone unanswered while she had dutifully responded to Annan's every question. With hands on her hips, she summoned her courage. "Why are you here? Are you indeed following me?" Annan maintained her composure. "Yes, and do you have an issue with that? You, how can you be so unreasonable?" Qian Inger glared at her, feeling a strange sense of frustration welling up within. "You have inflicted wounds upon me, and I have yet to seek retribution." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms marred by burns from an unknown source. Annan regarded the grotesque scars with a raised eyebrow. "Who claims these injuries are my doing? Who else but you?" Qian Inger's voice was shrill. "My cousin confided in me that it was you who took advantage of my moment of weakness." Annan could not stifle a laugh. "By Wenbin accused me? That man truly has no shame. Abusing his own sister is one thing, but to deflect blame onto another, believing she was the subject of ridicule." Qian Inger felt her hands tremble with anger. "Annan, on what grounds do you act so arrogantly? Do you genuinely believe you can escape unscathed after murdering a police officer? The natural disasters have concluded, and misfortune awaits you." Annan appeared unconcerned. Oh, is that so? Qian Ying was incensed. So arrogant. Infuriating. Ah. She felt as though she were striking with all her might, yet each blow landed softly, as if against cotton. Observing her frustration, Annan suddenly contemplated the most fitting demise for her. With a mischievous smile hidden beneath a serious facade, she remarked, "Indeed, the calamity has ended. The authorities have even issued a statement regarding the relief funds for the survivors of this flood." What? Qian Inger was taken aback by her sudden remark. When did this happen, and why had she never heard of it? However, given Annan's earnest demeanor, it seemed improbable that she was speaking frivolously. Prompting Qian Inger to inquire seriously, "Is that true? Are they really offering subsidies?" Annan nodded affirmatively, indeed. Moreover, the authorities stated that if your property was unlawfully occupied, you could demand tenfold rent and compensation for the damages. At this, Qian Inger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Annan observed her, as if recalling something significant. Your apartment 802 was indeed usurped by the neighbors downstairs, wasn't it? You might be in for a windfall. In the adjacent room, Long Tsongan was left in utter confusion. What nonsensical claims was Annan making? How could the government possibly issue such an outrageous statement? As Qian Inger's cognitive faculties gradually returned, her mind, still somewhat foggy, was entirely swept away by Annan's enthusiasm. She no longer concerned herself with past grievances, her thoughts now consumed with calculations. The property had been occupied for 4 months, potentially accruing over 10,000 in rent, multiplied by 10, that amounted to 100,000, in addition to damages and subsidies. Her eyes lit up. "I can finally get the car." And Annan, amused by her excitement, continued unabated, "Oh, by the way, the reason I suddenly cut ties with you was not without cause." Upon hearing this, Qian Inger immediately turned her gaze towards her. Her most burning curiosity was why Annan had abruptly turned against her and her brother. Annan donned a wistful expression. It was out of jealousy. Qian Inger was momentarily stunned. Jealous of me? Annan? Jealous? Of me? She found it hard to believe. What could possibly make Annan envious of her? Annan continued, "You know the Gu group, right?" Hearing the mention of the Gu group, the president and his assistant, Gu Jiu, who were eavesdropping from the adjacent room, 702, exchanged surprised glances. Why were they being discussed? Outside, Qian Ying nodded blankly. Of course, she had heard of the dominant enterprise in Lingbei City, the Gu group. Their president is fond of you. His eyes nearly bulged out. Fond of me? In a neighboring room, Long Tsongan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his boss. You like that girl out there? Gu Jiu's forehead twitched, his lips pressed tightly. Casting a cool glance at him, Long Tsongan promptly turned his head back, thinking to himself, "My goodness, it seems my boss is about to kill me." At that moment, Annan in the corridor nodded sincerely. "Yes, it seems that during your part-time work as a hostess at some event, he took a liking to you." Qian Inger stood frozen in place, her mind racing to recall. She had indeed worked part-time as a hostess several times during her university days, serving water at business meetings. Could it be that a significant figure had taken notice of her? In the room, Long Tsongan was even more excited than she was, his curiosity ablaze. What event? Which meeting? How come I didn't know about it? When has the boss ever attended a meeting without me? Gu Jiu. Annan continually observed Qian Inger's reaction, a smile playing on his lips as he continued. President Gu is aware that you are my classmate and has specially sent an assistant to inquire about you from my father. It is said that he wishes to grandly marry you, making you a wealthy lady. Qian Inger's mouth fell open in astonishment. What? The world of the affluent is but a step away from me. Meanwhile, Long Tsongan, who had been eavesdropping, finally reacted. This assistant has never inquired about a beauty for the boss. How can you, a person of such composure, spout such absurdities with utmost seriousness? He turned to glance at his boss, only to find him standing there, expressionless, as if he had heard nothing at all. Yet, Long Tsongan could distinctly sense a chilling atmosphere enveloping the room. In contrast, Qian Inger was in high spirits, earnestly asking Annan, "How old is President Gu? What does he look like?" Chapter 76. Qian Ying es restless spirit Annan pondered silently. Although her family was affluent, they were not on par with the Gu family. Moreover, she had been engrossed in her studies and had little inclination to attend commercial soirees. Thus, she had never encountered the president of the Gu Corporation. However, considering it was the leading enterprise in Limbei City, the head of such a formidable establishment must be older than her irresponsible father, she mused. An image of a shrewd, commanding elder materialized in her mind. In order to fabricate a plausible tale, she asserted earnestly, the president is 58 years of age, of commendable appearance, and possesses no vices. Long Tsongin in the room gasped. Thank goodness I wasn't drinking water, otherwise I would have spewed it out. Unable to resist glancing at the strikingly handsome, robust Gu Jiyu, who was merely 28, he quickly averted his gaze as Gu Jiyu cast him a dispassionate look. In the corridor, Qian Inger frowned. 58 years old? Annan regarded her, thinking, does this young lady find it unacceptable? Does she truly believe she is a Cinderella from a television drama? I am unreasonable, lacking in merit, yet the young and dashing, domineering president would fall for me? Whatever notions of refined ladies from well-matched backgrounds or independent, capable women, none of that matters. He exclusively adores me. However, the reality was that with Qian Inger's attributes, she stood no chance with a handsome and powerful president, let alone a wealthy elder. Frankly, if the president of the Gu Corporation were to learn of the rumors regarding his affection for Qian Inger, he would likely be infuriated enough to dismantle Xingye's business. A bright idea struck Annan. That would be splendid. She recalled an old saying. With a wave of his hand, the president declares, the weather has turned chilly. Let Xingye go bankrupt. Seeing Annan lost in her thoughts, Qian Inger waved her hand before her. Annan, snapping back to reality, Annan continued her fanciful tale. Isn't a significant age gap advantageous? When the billion-dollar inheritance falls upon you, you will still be in the bloom of youth. Annan understood Qian Inger well. She cared little for love or handsome men, but rather yearned for wealth and status. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Qian Inger's heart raced with excitement, her previously pallid face now glowing with color. But then a thought struck her. However, if we speak of inheritance, wouldn't his children also receive a portion? Annan replied, he is incapable. Hence, he has no offspring. In the room, Gu Ji could only hear a voice echoing in his ears. He is incapable. He is incapable. He is incapable. Long Tsongin turned back, cautiously, his heart racing. Is my benefactor insane? What man can endure being called incapable? He turned around only to find his boss wearing a faint smile. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he thought, has the boss lost his mind too? Gu Ji was amused by the absurdity. Annan, is it? Good. Very good. Extremely good. At this moment, outside, Qian Inger had been thoroughly deceived by Annan to the point of losing her bearings. Official subsidies, tenfold rent, compensation for property damage, the affection of a CEO, Annan's jealousy, and a vast inheritance. She felt as though she were favored by the heavens, embarking on the path of a protagonist in a delightful tale. How splendid her life would be. Seeing that she had been sufficiently teased, Annan began to stoke the fire. If it weren't for the sudden calamity, you would likely have already become a lady of high society by now. The Gu family is of noble lineage. Even I must show you a measure of respect. Now that the disaster has passed, I suspect President Gu will soon come fetch you. Your future is truly radiant. Qian Inger's eyes glimmered with yearning, as if she could already envision the brilliance and excitement of her forthcoming life. She excitedly parted her lips. I will. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of steel cut through the air, and a crimson line erupted from her neck. Qian Inger stared wide-eyed, slowly collapsing. You. Annan's lips curled into a slight smile. This world could indeed be beautiful, but alas, you shall not partake in it. Qian Inger trembled as she extended her hand, desperately trying to grasp something, yet it was all in vain. She opened her mouth, her throat producing indistinct sounds, her eyes filled with longing. She did not wish to die. She had never desired to continue living so fervently. The calamity had finally come to an end, the bitter times giving way to sweet. She was on the brink of marrying into high society, poised to enjoy a life of luxury. Everything was as splendid as a dream. Why, oh why, did that accursed Annan choose this moment to take her life? She stretched out her hand with all her might, grasping at the void. Exhausting her every ounce of strength, her hands soon fell heavily. Inger had utterly lost her breath. Annan looked down, noting that even though her life had faded, her eyes remained wide open. She let out a light laugh. In truth, the future world was not beautiful at all. Disasters followed one after another, rendering life akin to a purgatory. For Inger, death should have been a release. Yet, Annan cruelly transformed her liberation into an eternal gaze of despair. Unwilling to accept her fate? How ironic. For I too was unwilling when you betrayed me in my previous life. Now, I return the favor tenfold. Stepping over her body, Annan picked up the key from the ground, unlocked the door to room 701, and entered. In the adjacent room 702, Gujiyu, who had previously been shrouded in cold air, now had his chill receded, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his lips. Annan, what a ruthless yet fascinating woman. She sketches an incredibly beautiful future for others, only to snuff it out, allowing them to die in profound resentment. If there were indeed ghosts in this world, that recently deceased woman would surely harbor the greatest grievances. Beside him, Long Sung could not help but whisper, "Boss, that woman died so tragically." Gu Jiyu glanced at him, his thin lips parting slightly. There must be a reason for the plight of the pitiful. Long Sung nodded. Indeed, even my benefactor, a person of beauty and kindness, must endure such suffering, indicating she must have been utterly wicked. Beauty and kindness? Gu Jiyu pondered seriously. How many times had he heard this term from Long's assistant? There was no doubt about Annan's beauty, yet her kindness remained elusive. She was undeniably a sharp-tongued little demon. As Annan entered the room, she surveyed her surroundings. It was evident that the house had been forcibly entered during the flood, as the front door bore clear signs of repair. Dust covered the floor and furniture, yet the bedroom was remarkably tidy. It was likely that Bai Wenbin had spent the night there. On the dining table, Annan discovered a note. "Yinger, I have to step out for a bit. I will return in the evening. Wait for me here. The furniture in this house is complete, and I have fixed the door, making it quite suitable for temporary stay. Be obedient. We will hide here for a while and return only after Annan has been captured. At that time, I will accompany you to visit her in prison." Visit her in prison? Annan raised an eyebrow. What a pair of dreamers these siblings were. Chapter 77. A reunion with acquaintances. Annan sat in the room for a while, but Bai Wenbin had yet to return. It appeared he would not be back until nightfall. Approaching the window, she glanced at the unusually crimson sun. She could no longer wait. In just over an hour, the temperature would surge from 15 degrees to a staggering 35 degrees and continue to rise. Having rushed out without her temperature-regulating suit, the sudden change in temperature could be detrimental to her health. Most importantly, Fu Guo was still alone at home. Its physiological structure rendered it particularly susceptible to heat stroke. If the temperature spiked and the air conditioning was off, it would be in grave danger, especially since she had no means to find a veterinarian at present. Determined, Annan resolved to return home. As for Bai Wenbin, he might escape, but he could not evade the consequences. Moreover, he would soon succumb to heat stroke. There was no way he could outrun that fate. She could always come back to confront him later. The immediate priority was to ensure the safety of her dog. To avoid alerting anyone, she dragged Inger's body inside and stored away. Then, she meticulously erased all traces of her presence, cleaning up every drop of blood. The contents of her backpack and suitcase remained untouched, as if Inger had merely dropped off her belongings before departing. Once everything was in order, she took her keys, locked the door, and descended the stairs, humming a cheerful tune. It was a splendid day, a day where all her wishes could come to fruition. As she sang, "Today is a wonderful day." Opening the door to welcome the spring breeze, the two occupants of apartment 702 were startled by the sudden, resounding melody echoing through the corridor. Long Sung-in covered his ears, realizing that his remarkably talented and charming savior was not without flaws. Her voice, so enchanting when she spoke, turned unexpectedly dissonant in song. The cacophony continued to resonate in the corridor. If it had been an unfamiliar tune, it might have been bearable, but it was a song he knew all too well. She missed the note that should have ascended, faltering where she ought to have maintained a steady pitch. Gu Jiyu could no longer remain seated. He rose from the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Rarely did his usually composed demeanor reveal any cracks, but today was an exception. He stood by the window, watching Annan exit the building with a lively step. Finally, the discordant tune subsided. Upon reaching the ground floor, Annan's attention was captured by a striking black Hummer. While most girls would gravitate towards sleek sports cars, she found herself irresistibly drawn to this rugged off-roader. In the context of the post-apocalyptic world, such a robust and formidable vehicle was particularly appealing. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress it. One alluring machine, so beautifully crafted, it seemed to beckon her. Unfortunately, without the keys, she could not claim it for herself. Thoughts of her magnificent knight, 15, safely stored in her space, momentarily calmed her restless heart. No witties. My black knight could purchase 5 of this vehicle. One should not be greedy. With that thought, she grinned and caressed the robust rear of the Hummer before turning to leave. Gu Jiu, observing from above, smiled quietly at the scene. He had only met Annan twice, yet her every action consistently defied his expectations. Her unconventional demeanor piqued his curiosity further. It was the first time he had witnessed a woman exhibit such a roguelike expression towards an inanimate automobile. He couldn't help but recall her small dog that had drooled at the sight of him. Indeed, a dog often mirrors its owner. He watched her retreating figure and called out to Long Kongan, "Let us head back." Annan exited the community with her dagger in hand, feeling increasingly agitated as she walked. She had followed Qianing here, taking over an hour to arrive. Now, she wished to drive back, but the area was densely populated with residential complexes, making it impractical to conjure a vehicle out of thin air. Thus, she continued on foot. Her thoughts drifted back to the imposing Hummer. How wonderful it would be to drive it away. As she strode purposefully forward, the sound of an approaching vehicle suddenly broke the silence. The floodwaters had just receded, leaving the roads damp and nearly devoid of traffic, prompting Annan to instinctively glance back. To her astonishment, she beheld the very Hummer she had been longing for. The sleek black SUV sped towards her before slowing to a stop beside her. The driver's window descended smoothly, revealing an unexpectedly familiar face. "Long Kongan?" he exclaimed cheerfully. "Benefactor, we meet again." Annan, taken aback, marveled at this twist of fate. Having touched the vehicle several times, its owner turned out to be someone she knew. She inquired, "Is this your car?" "Not at all. It belongs to my boss," Long Kongan chuckled. "Where are you headed, Benefactor? We can give you a ride." "We?" Annan glanced towards the rear window. It was tinted, obscured from view, but she assumed the enigmatic Gu Jiu, who had captivated her wealthy family, was inside. What was his name again? She recalled the handshake they had shared and his slightly parted lips. "Ah, yes, Gu Jiu," she responded without hesitation. "That sounds wonderful. I'm going to phone Lin Yijing. It would be foolish not to take a ride." Earlier, she had wished for a vehicle to return home, dreading the long walk back, especially with the rising temperature. It was as if her drowsiness had summoned the perfect solution. Since Long Kongan had offered, it was undoubtedly with his boss's consent. Otherwise, he would not have stopped to greet her. She tucked away her dagger and was about to walk around to the passenger seat when Long Kongan called out, "Benefactor, you should sit in the back." He exited the vehicle to open the rear door for her. Annan peered inside and, indeed, spotted a familiar figure. The man stood tall, his black trench coat flowing open to reveal a deep gray casual ensemble beneath, which, at first glance, harmonized well with her attire. His features were exquisitely sculpted, with elongated phoenix-like eyes and sharply defined lips. He possessed an arresting visage that rendered one unable to look away. Annan offered a polite smile, greeting, "Hello, Gu Jiu. It is a pleasure to see you again." She had intended to address him as Manager Gu alongside Long Kongan. But recalling their last encounter where he had willingly divulged his full name, she noted their apparent age similarity. Furthermore, she was neither one of his subordinates nor a business associate. Thus, she opted for the simplicity of addressing him by his name. Gu Jiu acknowledged her with a nod, a subtle greeting in return. Annan promptly entered the vehicle, taking her seat beside him. Chapter 78. Embarrassment to the point of digging into the ground. Long Tsongan closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and restarted the engine. Annan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, inwardly marveling. Indeed, for wheels are swifter with just this press of the accelerator. It would take her a considerable time to traverse the same distance on foot. In high spirits, she surveyed the interior of the car she had touched several times before, finding it as robust and elegant as she had imagined, with genuine leather seats exuding comfort. As she sat there, a faint and pleasant aroma wafted around her, likely emanating from the man seated beside her. This scent felt natural, reminiscent not of perfume, but rather of a certain kind of shower gel. Unable to resist, Annan stole a glance at Gu Jiu, only to meet his dark, piercing gaze. Startled, she quickly turned her head away, caught yet again in the act of surreptitious observation. However, she soon regained her composure. Why panic? If he does not gaze upon me, how could he possibly discern that I am watching him? If anyone should be looking, it is he who has looked first. What is wrong with finding him attractive enough to steal a glance or two? With this thought, she glanced sideways once more. This time, he remained fixed ahead, his long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Annan could not help but scrutinize him closely. His jawline was taut, devoid of any excess flesh, and his high nose gave his face a sculpted appearance, resembling a character meticulously crafted in a video game, exquisite and archetypal. If Long Tsungen tended to the vegetables at the hillside villa, it was highly probable that Gu Jiu also resided there. How had she never noticed before that such a strikingly handsome man lived up in the hills? Was it perhaps because everyone typically remained ensconced within their vehicles when venturing out? Feeling her unwavering gaze upon him, Gu Jiu swallowed uneasily, his atoms apple-bobbing. Annan immediately realized that he was indeed aware of her watching him. He must think of her as a lovesick admirer. Yet, it was hardly her fault. He was simply too captivating. One would assume he was well accustomed to the attention of others, so why the shyness? With a sense of justification, she stole a couple more glances before finally turning to face the front. Observing Long Tsungen as he drove, she casually inquired, "I saw this car at Kangwon Community earlier. How did you come to be here?" Upon hearing her mention his vehicle, Gu Jiu couldn't help but recall her fondling it, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Long Tsungen, oblivious to that moment, replied earnestly, "I live nearby. I came back to fetch something." "Oh." Annan nodded, refraining from further questions. Long Tsungen glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror, then at Annan, unable to resist asking, "Benefactor, have you heard of Gu Corporation?" Annan, still focused on the scenery outside, replied casually, "I've heard of it. It's the leading corporation in Linbei City. Who hasn't? I just mentioned it to deceive Qianinger earlier." While driving, Long Tsungen observed her expression through the rearview mirror. "Then do you know the name of the corporation's president?" "I do not." "What significance does a name hold in relation to her?" "Regardless, it is certainly a surname of Gu, likely Gu something or other." As the words left her lips, a sudden thought struck her. The wealthy residents of the hillside villa, the Gu family. She abruptly turned to her companion, Gu Jiu, and her mind raced back to the Hummer that had just parked in front of Wenbin's residence. Long Tsungen had also mentioned the Gu group. Even a fool could piece it together at this moment. The two of them must have been in that building, coincidentally overhearing her conversation with Qianinger. And this Gu Jiu, he was probably affiliated with the Gu group. An awkward expression crossed Annan's face. Being caught in the act of murder was no great concern. After all, they had witnessed her in such acts before, in a world where order had collapsed. There was little to fear. However, her careless remarks were indeed regrettable. Annan looked at Long Tsungen. "Did you hear my conversation with that woman?" Upon his nod, she immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After a moment's consideration, she turned to Gu Jiu and offered an apology. "I apologize for having disrespected the esteemed reputation of your father." "Esteemed father?" Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. "My father passed away long ago." Annan's embarrassment made her toes dig into the ground. "Ah, sorry, misspoke." If the president of the Gu group wasn't his father, could it be his grandfather? Or perhaps an uncle? Annan then inquired, "So, you are the president of the Gu group?" Long Tsungen, fearing she might continue her blundering, quickly interjected, "Benefactor, this is indeed our Gu group's current president." This was the very person she had slandered, sitting right beside her. Annan felt as though her embarrassment could penetrate the very chassis of the vehicle. She had assumed that Gu referred to a general manager, not realizing he was the president of the Gu group. Was this even reasonable? A president so young? The Gu group, a colossal entity, was being led by someone in their 20s? Surely not. Annan couldn't help but wonder if he simply looked youthful, yet was nearing 40. With audacity, she asked, "If you don't mind me inquiring, how old are you, Mr. Gu?" Gu Jiu shot her a sidelong glance, 58. Annan, this vengeful man. Long Sungen burst into laughter and clarified, "My boss is actually 28. Annan's eyes widened in shock. At 22, she was merely a freshly graduated unemployed individual. If one accounted for her previous life as 4 years, her true age was already 26, a 26-year-old without a profession. Meanwhile, Gu Jiu at 28 was already the authority of the foremost conglomerate in Linbei City. One cannot compare with others. How could she have slandered such an exceptional individual? Suggesting he was infatuated with Qian Ying? Nonsense. Qian Yinger was unworthy. Annan cast a glance at Gu Jiu's impassive yet handsome face. After some contemplation, she sincerely apologized. "I'm truly sorry for suggesting you were enamored with that woman, and for implying you were 58. It is inappropriate to speak of legacies. Mr. Gu, you are youthful and handsome, robust and vigorous. May you enjoy health and longevity." Annan spoke earnestly while striving to recall what else she had said. Was there anything more? It seemed not. Thus, she concluded, "In any case, I have rambled today. I should not have entangled you in my personal grievances. I apologize." After her words, a prolonged silence enveloped the car as she glanced at Gu Jiu's reaction. She noticed his lips part slightly as he inquired, "Do you have a fondness for cars?" Puzzled by the abrupt change in topic, she replied politely, "It's all right, I suppose. It depends on the car." "What about this off-road vehicle?" For some reason, Gu Jiu's mind kept conjuring an image of her, reminiscent of a mischievous girl, playfully touching his vehicle repeatedly. It was quite a surprising contrast, not at all like the cold, formidable little king of hell she usually appeared to be. Chapter 79. The arrival of extreme heat. He mentioned his Hummer, and Annan nodded honestly, expressing her fondness for it. The vehicle's robust and imposing design perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. For women, aside from performance, the appearance of a car holds paramount importance. Annan is a quintessential appearance-oriented individual, firmly believing that a car that exudes grandeur is unlikely to have subpar performance. Take her Night 15, for instance. Its exterior alone signifies it as an extraordinary vehicle, and its performance is nothing short of exceptional, a true doomsday war machine, far superior to his Hummer. Gu Jiu observed the delightful expression on her face, reminiscent of a kitten spotting fish, and couldn't help but chuckle. This woman must have thought of yet another car she adores. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Phone Lin Yijing Community. Annan expressed her gratitude and eagerly exited the vehicle. Had she known that the subject of her rumors was in the car, she would have walked back on foot to avoid such an awkward situation. She realized she couldn't speak thoughtlessly in the future. Safe travels. She politely bid farewell, closing the door and preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the back window of the car slid down, and Gu Jiu leaned over, his piercing eyes locking onto hers. He slowly stated, "Let me clarify, it's not impossible." The window then ascended, and the Hummer sped away, leaving Annan in a state of confusion. It was not impossible. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly understood, her face flushing red. That vengeful man. As she walked home, she couldn't help but smack her foolish mouth in frustration. What outrageous words had she uttered? Upon returning home, the ever-enthusiastic Fuguai rushed to greet her, wagging his little tail in welcome. He joyfully circled around Annan for a few moments before abruptly stopping. With his little nose, he sniffed her intently, his tail ceasing its wagging. This sent Fuguai gazed at her in disbelief. "Did you meet my handsome brother? And you didn't bring me along?" Realizing his sudden stillness and accusatory gaze, Annan immediately understood the situation. "You little infatuated pup, your nose is quite sharp." Fuguai transformed into a comical figure, continuously chattering at her in indignation. Observing this, Annan playfully tapped his head. "How audacious! Cursing me over a man?" Fuguai promptly looked pitiful, whining in distress. At that moment, a scene from a melodramatic television show flashed through Annan's mind. She feigned heartbreak, exclaiming, "A daughter must not be kept. Are you willing to forsake your family for a yellow-haired rider?" Fuguai, perplexed by her words, sensed her apparent anger. Tentatively, he moved to her feet, pawing at her. Yet, Annan, fully embodying the melodrama, continued her lamentation. He didn't even prepare a bowl of plain porridge for you. After just one meeting, you're ready to abandon your mother? This home? Fuguai, what on earth are you talking about? Regardless of what the master was saying, it was evident that she appeared genuinely distressed. The creature quickly became docile, nuzzling its small head against her while displaying endearing antics to appease her. Annan, enchanted by its adorable demeanor, immediately relented and scooped it into her arms, exclaiming, "All right, my little rebel, I forgive you." Fuguai sighed in relief, continuing its affectionate display, yet internally perplexed. What was amiss? It was the master who had clandestinely met with that handsome brother behind its back, yet here it was, offering the apology. Nestled in Annan's embrace, it found itself unable to comprehend the situation. However, the comforting scent of its master provided an overwhelming sense of security. Perhaps next time, it would accompany her outdoors to avoid the predicament of her indulging in delightful treats while it languished at home, waiting idly. After showering Fuguai with affection, Annan rolled up her sleeves and began to move the solar generator from the storage area. Previously, she had deemed this contraption inferior to a fuel-powered generator. But during the sweltering heat, the abundance of sunlight significantly diminished that disparity, particularly as diesel and gasoline were now classified as non-renewable resources. Though she had stockpiled a considerable amount in her space, they remained consumables, making it far more economical to harness the sun's energy instead. She set up the solar panels on the balcony, intending for them to share the burden of powering the air conditioning and other appliances alongside the fuel generator. Once all preparations were complete, Annan changed into comfortable home attire and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After an hour-long hike, she decided to forego her other fitness plans, opting instead to relax with her dog while enjoying skewers and watching a show. Just as she began to thread the beef and lamb onto skewers, the once cool room was suddenly engulfed by a stifling wave of heat. Fuguai, who had been peacefully resting by her feet, abruptly opened its eyes, panting as it stood up. Annan wiped her hands and checked the thermometer, which read a precise 35 degrees Celsius. The onset of the extreme heat was imminent, mirroring the events of her previous life. However, unlike before, she was now well prepared. No matter how harsh the environment became, it would not disrupt the tranquil life she shared with Fuguai. Reassuring her dog, she calmly activated the air conditioning, closed the windows, and resumed threading the meat. Fuguai, sensing the room's return to a comfortable temperature, settled back down with ease. In stark contrast to the serenity of her home, chaos reigned outside. In the days following the receding floodwaters, many people preferred to remain outdoors. Even amidst the mud, debris, and remains, they willingly ventured out to stroll and bask in the sun. As the saying goes, people thrive in places without ceilings. After prolonged confinement, the human spirit could easily succumb to despondency. Especially in the past 4 months, the city had transformed into an aquatic realm, and many who were not adept at swimming seldom ventured outside, unless in search of essential supplies, often resulting in fierce confrontations. It had been quite some time since people had enjoyed leisurely walks and sunbathing as they did these past few days. The thought of the floodwaters receding and the calamity concluding brought joy to many who gathered in their communities to engage in light-hearted conversations. Several retired gentlemen even speculated on the government's post-disaster reconstruction measures and policies aimed at benefiting the populace. Unexpectedly, while engrossed in conversation, the temperature suddenly soared, causing beads of sweat to form on our foreheads. The initial reaction among us was to wonder if a nearby house was ablaze or if there had been an explosion. However, a glance around revealed no signs of alarm. The only peculiarity was the sun's rays, which seemed unusually brilliant. Standing beneath the sunlight felt akin to stepping into a sauna, both stifling and oppressive. In a flurry, everyone hastily shed their outer garments. A few exuberant young men went so far as to strip to the waist, sweating profusely as they muttered, "What on earth is happening? It's November. We haven't seen any chill, and now it suddenly turns sweltering." Chapter 80. chill beer with barbecue. A group of individuals engaged in animated discussions, pondering the peculiarities of this year's weather. What could be the cause of such torrential rains followed by sudden surges in temperature? As winter approaches, the air remains unseasonably warm. Could it be that the United States, unable to withstand the silence, has unleashed some form of climatic weapon? Surely not. Before the internet blackout, I observed that they too are suffering from the same fate. Utilizing weather manipulation that adversely affects their own country seems implausible. Yet, there is a saying, those who seek to harm others often end up harming themselves. Such reckless maneuvers may have backfired. The women, unlike their male counterparts who lounged in sleeveless attire, hurriedly retreated to their homes. Upon arrival, they could shed their garments, seeking relief from the heat. The men, unable to reach any consensus, simply felt the rising temperature and, preferring silence, hastened homeward. In recent years, the severity of global warming has escalated, with summer temperatures climbing relentlessly. A temperature of 35 degrees Celsius has become commonplace. However, it is indeed strange that during a month typically heralding snow, the chill has yet to arrive. The once pleasant 15-degree weather has abruptly surged by nearly 20 degrees, leaving one drenched in perspiration. For those outside, proximity to home offered some solace, allowing them to recline and reassure themselves that tranquility would bring coolness. Yet, for those farther afield, the situation was dire. During the floods, numerous vehicles were swept away, leaving most individuals unable to locate their cars. Even those fortunate enough to find their vehicles discovered them to be soggy and inoperable. Consequently, many resorted to walking. These individuals, acutely aware of the temperature fluctuations, sought refuge from the scorching sun and longed for the comfort of their homes, yet found themselves trudging under the unrelenting heat. Bai Wenbin belonged to the unfortunate group experiencing this plight. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, making his way home, feeling increasingly overheated despite shedding both his jacket and shirt. Originally, he had planned to remain at home, awaiting his cousin's visit, hoping to keep her company. However, upon waking, he was suddenly reminded that the eccentric Zhang owed him a case of mineral water, his hard-earned remuneration. The provisions at home were sufficient for him and his cousin until normal water and electricity services resumed, yet the existing supply would not last long. With the floods receding, he could no longer resort to boiling floodwater for drinking. Thus, he resolved to pay one last visit to Zhang. Inevitably, there were some physical confrontations, and in addition to the case of mineral water, Zhang provided him with a bag of millet. Exiting Zhang's residence, Bai Wenbin, already fatigued, faced the sweltering 35-degree heat once more. The trek from Zhang's home to the Kangwon community would require a full 3 hours. After only a short distance, he was overwhelmed by the heat while carrying both a case of mineral water and a bag of millet. Prior to the calamity, he had been an earnest student, unaccustomed to physical hardship. Now, drenched in sweat and burdened, each step toward home felt excruciating. After walking for a while, I contemplated retreating to Brother Zhang's place to temporarily escape the sweltering heat. However, recalling the bizarre torment I had recently endured at his home, I could not help but tense my legs, grit my teeth, and persist on my path homeward. Along the way, I encountered another traveler. This individual had dark skin and a robust physique. Observing the delicate and tender form of Bai Wenbin, he remarked, "Young man, your constitution seems rather feeble. It's merely a bit warm. Why do you appear so exhausted?" He offered, "Shall I assist you in carrying that water?" This man, having labored on construction sites for many years, had developed a physique of solid muscle and formidable willpower. The heat and toil were mere trifles to him. Bai Wenbin regarded him warily, recognizing that this was a precious resource he had painstakingly acquired, and he could not afford to relinquish it easily. Thus, he brusquely declined the offer. The man shook his head in response. TSK, unappreciative of kindness. "Carry it yourself, then." With that, he quickened his pace, leaving Bai Wenbin far behind. The sun blazed mercilessly upon him. As he trudged along, he felt parched and dry, twisting open a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Yet, this did little to alleviate his discomfort. He grew increasingly fatigued, overheated, and thirsty. It was only when he felt on the verge of fainting that he finally arrived home. Of the case of mineral water he had brought, Only 2 bottles remained. Bai Wenbin scanned his surroundings. Although Qianing had delivered supplies, she was nowhere in sight. She must have dropped off the items and departed. A headache brewed within him. His cousin was truly obstinate, insistent on remaining there to witness the spectacle in Annan. He could only hope she found what she sought, for he could no longer spare a thought for her. Exhausted, Bai Wenbin collapsed onto his bed, feeling dizzy, his skin aflame, accompanied by symptoms of tinnitus, nausea, and retching. It seemed he had suffered from heat stroke. He gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it. It would have been better not to have gone out at all. This excursion to endure Zhang's torment has left me nearly parched. What a futile endeavor. The suffering I endured on the journey. I feel utterly wretched now. What on earth is this infernal weather playing at? How could the temperature have soared so suddenly? As he berated the weather in his mind, he realized he had not eaten all day. Yet, he was too drained to rise from the bed. He carelessly grabbed a handful of millet from the bag he had brought back and stuffed it into his mouth, forsaking the need for preparation, imagining it as delectable meat in his mind. Meanwhile, Annan indulged in 5 skewers of lamb, tossing them into the dog bowl. She opened a can of chilled beer, holding a generous handful of lamb skewers, alternating between bites of meat and sips of beer. As she savored her meal, she continued grilling pork belly and vegetable rolls. In a matter of moments, Fu Guwei had devoured everything from his bowl, lifting his head to fixate on the food in her hands. Annan cautioned, "Those are mine. They are salted, and you cannot have them. Heavy salt is detrimental to a dog's health." So Annan had prepared a salt-free version specifically for him. "Here, you can have this grilled quail instead." Speaking thus, Annan placed the 2 roasted quails, now cool to the touch, into its feeding bowl. Fu Guwei, with his head bowed, savored the meal with great delight, the crunch of bones and meat resonating as he feasted. Skewers of beef and lamb, roasted quail, streaky pork, soy sauce-glazed tendons, crispy skin, and vegetable rolls. As both the person and the dog had nearly finished their repast, Annan took out the remaining alligator meat to roast, contemplating sending some to Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an. They had previously rendered her considerable assistance, and the alligator they had caught had exchanged for ample supplies. The origins of the beef and lamb were murky and unsuitable for sharing, yet she believed they would surely appreciate the roasted alligator. She skillfully prepared the alligator meat, brushing it with oil and sprinkling seasoning, completing the task in one swift motion, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Chapter 81. Air conditioning wealthy and well-fed. The creature lounged nearby, its belly protruding as it savored the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Tempted, Annan casually tossed a piece of roasted crocodile meat toward it. Once the meat was ready, she knocked on the door of room 1401. Chu Peipei opened the door, clad in a remarkably short spaghetti-strap nightgown, fanning herself with an advertisement leaflet. Upon seeing the roasted meat in Annan's hand, her eyes lit up, and she quickly reached for it. "Nan, how did you know I was too hot to cook?" she exclaimed, leaning down to take in the delightful scent. "It smells divine." Although Chu Peipei had procured plenty of crocodile meat herself, she had mostly sliced it thinly to boil, striving to conserve fuel. It had been ages since she had indulged in such spiced and seasoned barbecue. "Nan, just a moment. Let me grab some dry rations to trade with you," she said. But Annan stopped her. "No need. This meat is from the catch you and Zhao Ping'an made. I roasted more than I can consume. Let us all enjoy it together. Today it's my treat." Chu Peipei considered this for a moment. "All right then, I'll treat you next time. Thanks to you, my supplies are quite ample now." She then regarded Annan with astonishment. "I've been sitting still at home, feeling flushed from the heat, yet you just roasted skewers and still appear perfectly composed?" Annan responded candidly. "My home has a generator. I've turned on the air conditioning." There was no point in concealing this, especially since Chu Peipei lived next door and would eventually discover the truth. A look of understanding crossed Chu Peipei's face, and her surprise faded. It was no wonder that Annan, with her abundant resources and a generator to sustain the air conditioning, remained unfazed by the heat. Even Chu Peipei, who had recently prospered from crocodile hunting, had a generator at home. However, she still felt hot. The good news, she had acquired a generator. The bad news, it was exchanged for an air conditioning unit. Naturally, a single air conditioner could not procure such a valuable asset on its own. At that time, Chu Pei had given up a significant amount of grain along with the air conditioning unit, washing machine, dishwasher, and other appliances she deemed unnecessary, to obtain the generator and a small supply of fuel to keep her refrigerator running. Little did she anticipate that the weather would suddenly become this sweltering. Now, air conditioning had transformed into a coveted luxury. Unable to contain herself, Chu Pei remarked, "I have a generator, yet I lack air conditioning." While Annan had surplus air conditioning units in her space, she could not simply give them away. After all, even a doomsday enthusiast like Zhao Pingyan would not equip his home with multiple air conditioning units. She had to tread carefully with anything that could potentially expose her secret. After a moment of contemplation, Annan suggested, "Many households possess air conditioning. You could search within a neighborhood and easily find one. Numerous homes have become vacant due to the casualties during the flood, so it would be simple to find one and make it your own." Chu Pei hesitated. "But the temperature surely cannot remain this high indefinitely. Perhaps it will cool down by tomorrow." Annan replied, "Everyone thinks as you do, which is why air conditioning units are not yet in high demand. However, should this sweltering heat persist for several months, akin to a deluge, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. In truth, the extreme heat could last not merely for months, but for an entire 2 years. Forget about air conditioning. Even an antiquated electric fan would be fiercely contested. The most sought-after resources during such scorching times would include drinking water, cooling appliances, generators, and food. Clothing would lose its importance, as many would be seen parading in public in a state of undress due to the oppressive heat." Upon hearing Annan's words, Chu Pei pondered for a moment and found them quite reasonable. The rise in temperature was already abnormal, reminiscent of the torrential rain 4 months prior, sudden and extreme. It could very well continue for an extended period. Regardless of the duration, being prepared is always beneficial. She asserted, "I shall take a stroll around the community shortly to procure an air conditioner." Annan reminded her, "Do remember to carry a weapon." After bidding farewell to Chu Pei, she ascended the stairs to find Zhao Pingyan. The stairwell was stiflingly hot, and after just a few steps, Annan had broken into a light sweat. When Zhao Pingyan opened his door, a waft of cool air immediately escaped from within, indicating that he too had turned on the air conditioning. As Zhao Pingyan emerged, he was instantly captivated by the fragrant platter of barbecued meat in Annan's hands. "Idol, how fortuitous. My mother was just lamenting the blandness of the noodles I cooked." Annan chuckled, "I happened to crave barbecue today, and thought I'd bring some for you to sample." Zhao Pingyan was initially touched. Who could understand? My idol has become my friend, and even brings me delicious food. He quickly turned concerned, glancing at her complexion. "Idol, with such hot weather, are you all right grilling at home? You haven't suffered from heat stroke, have you?" Annan shook her head. "No. That's a relief." Zhao Pingyan exhaled. "The temperature rose so abruptly today. Fortunately, we stayed indoors, or we could have easily fallen ill." Annan nodded. It was indeed quite sudden, reminiscent of that torrential rain. Striking fiercely, she intentionally steered the conversation towards the first calamity, hoping to catch Zhao Pingyan's attention. As expected, he furrowed his brows and nodded. "Indeed, when anomalies occur, something sinister is afoot. I suspect this apocalyptic disaster has not truly ended. We must remain vigilant and cautious." Suddenly, a thought seemed to illuminate his face. "By the way, Idol, have you fashioned the anti-cut fabric I exchanged with you into clothing? That material has temperature-regulating properties. Be sure to wear it to prevent heat stroke." Annan nodded, poised to respond, when another figure emerged from behind Zhao Pingyan. "You must be Annan," Hu Tsuelan said with a beaming smile. Pingyan often speaks of his idol. During the acupuncture sessions, Pei always praised you. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. What a lovely young lady you are." Annan smiled politely. "Hello, Andy." Zhao Pingyan interjected, "Mom, you've met her before? Have you forgotten?" It was in the elevator. Hu Tsuelan's expression shifted, and she playfully smacked his head. "You little rascal. Why do you speak in riddles, trying to embarrass your mother?" Zhao Pingyan winced in pain, dodging while exclaiming, "Oh dear mother, my idol is still here. Please grant me some dignity." He then turned to Annan and apologized. "I beg your pardon, esteemed idol. My mother suffers from mania, and her outbursts are quite unpredictable. I hope this does not cause you any embarrassment." Observing their playful banter, Annan felt a warmth envelop her. She did not find it distasteful at all. Her own home was stark and desolate, and without the presence of wealth, she feared she might gradually lose her ability to communicate altogether. How she wished her mother were still alive. Unlike Hutsulan, who expressed her emotions so openly, her mother was an epitome of grace and gentleness. Yet, regardless of their differing natures, the gaze of mothers upon their children remains universally filled with affection, whether in praise or admonition. Chapter 82. The herbal medicine matures ahead of time. Hitsulan withdrew her hand from striking her son and noticed Annan's somewhat despondent expression, which immediately sparked a thought in her mind. She called out to Annan in a loud voice, "Child, come inside and join us for a meal." Annan promptly emerged from a reverie, replying, "No, Annie, I've already had enough to eat. Please, you all go ahead." As she spoke, she handed her items to Zhao Pingyan, intending to leave. Zhao Pingyan quickly called out to her, "Idol, wait a moment. I have something to exchange with you." Annan waved her hand dismissively. "I didn't take anything from Sister Peipei, so how could I accept yours? You should go back inside and eat. This meal is on me." Zhao Pingyan, no longer being polite, responded, "All right then, next time it's my treat." Annan smiled. Sister Peipei said the same. "Looks like you'll be at the back of the line now." With that, she waved goodbye and descended the stairs to return home. Hitsulan watched Annan's departing figure and sighed. What a delightful young girl. Zhao Pingyan reminded her mom, "You previously mentioned that she treats people as one would chop vegetables, and if things go awry, she might take a leg from me." Hitsulan playfully punched him. "You little rascal, do you insist on opposing me?" After reprimanding him, she continued on her way home, stating, "When it is time to be ruthless, one must be. But a touch of humanity is essential. Only then can one be considered truly alive. This girl, I have faith in her. She will not disappoint." Upon returning home after delivering her items, Annan found that night had fully descended. The temperature had dropped slightly compared to the daytime, but only by a fraction. Adjusting the air conditioning a bit, she swiftly entered the spatial realm with her dog. Fugaway, as usual, rushed to drink from the spring water, and Annan, accustomed to this routine, paid it no mind. She proceeded to the experimental field to inspect the herbs she had neglected for several days. Consulting the images on her tablet, she was astonished to discover that the isatis root she had planted had already matured. How could this be? Previously, her research indicated that the maturation period for isatis was 6 months, yet had only been 3 months. How could they be ready so soon? In disbelief, she examined the plants once more. Indeed, they had matured. Was the passage of time in this estate different from that of the outside world, perhaps accelerated? However, she quickly dismissed this possibility. Prior to planting, she had conducted an experiment with apples, and based on the time taken for oxidation and decay, the time here aligned perfectly with the external world. The sole distinction was that the estate did not experience seasonal changes, even though it was November outside. The estate remained vibrant and full of life. Logically, if the flow of time was consistent with the outside, there should be no reason for a reduction in the maturation period. After contemplating for a moment, Annan surmised that the cause must lie in the soil or the irrigation water. Either the soil in the estate was exceptionally nutrient-rich, or the spring water used for irrigation possessed properties that promoted plant growth. She unearthed a root for inspection. It was straight, robust, and uniformly thick, exhibiting an impressive quality. Upon closer observation, she noted that her novice cultivation of isatis produced a quality superior to those sold in the market. Naturally, she would not indulge in the illusion of possessing extraordinary talent. It is likely the result of the spatial influence. After some contemplation, she collected a small sample of soil and spring water, intending to find an opportune moment to present them to Zhao Pingyan for further research. Hoping to uncover some underlying principles, Annan gazed at her lush, experimental field, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of her inaugural attempt at cultivating medicinal herbs. With enthusiasm, she commenced the harvest, starting with the leaves. These leaves, known as Yi, are also a medicinal herb used to treat yellow pox, sore throats, fevers, headaches, and sores in the mouth and tongue. Only after harvesting the leaves could she proceed to gather the roots, specifically the root of Ban Lan Jen. Just as she finished harvesting the Yi, she was abruptly expelled from the spatial realm. Observing that it was still early for bedtime, Annan returned to her bedroom, lying on her bed to continue harvesting the roots with her consciousness. This mental energy could also be honed through practice. Initially, she found herself fatigued from merely moving objects with her mind. Yet now, she could efficiently engage in agricultural tasks. After toiling for 3 hours, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. The following day, Annan enjoyed a simple breakfast, foregoing physical training to instead utilize her consciousness to excavate the remaining ban lawn general after over 2 hours of diligent work. She successfully completed the harvest of all the roots. Elated, she swiftly entered the spatial realm, fondling the fruits of her labor, and then laid out the freshly dug ban lawn gen to dry. This time, she gathered a total of 150 kilograms of ban lawn gen, a commendable yield. Buoyed by her successful experience, Annan resolved to expand her experimental field, creating more space for cultivation. Without hesitation, she demarcated the area and began tilling the soil. After half an hour, she withdrew from the spatial realm and opted to utilize her mental energy to continue the tilling. She was mindful not to exhaust her daily allowance of time spent in the spatial realm all at once, reserving some for unforeseen emergencies. After all, the space was her refuge and her means of survival. Working with her consciousness was similarly taxing, though it primarily drained her mentally. Yet, if it served to strengthen her mental faculties, why not embrace it? Leaning against the sofa, Annan closed her eyes, tilling the soil in her estate. Fuwa, believing his master to be asleep, lazily lay beside her. By the time Annan completed the tilling, it was already noon, and the external temperature had soared to 42 degrees. Remarkably, within just 1 day, the temperature had nearly reached the catastrophic limits observed prior to the disaster. The most alarming aspect was that this heat would continue to rise, potentially reaching as high as 60 degrees. Standing by the window, Annan observed the outside world, which had returned to a profound stillness. The residents, having just resumed a semblance of normalcy for 2 days, found themselves confined within their homes, too fearful to move. With every household lacking essential medications, the risk of heat stroke loomed large. Without timely treatment, coupled with the oppressive heat, the situation could quickly escalate into a life-threatening condition. Annan gazed at the land outside, once soaked by floodwaters, now completely parched under the relentless sun. She stared blankly for a moment, suddenly realizing that perhaps the heavens had indeed granted humanity a slender thread of hope. After all, it was only after the floodwaters had receded that the temperature surged to such a staggering height. Had the depths of the water remained at several meters, and a sudden wave of extreme heat descended, none would have survived, herself included. The building would transform into a colossal steamer, containing them like morsels of meat. With the water beneath growing increasingly heated, before it could evaporate, they would all be thoroughly cooked. Annan recalled the slow-cooked steak showcased by those culinary bloggers and couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 83. Scavenging the Machinery Factory as evening approached. The temperature dropped from a sweltering 42 degrees to a more bearable 38 degrees. Annan donned her temperature-regulating suit, preparing to venture out for a zero-cost procurement. Although the previous days had offered a comfortable climate, the streets had been teeming with people, making her forays rather cumbersome. Now, however, with the sudden rise in temperature, everyone had retreated indoors, reluctant to brave the heat. In a few days, as individuals gradually acclimatized to the soaring temperatures and their stored provisions dwindled, they would inevitably risk venturing out in search of supplies. Thus, if she sought solitude and freedom from disturbance, this was indeed the opportune moment. After putting on her temperature-regulating attire, Annan attempted to turn off the air conditioning. Soon, the temperature inside the room began to rise. Rich, who had been comfortably nestled in his dog bed, widened his eyes and stood up, panting anxiously at his owner. "What is happening? Is there a fire?" The heat was intense, causing sweat to bead with the slightest movement. Yet Annan felt no such discomfort. She couldn't help but marvel at her temperature-regulating suit. Xiaoping and truly had remarkable ingenuity. Observing her distressed canine, she quickly turned the air conditioning back on, though this time she set it to a moderate 28 degrees. Rich could not remain indoors indefinitely. Eventually, he would need to step outside. While the suit provided protection, he could not afford to grow overly feeble. The world outside was one of natural selection, where only the fittest survived, and those who persevered would gradually adapt to the heat. Such resilience is a testament to humanity's tenacity. Therefore, even though she and Rich need not suffer through the high temperatures, they could not remain ensconced in an overly comfortable environment, subject to the whims of ease. Consequently, she resolved to gradually adjust the indoor temperature in accordance with the rising outdoor heat. By mastering the balance, she could ensure that both she and Rich could acclimate to the sweltering conditions without succumbing to heat exhaustion. Seeing that the temperature had become more agreeable, Rich lazily returned to his bed. It was only when Annan prepared to leave that he stood up once more. How? Where are you going? Are you planning to sneak off and meet that handsome fellow again? Annan chuckled at his inquisitive expression. I'm going out to gather supplies. Do you want to come along? It's quite hot outside. She picked him up and carried him to the window, flinging it open. A wave of heat surged in, causing Rich to scrunch his face in dismay. How? He yelped like a pig being slaughtered, wriggling free from Annan's embrace and scampering back to his little nest, turning back to call out a couple of times. How? Close the window. It's hot. Annan laughed as she shut the window. She recalled an educational post she had seen. When children misbehave and attempt to place their hands in the door crack, how can one effectively deter them? The answer was to trap their hand in the door once, ensuring they would never again be curious enough to do so. Rich, in this moment, exhibited similar sentiments. His curiosity extinguished, he sprawled languidly in his bed, quietly observing Annan as she changed her shoes at the entrance. Go wherever you wish. Dear master, I harbor no objections to your clandestine meetings with that dashing gentleman. It's far too hot outside. I shall not endure such torment. After stepping outside, Annan found a secluded corner and took out her Night 15. Settling into the luxurious interior and activating the air conditioning, she exhaled contentedly. As her fingers caressed the opulent dashboard and the comfortably contoured steering wheel, she hummed a cheerful tune and pressed the accelerator. The exhilarating thrust propelled her into a realm of formidable power. After such a long wait, she finally had the opportunity to drive her beloved vehicle. Gently stroking the steering wheel, she spoke playfully, My dear, I know you have an insatiable appetite for fuel. I must keep you well fed. The primary objective of this outing was to procure more gasoline. The fuel she had previously acquired from the fuel supplier was sufficient for her generator and her wooling van for quite some time. However, now she possessed the Night 15. This robust, high-horsepower armored vehicle, capable of withstanding 15 kilograms of TNT, boasted a weight of 6 tons and could reach speeds of up to 240 kilometers/h. Every aspect of it was simply exquisite. Yet, this perfection came with a slight drawback: its terrifying fuel consumption. Her wooling van consumed approximately 6 liters per 100 kilometers, while her other vehicle managed around 10. In stark contrast, her prized war machine guzzled an astounding 60 liters per 100 kilometers. Indeed, 60. The fuel she had stored, which could have lasted her decades, was now reduced to a mere few years' supply for the night. Upon receiving the vehicle, her first thought was the urgent need to acquire more fuel. Unfortunately, the entire city of Lin Bay had transformed into a waterlogged landscape, rendering such operations impossible. Now, with no flooding and the streets deserted, it was the perfect moment for her to gather gasoline. The road lay silent, devoid of life, littered with debris and remnants. Ordinary cars would struggle to navigate this terrain, but for her Night, even a small vehicle was no obstacle to be avoided. Rather, it was something to be crushed beneath its weight. Driving her armored vehicle, Annan effortlessly traversed the landscape, arriving at her destination, a large machinery manufacturing plant. Before attempting to extract fuel, she needed the right tools. Entering the plant, she discovered that it was divided into various sections. In the first section, she spotted her target, a digger. With a digger at her disposal, she could unearth the underground fuel tanks buried beneath the gas station. Although the diggers had been submerged, they had since dried out under the heat. She tested several, but most failed to start. However, after careful selection, she found one that was operational. Storing the digger in her spatial compartment, she began gathering complementary equipment: rock drills, rebar cutters, quick connectors, and, most importantly, a hydraulic breaker. Once she secured the digger, the breaker would serve to shatter the concrete at the gas station. After ensuring that the digger and its accompanying tools were stored, she hesitated briefly, then decided to also collect the water-damaged diggers. Zhao Pingyan would likely be able to repair them. After all, he often scavenged for scrap metal at the waterside market, returning with ideas for inventions. At an indeterminate time, these items might be refurbished by him and thus continue to serve their purpose. Exiting the excavator factory, she casually entered the next facility, only to be astonished by the sight of agricultural machinery. Annan's eyes sparkled with delight. Previously, she had contemplated how primitive her cultivation methods were, lamenting their laboriousness and inefficiency. How wonderful it would be to achieve agricultural automation within her estate. Truly, a serendipitous discovery. Chapter 84. Zero-cost purchases at the gas station. Annan entered the factory area with a sense of satisfaction, collecting an array of agricultural machinery, including tractors, planters, sprayers, and combine harvesters. It was difficult to discern which items were damaged and which were operational, so she decided to store all the machinery in her space for later examination. After exiting the agricultural machinery factory area, Annan, with renewed vigor, traversed each section of the factory, emptying it of all its machines. Although many of these devices were unfamiliar to her and their purposes unknown, she recalled the time before the natural disaster when she stockpiled supplies. She never imagined that one day she would require excavators and agricultural machinery. Yet here she was, suddenly in need of them. Who knew what unexpected tools might prove useful in the future? Thus, she resolved to store all these machines, as her space was now vast and seemingly boundless. After thoroughly scavenging the entire machinery factory, Annan returned to her vehicle and drove towards a nearby gas station, intending to procure fuel. This particular gas station had been chosen deliberately. It was situated in a rural area with no nearby residential communities, offering her the convenience of utilizing her space without interruption. Upon nearing the gas station, she took a roundabout route to ensure the surroundings were clear of any onlookers. Confirming the absence of bystanders, she returned to the gas station and retrieved the excavator. She first replaced its bucket with a hydraulic hammer and then filled it with diesel, preparing for her task. Typically, fuel storage tanks at gas stations are buried directly beneath the fueling area. Annan planned to dig a hole beside the tank and reach down to retrieve it into her space. While this may seem straightforward, the execution posed considerable challenges. Initially, she could only approximate the tank's location underground, lacking precise coordinates. A miscalculation that led her to drill directly into the tank could result in a catastrophic explosion. Furthermore, she had never formally learned how to operate an excavator, making it difficult to maneuver safely and effectively. Consequently, she decided to commence her digging from a location considerably distant from her estimated position, intending to gradually test the ground towards the tank. Prioritizing caution, she resolved to proceed slowly, ensuring her safety above all else. Although this approach would diminish efficiency, it would safeguard her well-being. With her plan in place, Annan first stored the Night 15 in her space. In the event of an error leading to an explosion, she could swiftly retreat to her space. But her beloved vehicle would be at risk. Thus, she hastily secured it. With everything prepared, Annan confidently climbed into the excavator. Previously, she had come across a video on a short video platform that garnered over 3 million likes, teaching viewers how to operate an excavator. The instructions were clear and easy to comprehend, leading to a flurry of humorous comments about learning to operate excavators and online vocational technical college. Recalling the video, Annan turned the key, lifted the safety lock, and maneuvered the directional controls and operating levers. After a few adjustments, she quickly mastered the operation. Hood, 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 hood. The jackhammer commenced its operation, and before long, it had excavated a substantial hole in the concrete floor. However, due to the initial positioning being rather distant, it was evident that there was nothing of significance beneath. Annan skillfully maneuvered the machine, inching it closer as she continued her drilling. Having drilled several holes, she transformed from a novice into an adept operator, capable of controlling both the angle and depth with ease. With newfound confidence, she advanced significantly towards the fuel station. Upon completing this latest hole, She unearthed a corner of the oil tank. In a surge of excitement, Annan reached inside, retrieving the massive tank into her spatial storage. At last, the precious fuel resource was within her grasp. In a world where resources were scarce, even prior to the calamity, gasoline had soared to over $8 per liter. Now, she was acquiring it by the ton at no cost. Typically, an oil station storage tanks range from 2 to 6, stored in close proximity. After collecting one, she repeated the process, continuing to gather the others. Ultimately, she amassed 3 storage tanks, each with a capacity of approximately 20 tons of fuel. However, due to previous vehicles having refueled, the tanks were not full, each containing just over half of its capacity. Together, the 3 tanks yielded around 40 tons, comprising 10 tons of diesel and 30 tons of gasoline. This amount was sufficient for her Wuling Hongguang to run until it was no longer operable. Yet, for the fuel-thirsty armored vehicle, it was still insufficient. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, Annan promptly set off for the next gas station. The crowded city was too perilous to traverse, compelling her to venture outward. Arriving at the subsequent station, she employed the same tried-and-true method, but with considerably more finesse than her initial attempt. Within just over an hour, she successfully secured 4 tanks, totaling 60 tons of fuel. Thus, after a lengthy night of labor, Annan had efficiently gathered 14 storage tanks from 4 gas stations, bringing her fuel reserves to an impressive 200 tons. While this was ample for her needs, her penchant for hoarding drove her to continue. As fuel in the apocalypse was akin to gold, more was always better. Annan pressed on, setting her sights on the 5th gas station. As she drove along the provincial road, darkness enveloped her surroundings, with only her vehicle's high beams illuminating the path ahead. Just as she calculated her arrival time, she suddenly spotted a blaze of light ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Annan quickly extinguished her headlights, concealing her presence, and stealthily approached, halting approximately 100 meters from the illumination. In the shadows, she observed intently. The brightly lit area was indeed the gas station she intended to visit, but it was currently occupied by 5 workers engaged in construction. They had brought a generator, powering large lights that illuminated the entire scene. The noise emanated from a jackhammer drilling into the ground. Like her, they were working in the dead of night to break the gas station surface. Annan furrowed her brow. It appeared they were also in pursuit of fuel. However, unlike her, they lacked the advantage of spatial storage, employing methods that were considerably more dangerous and time-consuming. Their construction area was extensive. They intended to excavate the entire ground, then expertly separate the oil tanks, subsequently utilizing cranes to hoist the tanks and load them onto large trucks. Annan observed the fervent activity of this group and could not help but speculate. Could they be officials aiming to recover these fuel resources for the purpose of constructing a base? But then she reconsidered. That could not be right. The authorities had only commenced the establishment of bases during the peak of extreme heat, and at that time, they were facing a fuel shortage, actively procuring supplies from various sources. Annan distinctly recalled that she, along with the bi-siblings, had scoured for vehicles to siphon fuel, accumulating it to trade with the officials for water. In her memory, there seemed to have been an unknown magnate who monopolized all fuel resources and then seized the opportunity to collaborate with the official base by supplying fuel, thereby gaining control over a multitude of other resources. Could it be that these individuals were dispatched by that very magnate? Chapter 85. The cooling soup, regardless of who sent them. It was evident that this gas station had already been claimed by others. Annan observed for a while before deciding to leave. The road ahead was obstructed by several large trucks awaiting oil transport. Annan tucked her vehicle into her space and proceeded on foot, stealthily maneuvering through the shadows. Once she reached a safe distance undetected by the others, she retrieved her armored vehicle and drove away. Continuing her journey to the next gas station, she was dismayed to find nothing but an empty pit. It appeared that a group had gotten there first. Reluctantly, she pressed on. The subsequent 2 gas stations were similarly ransacked. Undeterred, Annan persevered. And upon arriving at the next location, she was finally greeted not by desolation, but by a brightly lit construction site. Annan thought to herself, how could another construction crew possibly appear? After observing for a moment, she sensed that this crew was affiliated with the previous group. Despite their scant attire due to the heat, their methods were strikingly similar. In addition, the provisions of dry rations and drinking water in the corner bore the same brand, suggesting they were supplied by the same proprietor. With no option but to continue her journey, Annan pressed on. As she reached the neighboring city, the situation remained unchanged, either already excavated or claimed by others. The opposing side had dispatched multiple crews working simultaneously. Fortunately, she came across 2 gas stations that had yet to be raided, swiftly seizing the opportunity to acquire 100 tons of oil. While collecting, she reflected on her luck. Had she waited until the following day, there would have been nothing left. It seemed the opposing group had the same idea, with both sides striking at nearly identical times. However, their relentless digging left no traces for others, showing a remarkable lack of consideration. Annan, in a moment of frustration, felt a surge of anger. Ahem, having already secured 300 tons of oil, she had more than enough for her needs, leaving a surplus for trade. In these tumultuous times, being able to employ such a number of skilled workers and later negotiate with the authorities indicated the significant power of the unseen benefactor behind this operation. It was unnecessary to confront them and disrupt her peace. After a long night of toil, Annan rubbed her aching shoulders. Exhausted, she decided to head home. Upon returning home in the early hours of the morning, Annan hurried to bed for some much-needed rest. She slept until noon, only to be awakened by the sweltering heat. Her pet, Fugwai, was persistently pawing at her. Annan, drenched in sweat, opened her eyes. What was happening? Was the air conditioning malfunctioning? Wiping her brow, she lowered the temperature setting, immediately feeling a wave of relief. Grabbing a thermometer, she opened the window to check the temperature outside. It had already climbed to a scorching 49 degrees. No wonder it felt so hot. The ground temperature must have been around 70 degrees. Rising from bed, she freshened up, filled Fugwai's food bowl, and retrieved a bowl of chilled cold noodles from her space, pairing it with a fizzy drink. As she indulged in her meal, she watched a comedic variety show. Just as she finished eating, her friend Chu Peipei knocked on the door. Lacking a dog or companions at home, she often sought Annan's company when she felt like chatting. Nan, in just 3 days, the temperature has soared from 15 degrees to 50. It's truly terrifying. Saying this, she handed the bowl in her hand to Annan. I have prepared some mung bean soup for you to alleviate the heat. Annan did not accept it. The extreme heat had arrived, and water resources were becoming the most scarce commodity. The sweltering weather already caused excessive sweating and dehydration, compounded by the lack of running water, leading many to suffer from severe dehydration and perish, leaving behind mere husks. In the villa of Annan's estate, there was a continuous supply of drinking water, and the space still held ample stock from supermarkets. Thus, water was not a concern. However, Chu Peipei was in a different predicament. The supplies she had previously gathered were dwindling with each sip. Annan remarked, I just finished my meal and can't drink anymore. You should keep it for yourself. Oh, this is a refreshing drink. It's not the same as food. It's no laughing matter if one truly succumbs to heat stroke. Chu Peipei insisted, shoving the bowl into Annan's hands. After a moment's contemplation, Annan relented, taking the mung bean soup back into the house and returning with a 5-liter bottle of mineral water, offering it to her. Chu Peipei hurriedly waved her hand. No need. Just a little mung bean soup. I even saved some for Zhao Ping'an, so I don't need anything. Besides, you treated me to skewers last time. Annan replied, this is different from the skewers. In this scorching weather, refreshing drinks are incredibly precious. Seeing Chu Peipei persist in her refusal, she finally said, I'm too lazy to make soup, so you can keep this water. You made the mung bean soup, just share a bowl with me. You provide the beans and fuel, I'll provide the water. It's quite fair. Only then did Chu Peipei hesitantly accept. She understood that Annan was looking out for her. After all, in the current situation, water was far more valuable than mung beans and fuel. Annan observed her expression and knew she was touched. It struck her that if this water were offered to anyone else, they would have eagerly accepted it, and even if she hadn't offered, some would have schemed to seize it. Yet, Chu Peipei seemed reluctant to accept anything, fearing she might take advantage of someone else's kindness. This clearly demonstrated her admirable character. However, reciprocity is key. Chu Pei felt too shy to ask, but was willing to give. Others might plead with tears, yet she would remain steadfast. Annan looked at Chu Pei and inquired, "Have you found an air conditioner?" Chu Pei nodded. "After our conversation the night before, I went searching in the community and found one in less than half an hour, along with an extra fan. However," she said with a troubled expression, "while the air conditioner does alleviate the heat, it consumes a lot of electricity. My generator's fuel won't last long." "Nan, where do you think this disaster will end? The high temperatures can't last forever, right?" Annan mused, "And that would take a full 2 years. However," she did not reveal this and replied, "I don't know how long it will last. Yet, one must take control of their own destiny." She looked earnestly at Chu Pei. "Rather than praying for the calamity to end swiftly, it is wiser to prepare adequately and face it with composure. One's fate must be grasped firmly in their own hands." Chu Pei repeated this phrase in her mind, suddenly experiencing an enlightening revelation. Indeed, if the soaring temperatures persist, shall we merely recline in our homes, awaiting the depletion of fuel, and succumb to the oppressive heat? Nan, you're absolutely right. Rather than beseeching divine mercy, it is far wiser to prepare ourselves. When faced with adversities, we must confront them head-on. Tomorrow, I shall devise a plan to procure fuel. Annan, observing her spirited demeanor, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. It is evident that doctors are resilient scholars. With just a few words of encouragement, their fighting spirit is ignited. She turned to Chu Pei and inquired, "What are your plans for obtaining fuel?" Chu Pei replied, "I shall wait for the evening when it cools down and then visit the gas station." Annan responded with a contemplative silence. Chapter 86. A facade of excrement indeed. Heroes often share common perspective. However, it is likely that Chu Pei found nothing at the gas station. Unlike herself, those individuals could only covertly siphon fuel from deserted outskirts in the dead of night. Judging by their demeanor, it was probable that the gas stations within the city had also been exhausted. After toiling through the night until now, there must be little fuel left. Yet, she could not convey this to Chu Pei. She could only suggest, aside from gas stations, there are numerous abandoned vehicles on the road that still contain fuel. Chu Pei pondered for a moment and nodded. "We would need a siphon. Otherwise, we'd have to resort to sucking it out with our mouths. I will inquire with Zhao Ping'an shortly. He possesses all sorts of ingenious tools." Then, casting a glance at Annan, she asked, Nan, would you like to join in the search for fuel?" Annan replied, "I think I will pass. I am particularly averse to heat. The fuel at home is sufficient for the time being." If she were to accompany them, Chu Pei would have to share her portion, thereby diminishing her own haul. Besides, she had 300 tons of fuel in her space. There was no need to venture out in search of loose fuel. The gasoline and diesel collected yesterday could sustain 2 Chu Peis. Nevertheless, Annan would not act so selfishly. Firstly, the origin and storage of the fuel were ambiguous. And, secondly, assistance among friends should maintain certain boundaries. One cannot rely on others indefinitely. Mutual progress is essential for sustaining any relationship. Chu Pei expressed her understanding. "All right then, you should head back and rest. I still have some cooling soup left. I will take it to Zhao Ping'an and Aunt Hu." Annan watched her depart, closed the door, and returned home to tend to her space, where she spread fertilizer and sowed seeds. This time, she chose to plant Isida's root. Previously, she had planted only a small amount in her experimental field. Now, having cleared a new plot, she would plant again, ensuring ample supply for both use and sale during the epidemic. After completing her tasks, Annan resumed watching her variety show before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She had been tempted by the celebrities devouring turkey noodles on the show and decided to indulge in them for dinner. However, she would prepare her own refined version. The first time she had tried turkey noodles, she had only detected the spiciness, failing to appreciate its aromatic depth. It was not until she modified the recipe that she became increasingly addicted to it. She began by pan-frying an Orleans chicken fillet, a few slices of luncheon meat, and a soft-boiled egg. Once the water boiled, she cooked the noodles for 4 minutes, drained them, and added a splash of milk to bring to a boil. Then, she poured in the sauce, stirring until it thickened. She added the cut chicken fillet and luncheon meat, turned off the heat, sprinkled on some nori flakes, and topped it with cheese to melt before finally covering it with the fried egg. Her creation was complete. This version of turkey noodles, enriched with a robust flavor in addition to the spice, offered a rich texture and enhanced nutritional value. Most importantly, the milk formed a protective layer in her stomach, reducing the irritation caused by the chili pepper. Once the noodles were plated, Annan retrieved the perfect companion for her turkey noodles from her space, fried chicken coated in honey mustard sauce. She had purchased it from a remarkably authentic fried chicken shop at a snack street before the natural disasters, given that she had already included several side dishes. Her stomach's capacity was limited, so she added only 2 pieces of fried chicken. On the other hand, the aroma was so enticing that it had her pet begging eagerly. She decisively poured the remaining 6 pieces of fried chicken into its dog bowl, sans any sauce. Of course, Fu Gue glanced at his owner's bowl and then at his own. "Why do you have noodles while mine is so bland?" Annan quickly understood his reluctance to eat. "Ah, little one, so greedy." She generously added a bit of noodles to his meal and then regarded him with a knowing look. Content to find his dish more appealing, Fu Gue began to eat. However, after just one bite, he immediately stuck out his tongue and raced off to drink water, tripping over his own paws and tumbling down in the process. Annan couldn't help but burst into laughter at his antics. Silly dog, always wanted to try everything. After finishing her meal, Annan stood for half an hour to aid digestion. Prolonged sitting post-meal can lead to abdominal fat accumulation, while moving around might hinder the spleen and stomach's digestive processes. The saying that a stroll after dinner helps one live to 99 is a fallacy. Engaging in immediate physical activity post-meal can deplete vital energy and harm the digestive organs, impeding the production of vital fluids. Half an hour later, Annan changed into her thermoregulating outfit, preparing to venture out for another round of zero-cost shopping. The reason for her hearty dinner was her need to work through the night. Once again, she drove her Black Knight, navigating through the community with a powerful presence. The streets tonight were not as eerily quiet as the previous night. A few individuals had ventured out in search of supplies. The temperature had risen sharply, prompting some sensitive individuals to realize that a new wave of calamity was upon them. Thus, disregarding the oppressive heat, they hurried out to seek provisions while the night offered a slight reprieve. Who knows how much hotter it might get later? As Annan sped by in her car, some people spotted her and waved for help. "Give me a ride. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore. Help me, I'm too old to walk." Annan ignored them entirely, driving past without a second glance. One moment you allow them into your vehicle, and the next they could force you out and claim it as their own. True to form, witnessing Annan's indifference, the group quickly picked up stones, cursing as they took a few steps back before hurling them toward her. "Rich people are all the same. What is wrong with letting me sit in such a big car? Cold-hearted fiend. Sooner or later, your brakes will fail and you'll crash." The armored vehicle was bulletproof. The stones merely bounced off, leaving no trace. Yet Annan remained displeased. "Cursing my car, are we?" Resolutely, she shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator, bringing the car back toward them. As the vehicle approached, the group hastily sidestepped to avoid being crushed, watching the car door warily. They thought the owner must be returning to retaliate after being insulted and having his car attacked. Perfect, if he stepped out, they could swarm him, beat him up, and steal his vehicle. A pack of eyes fixated on the car door, but to their surprise, it did not open, only the window lowered. Before they could react, a heap of sticky substance was dumped over them, covering their faces entirely. What on earth? A few individuals found the odor utterly repugnant and instinctively wiped their faces, only to bring their hands before their eyes. "Excrement! This is excrement!" A chorus of horrified screams erupted, and they bent over, retching uncontrollably. As they heaved, the foul substance from their foreheads and noses trickled toward their mouths, intensifying their nausea. Infuriated, they cursed amidst their vomiting. "How can you lack such decorum? To throw excrement! I am truly—" Annan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What are you shouting about? It's merely feces. How could it be so viscous?" "That is a luxurious mixture of excrement and urine, specifically concocted to ferment into organic fertilizer. It is all quite valuable. You are fortunate to have it." With a dismissive snort, Annan drove away. The group was left feeling both enraged and nauseous. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the occupants of the vehicle, unaware of their gender, nor did they comprehend how the foul substance had been hurled. The black knight sped off, soon disappearing from view, leaving only the faint glow of the taillights behind. Chapter 87. The Jade Zero purchase. Annan drove swiftly to her destination, the jewelry commercial street. This entire thoroughfare was lined with stores peddling adornments, and those venturing out in search of supplies rarely frequented this area, rendering it particularly tranquil. After all, no matter how valuable these trinkets were before the natural disasters, they now held little utility. They could neither satiate hunger nor quench thirst, nor could they be exchanged for sustenance or water. What purpose do they serve? However, for Annan, this place was a veritable treasure trove. She began her exploration at the first shop on the street, a modestly renowned brand establishment. Upon entering, she beheld numerous display cases, meticulously organized with various gold, silver, and gemstone jewelry. With unwavering determination, Annan made her way to the jade section. Here, an array of jade bangles, necklaces, and rings awaited her. Although many had been submerged in floodwaters, leaving them marred with grime and, in some instances, shattered into pieces, the material quality remained intact, ensuring that they would not hinder the enhancement of her space. A cursory glance revealed that most of the jade was of the bean and glutinous varieties, with only a select few high-quality pieces displayed prominently in a separate case. Despite the average quality of these jade items, their prices were exorbitant. It appears that the adage in the jade community holds true. The prices of jade in malls and specialty stores must be reduced by a zero to reflect their true worth. For instance, the bracelet she acquired at the floating market, valued at $50,000, would fetch $500,000 in this establishment. To procure genuinely worthwhile jade jewelry, one would have to venture to jade markets such as Wuhuwei or Jiaxin, as in their city of Lingbei. Purchasing jade meant enduring the exorbitant prices of malls and brand chains, often spending tens of thousands for a mere trinket worth a fraction of that. Surprisingly, the finest jade among the plethora available was the one bound to her wrist, enhancing her space. Even the bracelet and ring she had previously obtained from the floating market would be considered premium in this shop. Yet, Annan was not choosy. As long as the items were authentic, her space would accept them. Quality could be compensated with quantity. After all, there were numerous jewelry stores in this vicinity. She cleared the jade inventory of the store, then tested her space and discovered that the distance for entry and exit had upgraded from 1 meters to 3 meters. Elated, she realized that having depleted an entire shop stock had resulted in a 2-meter enhancement. With so many jewelry stores around, she could potentially teleport 100 meters away. With renewed enthusiasm, she prepared to proceed to the next shop. Before leaving, she collected all other jewelry materials available in the store. Since she was there, she might as well take advantage of the opportunity. As she gathered her finds, she mused, it was a pity that gold could not enhance her space. If only it could, that would be splendid. Besides these gold bangles and necklaces, her space also contained a trove of gold bars acquired from a powerful figure's secret chamber. The second store offered a selection comparable in quality and quantity to the first, and once again, Annan vacated the entire jewelry shop. Upon testing her space, however, she found that this time it had only upgraded by 5 meters. Could it be that this establishment's overall quality paled in comparison to the previous one? Undeterred, Annan made her way to the third shop. After gathering all the jade from the third store into her space, she conducted an experiment, this time achieving only a 3 meter upgrade. Annan furrowed her brow, puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. She had meticulously inspected the quality of the jade at this store, which was indeed comparable to that of the first store. In fact, the quantity was even greater, boasting an entire cabinet's worth of goods more than the first. Why then, was the upgrade distance less than that of the first store? With lingering confusion, Annan proceeded to collect from several more stores, only to be astonished by the increasingly sluggish pace of the space upgrades. She paused to make a careful comparison. 2 identical high-quality bracelets, one collected before the other, revealed that the latter's upgrade distance was significantly smaller. A realization dawned upon her. As the amount of jade accumulated increased, the difficulty of upgrading the space also escalated. She recalled the ring that Long Tsongin had given her. Upon its collection, her space had expanded by a full 10 centimeters. Now, however, a piece of the same quality yielded only a mere 3 centimeters. After some contemplation, she found it understandable. Much like her experiences in gaming, where early tasks could elevate her by 7 or 8 levels in a day, later stages required diligent completion of tasks over an entire month to gain just 1 level. There were even seasoned gamers who, just 1 level shy of maximum, found themselves stuck for over a year. With this understanding, Annan comforted herself. There was no need to fear a slow upgrade. After all, the volume of jade was substantial. Onward she pressed, collecting without hesitation, leaving no trace behind. Not only jade, but also an array of diamonds, gold, platinum, K-gold, silver jewelry, pearls, agate, and various gemstones. Everything within sight became hers. Upon finishing her sweep of all the stores, she re-entered her space to conduct another trial. To her delight, the distance of entry and exit now reached 30 meters. Though this fell short of her initial expectation of 100 meters, the 30-meter leap was sufficient to dispatch adversaries from that distance in an instant. As for enemies beyond that range, a few more flashes would suffice. Flitting about like a specter, she would surely terrify her foes. After over 3 hours of industrious effort, Annan returned to her vehicle, replenishing her energy with a few biscuits before continuing to her next destination. There were approximately 100 large shopping malls in Linbei City, around 60 of which housed jewelry counters. Annan intended to scour them systematically according to her map. The armored vehicle sped along, reaching its destination in no time. Unlike the tranquility of a jewelry street, this mall bustled with activity, despite much of the inventory being waterlogged. Numerous individuals sifted through the remnants, carrying away sealed items. Even damaged rice and murky bottled drinks found eager takers. Different types of goods were distributed across various floors. Most scavengers seeking supplies gravitated toward the supermarket located in the basement, while Annan's desired jewelry counters were concentrated on the first floor. This level was notably quiet, as it exclusively housed jewelry and cosmetics, devoid of any food. Only those who have just entered the mall and wish to visit other floors would briefly pass through this area. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, she deliberately donned a mask and a hat. Thus, even if someone were to catch a glimpse of her secrets, her identity would remain concealed. Annan surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of onlookers, and proceeded to her task. However, unlike earlier in the commercial street, she refrained from brazenly utilizing her spatial abilities. Should a passerby happen to notice, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Therefore, she took a backpack, using it as a shield to discreetly stow the jewelry inside before transferring it into her space. Naturally, she did not store everything. Some jewelry remained in the backpack to ensure it did not appear excessively empty. Although this method proved less efficient than before, it prioritized safety. The jade quality in the mall was comparable to that of the brand stores on the commercial street, with abundant low-grade varieties but scarce high-quality pieces, and none of the exceptionally valuable items. Such treasures, worth tens of millions to billions, likely resided only in the private collections of celebrities and affluent women. As she diligently worked through the counters, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching her direction, prompting Annan to become instantly alert. Chapter 88. Why is that woman ignoring us? Look, there are actually fools who prefer to gather jewelry instead of food and water. They must have never encountered anything of value before, as they are completely neglecting their basic needs amidst this treasure trove of exquisite jewelry. Ha ha ha. That woman must be utterly destitute. A few individuals had just entered from outside, intending to search the supermarket on the lower level for supplies. Annan, undeterred by their jeers, continued to fill her large backpack with goods. After a brief period of mockery, the group, realizing their attempts to provoke her were futile, soon lost interest and hurried downstairs in search of provisions. However, a newly arrived couple, a man and a woman, were drawn to the commotion. The woman, noticing Annan stuffing her bag with jewelry, tugged at her companion's hand with a pout. "Darling, I want some jewelry too." The man, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Let us quickly find supplies first. We can come back later. Otherwise, all the food and drink will be snatched away by others." The woman persisted. "Oh, come on. How much time could it take to grab a few necklaces and rings?" With that, she approached Annan. The man, with no other option, followed her reluctantly. Seeing them approach, Annan swiftly tucked a handful of jade into her bag. As for the gold and diamonds, she had no need for them. Her space was already filled with such treasures, and she saw no reason to engage in conflict over them, preferring to focus solely on the jade. To her surprise, the woman was displeased. "Hey, why are you taking all the jade items?" Annan remained silent, continuing her collection. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" The woman's shrill voice grated on her nerves. While gathering her treasures, Annan replied flatly, "Do you want this gold? If not, I will take it all." Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly began stuffing gold necklaces into her own bag. "What are you standing there for? Come help me," she urged her companion. The man, eager to find supplies, appeared reluctant but was compelled by his girlfriend's insistence to assist her in gathering jewelry. Annan observed them and mused. They must be a young couple or newlyweds. If they had been married for more than 2 years, the man would have likely scolded her for her extravagance, urging her to focus on finding food instead. Under the pressure of his girlfriend's demands, the man continued to help her collect jewelry. However, as they progressed, his expression shifted. The thrill of collecting these treasures became addictive, and his speed increased. These were gold and gems. In the past, he would have to toil for an entire month just to afford half a gold bracelet. Yet now he could grab handfuls. Each handful was worth 10,000. It was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the woman, clutching a diamond ring, greedily eyed Annan. Noticing her persistent gathering of jade, she exclaimed, "Hey, don't take all the jade jewelry. Leave some for me." With that, she abandoned her diamond ring and hurriedly stuffed several jade pieces from the nearby counter into her bag. Annan cast a glance at her, remaining silent. The woman was not holding jadeite, but rather chalcedony. Thus, Annan saw no reason to engage in a dispute. Although the name contains jade, chalcedony is, in fact, a type of quartz. It bears a slight resemblance to jadeite, yet its value is light years apart. This material is worth merely a few dozen coins, and in a marketplace, enhanced by lighting and branding, it may fetch a price of several hundred or even 1,000, but it pales in comparison to the esteemed jadeite. Moreover, even if it were a precious type of jade, it would be of no use to Annan as it could not upgrade her space. The woman's inability to distinguish between chalcedony and jadeite indicated that her interest in jade jewelry was not genuine. She merely sought to compete with Annan. Annan felt somewhat speechless. What was there to contest? With so much gold, silver, and gems available, even if they were shared, each could still obtain a substantial portion. Why begrudge someone else for taking something one does not even desire? Annan continued to gather items in silence. Noticing Annan's indifference, the woman appeared to dig in her heels, deliberately selecting jadeite jewelry. However, lacking knowledge of quality and characteristics, she simply picked whichever piece seemed translucent. Consequently, she ended up with chalcedony. Annan, on the other hand, prioritized jadeite, filling her bag with it. The presence of cotton is essential in jadeite. The less cotton present, the better the quality. However, achieving a translucence that signifies the absence of cotton would require glassy jade, which was not available in this place. Thus, the more translucent the pieces appeared, the more they were likely to be inexpensive chalcedony. Before long, Annan had collected all the jadeite. She also casually acquired some diamonds and gold. Upon witnessing this, the woman, flustered and about to scold, suddenly noticed a crowd surging from the lower level. "Let us go. This supermarket is too small. There is nothing left." The scarcity was palpable. "Let us move on and see what else is out there." The man, who was in the midst of selecting jewelry, panicked. "It's over. The supplies have been snatched away by others." At that moment, the woman finally grasped the urgency. "What should we do now?" Seeing Annan continuing to leisurely stash jewelry into her bag, she exclaimed, "Hey, that woman! Supplies have been taken by others, and you're still here picking up jewelry?" Annan lifted her eyelids and finally responded, "Madam," referring to an unfamiliar person as that woman is quite uncouth. After a pause, she added, "I do not need to search for supplies. I have 5 robust brothers, each standing at 6 feet tall, who are out gathering resources. I am here merely to collect jewelry in my leisure. Were it not for the fear of appearing overly grandiose, she would have claimed to have 108 valiant followers." Observing the woman's displeasure, Annan delivered another cutting remark. "Surely, one is not foolish enough to gather jewelry, while lacking even basic sustenance. With that, she calmly finished collecting the remaining jewelry, shouldered her bag, and strolled toward the exit. The woman, infuriated, grabbed the man's ear and shouted, "This is all your fault. Why didn't you stop me? What shall we do now?" The man, equally vexed, replied, "What if we follow her? Doesn't she have supplies? Woman, are you foolish? Did you not hear her mention that she has 5 robust companions? Can you possibly contend with that?" Annan, disinterested in engaging with these two simpletons, proceeded to exit. Instead of diligently seeking practical supplies, they chose to follow the crowd, indulging in a fleeting display of bravado, ultimately returning home with a collection of worthless trinkets to showcase. Annan shook her head, returned to the vehicle, and set off towards the next marketplace. Chapter 89. Serendipity. The second shopping mall was not far away, and it took only a few minutes to arrive. This mall lacked a supermarket, featuring only clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics, resulting in a sparse crowd within. Annan swiftly gathered her treasures, and in no time, she had emptied all the jewelry displays before hastily proceeding to the next destination. Thus, she busied herself throughout the night, and by dawn, she had explored nearly half of the city's malls. The distance she could transport her findings had increased from 30 to 40 meters. As the blinding sun emerged, exhaustion overtook her. Annan decided to pause her endeavors and return home, planning to visit the remaining malls the following night for some much-needed rest. Upon nearing her neighborhood, she found a secluded spot to store her acquisitions in her space before jauntily making her way home. Just as she approached her residence, the sudden sound of a car horn startled her, prompting her to glance back. A dilapidated van rolled up beside her, and the window slid down to reveal the cheerful face of Chu Pei Pei. "Nan, what a coincidence. I just returned after searching for fuel. Have you been out gathering supplies as well?" Annan nodded, her gaze shifting to Pei Pei's vehicle. "Nice ride. You acquire a vehicle?" Pei Pei chuckled. "Not mine. I don't have the keys, and the doors are locked. How could I manage that? It's Zhao Pingyan who secured it." At that moment, another figure in the vehicle leaned out, exclaiming, "Idle, Zhao Pingyan?" Annan was somewhat taken aback. She had previously heard Pei Pei mention borrowing a siphon from Zhao Pingyan, but she did not anticipate him joining the search for fuel. In her past life, Zhao Pingyan had never ventured outside, although it was possible he had discreetly done so without her knowledge, given that they had never exchanged words in that existence. Even Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei Pei had not been acquainted, as Pei Pei had perished early during the floods of the previous life. Now, however, the two were hunting crocodiles together and searching for fuel, forming a solid friendship. It appeared that her rebirth had triggered a series of butterfly effects. Pei Pei had survived, and 3 individuals who had once been strangers were gradually becoming close companions. The trio parked the vehicle and unloaded 3 large barrels of gasoline. Annan surveyed their haul, exclaiming, "You two have done remarkably well." Zhao Pingyan responded, "I have a nagging feeling that this disaster will not come to a swift conclusion. Fuel is a precious resource. The more we have, the better." Pei Pei added, "This is just a small portion. We previously transported 2 truckloads of fuel back." Annan gasped in astonishment. "So much?" "Indeed. Everyone else has rushed to raid the supermarkets, so there has been no one to contest us. Besides the initial time spent searching for vehicles and metal barrels, the rest of the fuel retrieval was quite straightforward. There are plenty of cars outside, each containing at least 20 liters of fuel. We simply moved along, dealing with any vehicles equipped with anti-theft filters quite forcefully." Annan remarked, "That sounds rather intriguing." As they chatted, the 3 of them carried the barrels of fuel upstairs. Pei Pei exclaimed, Nan, you won't believe it. All the fuel stations have been completely emptied. Fortunately, we brought the oil extractor and managed to siphon some fuel from the vehicle, which can be considered a modest triumph." Annan glanced at the 2 of them and inquired about their well-being. "How are you feeling? Have you suffered from heat stroke?" Chu Pei Pei replied, "No. Pingyan provided me with a set of temperature-regulating clothing, which is truly remarkable. Once I donned it, I no longer felt the sweltering heat." Zhao Pingyan nodded with a smile. He had originally crafted 2 sets of this innovative attire, one for himself and one for his mother. However, given the necessity of accompanying Chu Pei Pei on their quest for supplies, his teammates' safety remained paramount. After all, if they were in pursuit of fuel and a teammate suddenly succumbed to the heat, it would lead to complications. Thankfully, his mother had maintained her health over the years. Despite her advancing age, her figure had not deteriorated and was not much heavier than Chu Pei. The temperature-regulating outfit he had designed for her was also suitable for Chu Pei. Thus, Zhao Pingyan promptly offered the set intended for his mother to Chu Pei. His mother would be comfortably ensconced in an air-conditioned room for the time being, and he could always create another set for her upon their return. Chu Pei was astonished that he possessed such advanced technology, initially hesitating to accept it. In these unusual times, temperature-regulating apparel was practically a life-saving treasure that people would fight over. Nevertheless, considering the peril of searching for supplies in temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, the risk of heat stroke was indeed significant. It would not only cause inconvenience to her teammate, but could also pose a life-threatening situation. Thus, after some reluctance, she graciously accepted the offer. In return, they agreed to split the fuel they found each day, with Zhao Pingyan taking the larger share and she the smaller. Upon hearing that Chu Pei had acquired a temperature-regulating outfit, Annan felt a wave of relief. This arrangement worked out well, as she had been pondering how to justify gifting her a set. With temperatures expected to soar even higher, potentially reaching 60 degrees, the attire would prove invaluable. Now that Chu Pei had one, Annan was spared the task of concocting an excuse to present her with a garment. Since childhood, Annan had harbored a deep-seated aversion to situations that required negotiation and persuasion, which could instantly transform her from social butterfly into a wallflower. Zhao Pingyan glanced at Annan and asked, "Idol, what have you been searching for? Why are your hands empty?" Annan shook her backpack, declaring, "Everything is in here, jewelry and ornaments." Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei exchanged incredulous looks. While others sought survival supplies, this sister was hunting for accessories. Noticing their expressions, Annan chuckled, "I simply adore these treasures. When I see beautiful jewelry, I can't resist." The two recalled that during their time at the water market, she had exchanged crocodile meat for a jade bracelet and a ring. It seemed she genuinely cherished such items. Nevertheless, Chu Pei shook her head, saying, "As a woman, I too appreciate jewelry, but in this sweltering heat, who can think about adornments? Annan, you truly prioritize beauty over safety." Annan thought to herself, it was all for the sake of upgrading her space. However, she couldn't reveal that. So she concocted a whimsical excuse. What if the calamity suddenly comes to an end? If I gather more jade and gold, I could become a little wealthy, she added. Besides, even if the disaster persists indefinitely, currency may lose its value, and gold might become the new medium of exchange. The two pondered her words and realized there was indeed some merit to her reasoning. Throughout history, regardless of the fluctuations in currency, gold and silver have perpetually served as a medium of exchange. Chu Pei's eyes sparkled with realization. Annan, you are ever so visionary. Once I finish my search for oil, I shall seek out some exquisite gold and silver jewelry. Annan replied, perhaps it is best not to, as I've already acquired all the jewelry in the city. She cleared her throat, diverting the conversation. I wonder if the temperature will drop in the coming days. Zhao Pingyan interjected, based on my analysis, it will not. Chu Pei shot him a glare. Pooh. You are such a harbinger of doom. Zhao Pingyan responded, this conclusion is derived from meticulous calculations. I created analytical charts today, and the system simulations predict that the temperature will rise to approximately 60 degrees. As for the duration of this high temperature, it will likely persist for over a year. Chu Pei was left speechless. 60 degrees? Are you jesting? Chapter 90. Heatstroke. Annan cast a surprised glance at Zhao Pingyan. This individual was truly extraordinary. How did he deduce such information? She recalled the papers he had written before the calamity, which were absurd yet tinged with a sense of rigor, blending science with a hint of superstition. He was akin to a shaman in the realm of science and a theorist in the world of metaphysics. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, have you predicted any other natural disasters aside from the floods and extreme heat? Zhao Pingyan shook his head. I cannot say. I'm not a fortune teller. So how could I conjure such insights from thin air? Chu Pei interjected. You seem to have a knack for predictions. I hope you do not jinx us. A temperature of 60 degrees is unfathomable. As they exchanged words, they soon reached the upper floor. After a long night of exertion, the three bid each other farewell and returned home to catch up on sleep. With the onset of the extreme heat, everyone instinctively adjusted their schedules, venturing out at night and resting during the day. After all, the daytime brought not only sweltering heat, but also a blazing sun, while the nights offered a respite, being a good 7 or 8 degrees cooler. Upon returning home, Annan changed in her nightgown, washed up briefly, and collapsed on her bed to rest. Just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, she was abruptly awakened by the sound of anguished cries emanating from outside. "Help! I can't breathe from the heat. It's 53 degrees. This wretched weather is insane. Someone help me. My wife and children have fainted from the heat." In this oppressive heat, people kept their doors and windows wide open. Although it did little to cool them, it was far better than suffocating in a closed space. Thus, even though Annan had her windows shut, she could still hear faint sounds from outside. She turned over and attempted to sleep again. She had become desensitized to such cries. At first, she would be affected by the despairing emotions, but now she had learned to tune it out. During the extreme heat, the voices of despair only multiplied, and the mortality rate was significantly higher than during the previous calamity. Temperatures exceeding 50 degrees were experiences people had only encountered in steam rooms. No one could endure such relentless heat day and night. In the past, even at 60 or 70 degrees in a steam room, one could enjoy a pot of hot tea and find it quite pleasant, provided they only stayed for a brief period. Now, however, enduring such conditions continuously was unbearable. They still had the energy to shout for help, but soon, as dehydration set in, even speaking would become an arduous task. Exhausted from the previous night's turmoil, Annan quickly fell back into a deep sleep, even giving her dog a gentle nudge before settling in. "If someone tries to break in, make sure to wake me." At noon, there was a knock on the hallway door of the 14th floor. "Doctor, is Dr. Chu there? Please come out and save my father. Doctor, my old man has fainted. I beg you, help him." The temperature outside was soaring, but Chu Pei had limited fuel for her air conditioning, so she dare not run it excessively, keeping it just above 30 degrees to avoid heat stroke. Sweating profusely, she was already feeling uneasy. Upon hearing the knocking, she was instantly awakened. She emerged from room 1401 and peered through the peephole in the hallway door. Outside stood a middle-aged man, supporting an elderly woman who was crying as she knocked on the door. "I have heard people say that there are doctors residing here. I implore the doctor to save us." Chu Pei inquired, who informed them that "I am a doctor residing on the 14th floor. As a physician, she instinctively reached for the door to assist. However, in the next moment, she retracted her hand and questioned from behind the door, "What is the patient's current condition?" The individuals outside, upon hearing her response, expressed their joy. The man promptly replied, "My father has suddenly lost consciousness. We dare not move him. He is still at home." Were there any symptoms prior to his fainting? He suffered from heat stroke and had been experiencing nausea and vomiting. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and began convulsing. "Have you measured his temperature?" "We checked an hour ago. It was 41 degrees. He took an antipyretic, but it was ineffective." 41 degrees? Chu Pei furrowed her brow. This was no ordinary heat stroke. It was severe heat stroke, also known as heat illness. Such a condition is perilous, akin to the internal organs nearing the brink of being cooked by high temperatures. Even in times of natural calamity, when medical facilities are adequate, the mortality rate can reach 80, let alone in the current situation. The patient is already unconscious and convulsing. Immediate cooling is imperative, and he must be moved to a ventilated and shaded area before being transported to the hospital for emergency care. At the hospital, he may require intravenous fluids or even dialysis, but clearly, such conditions are currently unavailable. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. "He is suffering from heat illness and must be cooled immediately. You should remove all his clothing and wipe his body with water. If you have ice, apply it to the groin area where the major arteries are located. In any case, you must urgently reduce his body temperature to below 38 degrees. This is the only treatment available under the current circumstances. If the temperature decreases, there is hope for survival. If it does not, without treatment, it becomes exceedingly dangerous." The man hesitated. "We can remove his clothes, but we do not have much water, nor do we have ice," he added. Pipe Zeepleet. Use whatever little you have while fanning him to help dissipate heat. Just find a way to lower his temperature swiftly. An elderly woman cried out, Doctor, our water is scarce. We need to save some for the children. Could you lend us some? Just then, another group arrived, also lamenting, suffering from heat illness. Chu Pei reiterated the rescue measures. Yet, this second group also claimed they lacked sufficient water and sought her assistance. My home is right next door. I beseech the doctor to come with us and take a look. The patient is convulsing all over, and we dare not move him. Chu Pei neither opened the door nor lent them water. Her own water supply was only sufficient for a limited time. She had to conserve her life-sustaining resources. How could she share them with others? Even if she provided them with water today, what would happen tomorrow or the day after? With such high temperatures, the number of those afflicted with heat illness would only increase. Was she to distribute her water to each one? It was an impossible endeavor. Unless the one in need was Annan, she would not part with her water. Chu Pei spoke through the door. I have provided you with the methods. Beyond that, I am unable to assist. Hurry back and save your loved ones. The man and the elderly lady, unable to procure water, hastily returned home. Meanwhile, the second group persisted relentlessly. You are a doctor. Please assist us by lending us some water. Chu Pei remained silent. As a physician, her role was merely to inform them of the rescue methods. The extent to which they could act was beyond her jurisdiction. It's not just a natural disaster. She herself was barely holding on. Even before this calamity, when faced with those of limited financial means who wished to forego treatment, she could not possibly exhaust her own resources to save each individual. Indeed, she was a doctor, but her capabilities were finite. She could not be a savior. Chapter 91. Nails on the road. After pleading outside for quite some time, witnessing Chu Pei's unyielding demeanor, the individual could not contain his vitriol. How could you, the doctor, be so cold-hearted and selfish? A physician should save lives. Not to mention being a doctor, you are unworthy of being human. Bah, you heartless wretch. Your entire family will surely perish. Upon hearing these words,